Back to all-time highs here again this morning in the pre-market, coming on the back of 2 straight days of nothing but gains, all kinds of strength continuing in the tech space specifically. We'll touch on a few earnings to deal with this morning. ARM, a lot of people focused on initial move to the upside. They didn't like the call, however. We're back downside here this morning to the tune of a few percent anyways. It could be a lot worse. A little bit below where the support ended up being yesterday. A lot of big movers yesterday in the energy space. Oil itself back on watch once again this morning. Again, more hopes this morning of some kind of progress in this back and forth negotiation that seems to be taking place on X more than anywhere else at this point. I mean, headline after headline. Will they or won't they get to a deal in the near future here? So we'll keep an eye out for anything as far as progress is concerned. But here's oil again down this morning after a huge move yesterday. Yeah, interesting developments yesterday, a little back and forth between the two parties. Hopefully we'll get some sort of resolution in the next few days, Brendo. But it's nice to see kind of the market pricing in the winding down of this conflict. I like how he slowly and kind of gently started to talk about Xi and China all of a sudden over the past couple of days. And that maybe don't look over here anymore. Let's focus on what's to come. So really interesting developments. I was reading an article by CNBC yesterday basically saying that China is pressuring Iran pretty heavily behind the scenes to reopen the strait. There was, I believe, a member of the government from Iran visiting China, meeting with his counterpart there, and it was told to him in no uncertain terms that this needs to come to a resolution sooner rather than later. But as we spoke about yesterday, the Chinese were adding to their strategic petroleum reserves through satellite images that were detected. And people were kind of comparing the time where the ad was relative to the price, and they're adding at highs. So, you know, they were either gauging that this conflict was going to go on for a while or prices were going to continue to go up. On the other end of the spectrum, did you see that headline this morning that Trump wants to investigate or look into the possibility of oil underneath U.S. military bases throughout the Middle East as well? Let's see that. And maybe taking advantage of any oil that happens to be just underneath U.S. military bases throughout the Middle East as well. So he's constantly looking for more, that's for sure. More tariffs as well coming for Europe potentially here, on cars specifically. Well, you saw the Europeans respond this morning, essentially basically saying that they want to migrate all the sensitive information that's on American cloud providers. We're talking about the Microsofts, we're talking about the Googles. Canada actually looked at that as well. The theory here being, should some sort of tensions arise between the two countries or the two continents, that they don't want the most sensitive of information on American servers or companies owned that are originating in America. Yeah. So they're looking at migrating that. You have to assume that there's going to be some revenue loss there. And let's be honest, I mean, they've had months, Europe has had months and months and months to figure out, you know, how they were going to approach this and still haven't. So some sort of a resolution needs to be found there as well. Semiconductors have been leading the way here for the past couple of days. NVIDIA back to the upside this morning, back to 210 early on in the pre-market. We've given most of that back, coming off a little bit right now. But AMD on the back of their earnings report still higher once again this morning, guys. We're opening, or set to open, at least if it was right now, basically flat, but still the trend definitely well intact. Remember, more employment data to come this morning. A little bit later on, we'll bring that to you. And then also non-farm payrolls, the big one coming up tomorrow. A lot of expectations looking for a huge, huge blowout number. Remember, the payrolls number we got last time was the biggest. I'll confirm this. I read that this morning. It was the best payrolls number since 1960 on the private side first, which we're getting this morning, and then non-farm coming up tomorrow. So we'll see how this comes out this morning at 8:30, but a lot of eyes, I think, not only on the Fed still, but on the employment market. Yeah, and we're, you know, President Trump tweeting or truthing about this, about the markets being at all-time highs and basically saying record jobs. But is that really the case? You and I have been talking. It's kind of a low hire, low fire situation. You're seeing AI layoffs. Let's be honest about Coinbase was just the latest of those, but you're not seeing mass hiring on the other side of that either. So we'll have to see how this circle gets squared. Hopefully at some point. Anyways, lots to come. Not only this morning at again 8:30. but more earnings to come after the close tonight, guys. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. I'm pretty sure how the circle gets squared. Circle's always in play, and formerly Square Block. I believe they report tonight. I felt like if we could string it out long enough, by the time it came back to the desk, Apple would have made an all-time high. But unfortunately, it's like 12 pennies or something shy of making an all-time.
Up. It's 288.62.
Yeah, we're at 50. It's like 50's on the offer, so like somebody just needs to hit it one time, and then Apple will be at an all-time high. The good thing about the market being flat is when yesterday was basically a 2% update and you close at the highs, well, flat means you're just chilling out at, again, all-time highs. Nobody told that Fastly. They kind of stunk last night, obviously, but DoorDash.
It's like a bad thing to report. I mean, DoorDash is good, but
DoorDash was good, but Fastly beat top and the bottom. Their guidance was good, so I was looking at something which was a little bit better. Let's go over Fastly, because that one's 24.5% down. Beat top, bottom. Guidance was actually better than the midpoint. Doesn't even matter. Down 25%. ARM had a fantastic, good report. Sometimes, I'll hesitate to say fantastic. Whoops, and then I typed AMD out of muscle memory. They had a good report. Everything was flying, and then maybe they'll nitpick the guidance on this one and then say that's why it's down 8%. So hopefully this can find some areas to buy back in, because maybe we get a nice little bull flag, 200 support maybe on that. So yeah, it's all about earnings. We're gonna get some obviously data today at 8:30. Labor market, schmabor market, we're in earnings season, that matters the most. And we've already got the report from JKL. He hasn't taken very long.
Yeah, I saw that. He's still short over there. But he switched over to the long.
Letting us know.
Yeah,
letting us know early.
There's a long in there, along with NVIDIA.
I can put it up there.
Super chat going on.
No, I can't.
I'm interested in ARM. ARM went up to 260, 270-ish. I was actually, when I logged off last night, ARM was like at 268. Okay. So I think that was close to the top. Right there, and then it fell back in there on margin compression a little bit. The shift over into the chip game has proven to be very profitable, but the problem is constraints on supply. So with bigger demand for their ARM AI chip, they're unable to fill that demand. We tied last night 4-4. Man, it was a crazy game in Little League there. So 4-4, 6 innings complete last night, so got to get this voice going.
Drama at the end?
We were winning 4-3 in the sixth, and then a routine ground ball sort of came to this kid at second. We had one out, and he missed it. So I actually yanked him. I threw him in center field, and I switched him with Gia and put Gia in because what I do in house, it's house league, but it's competitive. But we put everybody everywhere.
Yeah,
I didn't want the kid to be like he's been with me for 4 years, and I just know he's going to be rattled.
Yeah,
he's going to start feeling like I just saw. So I pulled him aside. He won player of the game last game, and I pulled him aside afterwards, and I said, "Look, you're going to be right back there next game." But I could see that he was upset, so I didn't want. What if the next ground ball came to
exactly
him?
That's the best thing to do with kids, man.
And then we struck out the next couple of guys, and we were able to do it fine. And actually, the kids are playing really good for only the second game in a row here. But yeah, margin compressions. I just saw there drop from 52.8% down to 49 on ARM. So that's not great. I mean, there's going to be pressures in that space. But this is a name I already put. I put a bid at 200. I told that to Neil. And it's just actually with the money that I sold with AMD yesterday at 218. What the? Oh no, AMD's 318, isn't it? No, AMD's 418.
418.
What am I talking about?
Well, it's 413 now.
Yeah, I saw the 18 level. I know yesterday we sold at 418. I was like, what? So I'm trying to put that exact same AMD money, which might not be right. I mean, AMD might be better than ARM. I just don't have any exposure to this. And I love what they're doing there. Their legacy business took a little bit of a hit there with the royalties, but they're switching. They're switching over into the data centers with these AI chips. So I like ARM, and I think that if we can get something, Neil and I said that we're way away from these moving averages. So I'm going to try to nibble here, and then hopefully gulp up something if it does come between like 160 to 180, like in this area. So, ARM's going to be on our mind today. Pretty violent name for sure when the market opens up. I could see this one dipping and ducking and diving all over the place today. And then yesterday, I didn't even look at AMD today. Maybe I have to write this down as a potential short. AMD down 1.78%, just day two, right? I mean, what a great move it's been, and going long on this name is probably good if you can catch it somewhere. I just don't know where yet. So like 400, we saw that bounce off there yesterday. That was pretty darn clean, right? And all the way up to 430. So right now you're still stuck in the middle here with AMD, but I do like JKL over there and NVIDIA. I mean, I think Joe talked about this. I mean, you know, just sort of the switch up now, get back into a name that we know is still the one, but just isn't acting like it. So once we get going here on NVIDIA, I don't think there's going to be too much slowing this train down. You've now had 5 or 6 straight down days. Yesterday, you get an update from an AMD. So there it goes. Let's see if NVIDIA can break through the highs. But Neil already nailed a play that I like. I really, really like this Apple play. I mean, whenever you're near an all,
did it break
it?
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, but you know, whenever you're near an all-time high, I just think that it's like, you know, the momentum's in that name, and if they didn't want it to bring, I gotta alter this. If they didn't want it to be here, it wouldn't be here. So, you know, with the market kind of slowing down right now, not doing too much, look what Apple's doing. So, yeah, definitely some love over here for Apple as Trump's getting ready to go to China, and you know, maybe there's something there with Apple and China, and you know, production. Intel's been hopefully pegged to help Apple with some of their chips as well. So, you know, a lot of onboarding in the United States, plus we still have that Chinese market to what's already been unlocked by Apple, hopefully even better conversations there with the president. So, yeah, I like Apple up here, but not punching the highs. Let's just let it settle down. If we can get something near yesterday's close, I like.
Yeah, it's like already pressing that 289. There's a small cap we're moving around here. So what is it? ATRA. I see a few people in the chat mentioning. So it's got a 5 million float, ATRA, up 50%. Here's the story. They got a regulatory update on that, which I'm not going to even try to pronounce. Whatever.
Tabolecicel? I don't know. Yeah, you're
exactly.
Right. Too many U's, too many E's.
But it's for patients with cancer and autoimmune diseases. So obviously being treated well. I think that sometimes the bigger story is how the market reacts to it and how big the float is. It's a decent 5 million float, but only 5% of it's short. So it's not like it's a crazy short stock. It's got a little bit of history of running, but like dump and run, but it's got some room. Like $10 is an obvious level just standing out there, and it's already sort of broken through that 7. So
the banana
nice
man,
small capper.
The banana man came.
Sweet.
Then he left. So that means breakfast here.
Yesterday they were super, like they were perfectly ripe. You had to eat it that day. This one feels like one I would want to eat tomorrow. But
let's do like a new segment that's very, very obvious. Let's just check out
scrambled eggs and bacon.
What's for breakfast?
Oh no, the scrambled eggs.
Okay, yeah. I'm hoping it's scrambled eggs again. Like it's a redemption time.
Oh, redemption?
Yeah, redemption. Okay.
They dipped them in water on Monday.
Oh, it's the one I don't prefer. It's quiche. We'll see.
It's a little
quiche and sausage today, so that's okay.
I love quiche. They're tasty.
I find they're just too pastry.
They're like really small.
That's all. It's like the egg
it's a lot of pastry.
Is small compared to the pastry,
but it's really tasty.
You just went over that ATRA, or okay.
Yeah. So it's whatever. It's a 5 million float. It's still going and looking like it's pretty strong. Other Zinc says hard-boiled eggs. Yeah, that's pretty standard. We get the hard-boiled eggs every now and then. They just try to keep it simple. Man, this thing is doing some serious volume.
I think hard-boiled eggs is one of the good ones for sure. I always think that if you could just have scrambled eggs with like a side of bacon or protein of some sort, that hits it. Then you can just take whatever portion you want. And I think it's probably a good thing that they got rid of those. We haven't had sandwiches in a long time, but I don't know how.
I liked those.
Those aren't. I like them too, but it seem to always be pretty greasy.
Breakthrough expected within hours.
Well, okay, so that's coming from Saudi, so that's maybe a little bit better than saying it's coming from Pete Hegseth and company over here. Okay, yeah, all right. So there you go. Yeah, nice little move there. That headline seems to have mattered again. And you can see here, oil. Now it's starting. People are starting to believe that potentially we are near the end or some sort of resolution with the strait there. As I think, again, Sharif, just was hearing him in the pre there. was China starting to put the screws a little bit to this trade as well. So we'll see if Iran eventually is like, okay, let's get this back going around here. We still hate everything that's going on, but we do understand that there's a economy here, and hopefully that gets resolved. But yeah, USO down 3, which you can see what's happening with oil. So all is well again in econ class 110 there, as oil goes down, market goes up. So we'll see if that's something that winds up happening. Although, don't tell your economy or economics teachers what's been happening over the last little while, because oil's been going way up and markets also been going way up as well. But then maybe they would just point to earnings and they would say, the motor that keeps on chugging here keeps on working, and that is the United States technology and data center business. Most of these companies are all in the United States. If you try to invest in too many tech names outside, you got ASML, you got a few other ones, Shopify, but other than that, man, there's not.
TSM saying
TSM is a big one. SK Hynix.
The demand, they can't even keep up with the demand.
Yeah.
That's one thing that came out of even ARM's comments. It's like TSM can't do everything, and that's good for.
TSM going up.
That's a good sign for Intel in the future. Although
TSM's all-time highs.
Well, yeah.
Just yesterday.
It's so crazy because it almost seems like everything remotely related to AI is at an all-time high.
It's also easy, too.
But Intel doesn't look that strong today. And, well, it's down 3%. So, obviously, the market's at the high and flat on the session, and this one's gapped down a little bit here. Sympathy runs so far. Like, when you get a bit of a sell-off there, sell-off's the wrong word. When you get a bit of a pullback on ARM and AMD, in theory, AMD for a lot of the day yesterday, there was some profit taking. Even though it held the 400 level, it still had to get down there to test it. And you got ARM pulling back maybe to test I don't think it gets to 200. If it gets to 200, that would be insane, but maybe next week or something for a buy. But there's a possible head and shoulder-ish look happening with Intel and this all afternoon support at 110.5, and now that same level of resistance. It kind of sets it up for like an obvious spot that, hey, if it can't break here at the short, it may be down into 107, and if it does break out, then we can maybe resume the loss. We can get rid of that headline if that page. Oh, you know what? I forgot some of those pages aren't working, so my button won't work. We'll fire it back up.
Really?
I believe we have Raheem coming through.
We should.
I do think, but we'll see.
That's what I heard.
Maybe talk about a little bit
of
the metals, baby.
Fabian's not here. Yeah, it won't refresh for me, that page.
Silver's SLV, 5%, another gap up.
Another one.
When oil goes down, you get that US dollar pulling back. SLV is back above the 50-period moving average and looking like it'll be a continuation play today. I just hope it hasn't gone too far. Like it's already, big gap, and then it's already moving. But remember, it caught a pretty sizable dip in the pre-market yesterday. And then by the time we got to the open, it was still putting in some lower highs. Well, maybe we get a dip. VWAP would be a play. I wrote down 71.70 was the level when I looked on a 30-minute chart. That doesn't seem like it's going to be that likely, so I might have to move it up. But I like the continuation there. Let's head back up to the desk. We got the small cappers moving. We've got metals going. We've got fast
metals is a good one.
Apparently, Palantir's catching a bid. Someone said
what?
In the chat.
Impossible.
Someone said it in the chat. I believe them. I wasn't really looking. But
look at this Taiwan semi chart. I was just looking at this one too. This was one. Again, these are not secret stocks here, man. This was. I forget about cherry picking back into April. But even if you just look at the trajectory of what's been happening right here, we got this great dip opportunity not even that long ago, and it's just Rip City again, all the way back there to the upside. So it's kind of like, oh man, buy the right spot and be rewarded handily. There goes TSM. So good call out on that one. So yeah, moving around that is for sure. Guys, it's a euphoric moment right now as we work around this data center play and the move with AI. So I hope some people are taking a little bit of profit, and I also hope people are letting some stuff run because it's just been that kind of a day. So, all right, there we go, US, or that kind of a month, I guess. All right, let's go back over to the desk and talk to two handsome gentlemen up there.
Yeah, Andre, I don't know if you can hit that or not, but I can't. Our graphics are frozen currently. So, sorry. Yeah, that's going to be there until we can refresh the PC, guys. I was just noticing this. SLV is absolutely screaming here this morning, up more than 5% at the highs, about to take out $74. 3 days in a row, just straight to the upside for SLV. I mean, gold up as well, but not as much. So we'll keep an eye on some of the metals coming back into play here as well. Did you see the story this morning? The DOJ is finally going to look into these oil trades.
Finally. I mean, they're super suspicious.
Like super sus.
And they're not even small. Like
2.6 billion.
Yeah, like if you're gonna do, look,
Yeah.
my brain works a certain way.
Yeah.
Okay, but if you're gonna do this, at least break it up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Don't make it so obvious. Like
It was 15 minutes right before it actually, the announcement
And
came.
the problem is, like, you can audit this stuff super easily. To open a brokerage account, you got to go through a colonoscopy of sorts, right?
Sure.
And it's just going to get worse on the blockchain. Once this stuff goes actually onto the blockchain, you're going to be able to look more up. So enjoy it while you can.
I mean, good. I don't know if it's just like, is this semantics? Is this just all smoke and mirrors? Like they feel like they have to, so they're going to go through the motion, and then it'll be all is fair in love and war solution.
Our trust in the market is kind of the reason we put in our life savings, our nest egg into this. We have to be able to trust this close to 100%. And if there's bamboozlement like this, I mean, it's going to keep people from feeling that this is a level playing field.
Yeah.
There's already, Sean says it all the time, right? Market's rigged. And so whether you believe that or not, it certainly feels that way when you see these type of trades.
Just to put this in perspective, it was $500 million that was put to work 15 minutes before the announcement actually was made. Like that's not, I mean, I can't say for sure, but that's not the type of money that just gets thrown around just on a whim.
No, there's you can probably limit the amount of people who can throw around that kind of money, right? And so narrow the playing field.
Crazy. Speaking of crypto, MSTR, Canaccord with a positive note on MSTR this morning. Didn't move at all on that. I was kind of chopping around yesterday with Bitcoin, but back to the upside here a little bit. Crypto's positive, but meh.
You felt that it was definitely not crypto's day yesterday. I think IBIT actually closed down marginally negative, but the flows were certainly not in crypto yesterday. They were certainly in the equities, most notably, of course, the semiconductors. You had outsized moves on everything because of AMD's read-through. I mean, the market's looking at this and they're like, okay, so AMD's guiding all this. Well, who are they going to need to be able to reach that level? And the read-throughs here really had semis pumping yesterday.
Yeah. Anyways, if it matters to anyone, Canaccord is positive on MicroStrategy. There's a really good video that I watched on this whole oil shenanigans that happened right before this this announcement came out back in March. It was March 23rd that the BBC did, and they actually broke down. They put a big giant chart up of oil futures on I think it was a 1 minute or 3 minute time basis, and they were focused mostly on the volume. And you can see when the actual announcement was made, volume just absolutely exploded. But there was 15 minutes before, there was a massive spike going into that. So, not saying, just saying.
Catch me if you can. What's the
I don't
idea
know.
here?
I don't know. $500 million. Sorry, Sean, you're gonna have to break that trade.
Don't break those trades, man.
Yeah, I got the warning, but I've lawyered up, so we'll just have to wind up seeing what happens. But
you know what? It doesn't stop. I understand it. This kind of stuff happens all the time.
That's not even the rigged stuff that I'm really talking about.
No, because that doesn't prevent you from buying and holding.
Yeah.
That's obviously a frustrating thing for probably some large traders in that futures contract. It is what it is to a certain extent, but that's not the same thing as the front running of order flow and some of the market mechanic stuff that goes on. When it talks about eroding the trust, I get it shouldn't happen, obviously, but that doesn't hurt my trust to be able to invest in the market necessarily. No. I think this is working, so I'm gonna.
It is working.
I'm gonna do this. We got a super chat. There we go.
There we go. Yeah.
We got Rushi asking about Tesla. It's gapped over the 200 on the daily. There is the 200 SMA on the daily, right? Just make sure everybody knows. Not a huge difference. If you might use the EMA, but the simple moving at 200, simple moving average, you're now above the 400 level and that 200. So wake me when it does that. It absolutely has done it. I got it on the note for a dip into prior highs. You have a double top here, 400 to 402, which gives you the high and then in here. So I like continuation long here on Tesla. News or no news, it broke the trend a while ago, put in a higher low after that, and I think the next leg, you can always put a topping tail and fail this. It's entirely possible, but I'll be bullish until proven otherwise every time it's over the 400 level. We're going to go to, at 8:30 we have jobless claims.
Yeah.
Before that,
Tesla's the number one play on here, so good heads up by Rushi Shah over there. Yeah, let's go see what Joe's up to.
Black.
All right, guys, welcome. Let's take a look at some of the options activity from yesterday. We're actually going to get into a strategy here. We have NVDA reporting at the 20th of this month. So let's get into some action here, guys. So what I'm going to be looking at here is this 225 call option that is going to be expiring the next month, okay? June 18th. Now, as for the open interest in the volume, considering it's a further out expiration cycle, we're not going to be running into any form of issue with liquidity, and that's what we want to look for. All right, so 26,400 contracts at that $225 level, with 6,000 open and closed on yesterday's session. Now, you can see our delta, considering sitting around that $33 metric, out of the money, but further away. And then gamma exposure, relatively light, and at the money IV. So we had this conversation during yesterday's session, and what we're gonna do is get into a little bit more in depth with it. So what we have is an out the money contract here, guys. And what we're doing is anticipating essentially a move higher within the earnings report, or a drastic increase in implied volatility. Now, there's a couple things that we need to focus on. What are we trying to gain, and what are we trying to achieve with this specific strategy? Now, it's not necessarily that we need the contract to trade in the money, but if we can get something relatively close and collect some time value within this contract, we can still become profitable and make a profitable trade. Now, what do we have going on here, guys? This is a specific contract. At one point, it was worth a little bit more than $2. Now we're $6.35. Moving forward, I want us to take a look at the risk profile. We talk about intrinsic value and extrinsic value, so time value and the moneyness value, essentially, of a specific name. So what we have here is at 225, what I really want us to focus on is that if NVDA happens to climb to $225, we still have the ability to be profitable, even a little bit less. But I want us to note this. This value right here, this line, we can look at as our time value. This line down here, the solid one, is going to be our intrinsic value, the moneyness of it. So you can see that we're relatively flat within our intrinsic value, but within our time value, we have the ability to be profitable without the underlying actually trading in the money. It can still be out of the money. Now, once the underlying asset starts to trade in the money, you get the privilege to obtain both your intrinsic and extrinsic value, and that is going to allow you to appreciate within the contract on both sides of those metrics. That is going to be approximately $3,500 plus $4,000 on your time value and on your moneyness value. But with that being said, you need NVDA to climb substantially higher than 225 to obtain both of them. Now, moving forward, let's take a look at a combination of contracts. If $6.35 is a little too expensive for you, well, what we can do is a basic call spread here, a vertical spread. We would be writing this option up here, collecting $2, reducing our cost of this combination and this specific trade to $4.35, so $435. Now, both on the same expiration, but you can see that our options writing is $25 higher than what we are going long at. So this is an out-of-the-money call spread, okay? Moving forward, let's take a look at our risk gauge. Drastically changes once you add that call option. You don't have the ability to gain as much value just due to your hedging position. Now, once we hit that 230 mark is when you really start to gain the intrinsic value of that contract. So you need it to climb a little bit higher just due to the fact that you're buying the protection and you're hedging your position. But that is multiple ways that you can trade NVDA on its earnings report, guys.
Yeah, what was the date of that earnings report again? Yeah, it's coming. Anyways, double check it. 20. Yeah, it's near the end here. I just wanted to double check it.
Hoping Darryl would yell it out. There it is, 20th.
20th, okay. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, all right. So we'll wait to check. No, I'm just going to check on here, but we already know it, so we'll cancel that right there. But yeah, I think options is a smart way. We always hear people, and again, May 20th, so you're now 2 weeks away. We do hear, this is USO, by the way. I was just checking it out still as it's still heading lower. Yeah, I think that's a great call out to have a look at options if you are thinking that there is going to be, a bigger move and you don't want to pay too close to it. So if you're already thinking bullish on this name, I mean, go just rewind that segment there. And thanks, Joe, for explaining. Why not take a shot right now? The market's going higher. We got some good names coming through in the next couple of days as well for earnings that could help us, sort of boost this trade even higher now. So I would say, yeah, I mean, when we used to have Danielle on, she would talk about, picking up some options weeks in advance so that you don't pay that crazy premium as you get closer and traders become more interested in it. So yeah, watch out for NVIDIA. I mean, even a put might be okay. I mean, we've seen a lot of these names come through. We just got 200K on continued jobless claims. Doesn't seem like it's doing a whole heck of a lot. But yeah, NVIDIA, good lookout, right? Basically there's only one more mega name, and that's NVIDIA. There's a couple other ones that are going to float around, but.
Oh yeah, for sure. But I mean, obviously, NVIDIA is kind of like it's the tail that wags the dog, man. Yep. Like they're the biggest and the baddest. They just went red though. Interestingly enough, we have a bunch of the Microsoft, a bunch of the software names in the IGV going higher, including Microsoft is what I meant to say. Microsoft pressing some highs. I didn't see any particular news story there. Oracle pressing, actually even better, up 3% for Oracle. And then we had mentioned, it was being mentioned in the chat, Palantir pressing the highs as well. So there you go. Jobless claims at 200,000. Forecast was 205. We're not moving on that. At least currently we're not moving at all on that print. I mean, the Nasdaq hasn't done anything all morning. We're basically just holding the gap. No press higher. Silver's moving around a bit. We have some of these software names I said in the IGV moving around, but the Nasdaq is pretty much dead flat. Like anything that's going upside, you've had like a little bit of a pullback in things like in NVIDIA and some of the chip names. So yeah, IGV up, but then chips down a little bit to even things off a little. Even things off.
Yeah, good. We're still waiting for Raheem to come through, so hopefully he's able to do. Oh, he's not coming today.
No.
Oh, okay, he's not coming today. Okay, so, oh yeah, that's right. He was traveling around. That's right. We should have known that. All right, so yeah, good plays there. I think that you're looking for. You just mentioned going red. I mean, AMD was already down 2% the last time we checked, so still down 2% right here. I'm wondering if you wait for a dip buy in this name down to 400. We saw Marvell make all-time highs yesterday as well. We saw Broadcom make all-time highs yesterday. So like I was saying, there's a lot of interesting plays that you could possibly see. And then Intel, although it seems like Intel every single day we don't want to double check on Intel. We want to double check on Intel because of the potential moves. And this is down now 4%. Here today. So watch out now, down 3.5 is Intel trying to break through that 109 spot. I still think 100 can be in play. Like you just need a little bit of a dramatic push. Like if the Nasdaq goes down 1%, I think there's going to be a lot of these names that really flush pretty aggressively off the open. So let's wait to see what those imbalances come through. Right now, the Nasdaq is just kind of saying like, we're not doing anything in this pre-market now. So we'll have to wait for it. And the ES as well. I think ES was doing a little better. Yeah, ES up 0.14 right now above VWAP. So ES above VWAP, Nasdaq below. Interesting movement there. I wanted to check on Robinhood as well because Robinhood today, just looking at what Bitcoin was doing, Robinhood down 1%. So, another play. We had a good long yesterday off of VWAP for Robinhood, but I mean, I just wanted to show you, like, this is the kind of trading, like, there's the test there of VWAP, right? We got a level there. We came back in. I don't think we didn't take it right there. We took it like right up that second time, and then it blasted back through. So this is the kind of like hold that we're looking for in a name. So we'll see what happens right off the open because right now Robinhood's hovering around that VWAP and actually at yesterday's high. So after that busted through, but right into there, this could be a decent support area for Robinhood. This is where we cleaned out a lot of our trade and then it started to really take off after that. So yeah, Robinhood down to 78 could be interesting. And I think SoFi is still at that 16 mark, right? They got going to almost 17 a couple of days ago and then fell right back. Oh yeah, a couple of days, 2 days in a row around that 16 and a 3/4 mark. SoFi might be okay today. So we'll see if there's some play back in that. And then we did have Flutter and DraftKings and all that.
Flutter with a
TSSI? What is that name? TSSI.
yes. So first of all, AKA skinny. I'm like starting to read it as if it's literal. Thanks for the super chat. TSSI. Did they?
Yeah.
Have they reported?
I don't know, but they are
TSI
breaking
comment.
out. TSS Inc.
It's a decent looking chart. I know they're somewhere in the data center infrastructure somewhere from looking them up, but maybe this could be, if you're even in that space, we were talking about something like a Consolidation where you haven't really broken out yet, and I'd be curious, when does it say they report? Okay, they report tonight. That's probably why you're asking. Yeah, they report tonight. You're at the top end of the range. We were just pointing out that some of the chip and AI stuff looks like it's taking a little bit of a backseat so far, but it's a great looking trend. I just say when you have an upward channel like this, the channel usually speaks for itself until something changes. So, that's what I would look at. I'm not guessing on earnings of a company that I just learned about 5 minutes ago or 2 minutes ago. So, the channel looks pretty good on the daily chart is the best I would give you. You give support, even if it were to dip after tonight's report, it gives you some support down there at the 15 level. So, AKA Skinny, thank you for the super chat. I like that, Nick. I like that name. Alan mentioning in the chat, Peloton beats estimates. Yeah, that's right. There's a lot of earnings names today.
There's a lot of earnings names.
This might not be the front of anybody's mind. Peloton, they did beat, so there is that. And, they're cheap stocks. It's above VWAP, but the volume, it's only now about to crack 1 million shares in volume pre-market. So it doesn't really have the volume oomph that it used to, but don't look now. That's also in an upward channel. Probably not exactly what you would have thought from Peloton, but maybe the bottom's in there. It's worth putting on the radar if you're into the smaller stocks today. But there's a few more that actually have like big volume this early in the AM. And here we go. Now we just keep getting more and more. Now the super chats just keep coming in. Finish one, go to another. We've got Omen from somewhere in Canada, because those are Canadian dollars you just gave us. Appreciate you. Left field. Why is GoPro a penny stock? No,
well, it's better than it was 60 cents a month ago, so now it's $1.40.
You'd think I don't know, there's got to be something worth something.
But
if you can pick it up in bankruptcy when they go under, then why would you need to buy them out?
I mean, how's your GoPro going?
Oh, it's fantastic.
Right.
I use it all the
Same
time.
as mine.
Skiing.
So I think that's probably why it's all the way to the downside. GoPro had its moment. I was actually, a little bit surprised that it didn't, catch a little bit more of a. I mean, I don't know how far back we have to go because it's been a minute since we looked at this name. But just think about it right now, with the way that the iPhones are and some of these cameras. Well, actually, this name actually has had quite a interesting, that 50 to 60 cents area seems to be pretty good all the way back down to April. So we double touched that bottom. Now I was just gonna say, it's just, even the lowest quality of phone, and I'm not going to compare cameras from one thing to the next. I mean, GoPro probably does have a great product, that's for sure, and for those that adventure sort of. But I just wonder if there's too many accessories now. People spend $2,000 on their phones, and I just wonder if they just say, I'm not spending another $500. I don't know what a GoPro costs, $300, $500 on a camera that I might use a couple times. And I think the enthusiasts would use GoPros or something like that, or something that's more appropriate. But I would say competition's probably come for these guys. And unfortunately, yeah. But that's a really nice battle back, right to the 200 period moving average,
50 cents.
Might be worth something. Yeah, it was 50 cents. He got triple up there. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
Somebody is buying.
I mean, component prices continue to go higher. I'm surprised that GoPro actually went up triple in the last month. So good little look out there, 120,000 shares. That might be one of the names. Oh, I want to talk about a name. It's not KKD. I was trying to think, what's Krispy Kreme's thing again? Oh, D-Nut.
Oh,
it used to be KKD or something like that. But oops, D-Nut. Here it is. Wrong symbol there, not Blue Ocean. They reported opening up over 100 new stores apparently this year. Krispy Kreme donut. It just came up to, I don't know, we're talking about GoPro. I don't know why that came up to my mind, but right there, holding, looking to get higher. Krispy Kreme there, a bunch of new stores opening up around here. I noticed we talked about that before. So nice $3 move up to $4. Krispy Kreme donut right now up 7%. McDonald's is not really meme stock. McDonald's, Peloton, or meme stocks, and NVIDIA. The question. Yeah, for me, it's always NVIDIA.
Like McDonald's, don't like Peloton. What meme stocks? Carvana's doing a split.
I think maybe looking for trades for today. I mean, just stay here, man. We'll be showing you.
You gotta name the meme stocks because I don't know. Like those always change. Like who knows? What is a meme stock is just whatever the flavor is at the moment that's going nuts. But McDonald's is bouncing today after a report off of some lows. That's interesting, I guess, for maybe long. I didn't
realize McDonald's went down that far, actually.
Right, like it's a pretty decent pullback. It's a normally stable stock that doesn't move around as much. I mean, NVIDIA obviously a mover for sure. I just wish I had an idea what meme stocks.
Well, that ATHA, there's a whole bunch of different.
Oh yeah, like the small cappers that are flying.
Yeah, we don't have like the GameStops and the AMCs and all that. Like we already.
It's not a thing.
Someone said that Ryan Cohen's eBay account got suspended, so I don't even know what the hell that means. But GameStop.
That seems a little petty.
Maybe. But like, I thought they were. I mean, aren't they in conversations? Like, why would you suspend somebody's account?
It doesn't even make. Like, how?
What the hell is Ryan Cohen even doing on eBay, anyways?
Well, look, man. Maybe he has some stuff that he wants to pick up or sell.
It's funny. Like this is when it going meme. Like you get a little bit of back and forth with GameStop, and then it just winds up in the same spot again. Look, GameStop has that $9 billion in cash. I mean, if anything, that highlighted that. So, looking to put the money to work. The interesting thing about GameStop is the fact that there's a lot of financial engineering, and it looks like the people behind GME are willing to do things like that. So, we could get creative here and see what winds up happening with GameStop, but I still like that $20 to $21 marker down there. So, Datadog, I mean, there's been, and this could be another name if you're looking for something that could really start to go upside. DoorDash, Datadog really got going, and, just off of all-time highs, Datadog, right there, $200. We'll see if we can get into that as well. Look at that break right here over the last couple of days of 145. We came right into there. And now you break through this past high of 169 on earnings. So Datadog, probably another name to look out for, up 28% again. Or you have data in your name and not AI, I mean, it's probably okay. Right there, nice move up there for Datadog these days. So
maybe up 28%, they were worthy of an upgrade. Joe?
All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with some downgrades. PayPal at the top of the list, guys, getting its price target reduced from $58 to $50. Slightly negative here this morning. Sunrun on the positive side of things. TD Cowen lowering its price target, but still holding that buy rating. Up 4% here this morning, and then we have Baker Hughes to the downside, guys, going from an overweight to an equal weight from Barclays. Also, they're increasing their price target. Actually, and then you're down 1.2%. Flutter Entertainment also on the list, guys. Positive 1.9% with a buy rating, but reducing its price target. Need him going from $150 to $135. Moving forward, Disney at the top of the upgrades list, guys. Overweight rating. Slight increase of their target, $138 to $139 by JP Morgan. AAPL also reporting, guys, up 1.67%. Overweight rating with a price target increase from $650 to $665 by Piper Sandler. Now, Uber also getting the nod, guys, holding that buy rating. Stifel increasing their price target from $94 to $102. DoorDash up big here, 10%, guys. Equal weight rating, and also increasing price target from $198 to $200 at Wells Fargo. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
You're probably on the wrong side of things when the market doesn't really react to your upgrade or downgrade. I mean, PayPal gets downgraded today and is up right now and starting to tick a little bit higher. When I look at something like this, I especially when it's just a couple days off earnings, I want to take the other side of it with Uber as well. It's like now you're into the 3 or 4 days there off earnings. I think it's day 3. And, you're trying to hold right there. You get a little bit of a downgrade. If that doesn't shoot this thing lower, I actually think PayPal is a buy down here into this level. So let's see what winds up happening today, especially if the market, like if the Nasdaq goes red and PayPal still somehow holds green, against a red market, against a report that people didn't like. And remember, PayPal was up on their earnings report, and then they started talking. So watch out to see what winds up happening right there with PayPal. I think this is a very interesting look down there at that $45, $46 mark. And then Uber, again, like this is what you're looking for, right? This is now a couple days after. Now you're starting to get those reports coming out. This is now going to be an upgrade. So I think Uber was yesterday, I guess. There's the move higher, breaking through this level, and then they're catching an upgrade. So a very interesting thing again, they're looking for on Uber. Will it hold these levels and then catching now a bid? So I like the PayPal setup better, especially on a downgrade that's being rejected, sort of. So $78 for Uber. Let's just see if it winds up holding that spot. Looking for more upgrades to come on this name, up 0.45. I said yesterday that I didn't love this name. So let's give it a little bit of room to see if it does want to sort of graduate back up to the 200. If it does, I will sell some, even though I didn't really buy anything up here. I don't love the space right now. I don't know. There's something about it, but I have liked Uber for a very long time and still got a cost base probably in the 60s. So although it doesn't really matter where you bought it, it's just where you think it's going. And I don't know. I'd rather wait on Uber and maybe buy it back when it has that moment. But I don't know. Anyways, those are some upgrades and downgrades. Thanks, Joe, for all of that. It's freezing in here. I'm going to go check the temperature. I'm
glad I brought the sweater in today. But Uber is creeping down. Like the longer it languishes down here, the closer it gets to being in the teens on a P basis. So it's, at least from that standpoint, it's looking good. Uber, oddly enough, it was weird, like sort of at the open. Here, I'll show you yesterday. Like at the open, it was a short and got the low, and then didn't reverse off the key price level. Right in here, like we basically shorted it on the breakdown of 77.5, and then when it came back, it held the short level as support. So by default, I really got to think about that as a support level if we dip down here today. But it's on the daily looking consolidated for long, and it's that same 77.5 to 78, that prior high that I would maybe look for some dip buys back into. I did see a few people have mentioned some earnings names tonight. Like the trade desk seems like a popular one that we get questions about the trade desk like every single day. I feel like everybody wants the bottom on this, which is fine. But when all of these names were getting like shellacked, like Oracle had a way better bottom. This is the longest, not the longest. This is one of the longer consolidation, accumulation is probably the best word to use. Accumulation that you've seen. I think it really has a chance to go. The problem is you don't want it to Roblox you. It's not. Don't anticipate it. There's a lot of room if it starts running. Like the 200 period is at $40. First resistance is at $30. So I'd rather let this one go and try to catch a few days of it riding than just gamble that you're not going to have some kind of a. You could have looked at something like Roblox earlier, right? Like it seemed like it was basing out off of the lows for a bit. And then all of a sudden, you're just getting absolutely shellacked. Ian Rispetto, Shopify, maybe a buy down here for a long. I like Shop. I don't own Shopify anymore. Good Canadian. It's just not looking so good right now for Shop. I think when we talked about it the last was when it was at least attempting to hold this 110 level. It hasn't broken, it hasn't flat bottom broken. Like yesterday we held the bid, so maybe we've got this bouncing, but today would be the confirmation day that you're not losing this 105, and $100 is a nice round number, but there's no actual like support on this for quite a bit if you go to a higher time frame. For now, this is looking like it's holding that low, but today would be the confirmation day. Like yesterday, it double tagged it on the daily, and then you get the confirmation that you're holding it, hopefully today. So I'm hopeful on Shop, but I'm not at the point that I think this one is a buy and go. Like you want to see the double bottoms hold, and then you want to see that higher low. So I heard Sean mention PayPal, and that was an example of something which made a pretty, for better or for worse, whatever it did, after the fact, it doesn't always matter, but it did a good hold the low. Like you get the bottom, then you get the higher low. Unfortunately, it doesn't really extend the breakout more than a few points for you. If you got a great price, you get 10%, and then we're right back into some lows. But I like these types of consolidations and breaks much better than I like the ones where you're just guessing at those bottoms. Or you just buy the stuff that's strong. right, and not have to worry about these weak names on the dip. So a lot to cover. I know we keep the questions coming, keep the super chats coming. We still have a bunch of time to get to, and I will confirm that it looks very pastry heavy. Again, I only grabbed one of the quiche, and then these are just like it's not even solid. These are actual, just like hot dogs. It's just straight up hot dog.
You know, I mean, I tried to tell you about the quiche. You know?
No, it is what it is. I grabbed one.
Yeah, I grabbed
I'm
one
gonna eat
too.
it.
I
It
grabbed
tastes good. There's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, I grabbed the same thing over
It's
here.
just,
so.
you know.
All right. Well, you know,
Yeah.
beggars
So-
can't be choosers. I mean, it's going to be tasty.
It tastes good. So.
There's no doubt about that. But actually, the breakfasts around here are actually, I don't know, nothing to really. We poke fun at some of the stuff here, but honestly, I mean, you know, it's just catered food and it's kind of mass produced, so it's pretty good considering. You know, how hard we seem to be on it most times. But okay, 850 guys, as Neil said, man, you can keep throwing some stuff at us, but a lot to get through. We have the rundown, we have, you know, oil moving around, silver to the upside as well. There today, Bitcoin trying to hold 80,000. So, you know, whether or not you're in some of these tech names or you want to talk banks or whatever you want to talk, earnings today, we have ARM that just came out yesterday. And let me see, what is ARM doing right now? I'm interested in this stock. I want to buy it, but I don't think it's going to go too much lower than where we are right now. So let's watch out for 214, 215 as that low right here. And we'll just see. This is a name where I'd really like, and we're going to talk about ARM, so I don't want to kill this one too much, but I just think that, like, you know, if it starts to base out, I think the buyers come back into this name. So we'll wait to see what happens with ARM here today. And just because we think one way, we have to wait to see how the market reacts. I think that's something that's really, really been happy. Yeah, there's Adam James. Farm-raised tilapia hot dogs for everyone. Yeah, maybe. That's quite possible. Well, I don't know. Hopefully they don't. If these hot dogs taste tilapia-like, I'm honestly,
That'd be a problem.
That would be a problem there. So. Yeah. All good.
Well, another one here. We got one from, this is a new super chat, RDGM. Again, the Canadian dollars. Hey, we got some Canadians watching today. Okay, what is this thing?
TerraWolf? TerraWolf is a nice stock.
Innovatum.
WULF.
Not going to pretend to know it, but you know what? You send us a super chat. We'll look it up. I can tell you it's not doing any volume. It's up 1% and doing absolutely no volume. Why are we looking at this stock here? Terra Innovatum, did they report? No, don't have any news on it. I'm not really seeing a story on it. There was a story on this on Monday. So they expanded their U.S. presence on Monday, but I don't know. I don't know what to tell you because it's not moving today. It doesn't really have a catalyst. Maybe you've got a stock which is basing out and somebody knows something at $4. And what space are they in here? Looks like they're... Excuse me there. I don't even get a float on the stock. It doesn't tell me the float here on these guys. 500 million market cap. Okay, they're in the energy adjacent space, so that's good. That's in the right spot. It's got some decent comps when I look at the board. But I don't really know anything about it and it's not doing volume. But thanks for the super chat though. We appreciate you.
It's always good to have some names floating around there. So all right, let's go back over to the desk.
McDonald's coming back in a hurry right now, guys. Just keep in mind the earnings call on right now. CEO making some comments about China. CEO making some comments about their, what is it called? Their extra value menu. The performance since changes were introduced a couple of weeks ago, this is all quote, changes were introduced a couple of weeks ago are in line with our expectations, and China expect macroeconomic pressures to persist. So earnings report for McDonald's was good, but just be aware. They're sounding a little cautious here on the call.
And they've been I feel like they've been on the back foot ever since the GLP-1, kind of craze with people's preferences and habits changing, looking for a bit more of a healthier lifestyle. We also saw Coke got hit on that as well about a year back. But I was watching this morning on a news program. It looks like they're doing quite well in China. And as I read the report here, they also maintained a strong presence in both France, Germany, Australia, Japan, contributing to solid growth. But when you look at U.S. comps, same sort of sales, about 3.9%. Customers spending a bit more. The ticket item increased by 3.9%. U.S. comps for stores that were already open, Brendo, for a year or more, up 3.8%. So not bad numbers. Perhaps maybe some concerns about margins as the oil prices obviously remain high, and that gets passed on to food.
There were some hints at some possible price cuts coming through as well for McDonald's in certain areas in the U.S. They were kind of floating that idea. I was reading this morning And then there was an interesting take from an analyst suggesting that that was actually not a reflection of the strength of the overall economy or the consumer. We've talked about the K-shaped, recovery or K-shaped continuation of the economy in the U.S. continuing here with, McDonald's is kind of maybe stuck in the middle to the lower end of that, so maybe not affecting it.
Well, I like that approach. Probably not great for shareholders or margins, but when you look at PR and with the cost of living crisis and who their target demographic specifically is,
honest,
it makes a lot of sense to do that so you don't lose a lot of customers.
Yeah. So again, the comment coming from the CEO on both the China side of things and some underperformance of certain aspects of a revamp of their menu. We're starting to bounce a little bit here, but I mean, this. If you zoom out on McDonald's, guys, this thing has done nothing for the entire year.
It doesn't move a heck of a lot. What they need is the new McQuiche, right? And then I could.
Yeah, I think they do have that, or the Mc Hot Dog.
I could be the McHot Dog. I could be the CEO, and then I'm saying we've got the new thing. It's the McHot Dog. It's absolutely delicious.
McHot Dog might be
fantastic. And just to prove how much I love it, absolutely scrumptious. Did you see that healthy bite?
You should definitely be a spokesperson.
Healthy bite that we took. Like that was it was an abject fail when they did that. The CEO bungled that taste test for sure. And look, it is like Brendan said, this is not. It's not the kind of stock which is usually going to excite you. That being said, if you're looking for something which gives you a bit of like a heartbeat with some obvious support levels that get held up, if it loses 280, then 240 would seem like a pretty solid place to go. Like if you pull it up on even a higher time frame here, maybe let's go monthly on this because again, it doesn't move very much. Like you pull it up on a higher time frame and we talk about that heartbeat. Like look where the support has been on that higher time frame the last couple of years, and now you're cresting the 50. Not cresting. You're hitting the 50-period moving average on that monthly chart. So this is a pretty key price area. If it does not hold on to this month and wick that, then you are breaking a long, long uptrend on the monthly. Of course, it being a monthly chart, then you probably are waiting till next month to make a decision. But that would be a reason for me to say, yeah, maybe you got to wait this one out, see if it's still holding on to that support. And if it can, then you just resume the channel. But man, like this has been holding above, like how far does that go back? Like there was a tick underneath the 200 period on the monthly, and that's in 2015. And then you've got 2020 where it kind of ticked underneath that, and then you probably have to go even further back. Like I wonder how this looks on a 3-month chart. Like these are some long trends that could get broken here. And if you pull it on a 3-month, then if it loses that support, maybe you look to the 200, the 50 period on a 3-month chart down at like 205. But I'm surprised. Wow, that's a major support level that could get taken out here on Walmart, or some Walmart, on McDonald's this month. Yuck.
Yeah, it just turned red right now, like just in front of our face. It just started to really tank right there. So call probably on right now or whatever with McDonald's. But yeah, just right into those levels, again. So watch out now. This goes back quite a while. If you do get that break, I think a 250 is probably incoming. So not looking good here for MCD as we kick down just a little bit lower. Health cautious. Again, it's gonna lead the way. They've tried the dollar menu. They've tried like different value menu plays. It doesn't seem to be working out right now. I remember getting out. I used to own some of this. I remember getting out a while ago on MCD. So I was actually really surprised to see this move. Many other names. We did some. We used to talk about Wendy's a lot during the meme craze time as well. But I was just going to show you there's a lot of this happening. Wow. Okay. Okay, Wendy's, all right, was not really,
like Wendy's.
was not even expecting this at all. This is a pretty big, this is not nice right there. You know which one I think was working and maybe wrong again, Yum Brands used to be good. This is the Taco Bell, the KFC side of things too. Let's just check this out as well. Yeah, we saw Chipotle come through. Didn't get anybody too excited on their report, but Yum is good. Yum C might be better. Yum C is the China wing of this as well. But yeah, it looks like the sort of the fast food spots not really enjoying the latest market move higher right there. But okay, it's 8:58. Like we said, man, our our watch list is packed today.
It's a busy one.
Not only with earnings names, but with, and then we have, news coming here. Oh, there we go. Increase, higher costs. Yeah, exactly. There we go, right? I mean, we sort of talked about that. And with the price of oil getting there, it's going to cost more for them to ship their product to the different locations that they have. And then supply restraints there again, and, it seems to be not stopping. So we'll get that back though for McDonald's. I think it's probably going to be a dip buy opportunity for sure. A strong American brand name and with tons of locations. So they'll get it figured out. But for right now,
Wendy's though.
I know that was crazy, right? I don't even mind Wendy's.
No, I like a Frosty every now and then. I had no idea it was that bad for Wendy's. But in the chat, someone's saying they're closing a lot of stores there, which I suppose makes a little bit of sense. Randy's in the house. And, it's 9 o'clock, so how about this? We'll go up to this. We have to get into the watch list. We'll put Randy on the spot by throwing the camera back right now and get him.
There he is. Everyone can see. Everyone loves him.
Oh, no. That's right.
Right there. All right, guys, 333.86 is where we closed out yesterday on the SPY. We're already up 0.5% higher than that, up into 735.25. So it is a blue sky setup, guys. I think we did have a higher print overnight. The overnight high is 735.93. So essentially 736 resistance. We're just going to say that $10 area, 740 is our level 1 because we've been ripping up. Why stop now? We're going to look to 730, Brendo. $5 lower than we are right now as support.
If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab this. Absolutely free every single morning. We send it out before we come on at 8 o'clock. If you have not done so, description below has the link for you to get to that website. And then all you need is your email address. Still some earnings to get through. More to come tonight as well. We'll talk about ARM here to kick things off. Facing questions over AI CPU niche erosion. Interesting take.
Absolutely. I thought we were doing something completely different here. Sorry, Brenda.
No worries.
All right. So ARM demand saw huge demand for its AI chip platform doubling from $1 billion last year to $2 billion. So that's a huge move, and it's all being credited to the hyperscalers and enterprise interest. Despite the demand jump, the company kept guidance unchanged, though, because supply capacity for wafers, for packaging, the testing, all does remain constrained. Revenue rose a healthy 20% year over year, up to $1.5 billion. EPS coming in at 60 pennies, beating the 58 expected by analysts. Data center royalty more than doubled year over year, kind of reinforcing that long-term picture.
Best part is we're giving back yesterday on daily chart, guys.
Oh no, yesterday. We're going to lose only yesterday. Well, you know what? The ARM analysis and the rundown is going to be brought to you by Gemini. Because, hey, you think you know where Bitcoin is going to close this week? Or who's going to win in 2028? How GDP is going to look? Well, don't argue about it and trade it. Gemini Predictions is a yes or no markets on crypto, commodities, politics, sports, and more. They've got 15-minute and 5-minute crypto markets so you can trade the action in real time. Set your amount, see those odds, get paid when you're right. Head to Gemini.com/TraderTV or scan the QR code you see in front of you to browse their contracts and start trading now. Maybe you can look at whether or not Arsenal will come through in the Champions League. I'm sure Sharif would be interested in that for sure. He hears Arsenal, the head pops up for a second there. No, ARM, you know what? It was a good quarter, growth good. I think when we talk about the new chip business, they're going to start building their own chips. That's something that they mention is a huge future push. And there's at least some of the recent rally that could possibly be attributed to that announcement. So look what you had done going into earnings, right? You broke a very, very long consolidation with a 180 top here. Right? Like it was 180 over and over again, and every time it would get back underneath $100, that'd be a buy zone. And so anything that consolidates above that, which it already has, is a good sign. So some profit taking coming into ARM. Remember, they were up 13% in sympathy to AMD. When we talk about it losing yesterday's move, well, that gap up, like if you take out AMD and just sort of look at it at the close from the prior day, like you're still up about 5% from there. So there's a little bit of perspective that has to be put in place, I think. If we were to lose that level, like the 05 to 200 level, I'd be a little bit more concerned with ARM. It's not the chip name that I want to trade. Earnings today. If we're going to look weak, we like NVIDIA. We've already talked about that a little bit. But if I'm looking at something which looks relatively weak, you got down 3% in an obvious level sitting here on Intel, where it had support, and then it's already been resistance once in the pre-market at about 110.5. So that gives an area to look short off of here for Intel. But I think ARM is just in a settle down mode. Kind of look back 2 days to that pre-AMD earnings spike, and you've got a little bit of theoretical support, 200 to 205 there in ARM, where I would consider that's where it's lost the bid post-earnings, given how far it had already run. Great company. I'm looking to get some shares back in. I sold some in the afternoon going in, only 10%, and I want to buy them back. I mean, in a perfect world, it's not going to happen. In a perfect world, you get to 50 period. It's not going to happen. Maybe it settles at the 180, but I'm thinking the 200 area is going to be that spot, more likely than not.
Yeah, I mean, I was just saying the same thing. I already have a bid down there at 200, so we'll see if it wants to really make a move back in. I mean, if this thing goes SSR, we could actually come into that level. I don't. It's possible. I think it's unlikely, but possible to get that. So if it does happen, yeah, I do want to dip down into ARM. I mean, I do like everything that they're doing. I like the switch over. We talked about sort of, getting into that AI chip space. So yeah, I really like ARM, and I just think we don't have NVIDIA on there. Okay, good. So this is the one for me. I mean, trying to get to all-time highs again, looks like it does want to try to break through this 210 area. And if that does happen, thank you, Neil and Randy there for the coffee. If it does get back into those levels, I think we want to buy NVIDIA. So for me today, the sticky notes are, did I put it out yet? I mean, I think I did. I don't have any of those names on here today. And yesterday we did trade a little bit of AMD. And we could have a look there as well today. This name, looks like it wants to get a little lower there off of a monster rally. So I think just chill out day maybe on the chip names for now until we get more of a direction. So I'm not in love with any of these names. Like normally I have 2 or 3 of them on the sticky note. We've had Intel and NVIDIA on there the last couple of days, but I think today is just going to be more of a chilled out day. So, I really like the ARM trade. I think there's a lot of opportunity there. And just something that we saw yesterday that I brought, hopefully to attention was SoftBank. And I mean, this name, this is not happening right now. But SoftBank's had such there's a split there, had a nice epic move from the lows. SoftBank, again, the big investing hub there. $11 up to 20, so we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening there with SoftBank, and we'll see if that can get going again. We just have some bad wicks and everything, so I zoomed in, but it was SFTBY is still a big holder there of ARM, so we'll see what's going on there with, was it Mashiosa's son, and some of his money getting thrown around there. So anyways, SoftBank, interesting to look at there if you're looking somewhere else, in maybe in the pink sheet today, SFTBY.
Tesla back downside right now, but we just took out 406 and then failed. So we are still up significantly on the morning. Positive China numbers finally, which is good to see for Tesla. We gave up 402 going back 2 days ago, tested 402, and then it was just straight downside the entire morning. Got there again late in the day yesterday, but finally maybe an uptick here for the first time in a long time.
It's looking good. Separately, just before we get to Tesla headline, did you see Anthropic buying all that compute off SpaceX now, but it's XAI.
Yeah.
He built that whole thing, doesn't have the user demand for Grok, so you might as well lease it out to somebody. And we know that they were basically slowing down their service because they just didn't have compute.
And somebody posted, as soon as that headline came out yesterday, somebody posted the uptick that people will get in credits or credit usage, and it was like 3x instantly. Overnight, essentially, that you're going to be able to access. So it's great, yeah.
A lot of compute there, good compute too. A lot of Blackwell servers. All right, let's get to the the Tesla headline, guys. Out of China, EV sales rising 36% year over year. They're a little bit shy than 80,000 units. That would also be the 6th straight month of gains, suggesting possible demand stabilization for Tesla in China. We'll have to wait and see. The April figure was also up 7.2% month over month. That was helped by stronger deliveries of the Model 3, the Model Y. We also know the Model Y long range, L, the extended size model, very popular in China. They like that 3-row. The data matters, though, because Tesla's been battling severe competitive pressure from lower-cost Chinese EVs while also losing share in Europe. So we'll have to see if that kind of demand stabilization on both Europe and China continues.
Been a while, guys, since we've been up here. That's for sure for Tesla.
That's nice.
Well, it hasn't been that. We actually were here a couple weeks ago. It's not that long ago. I haven't zoomed out far enough. I moved this to a 30-minute just so you have a better look at up here. And the reason why, despite the fact that it's a 400, like you finally held over $400, I think it's more of a dip buy situation because you still have a little bit of overhead resistance. So anything like breaking out today has this overhead resistance at 409. So we finally, here, I just like the 15 better. It doesn't really matter. It's just my preference. But look, you failed 400, get to almost 400 pullback, fail 400 abjectly, and then yesterday was able to close holding the top end of the range. All the while not losing support at 380, so a good consolidation break. So pull back into prior highs is the name of the game. I've waited till Tesla was doing this, so 400 to 402 is the first look for me. It closed at about 99, so as long as it doesn't lose that, I'm only looking for longs on Tesla today.
Yeah, so here's my trade from yesterday on Tesla. So first of all, we take it when it breaks through 392 because we were like, oh my gosh, this stock was going parabolic. I just wanted to show you the trade, and I'll show you the chart from yesterday. Came back in, we bought the 50-period moving average. I like to do that. And then these were actually some sells, I think, in there. We must have been a little bit longer from before. It looked like it was trying to break, holds VWAP, and then it just blasts to the high side, and we're able to get out right there at the end of the day. That's not even at the end of the day, so I think there must have been more trading happening there in Tesla. But up to $400 again there by 1 o'clock. So, all right, I just wanted to show you that because yesterday we were all over this name, and I think it was my number one stock yesterday there. So if we just zoom out, this is kind of what we saw early. It just started to go, and there's the dip buy opportunities right into there. Once it broke that 392, which is right into there, that's where you saw my first take. There was the second takes, and then bouncing off VWAP all the way to end the day in and around that $400 mark before pulling back into the close, and then boom. So now that you've cleared that high side, and I just say my bad because I actually forgot to send the sticky note, but it's out now. I have it as the number one trade idea here today. $400 looking strong at those China sales as we just discovered there. Let's see if we can find a bottom. So I don't think it has to be rocket science. The link is in the description. Let's just wait. I mean, right now it looks like 405 is the bottom, but hey, man, we can't make that judgment call. I mean, yesterday right there, right off the open, we actually dipped down into 384. And then just ripped up to 401 by the end of the day. So despite it having this trajectory early, it can change pace and direction real quick. So we know we want to get the long. It's broken above a key level of $400. I only wrote down 400 because it's $400. Like if we can get something at 401 and that's where it starts to base, then fine. I feel like the 200 period moving average is too close right now. If we do get that arm dip and we do get some market pullbacks today, this 200 period is not really going to mean anything. Like yesterday, it ripped through it, came back in, took it out again. So we use that more for the end of the day. But for right now, 403 could be a buy zone, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to wait for 401 to 400. So let's wait to see if Tesla can get going again. It's one of the top day trading stocks around. There's TSLA. We hear from Joe as well. So if you're looking for that name, you could potentially get it. Some of you are asking, like, I haven't wrote down TQQs in a minute. And that's just because, I mean, you could see what's happening with the stock right now. Every time I think about a trade, it always seems to be like short because we run into some levels. And then like yesterday, I was on this name short right here. And I thought it was good. We actually didn't even short it until about 10:30. And then it was like, nope. And it just ripped right back up to the upside. So early we can get on the Nasdaq. But there's just been so many names that have been running, like looking at Amazon, looking at Google, Apple, like all of them. And then the AMD and the Intel. I'm trying to be a little more, chilled out with what we're doing here on the futures until we get almost to trade the futures. This is going to sound kind of crazy, but I almost like it when it is a little more choppy like this, so that we can keep playing the tops and maybe playing the bottoms again. When it starts to run, it becomes difficult, but that doesn't mean that you can't trade it. There's a great opportunity there as well on the 200 period. So I think that's just kind of what we'll do. I'm going to look a little bit lower here today, 69.50. This is why I have the 200 period written down here on the 5-minute chart. It's just to give us a little bit of a direction there. If it does pull back in, where could we possibly find some support? So today, I just don't think we're there. Like, we've been so far away from this, right? Like, so there hasn't really been anything other than upside in the Nasdaq. So we'll have to wait. Yesterday was up 2%, right? So Hard to short a name when it's going like this, but we'll see what happens with the Nasdaq. We'll be right back on the futures. It just needs to have a dramatic move in one direction so we can play the reversion. That's how I like to do it with the TQQs.
Dramatic like Datadog right now.
Yeah, is that what's next? Yeah, let's go to Datadog, man. Was it still up 30? Oh, now up 30%.
30%.
Okay, what's up with Datadog?
I just took out 190. A bit of a pullback right now, but yeah, unreal. That's a 15-minute chart. There's one red candle. Unreal. Huge move. Yeah. No, it was monstrous. Yeah. Absolutely monstrous.
I mean, listen to this. I mean, their full year EPS, they were guiding previously $1.80. And this is not a small increase here. Now they're guiding 236 to 244. So that's a huge increase in revenue and a lot of profitability and margin expansion. And they have this Fed ramp up coming up, authorization. That basically allows them to handle all the government's most sensitive, unclassified data, and that's very sticky revenue there. So good look for them. But here's what we did on the current quarter, 60 penny EPS versus the 51 expected, with revenue rising 32% year over year, up to $1 billion. Again, that beats the expectations of the street, which was looking for $960 million. Adjusted operating income, $233 million. And the Q2 revenue guide, not the EPS that I just mentioned, the Q2 revenue guide, 1.07 to 1.08. That beats the 994 expected. Nothing bad here.
Unreal. Yeah, I mean, I'm not only filling a gap, but then some. We're way up here this morning on this daily chart. Like, unreal, like $200. Incoming, guys, for Datadog.
Oh, it's a huge move, and like you can point to the guide, you can point to anything you want on the report. When you're talking about 30% on a name like this, it defies expectations. And then you look at it, it's like, oh, well, in November it did a similar move. This one is 146 to almost 190, but it did a 155 to 200 in 3 days, mind you. But it's what happened after that, and a different market in November. That's certainly true. It does suggest that there's a little bit more room on this, as crazy as that sounds, in the 200. But I would temper that. Half the reason for looking at dip buys is, when the market's at the highs, I feel like you always get some profit taking on names like this. And when you see something that far, my suspicion is there's going to be some profit takers looking at all the same things. I just want to point out that USO is catching a small bid here. I'll stay on the 15 because that's where I am. But just caught a bit of a bid. You had Iran sort of coming out saying they still control the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, so what else is new? But that is popping to a small extent. I mean, it's not a huge move up, but we've come a couple of dollars off of the lows here in USO, possibly putting a small strain on the market. Datadog, I wouldn't chase that up here. When you zoom out, it did this same move in November, and it's just getting back to those levels. So it's a little bit extended. For my take. And
I also don't like the fact that their margins, although it was very, very small, about 1% below what they expected. I mean, but they have, it's crazy, 80% margin. Like, it's absolutely insane. And then their revenue, recurring revenue, they have, their customers grew by 21%. So when you have customers coming to you and you have a margin of 80%, that's what's going to sort of keep this train going, right? So Datadog, like, wow. No dog here. This name is biting, that is for sure. But I would say that with margin compression a little bit, and it's crazy that I'm saying this, like 80.7 versus 80. I mean, that 80.7 is just, estimates. So that's how accurate. This is why I say to you guys, like, these analysts that know the stock, like, how do you guess 80.7 and it comes in at 80, like for a company like Datadog? That's amazing coverage. So anyways, we'll see what happens. I would think it's a sell around that $200 mark, but been wrong before. This looks like this is probably an earnings day right here, right? So they've already sort of got upside, and if this is it, I can go double check. This would be November 6th. So huge move up, kept going a couple days, and then whoosh to the downside. I don't even know what would have cratered that like that right there. But, we do get a little bit nervous. Software as a service continues to get hit here a little bit. So we're nervous for some of these names. But Datadog today, has that other side of the business. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening. Recurring revenues higher, more customers, smaller margins. But we like Datadog there today. Hard, as Neil said, to buy something up 30%. But if we're going to talk about a day trade, 175, we look at key psychological levels, especially when you get people playing options. There could be something around 175. See if they push it back into there, only to buy it back up for 0 days. So we'll see there. Datadog, 175, maybe some interest there. But sell at 200, I don't think you'd be upset.
Yeah, that's a big one.
All right, let's continue along. A couple more things to understand this morning before we get going. Keep in mind there is a little bit more data coming out at 10 o'clock this morning as well. We'll get to that in a sec. But I wanted to mention Dash here. The move itself, not really reflected on that. But if you look at where we were this morning, 196 versus going back out to that higher time frame, which is essentially in this no man's land on this chart, we're already back below that resistance level once again.
Absolutely.
Despite, I mean, again, a decent report here for Dash.
Yeah, it was a good report, Brendo, and a lot of new stuff coming in here. Not the same old, you know, those little autonomous robots that deliver. Well, there's this called DOT. And now it's kind of, management revealed on the call, it's handling mid to single digit percentages of orders in select hardened urban markets. Seen some stuff done to those bad boys in LA specifically, Brendo. Good people in LA.
Hardened?
I don't know why they're calling it that. U.S. grocery and retail also attracted new-to-platform consumers this quarter more than any other previous quarter in the company's history, so trying to diversify just away from being a one-trick pony. There's also $50 million that they put back in their drivers' pockets for the increased cost in gas. So you think that would eat into margins. Not so. They were able to find more cost efficiencies to keep EBITDA the same, so I like that. And then last but not least, we got to talk about agents, agentic AI, Brendo. And Dash, yeah, they're definitely getting into this as well. They're committed to agentic ordering experience, but it's going to go beyond the basic chatbots. The plan is here for AI agents that autonomously discover items. Do you want your AI agent discovering food for you? I'm a little bit in the middle there. Maybe new experiences, but maybe I don't like it.
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about agents being just given access to your credit card blindly in the first place to just go shop for you. I don't know if we're there yet, but anyways.
I just want to shout out Casey526 as well for the $5 super chat for the morning note. Thank you very much, Casey. Appreciate that.
Much appreciated. 190, guys, definitely a pivot here.
Agreed there. You know, if they have to continue doing this, I will call it relief or assistance to the drivers, they put in that $50 million, you could worry that maybe that's something that would have to be ongoing and that could further potentially cut into margins, but it doesn't seem like it was that big of a problem here. So I think that would be the one possible negative. I would also say, like, this, it has a setup that is appealing on the weekly, but not necessarily for me today. It's got pretty low volume, 400,000 pre-market spread. The spread right now is $1.70 or $1.60 on the stock. That's crazy. But if you look at the downtrend on the weekly chart, you broke it out just a few weeks ago. And so all you need to do is, this is earnings week, hold on to, which it absolutely, like, we're trading at 180 right now on the move up, right? So you're trading up here. There's almost no chance that we're not holding this consolidation at the end of the week. And the next week, it's like a continuation breakout, I think, for DoorDash. So yeah, trend broke last month, and now you're getting earnings, which are all pretty strong here. It's been not a good downtrend. I like the fact that a prior support level also gives you the base of the consolidation. So I think more of a next week kind of play for a continuation swing than it is a day trade here, where it's pulling back on increasing incredibly light volume, reasonably speaking. So yeah, it's a pass on the day trade, but yeah, I like that daily chart forming up.
We recently found out that if you're an Amazon Prime member, you get DoorDash for free. So we downloaded Dash and I opened it up, and I've been Uber for the whole time, and it's the exact same app. So with drivers, I don't think it's interesting to talk about the AI side of it as well. And if DoorDash is going to try to become a little bit more efficient, with some of these delivery drones and robots and all that kind of stuff. Hey, man, maybe there is a little bit of upside here in DoorDash. We've seen it obviously come off of that 290 level. So down quite a bit into 140, right? That's cut in half. So we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening here. But 190, good little level there for DoorDash. As Brendan said, it looks like it is going to be a pivot. But hey, man, I like the app. I like the stock. And as I said, I'm not a huge fan of Uber right now. So I can't really say I'm trying to get behind DoorDash, but I think people like convenience, right? And if it can become a little more convenient with these deliveries and on time and everything like that, I think DoorDash can compete and win. Up 8%. I don't know if I'd like to buy it there. Let's see if it can come back in and hold the 50-period moving average again of 170. So that's something to look at for me down here on DoorDash, 170, see if it works out. Hey, look, man, we just talked about what margins can do to a company. Hopefully if they can sort of cut out, and I don't want, like, you know, I know this is talking jobs again, but we've seen many different companies go back and forth with job cuts. If DoorDash can get a little bit more efficient by sort of cutting out maybe some of the drivers, I think that helps them. So up 7% there, DoorDash today. I like the stock, but I like it a little bit better down near that 170 mark. So, all right. Oh, here's another name. As we said, we do get some back and forth plays here. This is in the tech space. So we talked about McDonald's today. We've seen some ARM moves, and here comes Fastly, a name that we always get questioned on. It had an epic run over the last couple weeks, right? And so let's go find out what winds up happening sometimes. And this is why we say it all the time. You know, you get runners that keep on running. That there's 100% true about that. But exactly, Neil knew where I was going with that. Sometimes it is about ringing the register. Easy to say when you're going to look at this next chart, but sometimes it comes up to key levels, and it's like, okay. I mean, it's why, honestly, you know, at 100, at 90, I took some out of AMD yesterday. Doesn't mean you think the stock's going down. It's just like, okay, that's been a huge move. Let's regroup, and that way take a little bit off. And hey, just don't take it all off.
Exactly. It's the same reason I sold some ARM. Sometimes you look like a genius. Other times it sucks. But you know what? If it's on the way up in a parabolic mover, you didn't lose, and then you have money to buy the dip.
Think about like why you're in the game. I mean, you're in the game to make money. You get an opportunity to make the money. So sometimes it's worth taking the money.
Yes.
But hey, man, again, this is just depending on your investment portfolio and your strategy, right? Everybody has many different ideas out there, and I remember the podcast. I said to Brendan, like, we should never sell anything, and that was like Google was probably $100 at that time. Nvidia hadn't even split at that time. So it's like all these things continue to be true. The best companies continue to catch tailwinds. Nothing right now on the imbalances. I mean, we do see silver here coming as a small sell, but that's always been there, right? The ARCA ones. It's just the Nasdaq ones that just got highlighted. So it's IBIT right there coming with a bit of a sell just to see what that's doing, ticking back into 45 and change right now. But there's nothing else. I was saying, I have a friend of mine that was talking to me about this TeraWulf for a minute, and it was back down into here because it was during just one of our tournaments in hockey. So it was March, April, and oh boy, was he dead on with that call. TeraWulf continues to go higher as well. And one other play, I think this could be a Datadog play as well. Snowflake.
Yeah, this was 9. Well, it was.
Yeah, so this was not a report, I don't believe, and there goes Snowflake. Shooting the upside on better reports. They're similar business to that of Datadog. So, okay, let's go back over the desk and find out more about Fastly as we just sort of tease that name.
NVO coming back in a little bit, had a decent move, $2 or so to the upside there on in the pre-market here this morning. Amazon announcing today they're going to stock NVO's Ozempic pill on the website pharmacy for NVO. So pretty good news for them. But yeah, I mean, Fastly is just unreal. If you look at a daily chart first, like disregard what's happening here this morning, $32, we're back down here, essentially, right back to the bottom end of the range. Like 3-4 days, just absolutely destroyed.
Before we go to Fastly, I just want to comment on the NVO.
Yeah.
CNBC's constantly running these row ads with Charles Barkley and Serena Williams, and there's other like big stars, and that they're all using Rose products, whether it's GLP-1s. And this is not a public company, but you feel like, you know, they're making Novo, Lilly, as well as others, kind of making these relationships everywhere with different companies trying to get their brand to market. So interesting look there. They're taking a multi-channel approach.
Widespread,
Brendo. Yeah, that's a very interesting topic over here. All right, guys, let's do a little talk about Fastly. This thing's up 210% in the last year, so a 29% drop, as Sean was mentioning, needs to be viewed in that context. But there was a good beat here on revenue, but when you look at security revenue, and that's the primary engine for the high-margin agentic AI traffic, that came in light, about $2 million light, $34.9 million. That missed the $36.9 million expected. But there is a profitable pivot here, a significant earnings beat of 13 cents per share versus the 9 expected. That's a massive swing from the 5-penny loss that they had last year on the quarter. And last but not least, Brendo, they did raise their full year 2026 outlook across the board. They're projecting $725 million in revenue and 33 pennies EPS. However, given how much this has moved, the market viewed those numbers beat and all as a little too conservative.
All right, I on Q with a little bit of a move here. I don't see anything on that. A couple people mentioning Ford as well. Huge couple of days here for Ford back to the upside. GM following suit a little bit on the car side of things. Randy's been floating around here this morning talking about
See that?
his love for Porsche.
But did you hear the price he was talking about? So this is not the Macan. This is the whatever. What's the other one called?
Cayenne.
The Cayenne.
Yeah.
The Cayenne EV. Brendo, the starting price is 165,000 Canadian.
Welcome to Canada.
What percentage of people are going to pay that?
Yeah, welcome to Canada.
Yeah.
Randy will, probably. Anyways.
Oh man, Randy buys used diesel trucks. He tells me all the time. He doesn't want to pay that sticker price either. We were just talking about Charles Barkley and Venus Williams and all that, and just some of these athletes now taking the money to start advertising for these companies. I think it's, as Sharif said, different multi-channel approaches. I think it's great. And we were talking about how dominant Shaquille O'Neal was back in the day. I said if Shaq ever gets on Ozempic or something like that, I mean, this guy, he's already such a like, I couldn't even imagine what he might look like.
We just had some dips. Well,
We didn't even talk about Fastly here, did we?
Well, I don't know. I'm not trading Fastly today. We'll definitely talk about Fastly. We only have 20 seconds to go. Like 30 seconds ago, or maybe just a little bit longer than that, NVIDIA with a dip. Looks like it might want to come back and test some prior support. 206 half the first level I'm looking at. Tesla already broke out. So, yeah, well, I wanted to dip into 400, but Tesla just hit the highs. Now up 2% as we ring the bell on this Thursday. Lot to cover, lot to get into as Tesla
Tesla's at 410 already.
Yeah, Tesla already made a move up. Just wanted to mention Intel here. That also popped going into the open. So Intel looking strong.
Oh,
again.
boy.
Probably AMD as well. AMD, load, PC load.
I don't want to get FOMO here, but yeah, there's Tesla just touched 410. So I kind of jumped the gun there. It was at 409, and then I was like, oh, I better watch out for that 410 area. But huge move up there for Tesla as it gets going. And we said that, like, watch out because we like the long, but you gotta, sort of respect the early move and then see if you can get a pullback in. Right now that the early move is higher, we're afraid of Tesla because the early move could have been lower there. So we just want to make sure that, the China sales and everybody's still liking Tesla. They loved it yesterday. It's on like a 5 or 6 day winning streak. Right now, I know there's a red candle there, but, it's starting to go back to the upside right now, Tesla. So that's definitely on our mind. And then we have brand new all-time highs today. I mean, I don't think it's going to be happening to too many names, but there it is today with Apple. It just ticked out to 290 right there and is falling back in. So we like to alert people to that trade because Apple at all-time highs definitely should get some new money coming into it. And then the other one I wanted to look at there, we did have that imbalance. So let's just check out what's happening with silver. Silver's coming back in a little bit as well right now. So these are the names that we're looking for. And then the one that we didn't talk about, you mentioned IGV with some of these names and was brought to our attention in the chat today too, that Palantir might be trying to get back to the upside. So there's 2.5% on Palantir. We had a good number from Fortinet.
Fortinet was
so that was spiking Pan W, CrowdStrike.
20 points. Look, Palantir's going up in the IGV. Oracle, which was also strong, other direction here. It looks like it lost VWAP and heading lower. So that's not looking nearly as good. Tesla.
I mean, who wants some Google on sale right now?
Whoops. Oh, come on, chart. All right, I'm just going to show Tesla this way. Will that like
Tesla? You're not trying to.
No, it's now holding this 410, and even a pullback. Thinking that you could just get picked up on a little bit of a snapback hasn't happened. Okay, there we go. Now that's loaded. So you're gonna have to be patient. I do like SLV today for a long, but that was down. It was either pre-market lows if we're not holding VWAP or 71.7, and there's no convincing hold of the volume weighted average price yet. So we're gonna be patient with silver. It's up a lot, or SLV. It is up a lot today. So don't want to be jumping in way too early when the Nasdaq's barely moved. Outside of NVIDIA and Tesla, I mean, it's not like anything's.
Yeah, this Google's going not crazy. I mean, the word.
Well, that's down.
You threw crazy in there, but this is it broke through 400. It went to 397 right here. So Google's catching the sell vibe right now in the market. So I'm not too sure why that is right now. So let's see if that can base out. I mean, we'd definitely like to come back and have a quick look at Google if there is a play there. I'm still watching Apple. Apple looks like it does want to take down that 290. I am debating just hitting that if we do go long. I mean, we could even take it right through right now. It looks like here comes 290 right back in for Apple. So I think we could probably take that a little bit here if it goes, and we'll see for that breakout. It just bounced off of it again. So playing a little bit of a pullback, I wouldn't mind that either. Let's put a bid down here at 289 in case it does sort of crater just a little bit. We'll buy it off of VWAP down there at basically two. I'm going to try right at the 50 period, 289.25s or so. We'll see if we can get something. But I also don't mind a little bit of a punch through there on 290. So if that does, okay, there we go. We get the dip buy there. Now we'll see if it wants to go up. We are long right now on Apple. We'll take a little bit out. Here we go. Take a little bit out at 60. We're long at 25s. We were just sitting there at that marker. So we'll take that long. Now we'll wait to see if it does want to bust through here. Apple trying to get through 290. I'll take a little bit of a piece if it does break through there.
Apple getting going, and we got the hold of NVIDIA's holding, but also SLV holding that VWAP. So we get a bottoming tail candle, a little bit of a break of the trend line to the upside. The Nasdaq's picking up a little bit too, so it's the market going higher here as we try to get back into the top here. I'll just quickly show you the Nasdaq this way. I'm on the offer. Fill me. Okay, I'll move a cent if we have to. So we're just trying to get filled in the offer of silver, and it doesn't want to tick up there. But the Nasdaq is catching a little bit of a bid. So test of the lows, hold of VWAP, looks like we're heading higher, but there is a double top overnight and yesternight.
Yesternight? That's a good one. I like that one. Yesternight. No, but I mean, you got to come up with new things. Yesternight.
Yeah.
Yesternight.
You know what? Now I'm just going to keep saying overnight and yesternight's highs of 28.8.
Yes, there we go.
I'm just going to lean into that one because I absolutely deserve it. So I want to have targets at the highs and then try to play pullbacks on any kind of a trend. Speaking of pullbacks, if you got a pullback on Tesla, then congratulations. I don't know where it was.
Where was it?
I haven't seen. Well, I don't know.
Oh, 413.
If there's been a pullback in Tesla, I wouldn't consider it much of one. Tesla is an absolute
We had the fail of Apple. I'm in that trade. It does go upside through to. I mean, this is the thing. I'm supposed to go long on a break of O's, but my fill was O's. So it was 290 flat right there. So a little bit of a pullback. I guess it didn't really break it. So we were kind of lucky that we got that early fill there. I was able to take a little bit of profit, so we didn't wind up punching like a whole bunch of shares there. And I think Neil and I have talked about this. Punching long, at key levels these days really hasn't been the trade. I mean, the fact that the market does have its ups and downs does give you opportunities like this. Obviously to have filled up down there would have been pretty nice, but we're back into the money. Well, depends if we can actually get out of anything. We're back into the money now on Apple, so we'll fill out a little bit to the upside. So it's working, but we did have to average into this. So my average price right now is 289.17. Like I said, we did not punch into that much up there because we had gotten that early fill. So I'm just thankful to get that fill. But here we go again. So this happened to me yesterday, man. We made our daily go real quick. We've got it again right now, and then we gave it up yesterday. So we got to be very, very specific and careful with what we're doing. But we do like Apple. I like Apple here, breaking through 290. It was on the note as a trade of the day. So hopefully that will get going, man. We only have 4 ideas on here. Tesla long, that's gone. Silver long, and then Palantir long. So here's PLTR right now. Let's go have a quick little look. And this was brought, Neil mentioned it to me. Some people in the chat were talking about it. Yeah, so, heads up there by the chat saying that this was starting to go. And look at that opportunity it gave you too at 9:30, right down there into the 200 period moving average. Okay, Apple, you just failed again. Come on, my guy. Let's get through now. We're at 290 one more time. I'm going to take an offer right here at 290. And there we go. So this is what I'm talking about. You take too much risk at the top, you probably stop yourself out. Instead, here we go, man. 2 times goal. We made this yesterday and gave it back. So we're just going to start to ease this out on Apple. We're long on AAPL. It was the mark that we looked for. So there it goes, upside. I'm also looking for silver long, so I got to think that's probably going to be a good one.
Only at VWAP right now, but this is what it did yesterday. Sorry, I'm also looking at NVIDIA trying to crack above the volume weighted average price. It did come into that 206 half buy zone, which is where I wanted it to hold. So I'm looking to maybe grab NVIDIA here as it holds that volume weighted average price. But I did reload SLV. Come on, hold that VWAP. Sellers just keep coming in every single time. It looks like it's going. Did reload on that volume weighted average price. As long as we hold that wick bottom, scalp to the high of the day. But the dip buy targets are, if they come in, that's like disastrous, 71.7. So playing VWAP is the alternative. Yesterday, it was a good long early. What the heck? There we go. Yesterday, it was a good long off of a wick bottom, but the VWAP trade didn't happen until right at the open. So it was like a slow grind higher into the pre-market highs. Looking like it could do a similar story. So NVIDIA, we were just mentioning, now the buyers are starting to come in here on NVIDIA. I'm going to try to pick this one up off of VWAP. Whoa.
Oh, NVIDIA buyers? I like that. I'd like to hear that.
Oh, I bid in the 80s, and it's jumping higher. Big time. The Nasdaq's not doing much, but now this one is absolutely flying here. Any of the other chip names? I'm just going to leave.
We could look. I mean, Apple's kind of doing a dance back down. I mean, I'm trying to focus on that one.
SanDisk is adjacent to the highs.
Some of these things are going to
that's pulling back.
fall at some point.
That's pulling back. Intel, I thought, was pulling back.
It was.
Intel's pulling back as well. That's when NVIDIA just caught a huge bid. Come on, pick me up. I don't think we're going to get that tick down. Like the second it confirmed the buyers above about 0780, now it's starting to dip back in.
Yeah, NVIDIA ran right
I'll
into
get
that
picked up
level.
on the 8.
207, is that what you like?
Well, I like the 06 half, which is, look at it 3 o'clock. It dipped into this level at 3 o'clock, and then we wicked it here. So I want to play the higher lows on NVIDIA into 210. I mean, 210 is an obvious round number to play. So if 07 half goes, you got a couple of bars closing and opening, same price, buying dips into that.
This is just about silver. So it's just Brent here. His whole account almost wrecked his whole account with silver this morning. So watch out for those keystrokes, man. I mean, that's we talk about that all the time. If you do make if you do make a keystroke error on whatever you're trading, just sometimes take that deep breath. Don't look at your keystroke and be like, maybe that's a trade I like. Like if it's a keystroke error, whichever direction, right? Just try to maybe just get out immediately. That's like sort of our advice there. And again, everybody's going to trade it differently, but I don't think it's worth losing money on things you don't mean to lose money on. So, all right. So Google, good shout out there, Brent. Thanks for sharing that experience. As Neil and I talk about that quite often here. People make mistakes with their keystrokes and whatnot. So, all right. Good thing that we're able to get out. We still have about I'd say about 35% left, a third or so left on this trade, but all we have left is sort of these levels. So we were able to cash out there as it did break through 290. But Apple's having a problem. I mean, it's at the all-time highs right now, and maybe it's time to sell off. I'm really surprised. I thought once we took that 290, there was a good chance that it just kept on going. I'm happy to be in it. There, get another out here on that little bump. I'm happy to be in it because it's all-time highs, and I think there is reasons for Apple to get going. We talked about sort of the China play there as well. But yeah, with this market move right now, I'm surprised Apple's not a lot higher than where we are. I just had a quick look at Google before I push back. And this name, again, a good level for Google down there at 397. It was near yesterday's close. I didn't necessarily have this on my radar, so I didn't want to push it onto this. There wasn't like a huge catalyst for me to say, man, we really want some Google today. But if there was, there's a nice little bottom there, 397. So I think we can now, even though it's only 10 minutes in, we can sort of say, okay, let's try to respect that level a little bit. If it does come back into 397, might be worth that look. I'm going to get out another piece of Apple. I mean, I'm not... I don't want this one to take a bite out of my profits, but right now this Apple trade turned from like a nice red Macintosh, a little bit sweet, to like a little bit of a sour Granny Smith right now. So Apple is coming back in. I'm going to get out if this breaks 288. I mean, down below there, it's not really. If it doesn't want to, participate, we don't need this stock anymore. We've already sort of taken some more out. We'll take some more out right here as well on Apple. So we'll average it back in and around here if it does drop in, but breaking through 288. Doesn't give me much hope anymore for that name. So we'll watch out for Apple. A little bit of a dip by around that 288.40 if we're able to.
Yeah, I'm going to take the L on NVIDIA. I should have just scalped it for 50 cents. Didn't. Wasn't the play. Told you I wanted it going into... I did this yesterday as well, where I turned what could have been like a little bit of a scalp trade into, well, it's the open. So if I'm going to give it 50, I'm not taking any profit out until it at least breaks out into that 9 and 9.5. So It's still higher lows. I'll take another crack at it. Maybe underneath VWAP could be a thing and just catching some business. Just looking at VWAP over and over again.
I feel like Intel's at a key level.
It is at a key level. I want to get to that in a quick little second. SLV is doing the same thing as yesterday, just very slowly grinding while holding VWAP, which is exactly what it did at the open before getting into the high. So I feel like this is just the same pattern as before. And right, if I hit enter without actually changing, then it just goes to Amex, which is not. No, Intel, I was thinking the big level was here at 110.5. So the fact that it broke it out, I can't hit a sell key there because that turns into a potential buy zone. But if it wants to lose VWAP, that's a different story because then you've got a key level here at 111.80 or 111.70, something in that range. That looks a little bit better for a sell trade. There was one name that we didn't talk about, not a name, it was crypto. The only short that was looking at outside of Intel was BMNR. And you're already, with the market going strong, here's Bitcoin going lower. I won't bother to show you ETH. But BMNR was something that I wanted to fade on any pops. So with us at the lows on BTC, if this fails the high again, I might take a shot short. If you see that pop in, BMNR is one of the few shorts I was looking at today. Adara?
Yeah, there's really nothing happening right now in USO, but I just want to let you guys know I'm getting some comments suggesting that the foreign minister of Iran and the foreign minister of Pakistan held a telephone conversation on Thursday evening, I guess, their time. Apparently, they're reviewing the latest developments and current trends in the region. They're talking about the continuing path of dialogue and diplomacy. Nothing massive, but they did have a discussion. If I get any more comments about said discussion, I'll let you know. USO is doing a sum total of nothing on these talks. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, we're starting to get going here finally on Apple. So there it goes, man. Apple right back to 290. We just got another couple fills on the way back up. But like I said, we're going to now try to hold. I do have an offer just above 290. So if we can get that, then we can see if we can get back up into that 290.25 area. Again, brand new all-time highs for Apple. And it's the only trade I have on today. So I like that one so far. I just canceled my Apple trades by accident. All right, so I got to get back into there. Offer around 290. Let's just put it right now. 290 flat. We've already broken it, so I don't need to necessarily say, okay, let's sit in front of it. Hopefully it runs back up, takes it out. We'll put another offer at 290.25, and then after that, we'll see if we can let it run. We'll see if we can let 20% of this name get back to the upside. It's been a little shady, but so far so good. All right, I said that. I mean, look, I was trying to buy dip buys in ARM. We said that we would like to see this name if it does base out a little bit. Looks like 214, 215 was a decent base there for ARM, but it reached out to 230s. So it had a huge move right off the open. So shout out to anybody that was able to identify that. And maybe you took advantage of it and got back into the short. But, when there's a gap, we say play to VWAP. And right now it's underneath it a little bit. So let ARM settle down. I still think this is a great opportunity to buy this name down there at that 214 mark. So we'll see if it does get through. There we go. We do get our Apple as it just goes right through 290 right now. So like this name, I'm bidding 200s in case we get some of that. There it is. Yes, sir. New all-time highs, new daily highs for the king of the castle right now, Apple. And we still give that. I just had an alert target reach from yesterday, I think. IBIT all the way down there. Yeah, to 40.
It just hit low of the day.
That's right. So this is a target from yesterday that I had still in the system there. There's IBIT down to 45.50s. I didn't clear it from yesterday, but there goes IBIT right back into some key levels as that's getting hit right there. And look, that was looks like that might have been a good out.
So just spiked a little bit.
Oh, USO did. Okay, I was going to say that might have been a good out there on Apple. I don't know, back upside. That's back-to-back jacks there at 290.25 as it falls right back down $1 right now for Apple. So let's take another piece out down at this level. We're getting lighter and lighter. We said we'd only have about 20% left. That's what we have. So far so good here on Apple. Just one trade for me so far today. But I don't mind that IBIT down there near those lows. So.
Well, IBIT,
see if it does something.
IBIT made a low, I think, mostly because of what just happened here in USO. So I know it because all of a sudden you just got hit on the bid of things. There was a little bit of a trend break, right? You just broke VWAP a little bit here on USO. Didn't really hear a headline or anything. Probably nothing, but it was a spike. So was able to catch, was just sitting at VWAP for the reloads. And again, just consolidating every single time. And if it breaks the high, this local top, I should have orders out there. So we'll get something out off the high. If we actually end up pressing into the high in SLV, fantastic. But with USO going, I thought that was going to give us a chance to
Market
get short.
turn red, eh?
Or the market, yeah, you're right. The market turned red, but I didn't get picked up at VWAP here on BMNR. So I'm just going to throw that in. Maybe I'll get a fill the next time, if and when the next time that happens, or maybe even a little bit lower into the 20s to try to catch it, because there is relative weakness starting to come in with USO going. I should have just punched short in BMNR instead of offering. That's a fail. Yep, I should have just punched short. I don't want to punch the low of the day here, but that looks like we might be heading a little bit lower. And Rushi's saying, "Thanks for Tesla plan this morning. That's a day." Tesla's not pulling back that much.
You're welcome.
Still at 410.
Yeah, no, Tesla was the long that we had. I mean, I'm not in it, but I'm glad Rishi is over there. So, Rushisha. Yeah, there you go, man. I don't know. Thank you for watching. And yeah, I mean, that was always the plan. Was, like I'd said with Tesla, I always feel like if you can catch the way, there's such a huge move every morning on Tesla, whether it's up or down. So if you catch. You know what I'm thinking now that I'm talking like this? What about I just run some sort of a study that shows like what happens when it actually breaks, the pre-market or something like that on one of these names? Because I do feel like I've seen it so many times now where the market will just continue to go and it'll give you that. And I have to run the study, as I said, to give you that like 3 or 4 points or something like that, one way on a break. And I mean, in this situation, it gave you like $8 to the upside. And even yesterday's, like we always are looking at what Tesla's doing. Like here's the pre-market right there. Like it breaks it and then but that's at 918, so it's a little tough. Yesterday's not a good example, but look at that huge move to the downside there right off the open and then bouncing completely back up. So yeah, good call there on Tesla by you. And yeah, there it is again. So thank you so much for that $2. And we can try to clear that if we get a chance and just move on. So Apple one more time upside. That's the only trade that I have. So we're going to continue to watch it. But it looks like the market's giving it up right now.
Tesla's at VWAP. I would love for this to hold, but it's not looking like
No, the ES just went red. We just talked about that. And now that goes to Nasdaq red. There's the ES. A lot of downside right there. I wonder what it is right now, because the stocks I'm looking at are still okay. I saw Google coming back in, and it looks like it's getting lower. So there we go. We saw a resurgence in the last couple of days in this ETF, the IGV, but Microsoft has helped that play, and there's Microsoft upside. So this is not hitting the market. Apple's at all-time highs. So is it financials?
ARM pulled back a little bit.
Onto 214.
SND, like SanDisk broke the low. So maybe that's some of what was dragging us down. If you look at the memory chip names, I finally nibbled into that short in BMNR. Micron, if we're just looking for what is bringing us down here, nope, not Micron. Forget about Micron. Micron's already back through VWAP and bouncing. That looks pretty good. So yeah, it's just the only new trade is going to be BMNR, because I think crypto in general has been relatively weak. Nibbled in a bit before VWAP because I said I should have punched, but I'll still wait for it to get up to the volume weighted average price. I want to be wrong if it breaks about 22, call it like 65-ish area on BMNR. So my price needs to be in the 50s or close enough to the 50s to make sense. So I'll have to wait for a chance to be able to add to this position. SLV, still more of the same old. It actually held this wick here, so it bounced a little bit off of the low, so waited till it got down there to reload, and then just gonna scalp it to this high until it does something distinctly different. It's a scalp trade, and then hold to the high as long as possible. Just looking at where maybe some of this market strength might be coming in. I see Meta in the chat.
Meta strong?
Yeah. Meta's up a point, holding some higher lows. That's what you want to see. Microsoft better be doing well. Yeah, the IGV names are holding up pretty well. Microsoft holding on the dip above VWAP in addition. The only thing that hasn't really, Tesla didn't hold VWAP there. So still waiting for the dip. I guess we still have a chance at the 400 at this point, right, if we're under VWAP. So we've got to be patient here. If you didn't have the breakout, I don't want to rush into the Tesla long, but I do want it long as it's over $400. There's no trend break long. There's no support long yet. There's no VWAP long. I don't want to be guessing on this stock.
No, so I mean, so JP Morgan downside down 1%. We talked about some of the banks. We'll look over at We'll look over at some of the banks in just a minute. We can do some sort of a market recap in just a couple minutes. But yeah, I was actually, I'll talk about 406. I mean, that's where I'm going to wait right now on a potential pullback for Tesla. It's actually a buy zone right here at the 50-period moving average. This generally, when you get a huge move like this in a stock and it pulls back into the 50, that could be a buy as well. So 408 may be worth a little bit of a tester there on Tesla. So that could be something. But I'm at 406.50 right here just to see if we can do wipe through that. But, look, the market looks like it does want to bounce. We just came off some of those lows right now. So Tesla bounces, that would make sense. So that's what you want to see. I want to see confluence with the market there. So hopefully that can happen. Bitcoin, we said, was probably at a good buy level. I didn't pull the trigger, but you can see it is starting to head back up to the upside a little bit off of 45.50. And Robinhood's kind of the same way, man, trying to find that bottom. I would rather trade IBIT right now than Robinhood. And I know I don't want to equate them both. I mean, this is what IBIT looks like. Robinhood does not look like that. So I think that it's funny because there's the alert from a couple days ago. I just forgot to unhook it, but it reset itself at 45.50 was something we were looking at. So it came right back into play. And let me see why we were looking at that level. It must have been into here. So it must have been from yesterday. We didn't get that dip down right into there. So looking at a couple of the closes from the 4th. So may the 4th be with everybody if you're taking this level. 45.50 there on IBIT. So just dancing around. That's the only names I'm looking at. AMD moving around. I mean, Intel bounced a little bit off that 110 area. AMD bounced off of 410, so that's a good level there for right now, but that's pretty choppy. Let me go back in.
NVIDIA's HOD.
I was going to say, you were looking at NVIDIA. So.
It's at the high of the day.
Yeah.
The stock is flying. Come on, Tesla. Why is Tesla not bouncing more? Maybe Tesla's not it. Might not be it there yet on Tesla. You can't will it into existence. Intel is holding over VWAP at least, so it looks like it's taken that 110 level from yesterday and deciding to be above, right? So that's the thing about a level like this is if it holds under, I don't mind being short, but once that proves it's a bounce, and ignore that, it should be long. I did that with Uber yesterday. Wanted the long on it, but there was an initial short off of the key price level, so that's what you take. And this one looks like it's going to hold VWAP first here on Intel. Still about the same in SLV. I'm only going to give that 60-ish level on BM&R, but I want one of these chips to the long side. And Intel's setting up the best to try to make a run off VWAP here.
Okay, yeah. Trying to look for some different names here for you guys. Micron, because they're, Apple's trying to go back up, but I'm lighter on that stock anyways, about 20% or so left over there. Look at Micron. I mean, Neil mentioned this a little bit earlier, but Micron still looks like it's trying to do something here. So we can have a quick look at Micron and see. I'm just trying to get some orders out for Apple in case it does make a little bit of a move lower. But there we go, man. The chip space continues to go higher there with Micron and DRAM. Looks like that might be a thing, and so we've already talked about that numerous times, and there it goes, upside, and yeah, there goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA, what is the all-time high for NVDA again? Because we had mentioned that this was a possible, it's 216, so we're not there, but breaking through 210 right now goes NVDA, and yeah, man, the horses are on this one, baby. There it goes. Let's go to NVIDIA. We'll say right on that bull right now for these guys as it just gets going back there to the upside. $1 now in the money as Apple just keeps on bouncing. I don't really want to put an offer there, and just in case this name goes, I want to make sure we do have enough space left in that. We did hear, I just heard in my ear, I don't know if you heard who took a stake, but someone took a stake there. Maybe it was a filet mignon, I'm not sure, but they took it in Reddit.
I heard
so,
Reddit.
Yeah, someone taking that stake there in Reddit. So we're just joking around about the filet. But,
I can't see it either.
Yeah, okay, so something going on there with RDDT, but it's a downside move there for Reddit, so that's a little strange. And just as we get excited about NVIDIA.
I don't want to punk anybody, but maybe it was someone they don't like that took a stake.
Maybe, and yeah, maybe it was like a flank stake. Okay, I mean, I still like flanks.
You don't like flanks?
No, I do.
I was going to say, I'm like,
that's what I was going to say. Like, I couldn't think of a name.
You know you're eating.
The flank is a little thinner, just a little cheaper, but anyways, that's just why I said
Still
that.
good.
It's still good. Great. Flank steak is, yes.
The last thing I'm seeing is from yesterday on Reddit. I'm not seeing anything new here at this stage.
Okay, well, we just did hear something, so I mean, it's probably not a big deal. Maybe it was from yesterday, who knows? Old report there. But just as we were just like bigging up NVIDIA, it's pulling back in just a little bit right now, so looking to maybe play a dip into 208. I just put a bid at 207.50 to see if we could get something there, so we'll wait and be patient. Wow, a lot of dollar signs coming through right now.
Code name Ed.
It did break 2-1. It did break that. And then, so yeah, we're going to wait. That's going to be a frustrating part, man, code name Ed, because sometimes you do get names that hit the levels that you're hoping for, and you just don't really get that return out of it right there. But we are getting it right now in Apple. Let's go. There goes Apple, back up to 290. Let's see if that one wants to go. And your Tesla, which neither one of us is in, but.
I just got it to
good.
Trend break to the high.
Perfect,
on
because it
Tesla.
just ripped.
Again, it's a strategy that I use, so don't at me when this is at $420. Well, you should at me because it'll have been a wrong decision then. So broke the trend, finally got above VWAP, but look at all the selling here at the 413.5. So the second I see it do like a wick shimmy at 413 into that high, I'm taking it out. Like it's just a pure trend break trade. What is happening as well, just quick little update, SLV, still the same range. It's just like buy the dip, not really breaking into the high of the day yet. I don't want to just be sitting there in case there's a spike because I just saw something in the queues here. I just canceled my offer because the queues just broke the high. So I want to see what the market can do with that next. And BM&R, still more the same. It didn't run my stop, which is, I guess, good. Right? Like it's the prior day low, which I'm going off of, which is 22.63. So I put the stop around 65. You can probably guess exactly where that is now. And I just want to be short this thing, holding on for the low of the day. And if it breaks that top, fair enough. There's a bit of a gap that can get filled in here down to about 22, it's like 22.18 or so. So I want to get some out into that level. But so far, so good with that Tesla. We'll see if it gives us another opportunity in TSLA.
Yeah.
Well, that's right. Sarah asking about Sezzle. We'd never really heard of or looked at that stock, and then they reported Sezzle and was up pretty significantly. What are they? Oh, never.
Oh, Saturn.
Yes, it's still up, but it's giving some back. Sezzle's up 20%.
Saturn beyond the moon? Yeah, there it is. Thank you, Saturn is a dog. What's up, Sean? You got it, big dog. I think ES is going to run with you, and you'll be reigning. Just watch out, man. Just get ready to get ducked. Glizzy's a hot dog, man. You know, I say that every day. Right, they say watch out for those glizzies coming through right there.
Well, someone was saying that Neil was with the glizzies and.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right.
They gave us hot dogs.
Right. That's not these kind of glizzies right here. These are winning glizzies right now. $2.30. That's your face slapper of the day, and this is a big one for me. That's the only thing we've been trading here today. So yeah, man, we will celebrate this one, and it's exactly what we talked about. We wanted the all-time highs. It's right on here right now. I'm glad Neil was able to get Tesla, but man, oh man, did we get Apple right there. So we're done, man. Like. It's been a good day, guys. But yeah, we'll still be here to trade. Just kidding around about being done. But as far as our nets are concerned, I'm done right now. We'll put on some more trades, but that's it for Apple, man. Now $2.50 in the money. I said let's have some faith with it. We didn't get out right there. We got out again at 290, again at 290.25, and then again there at 290.80s. So yeah, man, there it goes. Really mooning right now is Apple, and just glad that we're able to celebrate that with everybody. Adara with news, 10 o'clock.
We just got construction spending here, 0.6% versus forecast of 0.3%. The prior print of negative 0.3%, so better than expected construction spending numbers here. Fed's Hammock set to also begin speaking now at 10 a.m. Now, Fed's Hammock is one of the three Fed members that actually voted in a little bit more of a hawkish way, again, voting against any kind of easing mentions in the rate statement, so these comments could be of interest. Here is the Nasdaq. Nice recovery here from these intraday lows. We're going to keep an eye still in USO, which hasn't done too much on an intraday basis, but we know we are still waiting on any comments that could suggest the end of the conflict between the U.S. and Iran. We know Iran and Pakistan had their foreign ministers meeting earlier today, so if we get more context for that, I'll let you know. But tons of earnings on watch still. Datadog is one of those earnings plays. Double beat here and raising their fiscal 26 sales guidance. You had Celsius, Unity, McDonald's. We already mentioned Datadog. Last night you had AAPL and ARM. Tons of earnings names on watch. And tonight after the bell, you get the likes of DraftKings, Coinbase, MP Materials, Monster Energy. It goes on and on. We also have non-earnings related news. Probably the most obvious catalyst here for that is TSLA. Better than expected China sales, or at least year-over-year growth here in China sales for the 6 months straight for TSLA. Back to you.
That's right. We didn't talk too much about the fundamental case on Tesla there, but is it about China sales?
Well, yeah, it was.
Or is it? But I don't know if it's sales to me with Tesla. Nah, I don't care. Doesn't matter. Momentum, and more momentum is what it's about. It's trying to pull back here, so it looks like it did range off of that high. And the sellers here at the 414 level seem to be a little bit in control. But the Nasdaq is at that 28.8 level. I won't say what I said last time, but it is still going. Usman. Shout out to Tesla, call 4.5 times gain.
Let's go.
24 hours, sold it early morning. And again, mooning as you bought another call on the dip. Thanks to you. Thanks for watching. You know what? Pay it forward. Just share all the ideas that you have. That's what it's all about. Just keep them on coming in. So appreciate all the super chats this morning for sure. And I love the fact that USO is continuing to go lower because I think that's going to be good for looking for reload longs, for holding trend longs. I think that'll be absolutely fine. Like there was that one little shock up, and now we're breaking down. So you break down here, you break up through that Nasdaq 28.8 level. I already forget what was the bungle I said? Because now I forget. I'm like, oh, now I'm just going to say that a million times, and I don't remember.
Something about the evening, yestereve.
Yesternight?
Yesternight.
Yesternight's high.
Right there.
About to break on the Nasdaq.
Well, today's highs are brought to you by Apple, it looks like, as there it goes, man, one of the largest constituents in the S&P 500. Thanks, Gorev. I know you've been here, good friend of Joe's as well. I always hear you guys talking back and forth to each other. You're doing it as well, so that's what we do. We talk about ringing the register, and it's nice that you actually do have a chicken dinner winner on board right there with Apple. So I just took some more out at 292, man, like just to be talking about this. I have 10% left, Gorev, so I know you have a little bit more. It doesn't mean that we'll have the same outs or anything like that, but congratulations. You probably made more than me because I didn't have 50% on this way up. I had 25%, and then we got out there, and a good couple outs at the top end of this trade. So yeah, we're pretty happy with what has been transpiring. I almost said perspiring. I think you haven't been to the gym yet. We still smell good.
Too cold.
Yeah. Well, today I got to stay back because at noon, Olivia Rodrigo tickets go on sale. So I have to grab those or else it's going to be a problem right there.
When is he coming?
I don't even, here, I have it open there. I think it's October. Or,
oh my God, 'cause my sister's going to be so down if this isn't.
Yeah, it's October 20. Yeah, good luck getting tickets. I don't think we're going to get them. She's doing 7 straight shows at the Barclays Center in Brooklyn. She's doing 9 straight shows at the O2 in London. She's doing, it's like 9 straight shows and 7 straight shows at the Barclays Center. Like, you're going to sell that out, 7 straight shows? Olivia Rodrigo, like, you want to talk about Ticketmaster and all these crazy things that are going down? Like, wow. So yeah, I got to do that. So my daughter and wife are ready to do that. So we'll be here to go for some walks instead of the gym.
There is an IPO today, Hawkeye.
So maybe I can stick around for that.
It's like it's a defense name.
It's a Marvel one, right, with Hawkeye, you know? Oh, no. Marvel, I should say. I keep saying Marvel.
Well, yeah, actually, that's right, yeah.
Hawkeye's he's a character, isn't he?
He is, but it's like, he's the most useless character ever. Hey, how are you going to be in a...
He's the...
shoot bows and arrows.
That's right. Depends on what's on those bows, right? I mean, you got a little poison up on there. You got a little explode. You can shoot down the drones, man. I mean, it's perfect.
It's some kind of a detection... I think it's like a radar or I don't know, signal detection or something that Hawkeye does. It doesn't matter. It's in a fun sector and it's an IPO today, so we'll have a look at that. I think it's literally Hawk on Hawk on the NYSE.
Ooh. You know what? That you actually there. I mean, first of all, I got some out of Apple there, and Gorev and everybody, shout out, man. It wants to keep going higher. So I know we're playing around, and thank you so much. And yeah, man, take care of the family in that way. It's going to be probably very, very expensive to buy those tickets. But yeah, DraftKings, I was just looking at that. That's just bouncing off the 200 period, is moving average as well. A possible play there, DKNG. We'll have a quick look to see if there's anything going on there. But yeah, that's DraftKings right now. Oh, Christmas Tree's daughter's 9 and been to Olivia Rodrigo twice. Well, mine's 12 and she'll be there for the first time, hopefully, and probably not. But if not, the good thing about things around here now in this situation is Ticketmaster, you can't resell on Ticketmaster anyways for more than you pay. So if people maybe near the end, like if you don't get tickets, maybe by the time it comes around, people won't be able to go and they'll put them up there. But
It's still use SeatGeek.
yeah, I think that's in 2 weeks. I think that's gone. I read something yesterday, which sucks because I have season tickets as well. So you want to get that money back. But SeatGeek and StubHub and all that.
There's many ways to not worry about.
No, I'm just saying, but like the legal ways right there to get rid of tickets. Yeah.
Oh, for those asking,
It's changing in Ontario, and it's for the better for people buying, for the worse for people selling. But
for Hawkeye, it's not the Hawkeye that is used in sports. Hawkeye that they use in tennis and cricket, like it's a different. It's called the same thing, but it's very different. That's the IPO today is a defense company with defense contracts. Like if it was the Hawkeye for tennis, I don't think anyone would be interested in that IPO. Very limited market for that.
I want to talk to Joe there. I want to see what's going on over there. Oh, he's got the Clementine. Is that a Clementine? What has he got over there? We had our bananas from Randy. We want to say thank you to Randy, now done. And thank you to everybody that told me to open it from the bottom. I mean, that's been really
efficient.
It's been like a life-changing experience for me right there. And what's been life-changing for me, of course, has been Apple, all kinds of accounts right there, back up to $2.99. So yeah, Hawkeye means cheating. Be cheating in tennis? Okay, I don't know anything about what you guys are talking about.
It's an automatic system. How can it cheat?
Oh, is that what it is? Okay, I was wondering.
It's the camera that's on the
It's
line.
like
How can it cheat?
Yeah, I got you on that one. Who knows how it can cheat?
I have no idea.
There's always ways of doing things, as you mentioned.
You know what? NVIDIA was better than Tesla.
Oh.
Yeah, Tesla's right back into VWAP, so that one worked. I had NVIDIA early, stopped out at the low. Tesla was good on the break, but I took NVIDIA, and NVIDIA was good on the break, but I took Tesla as well. Thank you very much, Randy.
Tesla better than expected Chinese sales, Randy. So here we go.
Holding that 400, but they're not doing what NVIDIA is doing. The market is blasting. We are now through that overnight high. Big time. Dalmont says that Marvell, which we haven't even looked at today, is breaking a trend.
Please tell me it's breaking higher.
ARM was at the low of the day a second ago.
No, there goes Marvell.
Marvell,
this
is
part of the problem.
Thing. Marvell's at the low. ARM is at the low.
ARM's at the low? Oh,
yeah.
Not ARM, 200. No, 214.
No, it's not breaking the bottom.
No.
I put down on my iPad ARM bid just so that I would make a decision whether I wanted to move a bid in my personal account or decide something different. But we're blasting here. This could break the trend off the low. But is that better than like Marvell doing it? I'm looking at there's basically the exact same setup on Marvell and ARM at this moment. They're both trying to break a trend line.
I like Marvell better, but I'm already in it, so that's why I'm going with ARM. But if you're not in,
no, it's like a trade. Intel's not available for the long. You know what? More importantly, this market is blasting. BMNR is holding a downtrend. But
I got a name for you that I might not have seen today. We talked about this yesterday with Fortinet. There goes Palo Alto. So, you know, as some of these IGV names, we talked about them getting hit as well. Yeah, CoreWeave, Palo Alto. I mean, names. It's a CoreWeave, CrowdStrike. I'm in both of those names and did not buy. I mean, I haven't been recently buying it, but it's nice to see all the way back to the upside. We did just recently back in the beginning of the year there. Well, this is actually at the end of the year. It's November. Hit that 200 mark, and this was a nice little level. This is what we're talking about at the beginning of the year, and then the drop happened. Right? There's a lot of names. I mean, we don't have to tell you guys to check out Adobe and all these other names that have just been really getting cranked. This is another example with Palo Alto. But I like Palo Alto's business about 1,000,000 times better than Adobe's or anything like that. So
I don't like Adobe much at all.
I don't like any of those IGV names, really. I mean, we like Palantir, we like Microsoft for what they mean. But like as far as software as services right now, I mean, we can talk about that in a minute.
I only like cybersecurity.
Cybersecurity, I think you can't.
And Softy.
You can't really lose on. Cybersecurity plays, I feel like. Anyways, we can check out almost like CoreWeave again, CrowdStrike. But let's go over to Adara and get this all figured out.
Keep an eye on the market here, guys. Getting comments from Fed's Hammock saying that the Fed ought to maintain a neutral policy stance amidst uncertainty. So again, as we expected, she's still being pretty hawkish here. Again, she was one of the people who voted for getting or not including the easing bias in the rate statement. So again, she's saying the Fed should be maintaining policy, saying also that everyone is feeling the increase in gasoline prices. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Adara. And what would your trading look like if capital was not constrained? That's the reality for most traders. It's not skill holding you back, it is your size. Trade the Pool changes that. Step into the US equity markets with up to $200,000 in buying power without committing a dime of your own capital. Full access to stocks and ETFs, both long and short executions with the precision and freedom of serious traders. Your performance is measured by one standard: discipline. It seems like two standards: discipline, risk management, and consistent education. Meet the standard, you operate at scale. No subscriptions, no ongoing obligations, just a clear path forward. For those of you ready to trade beyond your limitations, this is your next level. Check it out at tradethepool.com and then use Trader TV to get 10% off. Hey man, always try to save that extra little bit off the top there. So
definitely,
yeah, so Trader TV, and Neil and I, we talk about this all the time.
It's definitely one standard, because you put both the execution together
and the discipline
with the risk management.
Yes,
so
yes.
certainly one thing, not two.
Yes, I know. I mean, I'm just playing around, but I mean, that's the whole thing, is like you need to.
I'm playing around. That's two things.
Yeah. You need to definitely, and Neil and I trade on the prop floors. We've talked about that all the time as well, and I think that's the advantages, exactly as described there, is what you do it for right now. Okay, Fed's ham, is that right? HAMMAC? Okay. Baseline is that rates on hold. Yeah, we've talked about that. I don't think there was a cut until December or something. We can go back and look for it. Not even anymore. So Adair is saying maybe 27 now for the next.
Getting out of this short.
28, she's saying. Okay, so we may not get rate cuts for a hot minute right there. Hey, I'm not sure the market needs it. I mean, imagine we do get sort of a surprise rate cut. Would we think that would be almost negative? Because why are they cutting?
If they cut rates, it would be seen as the Fed not being independent. It's not. It doesn't make sense.
By the way,
you need to see. But yeah, I was going to say, we broke through that overnight.
Nvidia is just saying.
Nvidia's
a good trade on silver.
It was a huge mistake to have traded Tesla. Huge is the wrong word. It was a mistake to have taken the trend break on Tesla at the moment instead of getting the one in Nvidia and getting back in. Because like sometimes, and it's not FOMO, but it is like an emotional response to see two setups. Take the one and the one that didn't just burn you. It's the exact same price I was in before, right? And effectively, you're taking this long instead of the other. And this ended up being better than Tesla. They both work, but one's better than the other. SLV just took out the high, but I was sitting there. And it just ran through my order. Whether we get a dip again, it was always going to be a consolidation and then a hold to the high. And then I didn't even let, I said, forget it with BM&R. Like my stop was up here. I just don't want it. So I just punched out. I still want to look for a short here, but it doesn't make any sense to give anything back from the longs to hold on to the one short that we were favoring. So now it's about looking for the next opportunity in the next trade. I walked away from ARM. Intel's a possibility, but it certainly could have been in, like ARM might have been an entry there, and it just does not feel like it's strong today. You're down 9 points. I think that's a bit of a lie because
you're up 200 on.
You're up 13% yesterday on the AMD earnings, so it's still, in my opinion, a bid off of where it was before that. But it hasn't really shown any kind of strength there. DXYZ apparently is moving. I don't know why. Destiny is going. It's half of it is SpaceX.
It does have a destiny. Its destiny is to move higher.
Yeah.
I mean, based on some of the investments that they've had, right? SpaceX is coming soon. But yeah, Destiny, good level there. NVIDIA was the one that I was like, oh boy, here with NVDA. So we'll have to wait to see if that one continues.
Wow,
its climb higher. It definitely looks like it wants to. So we'll have to check out some NVIDIA right now. Definitely making everybody wonder what's going on. But NVIDIA, nice move higher. We don't need to worry about what's going on. It's going higher there today And I throw it back to Joe, I throw it back to everybody that's been talking like this, and that is like, we do think that there is going to be a look at NVIDIA soon because we've had such a strong look at other names, right? Like we've had such a strong look over there at AMD, at Broadcom, at Marvell, at many of these plays, but yet we look back and we say, okay, when's their turn to shine? And it looks like right now, NVIDIA's having it. So again, congratulations to people that were very, very patient with this name and able to buy it. Some people that bought this dip, I mean, we could sit here and throw kind of shade at My quotes kind of just froze a little bit there. We can throw some shade at it because it's been doing nothing. But at the end of the day, 175, what a great level there. 170 to 175 for NVIDIA. I think there's a chance it gets back into that. But for right now, I mean, well done and well spotted by anybody over there. All right, man, Gworev, we talked about it. There's the break there, man. We have less than 10% left now of Apple. It breaks 29.50. Now it's bouncing around at VWAP. Maybe this is a reload right into here, man, on Apple. And if you guys were looking, I'll probably reload it. I just wanted to give it a second. This is a level right here. Alibaba is trying to bounce around 142 as well, so we can wait to see what happens there. Like to see it break and then go, but for right now, Alibaba underneath everything. We'll see if Alibaba has something underneath of it right into there. So yeah, ooh, my Costco order is now out for delivery. Some protein shake stuff for the morning time. It takes a minute sometimes. Costco is not near Amazon yet, that is for sure. I ordered that on the weekend.
Amazon's
just
Amazon's
out right
at
now.
a different level.
Ooh, a nice
Walmart's fantastic too, but Amazon's at a different level. Nobody compares to Amazon when it comes to that.
Not that. They're even selling those
That's
services.
why they're pimp slapping
FedEx.
UPS and FedEx now. Joe Weiser?
Is that what it is? Pimp
Weiser.
slap?
You're wiser, Joe. Thank $50 super chat. No one ever went broke taking profits. True.
He said, yes.
Just make sure you're taking appropriate profits.
Yeah.
Right? Yesterday, I closed out a position for my biggest profit taker ever. Massive thank you to everyone at Trade TV for the lessons along the way. I've been here since 2020. That's the beginning, everybody. Never imagined where I'm at today. We never imagined we'd be. This whole place is this ridiculously sized studio. No, it's a nicely sized studio.
I mean, I think we all did imagine this. I mean,
I didn't think
I'm surprised we don't have more subscribers.
I didn't think we'd get, like, look at this.
No, I
all
mean,
the cameras, like the full big screen, the larger team. Like, we showed you guys, you had it on Instagram, we had the pull-up, you know what, the streamers with the webcam, like the pull-up green screen that just sat behind you.
Yes.
And we stood up in front of it.
We used to have to lift it up and do. Oh,
you guys didn't even see the gangster stuff we were doing before we came onto YouTube. Trust me, it was seriously gangster.
Yeah. So we just don't worry. Joe wants me to start dancing again. You know, this is what it is. I love that right there. Look at this, man. 2.9, little bit of a that's called the money shimmy. We'll do that. We'll do that in a couple minutes again there. But yeah, good one, Neil. 290. No, don't worry, my guy. You'll come through. Right over there. Right there is 290. That was a great level there for Apple. So I hope that some of you guys were able to buy that level right there. We talked about it. It was like, oh, maybe, and I went over to Alibaba instead. But there it is, man. Nice little take there. But we are bouncing right back up to that level. I will, Gworev and company, sell a little bit more here in the 60s if we can get it. I just offered 64. And again, the reason why I offer instead of punch out, we've talked about that. It's a completely different fee structure when you're trading on a floor like this. We don't pay per trade. There's a small execution fee. There's also, what's the clearing fee? And then there's the SEC fee.
Those are all just pass.
Did they get rid of the SEC fee, actually?
No, so the interesting thing about the SEC fee, which I can explain because I'm waiting for silver to dip, is that the SEC is not for profit. So when they get lots of trading revenue, you know the SEC fee is eventually going to go down. So I think in the last few years, there was such big trading revenues, they dropped it the last couple of times. So it's a lot cheaper. If you're not trading prop and doing a lot of executions, you probably don't even notice these things, but believe me, it adds up over time. Just very quickly, silver, well, I don't know if this was, I was watching it. I didn't really see it flash that far down, but we just topped at 74 in SLV and looked like it was headed toward VWAP and then caught a bit of a bid. There was a pretty decent sized volume spike on USO at the same time at this bottom, and now it's starting to reverse. So if that happens, we get to VWAP. VWAP here on USO is where I would look for like 4 reload longs. So that's most likely going to be back into silver. If we end up breaking through VWAP, then I would just go back to BMNR to short. It hasn't broken the highs. It's still holding underneath the prior low. I just didn't like this one's chance to break through the low of the day, so I got out of it. But it's still relatively weak as the market's going. If that starts forming a downtrend, I could work back into that. But for now, it's all about silver for me to try to get back in. I think we had another Green Saber as well. Super chat. Did we get this one?
No. That's when we have a Joe Weiser there. Let me see what it was.
Throw that one up here.
Well, thank you for being in the news today, Adara. Yeah, we've as soon as I saw Adara today, I asked her how she was feeling. And Adara, do you have an update on how you're feeling?
Well, I just honestly lied down all of last night under, far too many blankets. We are definitely feeling a little better today, and I hope that continues throughout the day and doesn't flatline midway through the day. So hopefully we stay at this level of enjoyment, and I'll see you guys in a couple of minutes for the probably a minute for the small cap recap. But thank you very much for the super chat, and thank you to everybody for all your kind words in the chat yesterday.
Yeah, that's great. And last night at about 10 o'clock, I was still on the diamond there, and it was 6 degrees Celsius. You're talking about
bro.
I don't know, 15 or something Fahrenheit. No, that's not that. No, 15, 40 something Fahrenheit maybe there yesterday. So yeah, not very good there. So maybe we should put a poll up about will Nvidia take all-time highs today?
Yes.
Like it is now at 213 and change, and there's just like buyers galore in this name. It's like any kind of a dip buy. Oh man, Joe, man, I might have to test this whole mouse theory coming up very soon. 212 right there was bought up. So you didn't even get into the 25 period. Generally speaking, that would be an area where if you were long, I would take some out. You saw me exactly do that on Apple right there twice now. And by the way, we did get that 60 fill. So although now it's at 76s, it just goes to show you we did talk a little bit about prop trading and the fee structure. So instead of punching out there, we do get that order and save a little bit of money, small amounts. I mean, it's $2 on 1,000 shares. Like each one of these, trust me, is not 1,000 shares. So there it goes. Now, wow, though, what a missed opportunity on that VWAP buy. We love trading VWAP. We showed you that many times, and that's just not it right now. You said Meta was going higher today. I mean, maybe this is. There's a lot of reasons to really not like Meta. We talked about the spend and them not really turning over anything in the data center yet as far as a profitable spot there. But there is talk again about, it's not avocado, it's something else there. I don't know, mango, something. If that comes out and they're able to somehow show some profitability on it, and it's not another metaverse type thing where it's like, we're done. We threw away like $300 billion and we don't know what to do with it now. So we'll wait to see what Meta has to say about that potential turnaround for their space. And remember, they're not in the whole data center. They don't have that huge exposure to chips and everything like that. They're the buyers of this. So they didn't build an AWS or an Azure or anything like that. So that's why I'm thinking that Microsoft, just talking about the ones that are more depressed, Microsoft's obviously already bid up their $80. But this one has that next little leg to go as we see NVIDIA, we see Apple at all-time highs today. We saw Google break through $400 yesterday and pull back here today. So, Amazon also was at all-time highs just a couple of days ago, if not yesterday. So, maybe those are the next ones, but we got to get better feels for all of that. So we have good feels for Adara being back today, and why not? It's 10:23. Let's go get one of her segments done.
Let's talk about small cap. We have ASBP to start things off here. Aspire Biopharma, no news from today. I did want to mention, though, a couple weeks ago, specifically on Monday, April 27th, the company announced a $5 million share buyback program. So that's something that I think is worth keeping in mind for this stock. They have a market cap of just over $1 million and a float here of 4.68 million shares. Roughly 8% of that's going to be sold short. GLE up next. This one was actually on our watch list, though I couldn't find the catalyst at the time. Here is the catalyst. So they entered into a non-binding strategic memorandum of understanding to develop a fully integrated space to AI digital infrastructure platform. Here you've got an $11 million market cap, 1.26 million share float, 8% short float. RXT here, also on watch. Rackspace Tech, they posted earnings last night. EPS missed, sales beat. You've got a $1 billion market cap and a 22% short float. Before I send you guys back too, we'll mention another small cap. I want to thank our friends at Origenics because they have an announcement today. They just signed a letter of intent to license their cardiodialysis technology from Sign Therapeutics, which could create what could be the only dual approach strategy targeting inflammation on both sides. So again here, OGE and on watch as well. Back to you.
OGen.
Yeah, OGen. Yeah, good.
That's OGen.
Yeah, good. No, good spot there for them. Okay, so I put an offer. The reason why I looked at Alibaba and it's funny because we talked about Apple at VWAP, and I was like, okay, we'll get to that in a minute, and then it just bounced, and I was like, oh, the trade I was like actually looking at was this 142 there for Alibaba, and now that's moving back down in. So sort of a misstep there. We meant to go long Apple, short Alibaba there, and we missed both of them because we were speaking about them. But we have I've been doing this, like you said, for 6 years. We have the capability of speaking and trading. I don't know if you noticed. But that was one there, 142. So I did put an offer at one. This is starting to get away from me now. But I did just put an offer in the 70s where we were, and now it's dipping down. So if we do get a little bit of a move up there in Alibaba, I think that would be a play for us to look at for sure there, Alibaba. Qualcomm moving, SOXL, Alibaba. What is QCOM? QCOM just hit on a little bit on the scanners. It's probably downside. We saw Marvell down 4%. Oh no, Qualcomm upside. Okay, so there goes Qualcomm right now into 193 and change. Only moving just a little bit. That Marvell, how far can it drop? Neil called it up last time, it was down 4.5. All right, now it's only down 3. So how far can it drop? Answered question, 164. Therefore, MRVL. So we'll have to look at that as we poke fun at the Hawkeye system over there with Marvel Technologies and of course Marvel what do you call that? It's a comic, yeah, but the franchise.
Hero,
yeah. Franchise was I was looking for. Marvel, much different than Marvel.
There's a tap. That thing is 20.
Good morning, John Van Sauer says hi to us.
John Van Sauer's in the hat. We did have another I think we had another super chat, but I just want to quickly. It's the one that I should have maybe stayed in. The gut was that the market was going higher, so I said, forget it. Let's just get out and not re-enter into BMNR. I think that was a little bit too hasty. Everything about this is still working despite the fact the market's blasting. So I'm going to wait for it to get a tad above VWAP, short it back into that prior low from the last 2 days. I said yesterday's low. That's 2 days in a row. You have support turning into resistance. So that was a mistake. Putting in lower highs. It's still relatively weak. The market is blasting. Bitcoin is down. So congratulations to our friend JKL, because I wouldn't make the assumption that MSTR. Yeah,
Intel's at all-time highs.
At the lows. Intel all-time highs? Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? But I can't seem to catch any kind of a dip here on SLV. It's right back to where we covered and not wanting to give us a re-entry. So it's got this strong trend. At some point, it gets to that top and we don't get the pullback. That is what it is. It did the same thing yesterday, pulled back and failed VWAP. So got to be a bit careful with this. Got to make sure when it does that hold, if you take the long here, you're not really holding it forever. I'm going to be buying the dip at that for sure. What do we got? Intel, that's not giving you a VWAP trade. That's when I'd wait for it to get back into VWAP to get into it.
That's Xanadu, I just heard.
Xanadu again?
It's at all-time high. It's at a high, apparently. Xanadu.
Arms breaking trend a little
upside? Yeah, good.
Yeah,
upside.
that could be good.
I found
bids aren't going to come in today. If you're looking to buy the dip on ARM today, if you're looking at the 200 level or close to it, thinking whether I want to reassess or just leave it in, I'll probably just end up leaving it in. Yeah, there was something else. What am I forgetting? Oh, that's what it was. It was Snapchat. This was the one earnings name that we didn't get to. And there was something setting up on Snapchat that it's just a standard at this time of day for myself anyways. When you start to form a trend, it's 10:30, you have an hour in. Look at the high, look at the resistance on Snapchat, 620 to 630, and it's a very distinct trend up, right? So pretty distinct trend break potential here for Snapchat. Like there's your boom, boom, boom. So I sit there waiting for either VWAP on Intel, VWAP on silver, or trend break on Snapchat for the next trade for me. Snapchat had earnings, by the way.
Look at that. I mean, look at the Nasdaq is just whoosh.
Red the green too on Snapchat.
Huge. The Nasdaq was red or got close to red at one point, and then it just said, "Wow, that's nice. We don't mean to be red." The ES is having a little bit more of an issue than the Nasdaq. Someone in the chat says, "Why are some stocks up and some stocks down?" Yeah, that's
the stock market.
Welcome to the market, and that's why it is called a market. And you can pick and choose. Like when you go to your, your flower market, you can buy some peonies. You can buy some. Carnations. Okay, but right now we have 10 seconds until gas numbers coming out, so we can have a quick look at that. NVIDIA, man, just touched 214.
Oh, we had a poll for that.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, we can. Okay, good. We'll do that in a minute.
We'll do that in a minute.
Yeah, just again, another downside push here for CVX, for XOM, for all the, like, this is part of what's happening right now in the ES. We talked about them only being up now, basically flat, 0.5%, as the Nasdaq's at all-time highs and keeps going here. The Nasdaq now up 0.7 and going higher. Oh, before I go that, we just got a trade idea in. So look, we lost a bit on Amazon over the last little while because we are chasing like this initial move. But you know, yesterday we had a monster trade on Amazon that we got out of, and then this happened. So we just were trying to find out, like, for some little area. Amazon was still fine, but we didn't have this whole move. So just right now it's 10:30, and yesterday that was 11:30. That's 10. So it had made a little bit of a bottom yesterday. So that's what I'm trying to play off right now on Amazon. But I don't know, like, maybe I just have some bad reads on this thing. So we're long right now at 14s, and I'm just trying to give it against that low right there. So we do take a fill early, and then we get a little bit more in late. So right now, Amazon, comfortable with the trade, but needed to try to go upside a little bit there. We'll offer in and around there at 20. We get it. That's not a very good fill for us, considering I'm going to stop out if we break just a little bit below this 273 marker, but take advantage of a little bit of a move up. But here with the market pulling back, and Amazon's a little weaker. I was just trying to say, hey, is there a level? We looked at Alibaba. Is there a level that might hold in a name that we know has get up to it? So I'm just going to sit here and wait. We're not going to throw away our Apple or anything, like, you know, we're not going to throw away our Apple money or anything at this trade, but it's right at a level where I think we could get a little bit of a move higher here. So we're long at 12s. Let's just see if it wants to work out. We did take advantage of that most recent move up in Apple again, and this is why we put down these levels, right? I mean, there's a 25 period marker right there, so it gets them out at 80 and change on Apple. And we'll just try to hold that Amazon and see if it wants to work out for us. We mentioned a little bit about Broadcom. Oh, before we went back, I threw it back to Neil there for a second, and then we saw Amazon. But I just wanted to say, like, some of these oil names are going to be, where is it? Right here. They're going to be back in favor. So you just want to watch out for oil. I think that, you know, that story's not over with. The Ukraine-Russia story is there. There still is very much uncertainty. I don't need to tell you guys that in what's happening over there in Iran. So at any moment, I feel like that story could change. This is also hurting a little bit of the Dow and the ES in general. I mean, why is JP Morgan down 1.7% again? Maybe it is that extension through 28 now of maybe no rate cuts. But Wells Fargo down, Bank of America. The credit cards are doing well in the space. Morgan Stanley, AXP as well, holding out. AXP down, Morgan Stanley down as well. And then just, you know, some of the transportation, we don't look over here enough. Ooh, wow. Uber's part of this now, right? So there's Uber down 1.86%. I'm not sure it should be part of transport, but Uber's there, and so that's down 2%. And I already mentioned there today that I probably won't be back into Uber. Like, I didn't like the name. They caught, I think it was actually an upgrade today, wasn't it, Joe? And Joe did the upgrades or downgrades, because it was the other way for PayPal got downgraded and Uber got upgraded. So I don't know, man. I don't know if Katina Capital was involved in this or not, but like that was a downside play there against an upgrade. And then the other one was PayPal. I said if PayPal can hold this 46, and I haven't looked at it at all today, then it could be a buy. So PayPal gets downgraded today and it does this. Uber gets upgraded and does the other way. I think the winners are choosing themselves right now temporarily. So don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater with Uber, but
don't throw any babies out. That's not good.
No. That would be a bad idea. But yeah.
Before we go to Adara, a couple things. One, Snap did break the trend line, so I guess that's happening before silver. And nat gas is moving, so Boyle just did some things, namely that.
We like when it does things.
Which is obviously a pretty sizable move. We did just have a number for over in nat gas. If it goes up to like 12.9, that prior high, I'd look for some kind of a topping tail or reversion, but that's not a stand in front of it type of trade for me. And then one last thing, I promised we would do this. It's so simple. Easy poll, everybody. Just get your votes in. I'm going to vote. I'm already going to press the 1 here because it is NVIDIA. ATH is at all-time high today. So NVIDIA all-time high today. Yes or no? 1 or 2. Yes is 1. No is 2. Yes is green. That means up, and that's what NVIDIA is going to do today. So when this ends up being 99.275% everybody voting yes, only 70% actually, which is still pretty good. A lot of times we get 50-50. People looking bullish on NVDA today. Now we will go up to Adara, I believe.
Yeah.
Well, I actually have some comments here related to oil, guys, and they come from U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright. This is the man that also once claimed that there was, I believe it was like full passage through the Strait of Hormuz, and then the strait wasn't actually open. He deleted the videos. So be careful here with Chris Wright comments is what I'm trying to say here. But Energy Secretary Chris Wright saying that Iran appears to have reduced output by 400,000 BPD, but they don't actually have direct contact with Iranian officials. So again here, Chris Wright saying what they estimate Iran has cut their output here. Again, they estimate they've cut the output here for oil by 400,000 barrels a day, but they're not directly talking to Iranian officials. Back to you.
Okay, we're starting to get a little bit of a move there. Now we're 40 cents in the money. 30 cents in the money on Amazon. It just touched 40s, but we didn't get it. So we took some out there at, again, the 25-period moving average. It does rip in. I am waiting there at 40s. Oh, no, sorry, I'm at 50s. Okay, that's probably why we didn't get it. It does go into 44 there or so on a high take rate there. So now we can wait to see if it does touch it out. I'm at 40s. We could change that a little bit on Amazon. And sometimes I'm really silly like this. Like, honestly, like I just put in these kind of prices. And, even though it's only 5 or 10 cents away from, my initial take, I do get like, hey, if I miss it by, like right there, I was at 43s right there. We just missed it again. So we did come down from 50. Let's just play it off of that. There it is. So hopefully we can get that now, which we just did, and get a little bit higher. So, a trade that I just brought to you guys there off of that low. Let's see if Amazon now wants to get going. We want to try to hold some of this. So my next offer now is in front of VWAP at 85. So we'll see if we can get through that. So we've only made 2 trades today, man. It's Amazon and it's Apple. And Apple has been, that was a really good one real early, man. I want to thank everybody for the remarks on that one, and hopefully you're able to take that as well. Right back into VWAP. I'm not going to reload it. I know last time we were like, hey, let's reload it right there, but this is the second time it's touched it out, and we also faded off of. How good does this look right now, right? Like you're starting to go downside here on your 25 period, on your 50 period. So I'm actually, instead of looking to get longer, I'm actually looking to get more out right there at 290.50. So if we get back up to the upside, because you know what? If the market rocks, man, we have many more shares.
The other thing too is, I was going to say.
On Amazon, yeah.
Isn't that.
There goes Amazon.
Technically speaking, it's still an all-time high head and shoulders.
Yeah. And there it is, man. Now we go, wow, now we go. Okay, Amazon. That was a good trade, man. We took similar shares that we didn't have in Apple, a little less. We had about 2.5, 3 units in Apple. We had 1.5 here in Amazon. So there it goes, man. We take an offer there at 67. 65, I'm going to say, even though it was 67. Out there, I don't know. I mean, that was right where those levels are.
6-7.
Yeah, 6-7 into heaven. Yeah, is that what they say?
6-7.
Oh.
Erin, she leaves the S off the 7, and that's her not saying it at a protest.
Okay. Makes sense. Good move there. Pretty smart to do that. No, it doesn't really. But there it is right there into 237.70. So a good little out there. I'll still keep my word. We have a much bigger offer at 85s. So hopefully that can come, man. And yeah, what's up, Sam? I actually put a bid. Sam's like, come on, Amazon, fall down. Yeah, look, I have a bid on Amazon at, here, we can look at the levels there. I said down 10%. And not today, it's just where I'm bidding Amazon, right into here, into 250. So that was a level that I was looking at for Amazon if we ever got back into there. I really love what they're doing, Amazon. So we actually put a piece. This was the last mega cap name that I bought. We bought some SoFi, but Amazon right into here, we were able to get some. So upside, I haven't sold anything. Amazon's a name I want to hold for as long as I possibly can. So that will be something there. Apple, a little out there. We said we would do it, so we did it. We put an offer right there. It came in again. So getting ready to drop out of some Apple, I think, if we do take this level. So let's put an offer right now, 289.9, 289.79. Close the trade on Apple. You can see me put it right now, 289.79. We'll get out of 100% if it breaks back down in. Apple will probably be my P&L number 1 today, but we'll see what happens here with Amazon.
Yeah, well,
Joe, what's he getting into?
Joe's saying I just messaged Joe. He's like, his soundtrack is on fire today, or his playlist is on fire. Send me something what you're listening to.
So Joe's been in IBIT and NVIDIA, so he'll talk about that in a minute.
NVIDIA's still a rocket ship, but Joe was voting no on the NVIDIA poll.
Maybe he was short. I don't know.
I don't know. I have no idea. But he was voting. Like almost everybody was voting yes on it. Very quickly, what are we at here on that poll? We'll go back to Adara for sector watch, and then we'll come back. As the market is relentless, and NVIDIA just broke the high of the day. So it is now within a stone's throw of its all-time high.
Beware, guys, I'm still seeing comments from Fed's Hammock and U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright. None of them are massive, but just be aware both individuals are still speaking. Let's talk about this sector board. A lot of these sectors are red. Sean mentioned oil here. Energy to the downside as a group. We know that we're still digesting ongoing reports here out of the Middle East in terms of, will this conflict with Iran come to an end soon? Is there a plan for an end? We know yesterday President Trump said he wanted this conflict to end before he went to China next week. So if that happens, I'll certainly keep you guys posted. But weakness in energy. Industrial services also weak. Health tech with a lot of red names here, especially the larger market cap names. Producer manufacturing red. Consumer non-durables red. Utilities, process industries, transportation. Finance, all red. Keep an eye on Citigroup today, guys. C took quite a tumble in the pre-market as it started its investor day with some guidance here for the return on tangible common equities. Does not sound like investors liked it. That being said, tech services incredibly strong. I have to shout out Oracle up 3% today, Palantir up 4%, Palo Alto here up 7%, CRM up 3%. So great performers here, other than Google lagging a bit here in tech services. Electronic technology, you've got NVIDIA and Apple strong, but a lot of the other names in this sector a little bit weaker. TXN stands out here, down 3%. Back to you.
Thank you very much there, Adara. NVIDIA just took out another all-time, well, not all-time, sorry. Not all-time.
Day highs.
Yeah, that's what I meant, days highs. And I was just about to message Fabian, but I might just say it out loud. If you're looking at some of the stuff behind us, I think might need to be refreshed. It's just, maybe it needed to get updated or something. We had an issue with some of our boards, but so the prices on the tickers could be wrong, but we'll let them know to fix it. Oh, and we just wicked the high and are starting to come back in here. I'm still in the same. We got our trend break, got first target, but I'm just waiting for VWAP in here on Snapchat. That, or maybe the market wants to actually dip and get us back into the long that we like, but we're still holding highs on SLV. Nothing really changing with this rocket ship. And then it was incorrect. Wrong decision. Market strong. Should have just stuck with the short on BMNR. So silver good. Be happy with Tesla, but I'm disappointed that I got out of this one probably too early. Should have just given it more of a chance on BMNR. Just so much weakness in crypto, relatively speaking, I do think. And if for anyone's wondering, the poll only sits at 65%. So since we left you, NVIDIA keeps making highs, and there's more people betting against it getting to an all-time high, which I would have thought it'd be going the other direction. Like, it's getting more and more certain, not less.
All right, well, that was a good idea with Amazon. Only 2 trades today for me, man. It was Amazon, and we discussed it, we talked about it, we averaged into it, and there it goes now. Amazon still have a third left, but we do get our 85 fill right there, and then we took another one at 75. So, a third left of Amazon. We've done really well managing this position. So happy, joy. Okay, well, look what's happening right here again. We got to have another out, might as well. Our stop is if we break the low. So if we can get the piece out right here at 55s, we'll do that, and there it is. So a nice little take out right there as we go. Cooking today, that is for sure. We are getting ready to see what's for lunch, so we'll tell you guys about that in just a couple of seconds. I've decided to, now this may have been a mistake. I was on the offer at 75. We could have got filled there at 75 on Alibaba. So if you like this idea, I'll stamp it, but I'm a little nervous because of the market and the direction of this market keeps going higher here. So I like that. We should have probably taken a piece there. We would have definitely got some out, as you guys know, but we probably only got about a 10% down there at 50. So I'm not going to retake this Alibaba trade. I sort of looked at it. I don't mind it. I'm not sure I want to fight the trend here, especially now the fact that I have Amazon going long and doing well. I just don't want to try to fight it at this point. So I'd hate to give back a little bit of what we made on Amazon because of an idea that I'm not 1,000% sure on, but it's not too bad, right? You also have the 50-period moving average here on your 5-minute chart helping you there. So that's 142. You got 142 VWAP. I don't have VWAP down here. VWAP is supposed to be the same on no matter what chart you look at. So especially with us, I just have a continuous one. Some people can anchor it. You could start it at the beginning of the day. That's what an anchored VWAP is. Unfortunately, and I don't even know if we have that request in our system, but why don't we if we don't?
Not recently. It's been
I'm going to ask.
The request has been put in.
I'm going to ask.
But like I put the tickets in a couple times, but not in the last half year, I don't think. But there's one thing with VWAP.
Ask immediately.
It does matter when you start your data. So like if if your data starts at 4 a.m., your volume data, or it starts at 6 a.m. or 8 a.m., then it can be different. That's why it can be a bit tricky off the open. But when you get a bit later on in the session, that tends to not matter. Someone just pointed out that Uber was trending down. Tesla broke high of the day. Nvidia is still at high of the day. Crypto was still incredibly weak. But Uber down 2 points and coming right back into, this is where it bounced yesterday. So if you're looking for, if I like trend breaks, which I do, I had to short into this and then didn't take the long trend break. Well, it's a potential long trend break with the same bottom here. So now all of a sudden that's going to be on my radar for a bit of a trade. The Snapchat is a trend break off the high, looking for a pullback, and Uber is setting up for one off the low. So I'm going to save that and then go back on over to a couple of other names. Still have 15 minutes to go. There's plenty of time here. SLV doesn't want to let me back in. AMD's back at 420. I don't know if AMD is the one today. I still feel that there's this rotation happening into NVIDIA that would make me hesitant on AMD. That's more of a chase up there for sure. So I think stay away from AMD. And then disappointment, if we're talking you can't really ignore, you don't want to ignore what's going on with ARM. But I'd say a bit of a disappointment. It's been more of an inside day. The market's flying through highs. Good move off the open, good reversion. Since then, incredibly boring for ARM. No chance to get any stink bids if you're looking at the long term, not breaking out with the overall market. I think you look at this in the other direction if the market turns. The market turns, ARM probably sets up a short. I'm going to stay well away from longing that stock today. Unless it does something crazy and I can pick it up in the long term. But it's just incredibly boring day for him.
I'm pretty sure Sharif just opened the door there, and I'm pretty sure he said China, for no reason at all.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Like I heard the door open, and I just heard China.
That's about right.
And I was like, what the hell is that? That's it's like a ringtone.
He does it all the time, though.
You know what?
All the time.
You know what I'm going to do? Every time I get a message, I'm going to see if I can put the G chat. Every time Sharif messages me, I just want to say China in my ear, because it's kind of I was like, oh, Sharif's here, and there he is right here. So good job there. I wonder what's on his mind over there. Maybe China is on his mind. Hey, Sharif, what's going on?
Eggs. That's what's on the mind.
Oh, yeah, eggs.
Get the protein.
Yeah, protein's always on.
Protein's always on the mind. Get the protein.
What was it? What did you do today there, Sharif? Some more of those?
The little shoulders.
Little shoulders, yeah. I was going to say, I think the shoulders need a little bit of work over there. Okay, so so there's Alibaba, man. It's a good thing. Oh, maybe here, talk about China again. There it goes, breaking through. So, hey, man, that was an idea that we had. Stay away from that short there a little bit. And so finally, a decision that we didn't make looks like it's paying off a little bit there. So, sometimes you got to just be sort of trusting in the instincts there. It did look pretty good to me. I'm glad that we talked about getting away from it. And there's Alibaba. Sometimes it's the trades you don't make that wind up making you a bunch of money. So that one saved me some in this example. And look, Amazon's not really having the love that I hoped it would. It just bounced twice now off VWAP. And we were waiting at 274 flat. It goes there. Okay, here's a move down. The market now not liking whatever just happened right there. I'll take advantage, offer 30s. We get another piece out there on Amazon as the market is pulling back just a little bit. I don't know what Sharif did about China there, but maybe something might have just happened as the Nasdaq finally pulling back. And Sharif might be happy if he's, I don't know if he's into NVIDIA, but that's near all-time highs. And we do have that pull up. And looks like the end for now might be right on reaching all-time highs, but it's right back into a support area again. We did not reload Apple there, and we are having a little bit of a down push in Amazon. So we'll take another piece. Remember, our Amazon's coming out there. I do now have to report to you, we have about 18% left there on this name. So pretty specific, but we did get some out. We talked about having a third. We took some out right there at 70s, and then again here at 35s. So there it goes now, Amazon. Yeah, I definitely need a China button, that's for sure. So
well, we have the button. If you hear it, the button exists. We just need to get the number code for it. Andre and Fabian, as I say that out loud. Code name Ed with another super chat. I wonder, is Uber down due to gas prices? LOL.
Yes, I mean this is part of.
It doesn't help, but that's probably not the reason that they're down.
That was part of what I said yesterday. I was trying to figure out reasons why to sell Uber, and I was like, it's going to get more expensive, right? And I just think that people open up their app and they might not see a price they like. And I mean, even around here in Toronto, they're building. You mentioned it yesterday, the Up. They're building many different transportation systems
See a few more
here.
Uber Eats and deliveries on bikes. These days.
Oh man!
I told Sean the story, and I'm not making this. Did I say? I don't know if I said this on the show. I told you.
I don't think you said it on the show.
I don't think I said this on the show. I'm not trying to out Uber, but straight up, we had a delivery from Uber. I'm like, why is it taking so long? How can you? You lost in our neighborhood and looked out the window. Bruh was walking down my street. Yep. I'm like, are you crazy? I'm like, I'm in the suburbs, bro. What are you? You're walking the e-bike. I get it. I'm cool. What are you doing walking? It's a problem.
Exercise.
Like, that is a problem. I know gas prices are high, but come on, son. That's a little ridiculous. Let's go to Adara and hope that never happens again.
Yeah, I recently had a bike Uber that just I could see just chilling outside my house waiting, I guess, to deliver the food, even though he was there. So, yeah, I feel your frustration, Neil. Let's talk here about USD. DXY here, like we mentioned yesterday, there was that level of support, that 97.6 area still coming into play. Let's see if we can hold it, because if not, it looks like next level of possible support resistance could be 97.2. Now, as we've been mentioning throughout the week, tomorrow is really going to be the grand day for these economic data releases. You're going to get at 8:30 a.m. non-farm payrolls and unemployment rate. Then at 10 a.m. you're going to get University of Michigan consumer sentiment print for May, the preliminary print for May. But later today we have quite a lot of Fed speak as well. Fed's daily at 12:30, Fed's Kashkari at 1, Fed's Hammock at 2:05. We had her earlier today as well, remaining hawkish. And then we're going to get Fed's William at 3:30. Here's a look here at the rate probabilities. Again here, we're not seeing a cut. Even in December of 2027, there was a while here we were seeing a cut in December 27. As of right now, still seeing rates held in December 27. So future looking pretty bleak here when it comes to rate cuts. Maybe tomorrow's NFP and or University of Michigan consumer sentiment prints will change things. Back to you.
I wrote a very nice little G-chat message there to basically like our CTO and explain, look, man, I know your team is extremely busy, overworked and everything, but really anchored VWAP would be something that you already have.
It's
the
very
VWAP,
simple to use.
Exactly. So you already have the VWAP. And I was like, look, my understanding is it would be simple to code that in there, but I'm trying to toe the line here and, just mention that, very busy, but it would be very, very greatly appreciated. I mentioned the retail side of everything, so I'm trying to massage this into there. And I just do think that, Sharif just hit the bang. I think all of us would like anchored VWAP.
It comes down to this, and I'll say this to every single person at Real Trading right now. If you're watching, or forget about just Real Trading. Anybody that's trading, you're broke.
Help us out.
If there is something that you want, you cannot be afraid to ask for it. And oftentimes, I know this happens at Real Trading, it's like a feature request or a bug. People will just assume somebody else is going to do it. Oh, there's this bug, someone else is going to report it. Oh, there's a feature I want, whatever, some other office manager is going to get to it and put the request in because it's obvious.
Well, I'm lazy like that. I went over to you. I was like, "Didn't you put one in?"
No, but you're right. I haven't put a request in for it since last year. I would have asked for it in 2025 at some point. Maybe it was in the back half, but I haven't in a while. And you've got to put requests in. You've got to ask. If you don't like what your broker offers, or you think that something can be improved, then you get in there and you're asked. Work for you.
I'll give you another example. We yesterday put out a routing key for Blue Ocean.
There you go.
So it's a brand new key available to everybody at Real Trading. Not only will it route to Blue Ocean, but it'll route to any live market that's there, including Moon, including anything else that comes for it. So already right there, because I remember Obi was on the show a while ago with me, and obviously he's been with everybody, but we were talking about it, and I said, because he trades Blue Ocean the most out of everybody here, I don't think any of us do it, that he was mentioning about routing, and I said, we can get that order in because we're a huge customer of our broker, obviously.
And it's just the two.
They want to help. They want to help us out, right? The more orders that you if enough customers want Robinhood to trade options, I know they do, then they should be putting options on their system, right? It's just a way to create more revenue for them. So, all right, we have a bunch of Danish, man, we get it, man. What's VCX? You like that 2220 long? Shout out to everybody there in the chat. Please try not to spam it.
We got a super chat that didn't have a message.
Okay. Is that what it was?
So I have to do this. I have to do it this way. AV Blink Blinkent? Maybe Blinkent. So thank you for the super chat. And then we have all these responses. The VCX 220 long. We appreciate it. And then there's some questions on. Oh, you have the questions here. What would your entry be as a swing trader if you're considering a long on position on SNDK? Well, I'm not doing anything SNDK. Because the trend break on Snapchat went down to the 1-to-1 and then just broke out the high. So now I'm just going to be patiently waiting for either BMNR or SLV. So you were looking for swing long technical entries on SNDK. I will immediately tell you, for me, I can't see any way that it's at a reasonable level for a while. We just reported trend support is down at 1120, but remember, any trend line, that's a moving target. So if I say the trend line supports at 1120 today, it's in an uptrend. So tomorrow that could be 1130, and the day after that, that could be 1150, and the day after that, that could be 1200. So just keep that in mind. But it's got trend support, just pulling it back from this March low. Somewhere in the 1100 range, and the 50 period's nowhere close. Like technical levels for dip buys on SNDK, maybe you can find an anchored VWAP that you like. That would be a good example as well. Like anchor it from out of, I don't know where you'd want to anchor from.
How about just from earnings? You can anchor it from 1,000.
Anchor from earnings, or you could anchor it maybe from like the support bottom. Like maybe there's an earnings day here, or this break would be a good place.
Just to let you guys know, like Brian Shannon, like often offers year to date or major events.
That's a good one,
as you mentioned.
Well, you know what? Let's ask Brian that the next time he's on. Maybe.
Yeah, okay. Next Tuesday, hopefully, Brian will be with us again. Yeah. No, hey, I mean, I've asked him that many times. It's like, where would you anchor based on this stock? And it's always the same thing. It's like you could anchor it 10 different places. It's just a matter of put it out there, find a spot. Major events like. Anything like that. Okay, so just quickly here, we've only had 2 stocks today. We will end the day, and we didn't get anything back today. That's great. And part of that was we stayed away from some dangerous plays. Amazon and Apple. So I just want to tell you guys, it's basically 2/3, 1/3. Actually, a little bit more than that. It's 3/4 of the day for me was Apple. There today, and 1/4 we just put on right there is Amazon, but Amazon could get a little more spicy as we go back up to the upside there. Still have on, like I said, about that 20%, a little bit more than that on Amazon, and we just got another fill there because Apple just reminded me that, hey, it's still the one, and there it goes right back up there into 291. It's too bad. Bad advice I gave was not taking this VWAP right there, but we were a little nervous. I mean, the market going back to all-time highs gets us all hungry for more profits. But today we go back for the lunch. And yesterday we had the story of Neil and I both, because of past experiences, didn't have cheese on the menu for ourselves. And we explained that to why, so we missed out on the lasagna, which I heard wasn't. You guys mic'd up there, Joe. Did you have the lasagna?
Oh, I had a piece. It was nice.
Yeah, how was it? I didn't go back to the well for it. So, what were you saying?
Basically, if you go to like Costco or
okay, so generic.
Yeah, you get like the frozen whatever. It was basically that. So if you get one of those, it was fine. But then it was a little.
Adara, did you have it yesterday, Adara? The lasagna?
The smell of it did not vibe with me, but I did eat the salad, which was good.
Oh. That's funny because the last time we went back and forth was the smell of those Japanese udon noodles, which I did not prefer. Okay, so Joe over there, what you have a rating on that or?
Absolutely.
What's the rating?
Okay, get him off the screen. He's doing that thing. Yeah, he's off the screen. Okay, what's for lunch today? We're trying to avoid that whole thing there. And we go right over there.
That's on purpose.
Because he wants, he actually wants his show to start a little bit earlier. So we could.
By the way,
we could
negotiate. Joe, I messaged you. What is on your? He's talking about his playlist and how fire it was, and I messaged him like, "What are you listening to? Send me a tune, and I'll listen at lunch."
Okay, so stay tuned. In 1 minute, Joe can discuss that. But right now. This is kind of like the second time this week that we've had this. This is actually what we had last night because we had to eat quickly before we went to the game. I love this. Oh, it's Spanish flag. Okay, so shout out to Luis and everybody there. Today is Zesty pulled. I'm just laughing because Zesty. Zesty is kind of a funny way to explain like what kind of spice we're having here. Zesty pulled chicken tacos. So this is exactly what we had last night. So I'm hoping that this is going to be tasty with soft corn tortillas. So Adair doesn't have to bust her tooth again on those hard ones.
It's okay.
Yeah. You mentioned it yesterday, live on the show.
I might have mentioned it yesterday.
You said it on the show.
I bust my tooth on a hard shell taco. We're fixing it tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. So there we go. Okay, that's crazy. I feel so bad for that. Some people get chipped like on the most random things. People bite into like an apple.
Yep.
Yeah, so, okay, so now that you mentioned that, actually, I'm not going to have those actually, I really liked it, but be careful at all points there. All right, soft, so anyways, to digress a little bit more here.
Oh, I still like it.
Because we only have 5 seconds, because otherwise Joe's going to come in like hot fire. All right, so we've got soft corn tortillas, salsa verde, and, oh boy, guacamole. So we don't have that too often.
Guac?
We're getting that guac today, so we'll ask for just a little bit more, as we do at Chipotle there. Okay, Joe's approving it. Joe, I know we're 15 seconds over. Let me just get through this right now. Creamy cabbage, coleslaw there as well. That's what's for lunch. A super chat. I don't want to ignore it, so let's do that right there. That's what's for lunch. The super chat.
Would say Greg for the win, because that's what FW means to me.
Yeah, good.
407 to 440, 414.
I'm bidding 407.
Tesla, watching for months now. It is helpful to me, and a reminder at minimum to stay disciplined trader. All cash since November because you're thinking correction. Thoughts? I have missed a lot of gains, but have stuck to this.
If you're going to stick to it, I think you should stick to it at this point, because if there's going to be a correction.
Yeah, at this point, we're at the highs.
You know.
I always find like there's always something. If you're looking for dip buys, there's always something that's giving you a dip buy, right? Like it's not like there's nothing
literally always
that's been pulling back. I think usually you can find something that's giving you a bit of a dip buy. Look, it's past 11 o'clock. Those tacos are going to be fire one way.
I was just going to say before we go, yeah, it's up to you guys, but I was going to say, like, there are different ETFs and dividend plays you could just sit in where you could still be collecting like 2 to 3% a year on those plays. So if you are sitting in cash, don't sit in cash. Sit in cash or cash equivalents. Sit into something that you can get in and out of that will also pay you a little bit. So that's just a little bit of advice, because you never know. Like, even if you get that 3% and you missed 12 in the Nasdaq, at least you get
it's better
something.
than nothing.
Yeah,
it's better than nothing.
Anyways, okay, good show there. Thanks for everything, guys. Joe and Sharif are on. How about now?
Pretty good. I think we're be tranquille. There's no tranquille around here. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. This right there, this guy on the screen. There you go. That's your boy, Joey Options. I'm Sharif. Joey.
Yo.
What do we usually do after this? We say hello to everybody.
We say hello, everybody.
Say hello. Elevators make me fart. Shout out to Elevators Make Me Fart. That's gotta be the best name in the chat. Maybe competing with some others. La Raza, YV7584. We got Spooky Beats and Pitchbull. Ricardo Trader Senior, YV7584. Again, what's going on, brother? Ozan, happy to be a new follower. China. Yes, Ozan, we'll get those China things coming on for you. There's my man, Benton C. Come on, you Gunners. All right, so it is official. It is Arsenal versus Paris Saint-Germain in Budapest, May 30th, 12 o'clock. Be there or be square. I'm going to be there. Damien Tarza, we got Christ God's Son. Yes, my man. We got Captain Bananas, 3251, King Clutch. Ahmed, Masters, 8102, HP Motorcars. Joey, we got Game Craft Nico. Sheriff, he says. Right back at you, baby. JD Vance? J Van Dewey. Jesse Martinez, Gabe Saper. We got Blicky Spears, not Britney Spears, Joey. Blicky Spears and Migsy, 36, Durant Gordon, Wild Drover. We got, who else? AJ Chafers and Ted Ease. Joey, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, we have a shout out from Egypt as well, too. Sharif. Yeah, Vinewood boy. What's up? Hello from Egypt.
Hey,
one of my favorite countries that I've never been to.
Hold on. Where in Egypt? I need details. Cairo or Alexandria? Because that's going to make a big difference whether I like you or not. I'm playing.
It's like that. It's like that over there, eh? All right. Yeah, let's do a little roll call. I'm sure Bravely messaged us here in the chat. I don't want to assume anything, but oh, he did, because the guy is consistent. Let's give a couple of people and some notice to our folks over at TikTok. We got Raw. Okay, I like that. Amir, Realtor, Beda, Mosa, Patrick, I'm not even going to try to pronounce that. Now we have Shelly, Amir, Andrew, Watu, Jobin. What's going on, everyone? Randy, Miss, Gabriel, T. Rose, T. Rock. You guys know J. Rock?
Suit. Oh my God, this guy's in a suit. This guy's in the South.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right. So it's hot. It's hot over there.
Oh,
right?
yeah, it's always hot there, Joey.
Yeah, that's my stuff. Yeah. What was I gonna say? Yeah, J-Rock. Do you guys know who J-Rock is? Anyways, if you don't, look him up. We have C. Spooner, Bablo Friday, Charles Tolliver. What's going on, brother? Amaro.
Don Tolliver?
John Tolliver.
Oh, wow, I thought it was Don.
Don himself.
If it was Don Tolliver, I love Don
Then we really
Tolliver,
make
bro.
it, and then we also have Hale. Yes. You knew Marcus Aurelius?
You told me about him yesterday.
But you knew Marcus
I'm not
Aurelius.
that old.
All right,
jerk.
well, I'm just saying. No, I'm not. You're not getting what I'm doing here. It's a
What were you
scene
doing?
from Gladiator. You knew Marcus Aurelius.
Oh, my bad. It's been a
come
minute since
on,
I've seen
man.
Gladiator, man. That's like
the
from the
one
90s.
movie that you can continuously go back on.
True.
All right, guys.
True.
Let's get right into things. Enough is enough. I know a couple people are saying, "Here, Joe, I'm here for the playlist. I can't give away everything." You know what I mean? But nonetheless, let's get into some IBIT.
Get it, Joey.
Not working for us, so we're just gonna AC Slater that one. Small size on it. You take the stop out when you're supposed to. We lose about 12 cents on that one only. And you know what am I saying? Going over here, tripping over dollars to collect pennies. That wasn't the case here this morning. We are tripping over pennies to collect dollars here on NVDL as it continued to climb up 4.2% there, guys. This was just, you just need one. This was the initial trade. We play the volume weighted average price break. It didn't crack that $100 marker, and then off to the races it goes. There's a slight volatility spike in the market, and it was holding up relatively well. And I'm like, oh, okay, I think at some point we're going to be able to rock and roll and maybe go and test that all-time high here by the end of the week. I think that's going to be most definitely in play. We were talking about NVDA via options and how we can play that leading into its earnings report. They're buying it up. That's a strong signal. We like that. What's going on, Jody? I forgot to give you a little bit of mention. Jesse, my little bro, can you explain why some stocks are going up but some aren't? Brother, I think that's a question we all ask sometimes that Sharif brought to me yesterday. It's very obvious, and it's like, hey, man, sometimes there's a little bit more sellers than there is buyers.
And you hated that response.
No, I didn't hate it. But listen, I know Katina Man. He was adamant about the fact about my 50 cents that I have left in my long-term portfolio. What do we have to do? We have to top it up. So I got to make sure that Katina Man knows that we're sitting on 1.5% cash now, fully allocated. JPM absolutely tanking here today. So like, what's going on with that? But we do have CrowdStrike now north of $500. So yeah, we're liking that, guys. Other than that, NVDL has been him for us today. NVDA at the top of our list. We're liking what these chips got going on. AMD slightly cooler, just due to the fact it's like, all right, it's all right. Let's get a little bit of a rotation into another one of the chip names, and that's going to be NVDA. Its time is now over. Let's focus on this name through.
Well said, Joey. Well, very well said. No, look, serious response though to your answer or to your question. Pardon me. About why things are moving the way that they are. Look, you know how every time you know that there is a wind blowing in one direction, it's blowing against something else, right? And so money has to funnel out of one area into another. So typically, you know, unless it's kind of like 2021 or 2020 where everything and their mother was moving up with crazy valuations, you're going to have cyclicality in the market. You know, you're doing well one day. I'm talking like semiconductors doing well one day, maybe cybersecurity not doing well the other. We saw that rotation, right? Remember the Anthropic angle? Everything was ripping except the cybersecurity names. How funny that was, and it's completely changed. All right, let's get down to work here. I'm in a position, RXT, I'm looking for 447. We wet the beak already here at 457. That's going to be my 2R on RXT. This is a clean hold right now, currently, of the 10 EMA on the 5, having gotten back into that 430 level. I did like that 420 to 430 level, Joey, because there was certainly resistance here at 420. Shout out to all my 420 fans out there. You guys know what's up. But the reality is, I'm looking for this one to stair step up, hold the 10 EMA on the 5. It just held it right now. It breached prior bar high. I'm talking about the 1105 candle relative to the 11 candle. So I'm looking for, 457. High of the day is 462. We're going to keep a close eye on this one, but there's plenty to talk about. So let's bring in the side charts over here and start talking a little bit about RPGL. Shout out to the OG Bovin, because he did point this one out to me, even though I did have eyes on it. Look, Bovin, I like this. I want to see what the deal is going to be with $2, first and foremost, okay? Reason I say, what's going on with my position over here? Oh, it's losing the trend. Let me just, give me a sec just to get out of that. And then we're going to go 419 on that. So I don't want, let's go 418. Sorry, give me a minute here. There we go. For that machine. All right. I want to see what's going to go on with $2. We got into 213. That's great. We breached 2. Fantastic look. This thing's been very parabolic, very strong. RPGL hasn't even touched the 10 EMA on the 5 since basically 9:40 this morning. Not even. It didn't even touch it there. So the point is, it's very directional. It's generally holding higher lows, but I want to see, does it retrace back into 2? If it comes into 2 and it generally holds 2, I'm getting back in. I'm getting in. I haven't even been in yet. Then if it fails that, I'm looking for VWAP in and around the mid-180s. We'll see how this cookie ends up crumbling, but definitely watching for that. Then there's ATRA. I was talking to somebody in the chat, I think Yoga, shout out to Yoga in the chat, was like, hey, man, what do you think about this? I'm like, I'm worried a little bit about a double top because there's your pre-market high into 810, 810 high, 896. Official high a day, 895. 894, pardon me. No, it's 895. I don't know why it's showing me 894 over here, but that's 895. So a bit of a double top. They're only separated by 1 penny. Now, look, if it takes out 9, that completely changes everything here. So we're going to have to see how this cookie ends up crumbling. But if it ends up coming into 8 or 775, I'm going to get probably long. Reason is 10 EMA on the 5, $8. And then the whole dollar, obviously. And then you have the volume weighted average price at around 780. So very interested in this one. And I have more to say, but we got to send it up to Adara with news.
Just be aware here of Boeing. Apologize if this was mentioned. I just got back from the bathroom. But Boeing on the move to the upside. CNBC reporting that Boeing CEO Kelly Ortberg will be traveling with President Trump on his China trip next week. So again, Boeing on watch here. CNBC reporting that CEO Kelly Ortberg's headed off to China. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. All right. Looking at RPGL, interested in this one as well. It looks like it's holding prior bar low. So here's what we're going to do on RPGL. We're going to get in, Joey. And we're going to give this one to prior bar low. See what happens. This 205.5. So we're going to go ahead. RPGL, there we go. I don't know why. Oh, that's why. So let's go ahead and throw in said stop for that many shares. Good. So we'll see what happens with this one. All right, ATRA is coming back down pretty aggressively here for the individual that was asking me about this in the chat. Now, this is possibly your opportunity, right? $8, 10 EMA on the 5. A buy zone, in my opinion, if it holds. You're going to have to see if it holds, so don't set resting orders. I can't tell you what to do, but I personally wouldn't set resting orders. I'd wait for a clean hold and then a curl back up, $8 to $7.75. Those are my levels, Joey, on ATRA. Let's see what happens.
Good stuff. Momo Kayuki, what's going on? Yeah, I can't even scroll that low, unfortunately, but it depends, right? You can put it in lots or, pardon me?
How low can you go?
How low can you go? How low can you? Yeah, you can't even scroll that low, unfortunately, here on PFE. I mean, other than that, you can either put it within lots. So if you have it in lots, then just times it by 100, or you can just go flat out share size, right? So these would just be the actual amount of shares, 9,000 here, 4,000 there, 6,500, and so on and so forth. All right, yeah, so what's everyone got going on? Gorev, yeah, I see what we're looking at here on Tesla. I would have liked this candle to close green, but that's not the case right now. And if it cracks that low, the support level that we have right now, I'm going to wait for maybe a hold from some of these pre-market zones at 406. We had a technical breakout on this name. I was keeping an eye on it, and I was talking about it earlier in the week. I'm like, at some point, I believe we are going to break through this pivot. Let's see if we can get somewhat of a sustained move. Now you're only down 10% off of that high. Oh, sorry, 20%. What am I even talking about here? But I mean, it's a big time move off of the lows. We'll take it here in Tesla. And I was talking with Jose, for those who know, you know. This morning, I'm like, hey, we have a lot of the big names continuing to put in all-time highs. You have Google, Apple, NVDA, Broadcom, all around that neck of the woods. But then there's a couple that are lagging, right? Like we have Meta, we have Tesla, and Microsoft, who aren't really participating in this overstretched rally, I'm going to call it. But if they decide that, like, hey, if the narrative changes and the sentiment changes with some of these names, obviously Meta and Microsoft, more or less what I'm referring to, then watch out. The market can continue to go here I do feel like we're stretched, but it doesn't matter what I think or what I feel. You just have to go with the flow and see if you can start to participate. Sharif was asking me, hey, man, are you in any of these memory plays? I'm like, I'm not. But I watched this piece on Bloomberg yesterday, just on semis and everything.
Oh, I think we probably saw the same one. Were they like talking about ASML a lot?
Yeah.
Yes, Joey.
Good. I like that one.
Yeah.
Dude, how sick is the TSM fab in
Arizona?
How
it's
sick
crazy,
is it, bro?
Don't you like how they build them like in little cities?
Yeah,
you see what they said
it's
though?
like an ecosystem.
Exactly, because they have all the personnel there, and they're like, yo, you got to keep it all closed.
Yeah,
that's Joey. That's what I want to
piece.
see.
Yeah, man, that was a good piece. Yeah, that was a good piece, and it makes you want to go there just to like drive around. I'm sure. I don't know if you could get that close. They must have like a gate that you have to get in.
This is probably one of the most secure areas in the country.
Yeah,
you know they're delivering Blackwell GPUs in armored vehicles.
Yeah,
armored vehicles.
Let me be the security for those. You knew we can do that. All right, $5. But yeah, sorry about the Pfizer. I can't go that much lower, but hopefully if you have it in lots or shares, you can change that up on your level too. All right, thanks for IonQ yesterday. Sold right before close, plus 40%. What do you think of Dell? Sleeper, a few catalysts coming up, but 235 calls at the open. Yeah, let's pull up Dell, man. The first computer that my family ever owned was a Dell, I believe. So it's a Dell. Man, how are you gonna even call this thing a sleeper? It's definitely not sleeping, that's for sure. 100% from, I guess, the earlier this year, February. So that's a big time move. It can probably continue. This chip trade, I think, is gonna be in play for the next couple of years, to be honest with you. I mean, we're looking to ride this probably into 2030, 2031. Pullbacks, you buy them, because earlier in the year we're like, oh man, the chip trade, it's dead. No, I don't think it's gonna die off that quick. Considering what you've seen what Texas Instruments is up to as well.
Yeah, man.
What a massive play, man.
They're trying to get into the more advanced chips.
Yeah.
But you see how they were talking about wafers?
Yeah.
And like how you know
the 200 millimeter way.
Exactly, right? And basically they just come off this circular, it looks like a wafer, right? And but they all like break up into small pieces.
Small chips.
It's
They
super interesting.
a lot going. And I like how they were talking about AMAT as well too. That's why Applied Materials has been going on this big time run, man. Yeah, a lot of interesting stuff, and that just gave me some more conviction within the trade and what these guys are spending. Because eventually, what happens when they slowly start to cool down in CapEx? And then what is it from that point, right? Like, are these guys going to go back to being extremely cash dominant? For me, the answer is going to be yes. And with that being said, I think this market is going to climb. We're going through a structural and a fundamental change within how we operate day to day. And we're just starting at the top. Once it really starts to funnel and more people start to adapt these tools, I just think it's going to be revolutionary in my opinion, which it already is. So, you hate PLTR wannabe trader? What's it up to? Did you try shorting this thing? By the way, CrowdStrike 502. Let's pull up Palantir. Why do you hate it? It's all the way up to 140, bouncing off some of these lows. Let's pull up the daily and see what we have going on with Palantir. It's the SaaS names, right? It's just getting dinged with some of the other software names. But Palantir, wait for this trend line to break. Off to the races we can go on that name.
All right, guys. Here we go. Buvin, thank you for pointing this out. We have a new IPO today, HAWK, top showing 32. I didn't have eyes on this. Let's talk a little bit about it, give you the deets on this. Shares of signals. Let me make this a little bit bigger so everybody can follow along. I do apologize. Have to keep my eye on my positions here, Joey. All right, shares of Signals intelligence data analytics provider Hawkeye 360 are set to make their trading debut Thursday after the company's IPO was priced at the high end like that right away, raising $416 million. Late Wednesday said they're selling 16 million shares at $26 a pop. Okay, so that's higher than the expected range, the high end of the range, it was 24 to 26. The top, as I just showed you guys, is showing 32. So it's already a good look. I like this. The pricing gives the Herdon, Virginia company an initial market cap of around $2.5 billion, assuming the underwriters exercise an option to buy an additional 2.4. So they do have that option. Shares are due to begin trading later today. So we're going to keep a close eye out on this for you. HAWK on the NY. It's showing a top of $32, where we'll look at the paired volume as soon as we get back from Madero.
I have some more details here on this Boeing story. So as we know, CNBC reporting that Boeing CEO Kelly Ortberg is going to be joining President Trump on his visit to China. Now, apparently, during a prior recent visit to China here, U.S. senators actually discussed proposed purchases here of Boeing's during that visit. So again, BA could actually have some deals lined up when they arrive in China. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Here it is. Assassino, are we able to zoom in a little on this, brother? Just so that everybody can see. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. All right, so your Assassino's going to zoom in on it in a second. If you're wondering who Assassino is, and we often get questions.
Don't tell him.
Yeah, well, we got to tell them, Joe. They got to feel like they're with us in this whole thing here. Assassino is the dude on the ones and twos. He's the guy changing the screens. He's the guy. He's controlling the whole show. Okay, his name's Andre. But I like him so much, I call him the assassin because he's good at what he does. Oh. That's why I call him the assassin. And then Ram, well, you know, that's Ramin. HAWK.NY, showing B. What does that mean? That means buy side and balance. Love you, Ram. I'm just joking, girl. 280,000 shares, buy side. I like that paired so far, 703,000. So this is looking pretty good already, Joey. I got to tell you the truth. So I'm liking the look of this one's jib. I'm not liking the look of, well, I'm out of that position. Good, it stopped me out. Of our RXT is losing the bid here, so we're out of that. But I'm going to keep a close eye on HAWK. As soon as this opens up, we will have that for you, and we will, bring that. So that's a good look there. All right, keeping an eye here on RPGL. Still looking for a hold of trend. We're out a little bit less than half the position in at 12. Best peak weather we've got was a high of the day at 19, looking for continuation. But as our friend in the chat has said multiple times, I forget his name, XNDU is looking like the best of the bunch. In the 1946 high, showing 32s right now. So strong is XNDU, it hasn't even glanced the way of the 10 EMA on the 5 since 9:40 this morning. So I'm very interested in executing here on XNDU. And by the same vein, I'm keeping a close eye, Joey, on ACVA. This one, NY? Yes, NY. There we go. Coming in to this flat top area, it looks like there's a lot of selling for whatever reason, right out around the $0.50. But this is a good-looking recovery. A bit of a V-shaped, upside-down V. We call that the Christmas tree retracement. Green on one side, red on the other. But now it's kind of found its footing, and it's stair-stepping up, having held 6 quite cleanly. And now we're at that 650-ish level. We're above it right now. Let's see if we can decisively clear it. It's a 670 high on ACVA. So we're about 20 pennies off that level. I'm liking this one as well, guys. So we're going to keep a close eye on this.
You like that one's jib?
I do.
All right, man. Just, I mean, a lot of stuff going on here today. You can see that the Q's slowly starting to come back in. Tesla right at some key support levels. Now, I think for somewhat of a bounce here, we had a technical breakout on the day, with some profit taking up at 415. Where's that next level that we're going to look for potential move back into the volume weighted average price? Right here, 406.60. If we get that bounce, now cracking through that signal, Gorb, I would have went long on this one if it closed as a green one, but as a green print, but it did not. And now we're starting to reject VWAP. So with that being said, pull back into this area. We're going to see how price reacts on that support level, acting as prior resistance. So I think we'll be able to find something along those lines. Got 420 December calls just now. Says, Zane, I know you always got
love that guy.
Those Tesla trades on. Small cap gap show could be 9:30 to 4 p.m. Make it happen, guys. Let's go. So we want all day? You want the all-day
Crazy,
small cap
bro.
gappers? That's crazy. We have Shreve. Do you think Peloton can squeeze? I don't know if that one is going to work out. Ah, dang, my nose is leaking here. Anyways, aside from that, guys, I'm looking for the next potential trade. Thank you for that $5 super chat. Who did Peloton sign a deal with the other day? Peloton? Not the other day, like a while ago. I'm pretty sure they got a contract. But, I mean, I don't know about this, right? Like, we talk about this just being a bike with an iPad on it, a cycle. I think that's it. The days of this thing continuing to climb or being a good performer are completely over. There's an equal chance of Peloton going back up to $170 as there is as Aurora Cannabis going up to $1,300. Okay? So, I mean, if you know, you know, and if you don't, then unfortunately you don't. But other than that, it's at $5. It's $5.64. It may be might be able to find somewhat of a bottom and a squeeze, but if you're looking for a full-blown recovery in this name, in my opinion, you're not going to get it, all right? And I think a lot of people can agree with me. Now, moving forward, let's head over to our watch list and see what we got going on from some of the top dogs here today. Apple printing 291. Who do you think you are? I am, as it continues to climb, tapping into the new. Yeah, bang.
Why does it cut off?
Why does it cut off so quickly?
I want to hear that
again, man. I already hit my limit on Stream Deck hits today, so if I exceed that, then it slowly gets deducted off of the paycheck. So I got to be cautious. I can't hit bang or the Stone Cold too many times. But you know what Mark Cuban once did?
What did he do, Joey?
He swore once on mic, and then they're like, you just got a $50,000 fine or whatever.
Oh, because it was on cable.
So what did he do? And he's like, boom, swear again, no problem. So
he dropped a hundo.
But he dropped another hundo. I don't know if it was that much, but we'll hit the bang. Deduction. Tara, what do you got?
What I have here is a little bit of a spike in USO, guys. Already giving back up this move, but this is the 3-minute chart. We went up about 50 cents here, getting a couple different reports. One from Washington Post suggesting that according to a U.S. intelligence source, Iran will be able to outlast President Trump's Hormuz blockade for months. Other comment here is coming from the Iran Foreign Ministry spokesperson saying that Iran has not yet reached a conclusion on the U.S.'s proposal. No response has been given as of yet for the U.S. Now, we also get here Iran reportedly imposing new rules for the passage of the Strait of Hormuz, as reported by the CNN. If I get what these rules are from Iran, I'll keep you posted. Back to you.
There's actually something interesting. Come fly with Carlos. You can absolutely drive by the TSMC fab in Arizona. You can actually get to the parking lot and even the front office. You can't park, but you can get within 6 feet of the building. I'm an engineer for ASML.
Sorry? I was concentrating. Sorry.
Okay, so apparently you can get into the parking lot of the TSMC fab in Arizona.
You can?
Yeah, that's what this guy said. He said he's an engineer from ASML.
That's crazy. I thought they would definitely would have been all up in your business there.
The parking lots are so cool.
Huge. And they all have solar.
Yeah, they all have solar, right?
If you're not taking advantage of solar in the desert, what are you doing, bro?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Trading IBIT.
Trading IBIT, this guy. All right. We're long here, ACVA. I don't know, man. This one looks good. It's a slow mover, but it's stair-stepping up ever since that big flush off that 670 high that we put in at, I think, basically 935. It was an aggressive sell all the way down, held 6 clean. So I'm looking for another move here into 670, maybe even a bit more. Now, I had to stop out of RPGL. We're profitable on this one on every part, but I didn't like the breakdown and the loss of the fifth of a dollar. Now, it is coming down into a good area here. I want to see what happens at around 204, 205. The reason I say that is because that's the 10 EMA on the 5. It's going to be a buy zone, I should say, because the 10 EMA is so close to that $2 level. Let's see if $2-ish area holds up. I'm definitely interested. But XNDU is flushing. 1950. It's at 17, almost 1750. There it is, 17 2/3. A big drop here on XNDU, bleeding its own blood. Multiple topping tail candles into that 1950. Probably kind of gave us a little bit of a hint that there may be a seller of note. Let's see if it can reclaim that area. It's turning into a bottoming tail candle now. That was an aggressive flush. I hope people were exercising sound risk management skills on this one. Seller at 18 locally gets decimated. So it looks like it's holding off 1750 and or the 20 EMA on the 5. So I want to keep a close eye here on XNDU because this could be an interesting entry. Now, we do have the volume weighted average price a little bit lower than the current bar low, which is about 1708. I want to say 1710s-ish. Current bar low, exact level, we'll give you that in a moment, 1759. So it does hold the $0.50. If you were to punch in here and you want current bar low, perhaps give it to like 49 or 48. Never financial advice, just suggestions. So keeping a close eye on XNDU, knowing that this could be an interesting entry here. Now, if I was to get in here and I would say, just for the sake of example, give it to 48s. All right, we can keep a close eye on that. I don't know if this one's done bleeding its own blood quite yet. So let's continue to watch here on XNDU. I'm going to let that ACVA trade kind of marinate on its own. It's a slow mover. So there seems to be a buyer here in the high 17s generally. I want to say the 70s, 60s, and 80s. Here we are back in the 70s again. Let's see if we lose this level. Looks like we're holding up generally at the $0.75. Just waiting essentially for the bottom to form here. It's not done yet, Joey. Down into the 60s we go on XNDU. Continuing to watch. Remember, current bar low is 59. 59, exactly. Here we are breaching current bar low. Now 55s. Here comes the half dollar on XNDU, bleeding its own blood to the downside. Definitely interested in this one, but it needs to settle down. Now, I gotta be realistic. Look at the movement on this one to the downside. So I'm not saying it's gonna move like equally to the upside, but I gotta be ready for those type of flushes should I decide to get long. Because this one has shown it's part of its characteristic is to kind of flush away pretty quickly here. So back into the 80s we go, showing 90s on the ask, 80s on the bid. Let's see if this one can kind of put in a bottoming tail candle, Joey. I might be interested in punching.
Yeah, for sure, guys. I'm not. Jesse, I would never ever mislead you ever. There was a big volatility. Well, I shouldn't say big. There was somewhat of a volatility spike here moments ago. You can see that the SPY, flushed through the volume weighted average price. Now starting to find somewhat of a rebound. The Nasdaq holding VWAP relatively well. So, I mean, let's see where we go from here. We're heading into that level that we were talking about on Tesla. I don't see anything from the lower time frame as we get into a little bit more detail for us to find somewhat of a bounce. But what we can start doing is drawing our trend lines for potential breaks. If the market's going to continue to climb, then we may as well try to rock and roll with it. NVIDIA and Apple are on fire today, and go with the flow. You've had those pullbacks. You've had multiple tests of VWAP, and we climb up into 214. I thought that we would hit that all-time high here relatively sooner than what we're doing, but I wouldn't be surprised by the end of the session. Tomorrow, even Friday, new all-time high, and definitely gap up on Monday. That will definitely help. All right, guys, let's send it over to Adair for crypto.
I'll start here with some headlines that we've had coming in over the last couple minutes. We know I mentioned a couple minutes ago that CNN headline suggesting that Iran has imposed new rules for Strait of Hormuz passage. Apparently, one of these rules is that these vessels must complete an application in order to pass safely. Now we also have comments coming from a senior Iranian official by the name of Mohsen Rezai saying that Tehran will not be accepting any U.S. plan to reopen the Strait of Hormuz unless there are reparations for war damage included. These are their words. Basically, they're rejecting Washington's proposal. This comes a couple minutes after we heard they hadn't made a decision yet. So it sounds like Iran, or at least certain factions of Iran, is rejecting the U.S. proposal to end the conflict and also, again, reportedly imposing new rules for passage through the strait. Let's talk about Coinbase, because a certain bald man will be reporting earnings tonight after the bell. This is Coinbase, COIN, 4:10 p.m. is when we're expecting this earnings report. Revenue here, 1.5 bill, EPS 36 cents per share. Now, they actually had declines on a year-over-year basis for their transaction revenue last quarter to the tune of 37%. Revenue also missed last quarter as a whole, so COIN certainly going to be on watch. Also on watch here is Bitcoin, which is still trucking along here on the daily chart, continuing to make these higher highs and higher lows to the upside. Yesterday, we had that touch and then failed to break above the 83,000 level. High of day yesterday coming in at 82.8, and then we close here at 81. So a bit of a topping tail candle. As of right now, we are red, but again, wider term trend line is still to the upside for BTC. Back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Adair. All right, ACVA is getting into local area highs. I'm looking, there we go, Joey. We just got 2R on ACVA. Looking for continuation now on ACVA. What do we got, Neil?
Me strutting.
Bring it in, Neil.
Strutting.
Neil's got the lunch.
Wrap. Oh, I thought that was pickled onion. I was gonna start.
Is this the
freak
food?
out. Yeah, that's the food.
Oh, is that a burrito?
Oh, we got the
It's a wrap
chutney right there too.
The chutney was good.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. So did you eat the lasagna?
Yeah.
You ate it, eh?
Yeah.
Okay. I passed it off to a friend. Let's just go with that.
You did?
Yes, I did.
Eat too many carbohydrates?
Yes.
Okay, that's fair.
There was a good amount of ground beef.
Not enough ground beef.
There was okay, but
Okay.
you know, it is cutting season now.
Is it ever?
Season. And we're not taking Retta, so we can't rely on somebody else to do the work for us.
Yeah,
so
that would be nice if we could ever rely. You know what my grandparents used to say: if you want something done, do it yourself. Yeah, exactly. All right, there's a couple things that I want to touch on here, guys. Someone asked over there on Cheezers Live. What was it? Okay, so on TikTok, there was a good question. Why isn't the SPY climbing towards the high of the day? Why is it kind of lagging what we have going on in the Nasdaq? Well, the first thing I do is look at its second heaviest weighted sector, and that's going to be the financials. JPM has not been performing well today, and I didn't go through any of the other banks, considering I bought a little bit more JPM yesterday. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, nice. We're going to get in a good spot. Let's head over to the daily. I'll show you where I purchased some. Right around this neck of the woods, right around the open, 311, and then boom, flushes a little bit lower. So JPM not being him today, still down about 7 or 8% off of those highs. Yeah, 7.7% to be exact. How's Morgan Stanley been here today off of those highs? Goldman Sachs. Still, and I mean, JPM's been lagging. Watch this name play catch up, and then sure enough, it's going to be off the list. But you can see that the financial sector relatively weak here, guys. You have the bounce off of VWAP here in the Nasdaq, but you have the move lower of the volume weighted average price on the SPY. With that being said, we do have a trend line break on Tesla. This could be a good opportunity for us to engage and maybe find somewhat of a recovery, just due to the fact that we have the technical breakout. Right, like we had the technical breakout on the daily, and then now we're on the backside of this trend. We can draw a couple more trend lines, use that for our gauge to get out, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, we go small size, and we just lock onto the profits that we got from our NVDL trade earlier this morning. I love it when the first one works out for you, and it just makes everything smooth sailing, and then you throw on the fire playlist, you have the boys around you getting all excited, just good environment altogether when there's too much winning going on here today. Too much winning. Wait for the double bottom, Joe, on Tesla. Yeah, we can. I'm going to be more patient. I'm in no rush to get into it, but I think a good re-engagement would be NVDL. If it works once, probably will work again. And you know what they typically say, third time's a charm. Oh, okay, quick story before we send it off to Sharif. Had the narc on the guy in my spot, man. I'm not happy about it.
Good. What do you mean not?
I had the narc on him, man.
Dude, let me just tell you something, bro.
Yeah.
If there was somebody parked in your condo, right?
For 3 days, yeah.
Yeah. If someone was parked in my spot
for 3 days, I left 2 notes.
I don't even know what kind of hell I would raise. Besides, that almost never happens at my condo because the dinosaurs that live there are retired. And so their goal in life is to create rules in the condo and then enforce those irrational rules. And you know, it's kind of the goal of their life now. They've got free time, Joey. So that usually never happens. Nothing untoward happens.
I'm all about less regulation. I know a tow guy. All right, cool.
That's fair.
Seriously, hook me up. I'm not there. I have to be there. But if you know a tow guy, Ramin, tell him to follow me after work. We'll pick the car up. It's unfortunate that's a BMW driver. But hey, man, gave the guy multiple opportunities to get out of there. But listen, I was in the middle of
2 more opportunities than I would have given him, bro.
Exactly. So I'm literally in the middle of a hockey game, and someone's yelling, "They're towing a white BMW." I'm in the middle of the game on the bench, so I had to run into the dressing room, take my skates off, run towards the tow truck driver who already had it on the hitch, and I'm like, "Dude, come on, I'm right here. Cut me a break." $300.
$300 to get it down.
Just to get it down. Wasn't even gone yet.
That would have been a fight.
Yeah, but well, I mean. Yeah. But there's nothing you can do, man.
I know.
It's $700 to go and pick it up. Obviously, it's like you would love to chuck knuckles, but that's not necessarily the case.
Chuck knuckles. I love the expressions. Yes,
you
sir.
see, oh no, you probably didn't see this, but the UFC fighters who are fighting at the White House card were at the White House.
I saw.
With Donald.
Yeah, he's like, yo, his hand is huge.
Whoa, that's what he does.
So funny. President Trump, man, he just off the cuff, you never know what the hell he's going to say, right? Like, and, you know, there's some people that get embarrassed. You know, I have a feeling he doesn't have that gene. Where, you know, things you say, they may come off the wrong way, they embarrass you a little bit. Nothing embarrasses this guy.
No, I think once you hit X amount of money, like you have in the bank account, then you just don't get him because you don't care.
That's actually a good point.
You know what I mean? And so it's like as soon as you hit that threshold, it's like, I'll do whatever I please.
People are asking about Qualcomm as well as they should be because I'm going to bring in my semis list over here, Assassino. And this is right here. That's where it starts semis. As you can see, it's a sea of red. And that's not because semis are not in vogue. They are. Just take a look at the year-to-date right corner, right column right there. That's not the point. The point is they were extremely strong yesterday. So looks like there is some profit taking today. Could be maybe a little bit of sell aggression here on ARM, their guide. I don't know. I wouldn't really want to categorize ARM as the leading microchip name that would cause this. But aggressive moves. But Qualcomm definitely standing out over here. 12% for Qualcomm. Now, we've seen Qualcomm, you know, do quite well lately. with a bunch of different deals. Let's see exactly what the TA here is on Qualcomm. Bring it in. Not, I'm not really this type of trader, but we're gonna have a look at it anyway. Let's look at the 15 because there's really nothing to look at here. Okay, so we're definitely at local area highs. We need to go a lot farther out. 4 hour. Okay, so we've breached that 185 technical level. We are free and clear, so we're gonna need to go to the daily. All right, so let's just be honest about it. The only level we're really looking here, only couple of levels, pardon me, that we're looking at is 220, and that takes us all the way back into an area top on the 28th of May of 2024. So we're talking about 2 years, guys. And then we have what I perceive to be a gnarly looking head and shoulders that led to an aggressive sell-off, and we saw this one sell off for a while. So this head and shoulders pattern ended up topping up at 230. Now, the only part that we need to concern ourselves with, given that we're trading at 215 right now, is this left shoulder from, again, back in the 28th of May of 24. We need to get above 220, and then clean above 220, we're looking at 230. We can get above that. We are $15 on QCOM from all-time highs. Let me just double check that. That is all-time highs. I'm going to flip to the weekly. Yes, so those would be all-time highs. So good look here for Qualcomm, man. I would say you're looking possibly into a move into 220. You may not get that today, but perhaps by the end of the week. And then if you do clear 220, you're looking at, is this thing at 217? I was just talking about it at 215. This thing's ripping, Joey. Let's pull up all the way to the end over here. Sorry, let me just go all the way. All the way up. Sorry, I don't know why it's not letting me go all the way. Sorry, guys, I have to reset the chart, but essentially, we are trading at around 215, right? 217. I can't get there. What day is this? This is still April. Okay, so I'm going to have to reset this chart, but I just want to concentrate on this trade here. I'll get to Qualcomm in a second, but I'm keeping an eye here on ACVA. It feels like it might be getting a little bit top heavy. 664 area high. We're still south of that 670, and that was my goal, to at least get back into the day's high. So I think I might have a trailing stop just south of the $0.50. That'll put about a 5 penny risk because we're in at 654. But if this one keeps chugging along and takes out prior bar high, which is 664, we're going to hold, obviously. A couple other things that I want to mention. RXT got stopped out of that, but I feel like this one may be changing its tune just a bit. I was earmarking that 420 level as an area of support. Now, it did breach it by a couple of shekels with a 406 low, but here it is again at 420. So if we can clear 420, perhaps even into 430, I'm going to take another shot here at RXT. We'll see how this cookie crumbles. XNDU, not looking good, guys. Not looking good. In fact, this is looking quite bearish, looking flat bottom breakish through about 17 2/3 to 17.5. It is basically an unbroken lower high chain ever since putting in that day high at 1120, 1125 bar lower high. You guys get it, 1135 bar lower high, lower high, lower high. And we're just, what's holding on here is 17.5. There could be a buy zone, I want to say from 17.5 to 17.25. Couple of reasons for that. First and foremost, look at these closing prints here between 1025 and 1045. All of them, for the exception of the 1045 candle, south of 17.25. That's number one. But look at where the wicks go, 17.5. Now, let's look at the current action. Look where VWAP is, right around 715. So about 10 pennies shy of that 17.25 area resistance. Let's see how this one comes down. If it ends up holding up there, it'll be game. But there goes RPGL into an area high, into 233. It is now ripping up with a flat top break, having been broken at 220. This one's on its horse and could be on the way to the $0.50, if not more. RPGL is up a very respectable percentage on the day to the tune of 73%. $2 name. If you're small cap gapper inclined, this is what we look for here. Cheap, parabolic, and respectful of trend. Look, nary a breach on the 10 EMA on the 5. So we're going to have to give this one a more thorough look here, Joey.
Ooh, Okay, yeah, good stuff, Zion. Yeah, I'm looking at it. There goes Tesla, so nice work. There was a nice 5-minute indecision print around those lows. Not quite at the support level that we were talking about not too long ago at 406.60, but that's a nice bounce. So I'm going to wait for an additional pullback here, Zion, to see if we can get this rocking and rolling. I mean, we have this trend line break right within the secondary, and then we're looking at this minor trend right here, still holding up. If we can get a pullback up into 1430 maybe, or a retest of 1435, and we start to bounce off of that level, I think it can be a good opportunity to get involved with it. The bull flag, the price action is pretty choppy if you ask me. Outside of the initial drive, it was up, down, it was up, down, it was up, down, and around. But if the market wants to scream like it is and have NVDA go and test that high of the day, maybe we'll see somewhat of a rotation into this name. I know a lot of people were talking about Apple. Katina Man had that one here this morning.
Yo, QCOM just ripped from 214 when we were talking. It is now at 222.
Holy
it just took out that 220 area high we were talking about.
Yeah, that 206 pivot.
Qualcomm is ripping.
Qualcomm is on fire right now. I mean, holy cow, you could throw a dart at some of these AI trades and you'd hit a banger on the head.
My days.
Yeah, my days is right, man. It's really moving now. 221 up substantially here this morning. We'll take a look at it from a 5-minute. I know Shreve was just going on about it. Holy cow, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, like 40 minutes of just straight
It's
buying.
just straight up,
Straight
man.
from the morning, too. There's 2 red 5-minute candles. I know that you guys can see on my other screen there, obviously being sarcastic. But look at this. Since 10 o'clock, you have 2 red candles. Off to the races it goes. And then look at the volume really start to uptick too. So that's supporting this move here. This is big time stuff. And we talked about Qualcomm quite often, just like, hey, man, we don't like that we're in this massive consolidative zone. And then now off to the races it goes. And it's breaking out big time, heading towards that 228 pivot. At this pace, I wouldn't be surprised if it heads there sooner rather than later.
It's going to 230.
Yeah, it's going to 230 probably today. I wouldn't be surprised by that. I'm not saying chase it or anything. So just be patient. I'm waiting for my pullback in Tesla. Shreve, yo, what's up, Adam? Yeah, what's up, brother? How's Cypress going over there? Long cap gapper says MF dangerous connection. Okay, well, Jesse, you're at the beach, man. What else do you expect? You guys must be living some good lives. Ozan over there, Adam and James abroad, always at the, he's somewhere, never home really, so he's a digital nomad certified. And then we also have some other individuals who's like, yeah, I'm at the beach right now, I'm doing this, I'm doing all that. So congratulations to all of you, and yeah, and living the lifestyle that you want to. But aside from that, guys, let's head back over to our watch list. We talked about CrowdStrike, we talked about JPM, some of the staple names. Walmart, how has that been performing here today? Just to get away from the chip, I know it's the hot thing right now, but we are still a couple of dollars off of that previous all-time high of 335, and you're probably seeing a rotation, 4%, out of some of the staple and the more protected names, and it's like risk on. Let's get involved in this chip trade. Let's get into some of the larger participants who are just continuing to climb higher, and it's like it feels like there's no force that can stop them. But see, the thing is, though, Sharif, you go up too far too fast, sometimes the market will find something in order for it to sell off a little bit. Our girl Ava Ados is on top news right now, just in case you're curious.
Who's that, Joey?
Ava?
Who's that?
Yeah.
Which one? Which screen? Top or bottom?
The bottom one where Assassino's pointing.
Ah.
Yeah, Ava.
We know her?
No.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
I do.
Like, what's going on, Joey? Like, oh, is somebody here? All right, guys. I see it. I jinxed Qualcomm because now it's coming down.
Selling, eh?
Yeah, it's selling quite aggressively here, Joey. 223.66 high, coming back in, 216. 20 EMA on the 5. You know, I don't trade these bad boys, but 216 generally is the 10 EMA on the 5. So we're gonna keep a close eye here on the Qualcomm that is up a very respectable now. 12 2/3%. Joey.
Yes, sir.
Don't look.
I'm not looking.
Market cap of Qualcomm.
Oh, that's a great question. I'm going to say 420 billion.
Bro. Well, you went 420.
Well, no, I didn't do that intentionally.
Go half.
220 billion.
228. Hey, okay,
Well, I mean, you kind of gave it to me there, so.
Well, yeah, it was a little bit more than that, but yeah.
Did you tell Katina, man? I don't know if you weren't listening or anything. No longer. I know you were excited about this. I had 50 cents in the long term as for cash. we've upped it now to 1.5%, so we added a little bit more cash, just because, right? I just
You need a little bit of cash, brother, because if something goes on sale, you need to be able to deploy.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm fully allocated, though, man.
I get that. I respect that. It's a great time to be fully allocated. Everything's ripping. I'm not trying to question your judgment. I'm just saying, you never know when things are going to go on sale.
It's questionable.
Right? It's questionable. 100 million trillion, says Ozan. My man, Ozan. Bovin, Gemex is moving up. Bovin, I love how you love these low liquidity names, but hey, man, you trade them well, so I'm not going to speak any sort of nonsense about that. But GMEX, pardon me, is moving here, and this is what Bovin's been calling out. And look, it's a respectable move, man. Closed out at $1.91 yesterday. Now you're looking like you're weaseling into about a 240 high. We're going to put GMEX here on the side chart, up 25% or thereabouts. But look, Bovin, this is not bad. I'd like to see it hold up above the $0.25. We'll have to see how this one ends up doing, but a little light for my blood here when it comes to volume. But I'm very interested to see where Qualcomm is going to find a bottom here. Not that, we're going to commit to executing any trades on it, but I don't mind seeing what kind of pullback here. It looks like the shorts are in control, though, because we just lost a 20 EMA on the 5. On the 1, no, though, that's the 1. Let me flip back here. I wasn't looking at the right levels, Joey. All right, so I was completely off on that. Prior bar low, 215.02. We are losing that. We're losing it in a hurry. It looks like we're going to come back down into 210 here. 210, there could be some support there as there was a bit of a resistance level at 210. But Qualcomm almost making all-time highs. It needs to breach that 220. 230. Got up to about exactly 223.66 on Qualcomm. Let's see what this one does at 210. I've moved up my stop on ACVA to just immediately below the $0.50. So if this loses the $0.50, if the buyers don't start stepping in and using the $0.50 as an area of support, we're going to be out, but we're going to be profitable on it. So we'll look to execute again. Should it be the right thing to do? But now I need to start looking at RPGL, and I need to start basing my trades on RPGL onto the 10 EMA on the 5, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. So we're going to go ahead here, RPGL. We're looking for, let's just go 214 on that. And I'm going to work my way into RPGL, by the way, because this one, I don't really want to get into full position right away. I want to be able to give myself the opportunity to get something closer to the 10 EMA on the 5, which I believe are the money fills. Ooh. So we're going to go ahead. We are punched in there. We got 225, and I'm going to be looking to defend into the 10 EMA, which is currently at 216. So that's what I'm looking at. Joey, what are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the chat here. Blicky Spears, the new hot name. Katina man likes that one. Let's pull up some of the options chain activity here, guys. We were talking about NVDA here earlier this morning, and you can see the supply really starting to uptick, but this is going to be expiring tomorrow, okay, after the bell. 51.2%. We were talking about a 225 call that was going to be expiring on June 18th. Let's pull this back up one more time and see what we have going on. Now, $8.40. Like, are you actually, like, get out of here? So,
get him, Joey.
So if you rewind back to earlier this morning, approximately 8:20, 8:21, you'll see that I started to talk about it, and we were sitting around $6.33 this morning on this specific contract before the open. So, yeah, no problem. So before the open, you could have got this at a literally 30% or 30%, yeah, essentially cheaper than what it is, a high of $9 almost on this thing. So this is a big time run already, guys. Like, holy smokes, in this specific contract. And this is what I want to see leading into the report is strength and not the underlying asset actually selling off. So that gives me a little bit more conviction. Does that mean that it's going to rip or do whatever like some of the other names have been? No, absolutely not. But it increases our probabilities, in my opinion. So we're going to remain with this strategy. I'm not going to be buying any form of protection. We'll let it rock and roll. Why? Because implied volatility is still slightly low. It hasn't been completely priced in right now. We'll take a look at the expected move later. It doesn't report until the 20th, but that's what I'm thinking. We have that rotation. Some of the other chip names, I mean, like we look at SanDisk going absolutely parabolic, AMD climbing up to $340 or whatever it was, just an insane number. And then we also also have NVDA, who, like, it's been moving, but it hasn't had that strong, aggressive move. And I think at some point, probably by the middle of the summer, I wouldn't be surprised if we're talking about NVDA at $250. That's what I'm thinking. I added some more in my long term, and I actually bought shares in my swing, and I'm gonna buy the contracts. So yeah, man, we're fully involved with this stuff. I did miss out on some of the DRAM names, but hey, man, can't catch them all. My name's not Ash, and I'm happy with where we're sitting. Netflix and Meta are actually some of my worst performing names. Netflix, Meta, and Robinhood. Not performing well, but some of the other ones have been performing pretty good. Iran's parliament national security official, no uranium has left Iran, ISNA. Yeah, that's what I don't have any trades. Tesla is starting to come back in. We talked about waiting Zion, waiting for that pullback here. Now let's see if we can hold up around 14.25. But I'm getting the hunch that we might break down. We have a shelf starting to be formed and might want to absorb some more liquidity. Head into that 406 level that we were referring to not too long ago. Heads into that neck of the woods, then I think we'll be able to engage. Or we just stick with the names that are strong, and that's NVDA. Wait for a pullback one more time, and then engage.
Basically an unbroken sell here on Qualcomm. It's coming pretty close to that 210 level. So I want to see what Qualcomm does in and around this level. I feel like it's 211-ish, but you know, when you're close to that $10 level, it should be interesting. RXT going, says Texas Jet Fan. RTX, that was the first one that I actually put on. Yes, it is. Good call. Here it is. Now, my only concern is that this is a lower high that lures us in. Let's continue to watch here. Okay, 462 high, but you absolutely are accurate about this. But we've talked about these setups before, especially the ones that, you know, make a very prolonged pullback after an area high. Now, this over here, you could look at it for a couple of reasons. You could look at it as short covering, causing this one to spike, or it's a bull trap. Right? Where you're looking for the end of the downtrend. All the bulls are looking for it. It's up 89%. It's probably on everybody's scanner. It makes that new area high, and a pretty parabolic one at that, from 410 right into 430 in a couple of 1 minute candles. And then sometimes it makes a lower low. Now, if it makes that lower low, I'm looking at 410. That could be a good flat bottom break and a possible loss of that level. So keep your eye out on RXT. I'm going to look at it from both ways, Katina, man. If it wants to make a move into 450, we'll look at it as a long trade. If it wants to kind of make that lower high, fail 410, we'll look at it as a short trade. Right now, there's a seller of note right around 430. You can kind of see no size posted on the gateway. That tells you right away that it's a hidden order, but he just got clipped, right? Well, it went to 431, but down back into 30. Keep your eye on this one. Not a bad look here for RXT, Joey.
Good stuff. What do you think about FCX? Let's pull it up. Not FTX. We don't want to talk about that. No, Freeport, eh? Okay, Freeport McMoran. Let's see. Let's pull it up here. Let's take a look at some of the daily. See what we got going on. Okay, I mean, this isn't horrible, right? Like from November of last year, you get 83%. You're starting to bounce off of these lows. I mean, yeah, it's not a horrible stock, that's for sure. Obviously, if you're looking to trade it intraday, you're going to run into some liquidity issues here. This is just something that we don't often talk about. You get into the lower time frames, and you can see outside of the open, that first hour and a half, not too bad from liquidity standpoint, but then it just really starts to fall off a cliff. All right, so yeah, I mean, it's not a horrible play. Yeah, copper play for sure. Yeah, but I mean, what else do you guys got going on? Put some names. USO is creeping higher. Yeah, I haven't looked at that in throughout the day. Yeah, USO onto, climbing higher. Yeah, that's not good for equities right now, guys. I think with the Nasdaq and the SPY, you can see we're slowly starting to creep a little bit lower. USO moving to the top side, putting in a new high of the day. Outside of the pre-market, that is. So pre-market session high is around 132.62. At this pace, I wouldn't be surprised if we head over there and start to test these levels and start to fill this downside gap from a daily. Yeah, a big move off of the highs, right? So you're down like 20 bucks. That's 13%, not so bad. Heard you and Breno talking about, or Breno was talking about how they're investigating into some of that oil trade. Somebody just put in a bunch of like 500 million 15 minutes before the news was released, which is.
I mean, it's frustrating.
Are you surprised?
Right? Am I surprised? No. If you're asking about like, that stuff happens all the time, right? but it's just so blatant. And the fact that they did it all through one trade rather than, mixing it up, a million here.
Sweeping the markets, essentially.
Right? Multiple brokerages accounts.
That's gutsy, man.
Think about it. I mean, why would you be so obvious to make it so concentrated, right?
Right. Yeah, I know.
I don't know. It's not like I'm an expert at insider trading. I don't insider trade because I don't have any insiders to give me any information.
You don't have any insiders.
Right? But in any event, that's kind of the situation.
Let's see what this name's up to.
Joey, I'm watching ACVA here for a possible pullback. We're going to get to see if this one holds at VWAP or not, but I want to mention Qualcomm. Gaurav, the OG, was telling me in the chat, sorry, Gaurav, I didn't get a chance to respond, but I think you're absolutely accurate. Look at Qualcomm. This is insane. No. From 223.66 down into 207. The thing is, the volume weighted average price is a throwstone away from where we're trading right now. 205 and a third. We're showing 207 and 2/3. So this one could be a VWAP hold here. We'll see what Qualcomm wants to do, but if it wants to come back in, hold that 205. We'll might give it a try. Who knows? Well, we'll watch. We'll see if there is a trade to be had there or what the situation is. Back to RPGL. Keeping a close eye on this one, but RXT is also making a move here. For those who are watching and looking for another move into the $0.5 to 2/3 of a dollar, I just want to point out that same 30 seller that I was speaking about, 5-6 minutes ago, still there. So watch out, please, for the lower high here. I'm not saying it's going to manifest into a lower high. Be on the lookout for a possible lower high here. Now, you may not be in the strict sense of where it rejects at 30, but in and around that area. It's popping up here in the 35, right back down into 31. Let's see how this cookie ends up crumbling. But RPGL is disappointing me because it's been holding the 10 EMA on the 5 literally all day. Literally, from 9:40 this morning, it hasn't breached. And now it is right back into that level. So we're not going to give it too much longer. Right below 210 we go, and then it ends the trade there. Just a couple of things here. Learning to trade, saying ATRA coming back into play. It rejected right around 840 though, learning to trade. So I'd like to see if it holds at 8. It looks like it's at 810 or so at the moment. Be on the lookout for that. And then ELPW, he says nice trend. So shout out to Learning to Trade. Thank you for pointing that out. ELPW, just a quick look at that. Well, it's taking forever to load, so we'll have to let that one go. When we come back, maybe we can have a look at it. So for now, Joey and I, we're going to pause for a second. We're going to send it to Adair for happening now at the big desk. Then Neil's going to have his lesson of the day.
Here's the S&P 500 trying to hold on to the intraday low. And as of right now, actually bouncing off of it. We'll take a look here at the Nasdaq. Nasdaq still above its intraday low. So slight difference here in terms of where these names are on the chart, but both of them falling pretty sharply from highs, both the Nasdaq and the SPY. We did get some comments from Fed's Hammock earlier, as we could expect. They are a little bit hawkish, and she's going to speak again at 2:05 p.m. For that, we'll get comments from Fed's Daily at 12:30 and Fed's Kashkari at 1. USO does remain on watch, guys. Most recently in oil, I had some comments a couple minutes ago now from the CEO of Shell, who's been speaking throughout the morning. Shell CEO saying that they believe energy prices will likely stay strong and bullish for the next 6 to 12 months. USO also pushing higher as we get comments from Iran Secretary of the National Security Commission denying claims that the U.S. made, I guess, saying that uranium has left Iran. Iran saying that, no, we have not had any uranium leave the country. I get lots of reports here in Iran. Just stay with us, guys. We'll keep you posted. President Trump was also supposed to meet up with Lula of Brazil. I have those streams open. Looks like this hasn't started yet. This was supposed to start at 11:15. Once it does start, I'll keep you posted. But Qualcomm here, nice bounce. I want to pull up Qualcomm and Micron because we have a lot of these names in that chip and also memory space just moving in really violent parabolic ways. No news on either of these that I could see, but interesting look there. And tons of earnings after the bell, including Open Door. You'll also get Coinbase, MP, TTD, DraftKings, so many earnings. We will keep you posted with all of those. But for now, we're going to keep you posted with Neil's lesson of the day.
The lesson of the day is, you know what, oddly enough, I was already going to do a certain thing, and then something that Sean's up to right now was along the lines of that lesson, because, you know, getting tickets online to any concert is incredibly difficult, Everybody knows it can be frustrating. You log in and everyone tries to get in at the same time and you're 18,468 in line. But you know what? If you don't try, your chance of getting it is 0. So that's what it's all about. And you keep, eventually maybe you get that one and it's worth it. And I was looking at the IPOs recently, and there's been a few times in the last few months where I'll look back at one of those IPOs. I'm like, it wasn't perfect, but I should have taken it. Maybe just take it with a little bit less size. I'm going to change the approach, which is almost every time it's in a sector that I remotely like and I think it's executable, even if it's a little bit less liquid, just still take the trade, take it for less shares. And if at worst you're getting reps in for the ones that are going to be big, and you're keeping fresh with that execution, because at some point what's going to happen is SpaceX is going to come around. There's going to be crazy liquidity vacuum, and I don't want to be in a position where I haven't taken an IPO open in 3 months, and then all of a sudden you got to execute on SpaceX. And I'm really just talking about this Hawk, and I can quickly show you like Hawk, 1.5 paired volume, slight sell imbalance. I mean, it's indicating a 34 open when it's a 26 issue, so there is some interest in it, but it's not all that big. It's not as if it stands out. But you know what? Size a little bit down. And even if I don't take the opening print, then maybe I let it open and try that long if I see a bid come in. But it's just about being attentive to it and taking the shot at it. And whether it works or not, the worst case scenario is that I get some good reps on what's been a positive strategy as opposed to just sitting it out. It can't just always be, oh, well, this one is perfect, so I'm taking it for full size. Oh, this one isn't, so I'm not trading at all. It's not so binary. You've got to be able to take your shots at things. And I just kind of got a little bit tired of, oh, this one looked pretty good and I didn't get it. It's one thing if I'm away from my desk because it opens way too early. That happened the one that you were gone, Sean. Like it opened up, we're so used to 11 o'clock. You get up, we finish the morning show, you grab your lunch, whatever. Even if there's an IPO, it doesn't open until 12:30, 1 o'clock. And then there was one that opened at like 11:05. Of course, it's like right when I'm getting up to go to the bathroom. I can live with that. At least I wanted to get it, and you just happen to miss. That's fine. But not trying it, not getting the order out, not being prepared to take the reps, just because you're going to take it for a tenth of the risk or whatever it might be, doesn't mean it's not worth the mental risk. You've got to at least try. Chip in a chair is all that really matters. As the market absolutely tanks. Oh yeah, this is where I usually tell you how it went. This time I have completely. You guys already saw. I showed you guys in front of Sharif and Joe. They were absolutely delicious. Those tacos, fire. I mean, it had everything. You got the multiple toppings and the salsa. This was, I didn't, the first time we ever had tacos here, I missed them, but I can confidently say by far the best tacos we have ever had on this trading floor for myself. So I'm giving it a solid 9.1 out of 10 for the tacos. And I don't even, if Joe wants to hate on them, fair enough. But that's delicious, bro. It's delicious. That's the lesson of the day. Enjoy your tacos.
And they're soft shell, so we love that here.
Actually, that's even more important because Daryl wanted soft shell. We got the soft shell. They're delicious. Hopefully the IPO goes well, but if it loses, it loses. I can live with that. Let's go back to some RPLG. Sharif's long at one of my favorite prices, $222. Who knew?
I mean, that's not true at all. Tacit spider. Come on, man. All right. Yeah, thanks, Neil and Nadira, for that. 9.4. We'll dock that one down. We'll see how we got going on. Other than that, guys, the Nasdaq is really starting to sell. With that being said, USO moving higher here on today's session. So USO really starting to uptick. Yeah, really starting to uptick, heading towards that level we were talking about not too long ago. Let's send things over to Adara and see what she has. USO up, Nasdaq down.
Okay.
Just be aware here, guys. I mentioned a couple of these headlines here that were more recent during the Happening Now segment. We did have, of course, the CEO of Shell saying that they see energy prices bullish within the next 6 to 12 months. But I'm now seeing another report from Washington Post suggesting that Iran is set up a new agency to screen and tax ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz. This report also says that Iran is still reviewing the U.S. peace plan. I know we heard earlier reports saying that Iran had actually rejected the peace plan, so stay tuned here. But either way, USO to the upside, couple different oil and geopolitical related headlines. If I see anything brand new, I will keep you guys posted. But again, I'm now seeing comments, I guess, from the Parliament's National Security Commission, not sure what country's parliament, but straight up moves through which 20% of the world's oil and gas passes and now under the exclusive supervision of the Islamic Republic. So it looks like we have Iran claiming exclusive control and supervision of the strait. Back to you.
Yeah, all right. So yeah, we have the market selling. We've been going over that. I know people are like, why is the sky falling? Well, it's the sky falling. I mean, it broke through some support levels. The Nasdaq lagging here. You can see the SPY starting to accelerate a little bit quicker. But if this support level gives in the overall market, watch out for some more potential downside and a continuation. I'm looking at Tesla at the level that we were talking about not too long ago, which we're currently sitting at right now, 406.50. Are we going to find somewhat of a bounce? There might be a good opportunity here, especially if the overall market decides that it wants to participate. The issue being USO up. Hate's a very
Get it,
strong,
Joey.
Very strong word. I dislike, you got Hawk there? Okay, I dislike that USO is moving higher and the Nasdaq. So it's just really tough to go against this and buy some of the tech names when you have that inverse correlation in full effect right now.
There goes ATRA through the $0.50. What do we get? We got 47s. Best print so far, 69er. We're looking for a move back into 895. So we breached that prior area high, which I believe was mid-40s. Now what's keeping us down is the possible flat top here around $9. It's essentially 895. That's the high of the day. A couple of times it's been touched. So we'll see what the situation with that is. There it goes, Joey, into the 70s. Looking for a little bit more now, so no continuation through that area. We're going to go ahead and we're going to post because we're old and we're slow. I'm just speaking about myself. All right, so I'm looking for this one to generally hold prior bar low because we opened up a new bar. So 822 is prior bar low. I'm going to ride trend with this one. So if it doesn't breach a prior bar, we're going to continue to hold on. But if it does, we're out, right? In the same way now that I got to get out of RPGL because it is failing the 10 EMA on the 5, so we will give some back on RPGL. Kind of sucks, but that's the way trading is. It loses the 10 EMA on the 5 for the first time on the day. So if it wants to kind of reset a little bit, we'll get involved. But for now, going to have to keep a close eye on ATRA. Nice move up here, no continuation. Buying here generally at around the $0.50. Let's see if the buyer steps in. Initially, it was an area of resistance. Now, this could be the buy area. And my observation initially was there was a buyer of note at around 45, 44, 45. Here we are right back at that level. We're holding up generally, but we're wicking below it. So a bit of a sell area now on ATRA. There we go into the 30s, and now we are the money on ATRA. I'm looking for prior bar to hold. 822, that is prior bar low. If it holds, I'll add because then I'll know that trend is continuing. If it doesn't hold, then I'm out. Simple as that. We'll give back a little bit there. But we took some profits at the top, about half the position out. But I want to see if it does hold up here. I don't want to get into an area where I'm just like adding willy-nilly because you never really know where anything is going to bottom out. But if I start seeing a big buyer on the level 2, on the way down that we can't seem to shake as a short, then I'll get involved with this one. But for the moment, I'm not really seeing a whole lot of buying come in. So we're going to pack the patience, see if we either get stopped out or we ride back above the $0.50. We're going to Adair.
Keep an eye here on CRM and ADSK. Michael Burry announcing that he sold his shares in both companies, so selling both positions. This is the third now, if you combine these two position sales since earlier this week when he announced he sold GME. So again, Autodesk and CRM, neither of which are moving too much, just got sold by Michael Burry. Back to you.
Go ahead, Joe.
Okay, yeah, right on, man. Let's find something as the market is continuing to slide here. I mean, it's going to be tough to, I don't want to just continuously beat this over and over again, but trying to catch a bottom at this point, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. You have to be extremely patient, cue a couple headlines and some truths to come out, and then maybe we'll start to find some volatility spikes step into the market, and then off to the race we go. Zion, this is what I was saying, hey, I'm waiting for this pullback, and levels that we were looking for didn't hold and are not currently holding. So falling knife, I think we can put it in that realm as the overall market is just really, really moving.
Get it, Katina, man.
I don't
know. He's printing on something. Probably Amazon.
Amazon short. All right, man. Yeah, so a nice short off of the volume-weighted average price. I'm going to guess Katina Man's price, $273.65. 76. Oh, 10 cents off. No, that's all right. But IBIT looking like a short. Yeah, everything is looking like a short right now. We were talking about that. The only one name that I'm looking at that is holding above VWAP is NVDA, the one that we had the trade on here earlier today, NVDL.
Get it, Joey.
Catching multiple dollars on that one, so not too bad of a play. Obviously, when it's a little bit smaller size leverage play here, boom, $100 all the way up to our last out being 104.45, so not too bad of a look. Sharif's rocking and rolling. Why does it seem market goes down at 12 p.m. every day? Ask Big Rudy Smasher.
I love that guy. Me?
Yeah, I was. Yeah.
Why does the market go down at 12 p.m.? I feel it starts selling off a little bit at 11. I don't know. You always hear, I hate to use this expression, but I know. Wow, Katina, man, look what happened to Atra. No, bro. Oh, I took it out at 9. What a dummy I am.
Damn.
Into 959 it goes. It's halted. 86% goes. Atra I added though, so I was kind of happy with this. We entered here. I told you guys if I saw a bottom on the pullback, I added the exact same amount we got into here, but I scalped up into 9. I should have left a piece for the dream. That is a mistake on my part. But anyway, ramping up is Atra. Now, here's the deal. We're not going to let this one off the hook. How come? Because it took out that flat top. Right? Come on, stop embarrassing me, bro. Like, why are you doing that for? I know, man. I'm glitching here.
Oh, man.
Why does it do that, Joe?
I don't know, man.
Embarrassing.
Because it knows
I'm trying to do the TA over here, and anyway, we can do it on the white chart, just not as clear. But there's a flat top, guys. Look at that. 8:10 high, 8 o'clock high, again 10:55, and then 12:10 brings the culmination of the flat top breakthrough 9. And now we are halted 9.59. So now we can start looking at $9-ish as your area support. So first and foremost, first and foremost, 12.14.06. So the earliest this will be open is 12.19.06. The price right now that it halted at 9.59, and the tap is $10. So the tap already looking good, Joey. Who can complain about that? So we're gonna keep a close eye on Atra. Atra seems to be him right now, and it's so long as Atra is him, we're gonna try to take some longs on this one, Joey.
Okay.
But I'm not really liking any other stocks right now other than Atra. Everything else on a bit of a pullback.
All right, good stuff. Yeah, sorry guys, I can't hit the stream deck as much as.
What do you need? I can do it.
Yeah, it just hit anything, man. I'm itching to hit the stream deck, hit my limit for the day over here.
Is this a self-imposed limit?
I just messing with everybody, man, because they're always telling me to hit these things, and I'm like, man, I got enforced the limit on my stream deck. Yeah, whoa.
Get him, Assassino.
Is that Katina Man? Oh, Katina Man.
Oh, bro.
I don't know anybody around here who's in Amazon or anything along those lines.
No, nobody's taking Amazon shorts around here,
Amazon. No one's short Amazon from what are we here as it tanks and puts in a new low of the day. Boom, ride the bear. Hit that one there, Katina Man. NVDA there. Oh, okay, we'll go with that one. What's going on with Broadcom here today as it's starting to sell? Everything is selling. Applied Materials to the downside. We were talking about this not too long ago. I mean, woohoo, look at Applied Materials. Oh man, the stock is crazy. I mean, over 100% from September of last year. 158%, 168%, some big time returns in a lot of these names. Ethereum down to, ETHA down to $17. It's not too bad with a high of around 35.97. I mean, we're on the backside of the trend, but the crypto space not performing, so you're still down 51%. That is so comical. MicroStrategy, I think they got some downgrades or something along those lines. Operating at a loss, though, the Bitcoin loss coming in a little bit heavier than expected. 61.5% to the downside off of that previous high of 463. I think it's going to take a long time for this name to recover, but it is slowly starting to, right? You get a 50% return off of the lows, 120, back up to 176. So not horrible whatsoever, but Coinbase continuously taking it on the chin. We thought we would get that technical breakout of that 215.66 marker. It's going to be the same thing as Tesla. Two different spaces, I understand that, but look at the resistance zone and the flat top break. You have that punch through. That's a trade that we can look to take advantage of, and that's what I'm going to be doing for Coinbase. They had layoffs as well, 14% of their workforce, which isn't anything crazy, but still people losing their jobs. Around, I think it was like 10 to 14% or so, nothing overly substantial, but $211.47 is going to be that level that I'm going to be looking to play a break on Coinbase stream.
VWAP buyers in and around, I don't want to say it's VWAP, but Qualcomm has a buyer at 207. And that's pretty clear there because there is 5 candles, pardon me, on the 5-minute chart that don't really breach that level. Let's take a quick look as we wait for ATRA to open up. This is what I'm talking about. Let's look at the 1155 bar, 207.29 low. The 12 o'clock bar, 207.19 low. 1205, 208.46, 1210, 209.10, 1215, 207 on the dot, and now it's showing 209.78. So that's a good news. Now we know there's a buyer there. But let's look at the resistance. Is there anything that we need to concern ourselves with that could prevent us from ascending? Well, the high of the 12 o'clock bar, 210.80, 1205, 210.85, 1210, 211, and current bar high, 209.95. So I want to say 210 to 211, there does seem to be a seller on Qualcomm. So you are holding up at 207 on a very strict basis, but you're not exactly ascending. No, we got to go over here. Hawk is open. HAWK. This is an IPO. Bovin, it's open. The tap, I think it opened up at 33.50. The high is 34. Here comes 34. We're showing 33.95. HAWK on the NY. It was oversubscribed, opened at the higher end of the range, and then gapped up substantially. There's a seller at 95 here that we can't shake. Look at that. Nothing coming off the gateway right now. So there's, he just got killed. They killed him. $34 now, resistance at 34. That is the high of the day. Keep your eye on HAWK. Also, ATRA is open. ATRA gapping up quite aggressively into 1047. So this one halted at like 930 something. 1047 high. Look for 9 resistance, but don't forget the gap levels are intraday areas of support and resistance. I'd say look for a holding of the gap fill, and that could be your buy area. We're going to Adara.
Hi here, guys, on the likes of Apple, ExxonMobil, and NVIDIA. Apparently, all these company CEOs are being invited to come with him to China. Now, we know Boeing CEO Kelly Ortberg also already reportedly invited to come to China and actually will be traveling to China with President Trump. That was reported earlier by CNBC. But Semaphore now reporting that the likes of BlackRock CEOs, Qualcomm CEO, Citigroup CEO, Visa, NVIDIA, Apple, Exxon, they could all be coming to China. That's a lot of CEOs, guys. If I get more details, I'll keep you posted. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. All right, watching ATRA here, looking for a general hold of 10. We're going to go long here. We're going to look for, we're going to give it a little room below 10, but we're going to see what we can get. Into 10, we got 1023. So if it doesn't hold 10, I'm Gonzino. Seller at 1020. This one could lose it pretty quickly. So be on the lookout here. Now you could get slippage. So make sure you're keeping an eye on the price action. Otherwise, use a stop that would basically get you out of trouble in some slippage. The general hold of 10. So we're not really ascending, but we're not losing 10, at least not yet anyway. I just got to keep my eye on this one and HAWK. Because I don't mind weaseling into that one as well. So it doesn't look like we're getting much in the way of buying right now on ATRA, so we will give back a little bit here if this one does stop out through the $10 area, down into 10.02. I just want to see if there's going to be buyers. We lose it there. So we do lose the level. Oh, right back above 10 we go. Let's keep a close eye on this one. Let's see if it holds above $10. Prior bar low, just to give you guys an idea, is 975. So look for the hold possibly of prior bar low. Here we go. There's definitely a buyer at 10 because we keep dropping below and moving right back above 10. So just trying to decide how I want to approach this trade. Yeah, there's definitely a buyer in and around 10 over here. It's just it doesn't hold it on a strict basis. That's the thing. Down below 10 we go on the bid, not so much on the ask though. Yeah, continuing to watch. Just want to see where the buyers are going to step in locally. Let me flip to the 5-second chart on the top screen over here. So we're still not at prior bar low. Recall 975 is prior bar low. So just looking to see where the buyers are stepping in. Yeah, it looks like the sellers are in control here because we keep dropping incrementally, not by a lot. 5 pennies, 3 pennies, but we are stair-stepping down. And I don't know what's going on with my platform, but nothing is loading in terms of the charts. There we go, finally. So keeping an eye here on the local trend on the 5-second for ATRA, trying to see when the trend switches up from lower highs and lower lows. Definitely looking for a hold at 975. We don't get that hold on 975, then I'll have to rethink this trade, or at least, you know, how I enter it at the current moment, Joey. So looking for another entry here on ATRA. If it can weasel back above 10 and show me some good volume with some good buyers backstopping on the bid. Otherwise, we're going to have to look to set up a little bit different. But that IPO is open, by the way. And Qualcomm is ripping again. Yeah, it held 207, and here is 213. Qualcomm is making the move, Joe.
All right, yeah, good stuff. Rashid asked a pretty good question. Hey, Joe, what are some possible strategies when you're in the money covered calls is most likely to be assigned? May 8th, 200 call is likely to be assigned. I mean, the thing is with that, you would have to roll them over, but I'm just thinking, just considering we're so bullish and we're continuing to climb higher in the overall chip trade right now, I don't know if covered calls is the thing, but what you can do is just roll them at a higher strike price. You will have to realize the loss, so you'll roll it over at a higher strike price in a further expiration cycle. All right, so unfortunately you do have to accept a loss, but you can just close that and then write different contracts, say like the 250 as an example that I was using before, that expire in May, right? So those are going to be worth more. Let's actually pull those up right now and use that, or sorry, in June, and use that as our example. So we're already on that expiration cycle. This is going to be 42 days out. And what we had here was this $250 contract was worth $2 flat. Okay, so $2 flat, now worth $243 as NVDA continues to climb throughout the intraday session, and not too far off of the all-time highs. But you have these 200s that are most likely going to get assigned by the end of the week. What you want to do is go something that's further dated out and higher in strike. Okay, but you got to ask yourself multiple questions at the same time. Is this $250 that you're going to collect going to be worth even writing against that position? Because we talk about often is that the appreciation within the underlying asset and within the equity is always going to outweigh what you have collected via a covered call or a short option contract, right? It's always a fixed amount, and appreciation in price is always going to outweigh that regardless of where you are and how much you're going to collect. It's just how it works. It's just how the system works. So hopefully that helps. You can roll it or just avoid it, accept that loss, and just hold on to the shares, because if you're writing covered calls on these names, you already have over 100, so just allow that to work for itself. Remind people to keep in mind of wash sales too, if that matters to them. Yeah, fair enough. RXT wants it, says, oh, okay. All right. Yeah, let's see, what level does it exactly want? Nice bounce here in the market. You can see that we were selling. Now we ran into that support level, that level that we were talking about on Tesla. Actually held up not too bad as it came into the lower end of the range. A little bit of a whipsaw move and now continuing to climb. NVDA slingshot right back towards the HOD. So not selling and participating, buyer step right back in. And where do they kick in? Right there on NVDA, the volume weighted average price, just like Qualcomm, holding up really well.
Sorry, just give me a sec, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely.
Throwing in some orders.
Yeah, no problem. What else you guys got going? Roger Nguyen. Whatever happened to that girl? The TQQs, yeah, let's pull it up. I mean, we were talking about it and we've been looking at it all day as it's now heading in towards pre-market lows. 695 on the Nasdaq, and we're sitting at 732, we'll call it 733 here on the SPY. Tesla getting an additional curl over, but it's unfortunate that Bitcoin wasn't participating in this morning's rally. It was just going oppo here. So now do we wait for a trend line break and then maybe for some form of a recovery? Let's take a look at it from a daily and just see if we're in kind of a breakout zone or anything that we can correlate that would say, hey, yeah, Bitcoin is ready to recover here on the day. This is a nice, strong trend. We're not going to complain about this, right? I mean, considering so, I would like to see a little bit more of a recovery. And what I mean by that, 23% off the lows, you're not going to complain about it, but you have to take into a factor that you're still down 40% or so off of the high, which isn't fun at all. Let's get an exact percentage marker on how much more we need to. So we need to almost double from this point, a little bit less, 35%. All right, so 35% off of our highs here in Bitcoin. Is this going to be the move where we just grind? We talked about trend lines being breached and broken, and that's what we had. And then sure enough, from that point, you go from $40 all the way up to $46 roughly, which isn't horrible. A lot of individuals will take that. Michael Saylor will take that. Myself will. There goes NVDA, new high of the day almost here, guys, via NVDL. This thing is skyrocketing. Look at the tape, really start to accelerate. We don't have a red candle in the past 7 minutes, so it's really, really moving here. Market finding its bottom potentially, but what doesn't matter and what else is just living in its own world are these two names, Qualcomm and NVDA.
All right, man, we're giving Qualcomm a try over here. We're going to give it 212, see if we can trade some of these. Been a minute. But it's so parabolic. I'm looking for just a whole, there was a seller at 214. So we got 213.06. It's showing 212.90. Let's see what we can get on this one. Looking for another move up. The 5 looks good. The 15 looks good. We'll have to see if this one ends up manifesting above 214, but there was certainly a seller of note at around 214. Let's see how the IPO is doing. We're showing about 34. Here comes 34 again on HAWK. I think it did breach it momentarily, but look at that topping tail candle that just sent us all the way down. So I guess the technical high of the day is about 34.23, but you can see all the closing prints basically rejecting that level, 34. So I think if 34 closes pretty decisively here on HAWK, it could act as a backstop. Hard to know because there's so little in the way of historical price action that we can base this on, but there does seem to be a buyer as well at around 33.30. You can see all the wicks kind of defend that area. So we'll see what the situation is with that. Just keeping a close eye here on Qualcomm, XNDU as well. Another interesting one over here, looking to hold up at around the rejecting that $18 area. So that's something to look out for. But XNDU has had trouble with this $18 area ever since we kind of failed. We've been using this, I don't say 50 penny range at times, 17.50 to the downside and about 18 basically to the upside. RXT also making a bigger move here, stair-stepping up. Remember how we were talking about this one could be, that area low, or sorry, making a lower high to lure in the longs? Well, we're above that area again. So this is the area that I was speaking about, where it was going to make a lower high. And here we are trying to challenge for that 440 area high on RXT. That could be something of note there to keep an eye on. Qualcomm got stopped out of that. All right. So let's keep an eye on ATRA. This one is also having trouble taking out $10 again because this was a good area on ATRA. Resistance, now it's definitely acting, sorry, it was previously support, now definitely acting as resistance there. So continuing to watch, looking for a clearing of 10. You're not getting a clearing of 10. So coming back down into the level now, we'll keep a close eye here on ATRA. We got a super there. DJ Menace, $4.99 super chat. Thank you very much, DJ Menace. The Menace, sorry. What do you guys think about REA? It's IPO'd yesterday, managed to get under the $20. Also, can you look at NFLX 100 strike for January 15th, 2027? Looks good. Shout out to you. That's interesting there. I'll look at REA, and then Joey can look at Netflix calls for you. Have a look. I didn't even know we had this yesterday. All right, let's zoom out to the 15 so we can see all of yesterday's price action. So what'd you say? You said you got it under 20. Yeah, it didn't spend too much time under there, but I guess you picked it up in the aftermarket because it certainly did lose that level. Look, you got lower highs today, but you do have that area in the pre-market that kind of jived with yesterday in the aftermarket. It looks like there's a buyer here at around 1875, 1880, which was generally the level yesterday. It looks like it was 1880 yesterday. This morning, I think the low was 1870. So I think if that level holds, again, not too much in the way of information for us to keep an eye out on there. But yeah, REA, not looking bad. See if it holds around 1880.
All right, good stuff. Yeah, let's take a look at Ozan's. Just stop it, please. All right, Ozan. All right, yeah, let's take a look at Netflix here for you. 100 calls, you like them. Keep that super chat up for me there, Assassino, for a couple of more seconds. Dude, come on, we're talking practice here. Like at the end of the day, we're talking about an expiration cycle that's in 2027, the first month. of 2027.
Yeah, man.
All right, anyways, focus now. I mean, $100 on Netflix, I wouldn't be too worried about that. The thing about these further dated expiration cycles is that the longer it takes to work, obviously, the theta is very minimal, but it does start to accelerate. And I mean, we're trading at $88 right now. I don't know if you've purchased it. Let's head over to that to see how much it's even worth January 15th. And I mean, if you're paying pennies on the dollar, why not? I'm not going to call it a lottery ticket or anything along those lines because it's not, and it's still $720. When you purchase this is extremely important, but if you think that we're going to climb above that, then by all means, it's not overly expensive. If you have confidence in it, then rock and roll with the trade. But you have to take into consideration that it's not really in play right now, right? We broke through some key support levels. And every day that passes that you're not slowly grinding higher or you don't have any form of bullish momentum or sentiment, then it's just like you're just kind of just throwing pennies away. And ask me how I know this. And eventually those add up, right? So once things start to turn around in Netflix, I think that would be a pretty good time to engage. Other than that, like it's not overly expensive. You have plenty of time, 253 days to be exact. But I think there's a time and a place for everything, and I think there will be a better opportunity for us to get involved with the Netflixes and some of these social media streaming platforms. I mean, Netflix being the primary one, I'm a shareholder, full disclosure of it, and I'm in around, I think it's like $95 or something like that is my average. Maybe even a little bit higher, $100, we'll call it flat, which is $12 out of the money. And you have to take into factor that just the fact we've been climbing higher in a lot of these names, and there's been it's been negative participation outside of the trend line break here in NFLX. We know as soon as that Warner Brothers Discovery deal, they stepped out of the bidding war, off to the races it goes, but you report, you gap down, and then you don't recover after that. You don't even breach this gap. There's a time, and I don't know if that time is right now, especially in like META as well. It's just hard to justify all the CapEx spending, a name that's still down double digits off its previous all-time high, 22%, so still fully in bear market territory. And the same thing with Netflix. There's a time and a place for everything, and it will arise. It's just not right now, in my opinion. Adara, what do you have?
Guys, looks like Fed's Daily just began speaking. She said that the future economic conditions that we have here will rely on the duration of the Iran conflict. Also just saying the public's aware here of the Fed's dedication to price stability. Main takeaway is that everyone agreed to keep interest rates unchanged. How the statement's worded actually matters less. So she's kind of downplaying some of the hawkishness here in terms of some of the votes with the rate statement. But again, saying that there could be some concerns here about future economic conditions with regards to how long this Iran conflict lasts. Back to you.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I was going to say, it depends when, wannabe trader, it depends when you invested in it. Like, I understand sometimes when you've gone through some growth cycles, and I was actually going to do something yesterday evening, but I just got too busy. So what I want to do is there's a couple of names that are just going through some accelerated growth, like Bloom Energy. I want to do a comparison amongst them all. What Palantir did a couple of years ago, what Robinhood did, what Bloom Energy is doing, and what some of these other names are doing, growing at substantial rates, and then where we can find potential peaks, and then when things start to go to cool over and they're not projecting as high as rates of growth, then maybe you can find that, hey, now's not the time. But where can we get involved is when revenue really starts to accelerate, the margins start to increase as well too. There's metrics that we can look into that say, hey, and which I found with Robinhood is that we're really starting to pick up. It's easier to identify when you're in triple digit and you're like, oh wow, 300% over here, 700%. It's really easy to identify that, but when we see something that's a little bit more linear, and not essentially exponential, until it gets into that phase, there's some good opportunities, and that's exactly what I'm looking for. Palantir is past that, in my opinion, still growing at that, but not growing at the clip rate it was a couple of years ago.
All right, Atra is coming down pretty aggressively here. Tried to get in a couple of times, a 5 penny, 10 penny loss here and there. It is losing the bid pretty aggressively. I think the only area that we have to backstop is this $9 area. That was the double top at 10.50 and 10.55. Let's see if this area ends up holding up. It doesn't look very good right now, as this one is really coming down quite aggressively into 9 from a 10.47 high. Generally a buyer in and around here, but you can't see the bid stepping in. No, not at all. In fact, you're kind of seeing the opposite a little bit here. Looks like more like short covering, to be quite honest with you, because really nothing is coming in on the bid side of the equation. So keeping a close eye out on this one. Nothing really doing right now in the world of small cap gappers, guys. So everything's kind of failing at the moment, which kind of sucks, but that's the way it goes. Just flipping to the 5 on my top chart to see a better view of what's going on. Yeah, AGL, I'm not going to trade that. It's like 60 bucks, but hey, it's at day's high, so maybe I should be. But keeping an eye on some others, GLE, there was Sober as well. Bovin pointed that one out to me earlier. It's just south of VWAP. SOBR is the one I'm talking about there. Yeah, nothing really setting up. Most things coming back into VWAP or kind of sideways price action. Other than this ATRA kind of holding up at 9, I really don't have a whole lot to comment on at the moment. It looks like Qualcomm is rejecting, coming back down again into 210, so we'll keep close eyes on that. But yeah, continuing to watch here. No good small cap gappers at the moment. We'll see if something sets up. ATRA coming back down into 9 again. This one definitely feels like it is super top heavy at the moment and being controlled by the sellers. People are saying feed. Let me have a look at feed. And not bad. Chart pattern's not bad, up 19 and a fifth, but it's just a little light on vol. It's $1.49 and it's only done about 1.92 million shares. So that could be a little illiquid for my blood, but hey, it's 1 penny off the day high, 149 with a 151 high. So not bad there at all, and a very, very aggressive move up. I'm talking about FEED. Not on the screen right now because I'm just trying to keep a close eye here on ATRA. I want to see if it holds up at 9 because it keeps defending 9. There seems to be a buyer here of note at 9, as this current bar low is 903 on the dot. Every time it dips into 9, it's being bought up pretty aggressively here. We can get in here and give this one to just below 9, might as well. But I just don't see the bid stepping in. In fact, it's the same seller coming in 914, 915, or 9 mid to high teens. And we're really not breaching that. So not really sure how to approach this. You know that there's somebody backstopping you at 9, but you also know there's somebody blocking your way in the mid-teens. How do you square that circle? So, yeah, that's what I'm thinking about right now, Joey. I'm going to keep my eye on this one. Spread opens up 3 pennies, 2 pennies, but for the most part, it is a 1 penny spread. Here comes back down into 9 single digits again. Let's see if we can finagle something into this. 907, 906, 905, 903. They're same. 902 now. I saw 902s, but someone keeps stepping in at 9, generally, in this area. Now they're stepping in 906. There's a buyer at 6s. All right, let's just give this a try. All right, take over for a second.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, guys, what do you got going on? I'm looking at the overall market here. Nice little recovery off of that momentum to the downside. Bounce off of this resistance zone. So you have a little bit of a whipsaw, come into VWAP, reject. Same thing here. You just head into that prior support level, acts as resistance, and then you put in a red candle. Nice recovery here on Tesla. I'm just drawing trend lines to see where we can get rocking and rolling. A couple of missed opportunities here on this name specifically, but nonetheless, there'll be plenty of more, and there's a lot of time left within the intraday session. It's just unfortunate that we're not participating. We're not getting those big time sessions that I was expecting to happen here in Bitcoin that would give me some more confidence in the fact that we're ready to rock and roll and even potentially go and test those new all-time highs. There's so many things that we need to take into consideration. Is that where we sit in the halving cycle, right? Like we're year 2 and a bit. Is that typically a more bullish time for it? No, I don't believe it is. It's more or less bearish. But then as we get closer to the next halving event, then I think momentum will really start to pick up. That could be huge for Michael Saylor. This guy could just gain an insane amount of ground in a short period of time to the point where, like, okay, I know we all poke fun about Adam. Some people do, including myself. And like, yeah, this guy's, he's this, he's that. But right now, you look at how Bitcoin's performing, and like, yeah, this guy's, what is he even doing? But until it starts performing and you're like, oh, okay, maybe he's on to something. He's one of the larger, he's the second largest, I believe, in Bitcoin holding, but at 800,000 plus. He's going to hit 1 million. And at some point, he will be the largest holder of Bitcoin.
I believe he is the largest.
Pretty sure he's the largest.
It could be wrong.
Yeah.
Though.
From
He's
an
the largest public company.
Public company, yeah, but the largest wallet is actually the $1 million.
Is it
the
dormant? Is it active though, or is it
the last activity from what's his name, Satoshi Nakamoto was a while ago, right?
Right.
A million.
My bad, yeah.
He has a million, right? So from an institutional standpoint, yes, he is the largest holder, but in the grand scheme of wallets, he's the second largest.
Got it.
$1 million being one. Yeah, so we'll just be patient and wait and see. I don't know what this guy's timeline is. As Drake once said, he's not trying to be rich when he's 40, he's trying to make it now, and that's kind of my narrative. So Michael Saylor, time's a ticking. Let's see if we can get Bitcoin to start working out for us soon.
All right, we're doing okay here on Atra. It is nothing to write home about. We got 08s, it's showing 28, but there's just selling at every single level. So the shorts are certainly convicted in taking this one down, having kind of really flushed off that 1047 high down into 9. 9 is holding as a local resistance level, support level, but I'm not really buoyed by the price action right now. The price action does look like some short covering as opposed to longs getting in, but there was a very, very aggressive defender of $9, like super aggressive. And this one came to double O's as well, like 900, and it didn't breach at all. And there's no size posted on the gateway. Now, that's the good news. The bad news is there's a seller of note in the mid to high 20s on ATRA with current bar high. Here we are into 23 again. Current bar high, I'll just tell you guys in a sec, 926. So that's what I mean. Somebody at the $0.25 is really convicted in the short position and or is selling. So we can't seem to get above that. I'm hesitant to want to move up my stop into break even because of that buyer at $9 who hasn't been breached. So I'd rather see this through than take it out a little bit early. There we go into the 30s now. We're breaching some levels. Good look, looking for a little bit more now on ATRA. Let's see if we can get up into the 50s. I don't expect us to get parabolic again. Seller at 31, just because we already had that effect come in and it's going to surprise nobody. There's a monster seller at 31. What a random area, and they just killed him. They killed him again. Into 34 we go, looking for a bigger move here up into about, let's say, 50 pennies, right? Before we can start singing the praise of this one. I want to say there's going to be resistance likely between 50 pennies to 2/3. Because look at that flat bottom that we had there that we lost. 966 kind of was that area. So let's see. I'm going to put a liquidity tester into the low 40s to see what kind of selling there is up there. With a view to, you know, kind of testing whether or not I should be waiting for the $0.50 or just taking it out here and running with a 20 penny win. So not really sure how to approach this because there's just a lot of aggressive selling. Look at this, but it's stair stepping up, mind you. Not much on the 5. Yeah, I definitely see support, previous area of support at, let's say 975. 975, but we got to get through that $0.50 before we can even start looking at that. Here we go back into the mid 30s. Let's see if that liquidity tester in the low 40s gets filled. Not quite yet. So a lot of resistance up here, Joey. Did we breach prior bar high on the 5? Let me just have a quick look. So prior bar high was 936. Current bar high is 35. So the answer to that is no. I don't like this trade. I got to tell you the truth. Even though there's a 9 buyer, it doesn't feel like this one's going to have an easy way about it. Just given that, you know, it rocketed up and now the shorts want their cut. They want their cut. They want to take it down. And right now they have the money to do so because they're keeping this one up below the $0.25 for now, Joey.
All right, let's head over to our watch list once again. Guys, any options, questions, some good options talk here today. Couple solid comments in there talking about covered calls, what we can do leading into earnings. And just how essentially we can leverage systems just using the derivative. Datadog was on fire here.
Crazy.
Yeah, big time on fire. Ran into this level, almost this 201, which I don't know if that's going to be a previous all-time high, but relatively close. But starting to come back in, that's an insane gap up. Holy smokes, 32%. Yeah, smoking a pancake on that one there, Sharif. Oklo. All right, I mean, here it is. Some of these nuclear plays for non. We don't want that one. Where did I lost myself here now?
What happened, Joe?
Yeah, who knows, man? Who knows? APLD has been on fire as of late. $20 all the way up, so you get 120%. I've been talking about Applied Digital. I forget. It really started to move. They signed this lease agreement for a pretty hefty fund. I think it was like around $300 million or something along those lines, which with the hyperscaler, which just send this name right back towards that all-time high. So APLD on fire. TKO Holdings, this is going to be my next buy. Like, if I'm going to sit here and watch this stuff on Saturdays, I may as well participate in it and see if I can collect a little cash. What is the dividend on this? 78 cents a share. We'll take it.
That's great.
That's really good, right?
Yeah.
For $180.
I got 20 something today from Apple.
From Apple? That's not bad, man.
I got a notification.
I would love to be a dividend aristocrat, man.
Like your Uncle Warren?
Yeah.
He's a dividend aristocrat.
You know what I mean? Like,
I'm sure he got paid from Apple in 1 year in the divvy.
In the divvies? Like, think about this.
Stupid.
Dude, if I could just, let me put it to you this way. So how many times do we get paid here? Every quarter, we're getting $1.99 from the SPY. You know what I would do if I had 10,000 shares of the SPY every quarter?
What'd you do, Joey?
I would just move to Da Nang and live off of the divvy.
You wouldn't need to live in Da Nang, man.
It's
You would
not really
live
that
like
much.
in Paris. You know, I don't want to live there either, bro. But
not really, bro. It's only like $40K a year, really, on 10,000
Yeah, no,
shares. A little bit more, 80 if it's $2.
yeah, but
That's not bad though.
I personally would roll that money back in. Hold on?
Yeah.
Have you set IB to roll your divvy?
Divvy?
Yeah, I always do.
No, TD is my long term. IB is
fair.
my
Swing.
play. Yeah.
No, I
Do you have yours set
to
up
roll
like that?
right away. The divvy
Straight
rolls
away.
right back in.
So they just hit you up. So you got the divvy.
it's compounding.
You got divvy right back into app.
Right in. Yeah,
Right
it
away.
just buys fractionals or whatever it is. Yeah. I don't ever realize the divvy. And then there's a reason for that as well, tax purposes. Dividends, you can roll dividends, right? Under the CRA, under the Canada Revenue Agency, or it's ITA, the Income Tax Act, excuse me. You can roll your dividends so that so dividends is taxed as basically income, very similar, at the same similar rate. But you have a choice. You can realize the dividends and then pay the tax on them, or you can roll the dividends back in and not pay the tax on them. You'll have to pay it at a later date when you do realize it, but I don't need that money right now. And so therefore, I don't want to pay the divvy there. Continuing to watch here, sorry guys, a little digression. Continue to watch ATRA. It's stair-stepping up quite nicely. Current bar high, I believe, is the mid-40s. We've got 08s on. I'm looking for a breach of the $0.50. I want to see if we can squeeze into 3/4 if we take out some sellers. But as I've mentioned, the ATRA trade, a bit thick. Here it is, into 60 pennies, Joey. Into 80 freaking pennies. Give me my money, man. Give me my money, man. Not giving me my money, Joey.
Oh, whoa.
That's crazy.
Light it, man.
Yeah, man, there we go. So wet the beak there. I'm not sure why it's not letting me out. That's quite frustrating, but that's fine. Nice move up here into the 60s. Current bar high, guys, is 990 on the dot. Don't be a schmuck like me. Put those resting orders there. I got about 20 pennies worth of slippage there. 990 high, I ended up taking out 60 something. So good look right now for ATRA. It is really moving. I want to see if this one can break through 10. If this one breaks through 10, your boy's going to add. All right, let's go ahead. I'm going to wait for a touch of that 90. Let's put something at 89. And then if we get through 10 again, this could be on like Donkey Kong, baby, but we're going to have to see if we can get through 10. There's 90, Joey, and there's the print at 90. There's 10 again. Good look here right now on ATRA. Looking for more. We definitely need to get through that 10 before I add because, well, we know what that whole dollar, especially that $10 area, could mean. Moreover, it is turning into a topping tail candle. That means one of two things. This could be the money fill for you, especially on that move up, or it could be the beginning of what could be a crappy afternoon.
Oh.
I'm playing. Hopefully it's not the latter. It is the former. Continuing to watch here. I'm very interested in adding more into this position. Should it breach 10? That hasn't happened yet. So we're just going to pack the patience. Bovin, I want 14 on Atra. That's my man, Bovin. Is that what the wider time frame is showing, Bovin? Just tag me in the chat because I don't even want to bother looking at the moment because I got to keep my eye on this one because I do want to add if it does breach 10 and I don't want there to be the same type of slippage we had earlier. So ATRA, very interested in getting into a little bit more on this. Also, RPGL is starting to curl back up here. A clean hold off VWAP. And it could be looking to do a little bit more damage. RPGL, the one I'm talking about there. I'm going to put a liquidity tester at 10.05, Joey. That way I'll know if it's breached 10. Because sometimes, you know, the tape just moves so quickly you don't even get to see it. So right now we are rejecting 10. I put a beak wetter at 10.05. But if we do get a decisive breach of this $10 area, I'm probably going to add into the position. And maybe we'll ride it into 14 like Bovin was earmarking there as a possible area of resistance.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff. As the market is slowly starting to slide. slide. Here.
I like the shoulder moves there, my boy. That was crazy. Upcoming earnings announcement for one more of the companies in your portfolio. Oh no, Joey, who's reporting?
Who's that?
You think I should probably have this on the calendar?
Who's reporting?
Let me find out. Yeah, somebody there, Joey, is going to be reporting.
Oh, did you get your voting cards in the mail?
My voting card?
Yeah, sometimes they just send like.
Oh,
with your equity.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
So I have Silo earnings today.
Okay.
SILO. I bought that because they were a sponsor of ours. I just put $100. You know, I'm out of the money on it, but
that's all right.
SILO is the ticker there, guys. But
yeah, after the
kind of a lottery ticket. But
after the close, it's kind of quiet. Oh, that's Friday. We don't want Friday. We want today.
Friday? Man. You ain't got no job.
Oh.
You ain't got to do.
That's not good.
That's actually not true because I do have a lot to do.
Oh.
I do have a job.
Okay.
Two. All right, continuing to watch here. Here comes 10. And again, we're rejecting 10, but it feels like maybe now in the same kind of the opposite vein when we were at 9, it feels like the shorts are on the rope here with us really creeping into that $10 level, which could cause this to really rocket if it does breach above 10. Now, I don't want to have an order, a long order to go, above $10 because, you know, sometimes you can just wick above 10 and then all hell breaks loose to the downside. So there's 10.01, no continuation, Joey. Look at the tape. They're zigging and zagging. So my 10.05 order has not printed. That's the exact reason I put it up there. It's because sometimes you don't really understand what the levels are because it just moves so quickly and you don't have time to look onto the other screen. These ones move quicker than I'm talking right now. So ATRA definitely looking for a bigger move up above 10.
All right, good stuff. Let's see how Walmart's been performing. This is the gap fill that I was talking about in USO here, guys. So starting to climb higher, back to a high of 134.23. That's a pretty big move here in the intraday session from a low of 129. That's $5 or so to the top side. I think this pre-market high can most definitely be in play. As the market is slow, it's not doing too much right now. It's kind of grinding sideways. We have that initial flush breaking through some key support levels, heading a little bit lower after that point, finding itself getting that rebound that you're looking for, the pullback, but then rejecting the volume-weighted average price. So we'll keep an eye on it. How has Intel been performing with a high? This stock is absolutely insane. Donald Trump making billions of dollars for the American people. There.
Billions.
Yeah, how much did you say? He made 80 billion?
I don't know, man, but he's great. I saw someone commented under that comment, not that I'm agreeing with it, but someone was just like kind of dunking on his parade there. It was like, yeah, you spent that yesterday in Iran. It's like, it's just not true, right?
Wow.
But he has spent some money there. It's not in one day, but the point well taken, right?
Very point well
You're making money on one side, spending it on the other, right?
Spending it on the other. Yeah, it's not ideally what you want. But hey, nonetheless, PanW, let's take a look at some of the other names. PanW with a big gap up. We're talking about some of the cybersecurity names finding their footing here, guys, and pretty strong. We're still sitting in Netflix here, 88.47 off of those lows. You had the support level break of 90, and then you start to come in. Now filling that gap. You can see at that wick high at 86.33, you get a bounce off of that, and now a retest of that prior support acting as resistance. Now, the split date was November 10th, a 10-1 there on NFLX, putting things down to $800. Now, Bitcoin, we don't need to talk about that as it's not really doing anything right now. Hovering around that 45.23 low. Is this going to be a base where you start to slowly recover and then maybe you can rebound back to VWAP? But you can see how the indicator is really hugging price, guys. It's tracking down. It's almost moving. It is some form of a moving average, but it's moving like a lower EMA, like the 9, the 20 or something along those lines. But hey, downtrend, slow break. Can we hold up this previous trend line that we have drawn from the day before? And are you going to find any form of recovery in that big time move that we've been looking for here in Bitcoin? Might take a little bit more time, but at some point we will. Just not be when we're expecting it. But you have to be prepared in that case. Now, as for everything else, guys, what are you looking at? Give me a couple of names in the chat. We'll go over some things. BTA says, Blicky Spears, no, not yet anyways. Man, no. Yeah, that stuff makes me that makes me laugh, BTA. Tesla moving down. The momentum really starting to pick up here, Sharif, in the overall market as the SPY is heading towards the high of the day. Trendline break here on Tesla as it's really starting to uptick. Watch out, guys. Not quite a high, all-time high on NVDA, only a couple points away. Watch out for a gap up tomorrow's session, or maybe even a latter half of the session, 2:30, 2 o'clock. You might be able to see that final push for NVDA to breach its previous all-time high.
Yeah, I think we're definitely going to reject a $10 here on ATRA because now we're starting to curl, and there it is, the flush. Yeah, felt that. Now, this could bounce, though. Look for a hold at 50. So this seller at $10 has a lot of money and a lot of conviction because the amount of volume that exchanged hands in the high 90s and 10 for that matter, because it flashed 10 multiple times, was quite ridiculous. We can go back and look at the volume profile for this when things do slow down. But I'm looking for a hold up here. Generally, let's see, there's a buyer in the 2/3, but if it loses the half, I'm out. And then perhaps we'll set up a breakout trade over 10. Now that we know that there is a really, really staunch seller in and around there. My concern was that the seller wouldn't show their hand in and around 10, and that would lure the longs on a 10 breach. So if you put a breakout trade for, say, a 10.07, whatever, 10.05, the short seller doesn't show his hand at 10, lures you above 10, so you think, okay, well, we'll get in right if the 10 break comes in, and then that's where the seller order comes in. Doesn't look like they're quite doing that here. Looks like they're setting up right at 10, and so I put a breakout trade, maybe a little bit in the mid-teens, 10 mid-teens. This one has a high day of 10.47, so definitely can probably pop off pretty quickly. All right, so it looks like there's a defender here in and around 70 or the high 60s as we work our way back into the mid 80s. I want to see if we take yet another shot at this $10 area. Yeah, now they're looking like they're selling here in the low 80s. We'll see if we can kind of get any prints above that. But look how the tape has slowed down now. So that's not good for the longs, right? You need that kind of tape teleportation, as Obi used to call it, to show that the buyers are stepping in. Here we are again, man. Holy cow. This one has so much resistance at 10, right back into the mid to high 90s. There's 98 again. I've got my order ready to go. And again, it's rejecting 9.99 and 10. That is ridiculous. What a convicted short seller that is at $10, man. Unreal, Joey, keeping this one down. We do have technically a lower high on this bar, but we do have a higher low. There's 99s again. 10, nothing coming above 10. So, yeah. I keep repeating myself, and I do apologize, but that's literally what's happening at the moment.
All right, man.
Crouching Tiger. Speaking of Obi, haven't seen him in a while. Yeah, hopefully he'll be here soon. He's going to cover for Joe and I. So when Joe and I are off, it's going to be Obi in. If I'm off, he'll be in with Joey. But I'm not planning on taking any vacations until August anyway. So unless I'm sick or something,
yeah,
I don't anticipate.
I'm gonna take a couple here and there.
You're gonna take a couple here?
Yeah, so last Sunday I was just kind of figuring out all my events for the summer. Not like that's exciting or anything like that. Just getting everything planned out to see.
Give me a general idea.
I want to go to a music festival. We'll go to Taco Fest. We'll do obviously Caravana. Do West Fest. Do West Fest was actually so much fun.
Was it actually?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. So, yeah, I really, especially at nighttime, man, the whole street, like, if you're in Toronto, the street, like, as soon as, even during the day, it's like, the street is literally a party as you, yeah, everything's intense. So, like, you can go to, like, a different music section and stuff like that. So they shut down this big street, and then it's just a music festival, and you can go and watch shows and stuff on the street. So if it's not hot next week, I'm leaving this country. Well, Ramin.
She's always so sullen, bro. I love her.
Yeah, I got some bad news for you. It's not going to get warm until the end of the month, really. It's going to even...
Get it, Ram.
Yeah, I feel it, though. But I've switched up my playlist. I told you my playlist is fire. I've gone from everything else to just house music, because house music is the vibe of summer, in my opinion.
Hey.
All right, see you, Ramin. Have fun wherever you're going. June 21st is a Tapia Fest in Lower Alabama, Philippines.
Katina, man.
Yeah.
Katina is like Tilapia Fest. Get me out of here.
James Dell, bro. Yeah, that we don't often say this, Sharif and I.
Yes.
Do us a solid and hit the. I am just a chill guy. Do us a solid and hit the like and the subscribe, please and thank you.
Please, yes, of course. Thank you.
I'm not going to hit mine because then Sharif will want to hit his, and then
Hold on, I'm trying to look for it. I couldn't find it, bro. I'm trying to trade here. This guy's distracting me.
But anyways, I didn't even do that, man. Well, look at the head of hair.
Yo, grow the hair back, bro.
I can't. It doesn't grow. You don't get it, man. It just doesn't. And the bald spot at the back, yeah. But other than that, guys, it's been a chill. I am just a chill guy. I'd like to think that. I haven't put on any positions. We had the NVADL trade here earlier in the day. Sometimes it only takes one and done, and you're satisfied. So if there's something that steps in and I really, really like it, then by all means I will put myself. But I'm not just going to speculate without finding any high quality opportunities.
All right, guys, I added into this position trying to like pick up some in the mid 9s for another attempt at 10. But it doesn't really look like, I don't know, I don't feel it's like setting up the right way. So what I did is I've moved up my stop, which was below 9, obviously, and now we're gonna put it at 9.5. It's curling down, so that's not a good look, right? So I gotta make sure I cut the bleeding. So my cost basis now moves up from 908 to 949. It's showing me 974. My idea here is to try to take out some into the mid to high 90s and 80s. So there we go. We get a little pop off there into the low 80s. We're going to look for some in the mid 90s as well. There's 85. Happy I added. There it goes again into the 90s. Looking for the print. We're not getting the print on the ad quite yet. But you guys got to be honest with you. You know, I'm looking to add more above 10, but we got to breach that $10 level. Yeah, this is it's looking bullish, man. I mean, it just popped off into the 10 EMA, ripped up. It feels like it's going to take out 10. When it does, your guess is as good as mine, but I'm trying to really trade this the right way and not get too crazy with it. Here comes again, looking for 10. So good ad there. Happy with the ad. So we're not getting that 10 break yet. Maybe we'll get it when we go to a dare.
Keep an eye here on both SMCI and Dell, guys. Looks like these are on watch here after we get a report from Nikkei suggesting that SoftBank's looking to work with NVIDIA to potentially build a made-in-Japan AI server. So once again here, SoftBank reportedly talking to NVIDIA about building made-in-Japan AI servers. So you do get a little bit of a move down in Dell. Here is SMCI, not reacting too much to this. It's also day 2 earnings for them. Back to you.
Good look. All right. Yeah, no breach yet. Back into the 80s we go. So my ad level was 73. Now you can kind of see that. Obviously adding much higher. But I will add more if it does breach 10. No, it's not happening at the moment. So what else is moving though, guys? What else is moving? Hey, Chunk Sapat. He's dropping $5 New Zealand dollars. I don't know. I'm not, you know, the resident historian or anything like that. But I don't remember us ever getting a New Zealand super chat, like with New Zealand dollars.
No, I don't know.
No, do you recall?
I can't recall that. No.
No, neither do I. Thank you very much, Chunk Spat. Will SNDK recover at all today? Guesstimate closing percentage. Churr. All right. Okay.
What is churn? Is that a New
I don't know.
Zealand
Maybe
thing?
it's like a New Zealand thing. I have no idea, brother. We can check. All right. Let me just load this up over here. SNDK. What was the close? Recover it all today. Okay. See what you're saying. Look, brother. We're not even at 1,300 yet. And so Monday, the highs of Monday were about 1,275. So yeah, we got a couple of days now. We've been selling off. Yesterday gapped up, obviously above 1,500, and it's been a bit of a sell. Hard to know. 1410 or thereabouts was the closing print yesterday. Tried to breach it a couple of times, both of which failed. We made a couple attempts there on the implied balance open, and then later at 10:15 into 1400, both of which failed. I don't think we recover into 1400, but I would be saying that 1275 area, 1300 to 1275, looks like an interesting buy area if you're looking for something locally, right? Looking to get in. But whether or not we kind of get back into the closing print from yesterday into 1410, I doubt it. It feels like a bit of a downtrend unless something fundamentally changes with this market. How do you see SNDK, Joey?
Yeah, let's pull it up right here.
Thank you for the super chat.
Yeah, thank you for those. I wonder what, I know, because I know the Australian dollar is typically kind of like a 1-to-1. I wonder what New Zealand is compared to the Canadian dollar. What was I pulling up? SNDK.
Look.
Pull up. what do we see this recovering from a percentage metric? All right, I want to pull up a different charting platform so we can actually get those numbers. But I mean, 1,400 high, you're down 10% close to off of that level. What the real question, in my opinion, is how much, like, I understand that we've been on this big time run, but do you expect it to go, even though it has been pretty much been gapping up every day, breaking out, it feels like it's almost printing a new all-time high. There's just there's a month from the start of April, it was just every day was printing a new all-time high pretty much. And I understand that you're down 5%. Will it recover completely? I don't know. I'll say this. I think we close about anywhere in the range. This is going to be a really wide range, 2.5% to 5% down. Okay, so you might recover 2.5% from here. You might not. You might continue to slide. Here's a trend line. If that breaks, then watch out for the lower end of the range. Right now we're down 5. At that point, it'll probably put you around 5.5 or something. So not too bad of a look, but. Other than that, eventually the hottest stocks will cool down, and we will see that in the microns, in the SanDisks, in the AMDs. We've seen AMD really start to pull back here. 405, we have a high of around 431, so that's $30 off of that previous high. You have that indecision print after that massive gap up. Boom, you're down 6 and a fifth right now, and it looks like you're going to want to head towards this gap here, right? So watch out for at least 40 to 50% of this to be filled before you see any form of a pullback. Like, we can't even draw a trend line up there. It's just absolute parabolic. And I think 382 is where we can turn around. And I was talking about some put spreads that we can gauge if you are looking bearish, but it's just really tough. I believe there might be one more wick out. You have the breach of that 431 high, and then you slowly start to come back in a little bit here on AMD. Over 100% in the span of a month. That's some big time returns, man, in a heavily market capped name.
All right, I took out the last remaining amount on Atra break even. I'm still watching this one for a 10 break, but Bovin alerted me to the fact that HAWK took out 34 and took out 34 pretty decisively. It's a 34.49 high right now. Let me throw that in because it's not updating on my chart. HAWK, there we go. Yeah, 34.14 or thereabouts. The spread's about 20 pennies, so something to watch out for there, but let's see if 34 holds as support here, Bovin, because here we come into 34. Whoa. Okay. The spread really opened up. It's about 40 pennies now. Right back above 34 we go. Do we hold, though? Current bar low is 33.89. I don't know, Bovin. I don't feel like it's parabolic, and it doesn't feel like it's going to be a multiple halter. It feels like a very thick trade here. On HAWK, so I'm just trying to articulate the benefits of getting into this, because we don't have good areas of technical support and resistance other than this 34 area, which is getting breached on a wick basis, mind you. And then also, like, what's the upside to this? Are we going to rock it up $1 at a time? It feels like we're moving 10, 15 pennies in a 5-minute candle. So I don't know how you feel about this, Bovin. Yeah, he feels the same. RLX.
There's Obi in the chat. People have been asking for him now.
Where is he?
Obi.
There he hucked.
That's crazy.
I love that guy, bro. Look at him. Oh boy, coming in the chat. There's my man, Obi. Obi, people were just talking about you, bro. People legitimately were just asking about you.
Did you see him in the office today?
No, I didn't. Is he in the algo room?
I don't know, but if he is, come by.
Oh, are you in the office, brother?
Come by if you are, man. People want to see.
Spit on that thing. Whoa. Well, he's talking about Hakua, right? So, my days, Obi. How's everyone doing? He's asking. We miss you,
Come over here, man. Come over into the stew and say what up. No,
I know he's at home. All right.
Man.
Shout out to my man, Obi. I'm happy I got out of this one, Joey. It failed. It rejected 10.
Hop in the stew.
So ATRA rejects 10, drops back down. Current bar low is 9 1/3. It's bleeding its own blood. Nope, not for me. Unless it breaks $10, but there was certainly a seller of note at $10. So, yeah, not going to be involved in that one. We can keep an eye on RPGL as well. What was Texas Jet fan? RLX holding, he said. RLX. Did I take that one off the side chart? I did. RLX. RLX. Brother, there's like no volume on this. 15. Texas Jet Fan, is that what the one you want me to look at, RLX? Bovin also saying sober, S-O-B-R. Yeah, this one, you know how I feel about these ones, Bovin, that straddle VWAP like this, unless it gets back, into like 185, 190 on SOBR.
Look who it is.
Who is it?
You see right above Obi.
Selena Johnson?
Yeah. Hi,
That's
Joe.
Selena? No way. Hey,
What's
Selena.
up?
Why, Assassino? Why? Assassino. Fat finger.
Oh, you saved yourself.
We
there,
thought
my
Assassino
boy.
was coming in hard
He's
there.
coming
You
hard.
saw that?
What's going on?
What's going on, Selena?
Yeah, she's
All right, man. We're watching here. Joey, I don't know how to trade this HAWK. It's holding up above 34, but it's not showing me the right things, man. It's not showing me the right things. I don't know what to do here, but yeah, back down to 34, Joey. I don't know, man. I'm not liking the volume on this. I'm not liking the spread. The price action is a little bit So I'm gonna hold off here for a second. We should start the news though. It's almost a quarter after, eh?
We could do whatever. We could do whatever.
No news, Katina, man. Yeah, we're gonna do the
What are you
news.
saying?
Yeah, just got.
I like this. I like the scruff, man.
Hey.
Yeah, that Katina man's got going on.
Yeah,
Katina man, don't forget to tell the people that we got 1.5% cash now, not 50 cents. All right. Bro, this guy brought it up like 4 times yesterday. I'm like, bro, you don't gotta expose the man like that. Like, yeah, like, we added more cash.
That's
you know
great.
what I mean?
All right,
pull up the news.
Yeah, we're gonna start pretty quickly here, Joey. I'm just setting up there we go, and then we're gonna bring in that chart so we can kind of look at the stock we're talking about on the news segment.
Bro, he did.
Oh man. Sorry, just one more sec here. I'm almost ready for the news. I just need to load up. There we go. Now we're good to go. All right, guys. China sales for Tesla. It's a good look and finally a bit of a change in trend for that company on that continent. So good look. Let me just move this up over here so I can keep a look at all my small cap gappers. All right. So China made EV sales rose by about 36% year over year in April to about a little bit less than 80,000 units, 79,478. That is, though, the 6th consecutive months of gains, and it's kind of more suggestive of demand stabilization in one of the more critical markets for Tesla, of course, the second largest economy in the world, China. The figure was up 7.2% month over month. So not only are you seeing year over year gains, sequentially month over month, you're also seeing gains. That's a good look there. And it was really buoyed by the Model 3 and the Model Y, specifically the Model YL, the not the long range, but the bigger body, the longer body. Very popular in China. They like that kind of, 3-row, comfortable SUV. It's doing well there. My sources, not like I have real sources, but my sources tell me that it's going to make its way to North America. It's already on the way to Europe, mind you. Now, this kind of matters because Tesla sales have been really hit hard because of the cheaper and, let's be honest about it, more capable Chinese EVs that are being sold to their market there. The big overhang does remain, though, the full self-driving approval in China. That still eludes them. We saw what happened. Where was it? Norway? Where did they get approval in Norway?
It was like Sweden or something.
Sweden, somewhere in Europe, Netherlands, something like that. Anyway, they're looking for full European regulatory authorization. They haven't got it quite yet in China, but management now expects Q3 delays from regulators and continued skepticism from European authorities. So a bit of a bearish look there. They're also reportedly, listen to this, Tesla is also reportedly developing a cheaper compact SUV in China. It doesn't say for North America to defend shares against BYD and other domestic rivals. That should be interesting, huh?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's just a different variation. I mean, it's good to see the uptick, obviously, with the China-produced vehicles. We talk about the decline in Europe sales. That's still down 7.2% from March. But, I mean, 36% Sri brought that up to us. Not too bad. But again, we just talk about it. It's good to see that it's starting to grow somewhere at least, and they're not losing continuous market share, whether it's in Asia or in Europe. It's probably going to continue to slide. People looking for cheaper alternatives. And we talk about just where the shift within Tesla is going to lead into. And we know it's going to be robotics and it's going to be autonomous vehicles. There is already some form of a structure within China. How much market share can Tesla take from AVs and FSD? That's the next question. I don't know what's going on from Europe. We talked about Sweden and how they're allowing full self-drive, or one of the European countries. Who's going to have the ability to grab the most amount of market share? And what is the robo-taxi going to cost people? And I think that's something really important, because we know the popularity within the brand, but if they can head over into China or into Europe and just say, hey, this thing's only going to cost you $30,000 and you get the robo-taxi, it's fully AV, I think we'll see a boost. And that's what we're waiting for, especially here in North America, but it will trickle over into Europe, into China as well, too.
All right, Joey, let's take a quick look to see what the morning note said for the intraday setup. Recall, guys, you get a swing setup, you get an intraday setup, and over here, I've said very little about this area, but this area is actually quite good. This is the technicals area. So I'm going to remind everybody, the morning note now is broken down into 3 separate segments. You have the story, which is kind of give you an idea about the details. If it's earnings, you're going to get numbers. But you also have the technicals. And the technicals are broken down into 2 areas. You get the intraday, which is based on the 15-minute chart, and you get the 4-hour, which is the swing trade context there. You get support and resistance for both intra and swing, and you also get structure. 50-minute structure / momentum, 4-hour structure / momentum. It's telling you what the structure of the trade is and how to view it. Then you get a bias at the bottom. It's basically what way the trade is leaning. You can always go your own way. Of course, you can all go your own way. You can go your own way. I love the 80s, man. You like it, Assassino? That's my man. Who sings that, Assassino? Fleetwood Mac. Thank you, Assassino.
Is it Fleetwood Mac?
So the momentum setup today says remains valid above 400 while the stock holds trend structure and higher lows. How about a clean breakout above 410 with volume could trigger continuation to 415, 420. Well, look what you got right there. Right at 930, 410 break. Look at the high. 415.83, that was bang on. You didn't get 420. I think Elon and everybody else would have liked 420, but you got 410 to 415. That was spot on. And then there was also this one, which didn't come in, obviously. Failure back below 400 increases the risk of a flush into 395 or even 300 or 390. So that was a good look there. I think the morning note got that one right. Good look for the morning note. Let's go on to ARM. ARM said demand for its AI chip platform doubled from 1 billion to 2 billion through 28 as hyperscalers increased their demand and interest for that specific chip. Despite the demand jump, the company kept guidance unchanged because supply capacity for wafers, as well as packaging, as well as testing, all remain constrained. That is a kind of a growing theme, in the semis world. The market reacted negatively, of course, to the lack of guidance raise, sending shares down pretty aggressively here. Where's ARM at? Let's have a look. ARM is down. Oh, it's SSR too, 9.95, so even worse. Q4 revenue did rise about 20% year over year, about 1.49 billion, so about $1.5 billion, with EPS coming in at 60 pennies, beating the 58 expected by the street. And Astra just took out $10. It is ripping. What happened to my order there that I had for a 10.25 break? Just looking. Yeah, it didn't come in. That's fine. I'm going to keep my eye out on this one. Can you take over for a second? Because I think this one's still on the breakout right now. Yeah,
absolutely. I was looking at SanDisk here, reading some more on ARM. We'll touch more when Sharif is done dealing with his position there.
Sorry.
Don't know. What are you apologizing for?
Ripping, that's why.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, rock and roll on that one. Let's see. Don't pull up my chart. Pull up his chart in, and I'll ramble on a little bit as we look at this stock continuing to climb. He's in there, 1064. I'm not in anything. We got to get the action rocking and rolling here. So just reading a little bit more up on ARM. A lot going on. Sharif and I were talking about not too long ago, earlier in the day, I should say, just the fact that Bloomberg released this piece. If you guys want to go and check it out, it's pretty good, and it just gives you essentially a whole look into the ecosystem and where things start with this AI build out, I should say, just from the machines that make the chips and who's creating them and then who has to purchase them, heading into the fabs and then chip design. It's really cool and it's really informative, and I enjoyed watching it. I'll watch it again and look for some more information based off of that stuff. So yeah, here's the market low of the day, guys. The Nasdaq printing a new one. We have the SPY printing a new one. Official trend line break here in Tesla. As for IBIT, hovering around the low of the day. Can't find a bottom right now, but what we are holding up on is you can see that the overall market are at some key levels right now. We have a big time triple bottom over here. Can we even classify that if it's not at the low of the day? But triple test, almost 4 tests of the volume weighted average price here on NVDA, and we haven't broke either level. So where are we going to head? That's a major question. Are we going to continue with the narrative of just buying some of these lows and selling the high? I think that's the $1 million question, especially if you're looking to play the ebb and flow from 211 all the way up to 214. I'm going to suspect if we head back up into that area again, we're going to break it, because you can only test something so many times until it eventually breaches, whether it be to the downside or to the top side. So keep an eye out on that. Trend line still fully intact from a secondary standpoint, and you can see from 214, bang, you get a 5-minute candle. You can maybe climb a little bit higher. Always be cautious of buying the middle of the range, though. Why? Because we got on this spiel multiple occasions. Now, if you're buying a breakout, there's multiple things that you need to kind of fall into place and correlate with the trade. Volume and demand. All right, so you want to see that volume step in, but then also the demand for price at a higher level. Now, if you're selling the low, same thing, you need to see that demand really start to uptick, and then supply and demand at the lower levels, and then support at 211, you want to see the volume break through it. But if you're thinking about, hey, I just want to play the ebb and flow of this, what you want to try and establish yourself is at the lower end of the range. Why? Because you're not proven wrong until you get to the lower end. And the same thing, if you're looking to short the tops, you don't want to short right at support levels, even though sometimes we do. It just really depends on how many tests you have, what the volume and the momentum is saying. But if you're kind of stuck in limbo in an area where you don't know where the underlying is going to move, it's always best to position yourself where you can have the best risk to reward ratio, and that's going to be around 214 if you're looking to short, and if you're looking to buy, around 211. 212, middle of the zone. Now we're not proven wrong on the long until we're south of 211. Right? Now, if we were to short it here, we're not proven wrong until north of 214.50. That's a lot of room that you have to give the trade when we can just be patient a little bit and then get in at that really key levels that we're looking for. So, yeah, that's what we have going on there. ARM Holdings, Shreve's still sitting in that ATRA 1064. It's not rocking and rolling. No. It broke through that level, but it's not good. The momentum. That's
not good. I was trying to add into the highs. Now it looks like it's coming back down into 10. Current area low is right at 1030. So we will give some back here if it does breach the quarter dollar. Yeah, it feels like it's on the downtrend here. It's been a tough trading day, at least for me anyway. Looking for that area to hold. Otherwise, I'm looking for another attempt, possibly at that $11 area. It's a 1087 high. We're kind of being kept down by a seller in the mid 40s. I want to see if we can breach through that 50 penny level, because that's probably the area that they're going to earmark for some resistance. So we'll pack the patience. If we break below the quarter dollar, we'll give some back. We'll stay positive on this one, though, negative on the day, but we're going to send you to a dare.
DUOL actually had quite a strong day, but right now giving some of the move back. OpenAI announcing a new translation feature called GPT Real-Time Translate. This allows you to translate across streaming through more than 70 input and 13 output languages. This breaks down language barriers. So again here, OpenAI new language feature, DUOL. Dropping a little bit here, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, all right.
That's pretty cool, right? Because I use them in conjunction. That's the thing, right? And I always tell everybody, I'm like, if you really want to get the most out of this, you really kind of need to use them together. They have this new, I don't know if you've been doing Spanish lately, but they have this new feature called Explain My Answer. And it's kind of helpful, but then sometimes it just like, it just repeats what the lesson said. So it doesn't help at all. But That's why I kind of use chat. With chat too, you can just take screenshots of
And
the
just send it over.
Yeah, and put it in, and then it like basically understands everything that you're asking.
But what is that like? I mean, I think that's pretty good, right? Like, so they're going to implement this into their software for iPhone wearables, right? Where you already have the translate. Is it going to make it that much better, right? So, I mean, very interesting stuff. I try to going to the actual places. I like that the fact that when I go to a country that I'm obviously it's not my first language, I can pick apart the words, even though I don't fully understand it. I like that.
That means you're good at languages.
Yeah. I can. Well, I'm not good at French. I can tell you that for free.
Well, yeah. Maybe it was a lack of motivation because it was forced upon you.
Yeah.
I feel like that was the case with me as well. It's like they shoved it down your throat in grade 4, and you didn't have a choice of whether you're gonna take it or not. And quite frankly, I don't want to go down this road because I feel like I'll offend some people, but. You know, it's just not my favorite language.
I mean, cry me a river, man. At the end of the day.
C'est dommage. Yeah, that's too bad. I do understand a lot of it though, but you know, it's not for me. I wonder how many words I actually know in
French.
Man, yeah. I know how many words I know in Mandarin. That's quantifiable. That's easy. Over 350.
That's good. Yeah, don't you? Isn't it like kind of a rule of thumb that 500 words and you can start to speak, like have a legit?
I can have like small conversations, but it says basic.
The basic conversations.
Yeah, like super basic though. Like when I get to level 20, and right now I'm almost at level 14, I should be able to have like some basic conversations. But
there's something stepping into the market here. You can see that we really put in a new low of the day. Maybe some news stepping in. I see a lot of people talking about it as IBIT really tanks once again here. An additional flush at the lows. We're sending things off to Adara. Let's see what this news headline is.
USO just spiked in a big way here. Wall Street Journal reporting that the U.S. is looking to restart their Project Freedom to unblock the Strait of Hormuz. We're also getting reports that Saudi and Kuwait are restoring U.S. military access for the Hormuz mission. So apparently U.S. military could be able to use Saudi Arabian and Kuwait air bases. We also, again, have reports that the U.S. is looking to restart Project Freedom. So a couple different headlines out of the Middle East. USO spiking once again. Back to you.
Oh boy, Here we go. Yeah, well, that's the thing, man. I mean, if the deal doesn't get done, you got to put leverage on them. How are you going to put leverage? Military leverage, right? I mean, that's kind of what we're talking about there. All right. Yeah, that's basically it there. Kind of, got stopped out of ATRA, did lose the $0.25, but retraced right above it. So I want to see what this one does, but I think that's probably enough trading for me on the day. Let's finish the news over here. All right, let's bring this in. Just make sure all my orders are canceled so that nothing triggers while I'm doing the news. There we go. Good. Whew. All right, so ARM. We finished talking about this. Any comments on ARM? And then I have some things I want to say as well.
Yeah, I mean, the numbers would be a little bit better, but they were talking about supply restraints. And I think that's the narrative, right? There's a big time supply issue right now that can't meet with the demand. We know that ARM, SoftBank holds the majority of the shares. 85% of the float, I believe, is by Masayoshi Son. So yeah, I mean, that's all I really have to say about ARM. I would think that you'd see a little bit better performance, but they just can't keep up with the demand. It's just a trade that is, I think, for the next couple of years, that's going to be the bottom line, and that's going to be the narrative. Is just that, hey, we can make a little bit more cash, but there's just not enough materials in order for us to do so. They're obviously involved with the wafers and everything along those lines as well too. So they're just like just a massive supply constraints right now, man.
2 points I want to make, other than the ones we already spoke about. They quietly confirmed that their ARM AGI, which is artificial general intelligence, of course, CPU architecture, is going to actually require a lot more R&D, a lot more testing, and a lot more support per customer. As a result, they're saying that the cost of service is putting unexpected pressure on operating margins, hence why they didn't increase the guide and why the market kind of made them pay for that. So that's one of the reasons they're looking to funnel money into this chip, which is supposed to be supportive of AGI. Whether or not it actually ends up achieving its goal, we'll have to wait and see. But that's causing some cost pressures for them and could explain why the guide wasn't raised. And I think the market was looking for a guide raise given the insanity that we've seen some of these companies guide to, right? AMD, Qualcomm, as well as many others. And then the China exposure. So really underreported here was the lack of specific commentary in ARM's China's independent operations. Fresh trade tensions, of course, surfacing this week between the U.S. and China. And investors are like pushing for this ARM black box, so to speak, that they have in China to give more details on that and how operations are going to go into the future and what to expect in terms of revenue, which we didn't get on the call. So some possible reasons here while we're selling off on ARM. I would say of the bunch, it probably is the lack of guide as a result of higher cost pressure. So if you're invested in that name, something to look out for. Let's look at the TA and see how ARM or the morning watch list did on the note today. It said, look, watch for a reclaim of 225 to 228 to squeeze to trigger a squeeze back towards 235. So you didn't stop here. The only area you stopped was 213. So you didn't really get any holding up at 225 or 228. It was a flush in a straight line. Oh, sorry, that's yesterday's price action. Pardon me. I'm looking at this morning's over here. Let's look 225, look for a reclaim of 225. You never got it. So, and then the second option was a failure to hold 220 increases the risk of continuation lower into the 215 area and possibly 205 support band. So what ended up happening? Did we get the failure to hold 220? You certainly did, because 220, it was more like 223. That was resistance. So it was a bit of a range, quite frankly, between 223, you could say, and about 217, 216 and a half. And then the last one here was avoid chasing sharp pops unless volume confirms buyers are regaining control after the earnings flush. I would say the best one here was probably this failure to hold 220, but there was probably a lot of bamboozlement along the way because you did have price spikes up, as I mentioned, into about 222, 223. So if you were able to absorb that kind of movement, then you were probably able to take this one down into the low, which was at around 210. This one said, look for the 215 area and then possibly 205 support band. We haven't quite made it down into 205. We are speaking about ARM. Let's talk a little Snap here, Joey. Snap, interesting report. Are they up? Are they down? Let's have a look. So Snap is down 2 2/3% on the day. All right, let's talk about this report. Cautious Q2 guidance and the end of its Perplexity AI deal undercut an otherwise mixed report. Revenue coming in at $1.53 billion. That was in line with estimates. Sales did rise 12% year over year on the quarter. Global daily active users coming in at 483 million versus the 475.6 expected. I would say that was a bit of a win here. Or is it a win, or is it a post-Australia social media ban bump? Remember, we talked about their DAOs in the last report, and it was down, and they blamed it on the limiting of social media for teens and younger people and how that would have a bit of a headwind for that, for the DAOs. So possibly a bit of a rebound there. It shows user growth improved after prior weakness, as I mentioned. ARPU, average revenue per user, slightly missed at $3.17. The street was looking for $3.20, pointing to weaker monetization despite better engagement. Net loss did narrow, so they were able to shore up cost. 36% the narrowing was, $89 million they lost. It was helped by cost discipline as well as margin improvement, says the report. Q2 guide, 1.52 to 1.55 billion. That's roughly in line, but assumes no contribution from the canceled $400 million Perplexity partnership. The market really kind of implying that user growth is stabilizing after some of the regulatory changes with respect to younger users. But ad monetization here, especially larger advertisers, weak. Middle East, headwinds, lost AI optionality because of that Perplexity deal. That kind of keeps Snap in the penalty box, so to speak. So we'll have to see how Snap does going into the future, but not a name I love all that much. Joey.
Yeah, I'm not in love with it either. And that's one thing that I wanted to bring up is just how much advantage can they take of some of the ad sales? We know with Meta, it's essentially all of their revenue. And this is what you want to see from this company. I mean, they're getting involved with the wearables. I don't think that's the direct path. 5% increase in daily active users, which it's fine. It's modest growth there, which is fantastic. They're getting hit with some tax fines as well, or some tax what was it here? 9 million global active users. I was just looking for how much. So yeah, anyways, they're getting hit with some tax bill at the end of the day. I was just trying to find something and the exact number of what it was. But 74% year-over-year growth in Spotlight posters in US, over 61% globally. March Madness had a lot of chats going on with that. But I think with this company, you really want to focus on digital ads just because you can see what's going on from some of its competitors. With Meta 97%, as I just mentioned, you really want to see that uptick, and we're not getting that. Is this going to be a thing of the past? The monthly active users isn't small. 483 million daily active users isn't small either. So I want to see them start to take more advantage of that, because I think that's where you're really going to find the growth, especially where we're sitting from an economic standpoint and just with its competitors. So that's something they need to focus on and not necessarily wearables. I don't think that's the right direction. Because one more thing, if you see that with Meta's really struggling with the wearables, why are you going to do that when you're already a smaller platform? I just don't believe that's the right way to go.
Agree. Couple of comments. There was a huge bump in their ad performance because they moved the ads tab into the chat tab, or the ads, into the chat tab. Apparently, that's the app's most frequent touch point. So putting the ads where the user is more likely to engage certainly helped. And you saw a 226% increase in click-through rates and a 59% jump in conversion volume. That's the most important metric, right? Taking the user and converting them into a paying customer, or whatever your goal is there in the conversion. So that's good. I did like that. Maybe that's why we're not down as much. Also, other revenue really growing, and that's not the wearables that Joey was talking about. So advertising, the core business, only grew at 3%. Other revenue surged 87% to 285 million. So what are we talking about here? It was driven by Snapchat Plus. That's a subscription model, right? And now that's crossed 17 million users paying for Snapchat Plus. I'm pretty surprised by that because most of their users are young, except Joe.
You know, right? you want to know why Snapchat Plus is gaining ground?
I want to hear it. Oh, because you can take pictures and stuff like that?
Well, yeah.
Oh, seriously, tell me. Let's just come with it.
More or less the adult aspect.
Oh, is that it, huh? Yeah. Seriously, huh? And even they have those options for kids, though?
And I don't think so for kids, but you can. That's where.
Okay. That's weird. All right, one more thing. Then they're basically going to cut aggressively. They're looking at cutting $500 million. It's not just with layoffs. They're looking at basically cutting aggressively in all areas, including AI, utilization, smaller teams, really focusing these groups to achieve the task at hand. $500 million for a company like this on an annualized basis, quite good. We're going to Adair.
Keep an eye on GPCR and VKTX, both of these names moving to the upside after CFO of Novo Nordisk, Karsten Munk-Knudsen, told Semaphore the company is looking for even bigger deals after losing their Metsera bid to Pfizer. Now, we know that yesterday, CEO of Novo Nordisk, Mazir Magdustar, also indicated the company is looking to buy out another company, looking for some acquisitions. So more M&A talks for Novo sends VKTX and GCPR to the upside, GPCR to the upside once again here. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. All right, let's talk about the next one. DoorDash, that is. Good report. Last time I looked, they were up nicely. Let's see what they're at now. They're flat. Wow, we sold the entire move from the morning. Dang, Dash. Well, from yesterday's pop, we popped up into 195. We're down now into 168, essentially. Let's talk about this one. Surged. Their revenue surged. No, that was the pre-market move. It was, the report was driven by strong food and grocery demand, and that drove the better than expected order growth in Q2. The company highlighted accelerating grocery adoption through partnerships with like Sobeys and Safeway, Dash Pass membership, that's their SaaS model like Uber One. Growth remained strong. It reinforced the long-term convenience as well as the retention story, a bit more of a sticky model there. Management said new U.S. grocery customers hit a record quarterly revenue despite the macro headwinds and the gas concerns. The company expects gas relief initiatives to cost more than $50 million. More on that in a second when I give my comments. The market implication, though, here is investors are increasingly viewing Dash as a broader local commerce platform rather than only a food delivery company. And that kind of makes sense because we see people getting stuff from grocery stores, convenience stores, basically anything you want. You can kind of get it dropped off.
Yeah, that's how it is. I mean, I was going to pull up a different name here, Sharif. So really good numbers across the board. Revenue increasing 33%. Net revenue margin was down 30 basis points. So consensus looking at 60 million there. And then we also have online food delivery reported 27% year over year. Sri mentioned that. Marketplace GOV increased 37% year over year. So some pretty strong growth. But how much market share? I don't believe DoorDash is the more popular one here. Obviously, in Canada, we use Uber Eats, and then some people use Skip the Dishes. I think it's really regional, and it depends where you are if you're using DoorDash. But you know what I think, LYFT? You know what I think would be a really good play? If you have Lyft and DoorDash merger, Sharif, so you can really compete with the Uber.
That's a great point.
Right? So I think that would be a massive merger, in my opinion, and then you can really start to gain share from Uber, which is actually dominant in the space.
Yeah, right? And they pretty much dominate everything. All right, here is the Dot. This is DoorDash's autonomous robot, and it goes around on the sidewalk delivering your parcels, and then neighborhood kids will draw untoward things on it. Just us, Brendo. All right. So Dot, this is DoorDash, as I mentioned, in-house autonomous delivery robot. Management revealed that Dot now is handling mid to single-digit percentages of orders in the hardened urban markets. I don't know what hardened urban markets means, but maybe like the New Yorks and the LAs and whatever. So this is their little robot here.
I think that's where we typically start, is like the LA, like the San Franciscos.
For sure.
Yeah, right?
And think about the margins on this product here. No paying a driver, nothing here. Oh, that's not good for employment, but I'm talking about for profitability for the company.
But then we fall into that same question that we ask ourselves: how does it work in different climates, right? Like if there's like a massive snowstorm, sorry, Dot ain't getting you your.
Yeah, you got to have like tank.
Yeah, well,
you have to have
get
like
those snow tires on there. You gotta get yeah.
What?
Or flooding.
Or flooding. Yeah, like a Florida on this. You know what I mean? Like who knows? So that's their Dot. That's their Dot. But I do also like the U.S. and grocery retail attracted more new people to the DoorDash platform this quarter than in any other previous quarter in the company's history. And that's because they're expanding their moat, right? It's not just about food delivery now. It's about you want anything delivered, groceries, et cetera. And that grew pretty aggressively here. Also, remember that $50 million that they're giving back to their drivers as a result of the increase in the cost of gas? They were able to offset that $50 million through other efficiencies internally, so that it didn't affect EBITDA at all and it didn't hurt margins. That's a good accounting move by them. And then they talked about Tony Xu here. He's a CEO. He explicitly commented on the agentic ordering experience. What do I mean by that? The process goes beyond just simple chatbots. It's a plan for AI agents to autonomously discover items, formulate the order, and handle customer support with much lower friction. This is what we're talking about now. We're talking about agents basically doing everything on the customer's behalf. And there are now these websites and I think message boards where it's agent only. And agents go on there and speak to each other and strike deals and make, whatever arrangements, excluding all humans. This is like the beginning of Skynet all over again, but that's kind of my take there on Dash. Let's have a look at how the technicals jive today. So it says continuation long above 190. That didn't come in at all today. Did pop up yesterday in the aftermarket, but the highest print we had this morning at 4 a.m. was 186. So that 190 did not come in. The other one here, best long setup may come on a pullback into 183 to 185. Did that come in? Not at the opening bell. The highest print there we had at the opening bell was about 180.97. That's the closing print. This is the one that I like though. Lose 180 and momentum likely cools towards 172 to 175. You got 180 in a hurry. You got it right at the implied balance open. So maybe that was a bit harder to take. But did you get the 172? You got it. You got more. You got pretty much 165 area low. So you would have left some money on the table there. But I think 172 would have been a decent move from 180 to 172. That's $8 in the money there. So the last one coming in there, the losing of 180 and the momentum rally into 172, 175 coming in there on the note. Let's talk about McDonald's. I was about to say a different one.
Oh.
Why is everything tanking like this?
It's what's it? Happy Meal Day where you go and you donate call it, whatever you buy, you purchase
Today?
goes to like
No way.
Ronald. I don't know if it's today. It might have been yesterday or something along those lines. But everything
That's
you
pretty
get
cool. I was
from
just
them-
gonna get something, maybe give it to a homeless person or something like that, just to contribute, you know?
Yeah, you know where I stand on that place, anyways.
Of course. Yeah, definitely agree. They beat estimates on both earnings and revenue as traffic and customer spending remained resilient despite a tougher consumer backdrop, as well as, of course, the rising popularity of these GLP-1s, right? Adjusted EPS came in at 283 versus a 274 expected, with revenue rising 9% year over year, up to 6.52 billion. Same store sales, 3.8%. That's roughly in line with expectations. U.S. comps, though, a bit better, 3.9%, and the customers in the U.S. spent more per visit. Management said value offerings continue to drive in traffic, but the premium launches, like the Big Arc Burger and the branded tie-ins, those are helping lift up the average spending per customer. So those help with margins. International markets remain strong. Specifically cited in the note here were France, Germany, Australia, and Japan, all contributing to solid comp growth. The implication here is MCD continues acting like a defensive consumer staple with pricing power, though, as we saw with the Big Arc, even as a broader restaurant and consumer spending concerns persist, Joey.
Yeah. I mean, first quarter revenue up 9% to $6.5 billion. I mean, profit climbed 6%. And then you can see a 3.8% increase in stores that have been at least open a year and a month. So it's not too bad. And they are betting heavy on some of these value meals. And I think that's the ideal thing to go. That's why fast food was most popular, because it was cheaper than cooking at home, right? They have that new drink lineup too with all those funky names. I forget some of them that we weren't overly intrigued about, but you have the dollar menu start to come out during the summertime here at least. And they also have the Big Arc. So they do have some new releases. They're shifting their menu options, which is extremely important in my opinion. But I think they were just struck for quite some time. McDonald's, to the downside, is that you have the disruptive service in the GLPs, right? So you have the Novo and you have the Ozempics, the Wegovy, and everything along those lines that were like, hey, we're trying to find some more healthy alternatives. And we didn't see too crazy of a shift within McDonald's in that area to kind of mitigate some of the loss from all of these disruptive services stepping into their industry. So I'm personally not the biggest fan of the stock. They offered a dividend. I don't really like McDonald's. I go there maybe once every couple of years.
I like the McFlurry.
You like the McFlurry?
The Oreo McFlurry.
I'd rather get a Blizzard, right? Like, again. But yeah, that's where I stand, right? They're growing. They're bringing in value meals. That's important. You want to keep it relatively cheaper instead of having to go here in the city. I think it's like $20 you're going to pay for a combo. And so yeah, value is extremely important. You can grab some more eyes with that.
Talk a little AppLovin. Earnings beat keeps AI ad growth story alive. So AppLovin beat expectations on both earnings and AI revenue as its AI-powered mobile advertising platform continues gaining traction. Adjusted EPS 356 versus the 349. Revenue rising 59% year over year to 1.84 billion. Adjusted EBITDA margins 85%, with the company's strong operating leverage and efficiency really gaining traction. Q2 guidance was pretty strong. Revenue projected 1.92, 1.95, with margins coming in at 84 to 85%. They did buy back, $1 billion in stock in the quarter. And they remain one of the market's highest beta AI software names, though investor sentiment has been volatile after the stock fell more than 30% year to date before the earnings report yesterday. Implication here is this quarter that is, reinforces the AI monetization narrative around their ad engine, but regulatory as well as credibility risks remain a major overhang. We've seen this one attacked multiple times by short sellers and, some of their accounting practices as well as how they're doing their advertisements here, Joey.
Yeah, so I mean, a pretty solid guide. They're looking for that uptick in margins here. EBITDA margin of approximately 84% to 85%. It's pretty high. That's good if you ask me. Revenue in the first quarter, 1.84 billion. Adjusted EBITDA, 1.56 billion. Free cash flow was at 2.9 billion. So not too bad of a look. But if we take a look at some of the technicals here on AppLovin, from a high of 743 to where we're currently trading at, you're still down 33%. You do have a nice bounce off of the lows, 369 all the way up to 497. Today's session at 500. I know this name's pretty popular among some of the analysts, but the way it's been performing right now, nice bounce off of the lows, but it's still down substantially off of its previous all-time high.
All right, a couple of things is they filed for a mixed shelf offering, and it doesn't mean they're going to sell it now, but that basically gives them the legal right to raise billions of dollars in capital at a moment's notice, of course, and that creates dilution. So the market may not have liked that as much, despite the fact that there was a lot of positives in this report. Specifically, they have a segment called Consumer Verticals, and that saw April revenue, specifically April, hit an all-time monthly high, and it even exceeded Q4, where a lot of the advertisers advertise because of the Christmas season. So the fact that in April, a random month where there's really nothing doing other than maybe, well, even Easter was earlier this year, exceeded Q4. That's fantastic. Look, with respect to technicals, we're still up about 0.25% on the day. We'll see how the morning note jive with this one when we get back from Madeira.
Yeah, take a look here at NFLX, seeing a report from Puck suggesting that the company is close to an NFL deal. So again, NFLX on watch, reportedly nearing a deal with the NFL. Back to you.
It'd be interesting. See how many games they get a week there, Katina, man. Maybe it's like the Sunday night game or something like that. We'll see. All right, let's see how the morning note came in with respect to APP. All right, so app. We're up 5.87% on the day. We're a little bit off highs, though. Looks like there was a big seller at 510. So this one said, holding above 480 keeps the momentum favoring continuation towards 500. You didn't get that. You didn't get anything at the opening bell. The opening print was 454, and it rejected 470. That's the opening print at 9:30. What's the other one? A clean breakout through 500. And another squeeze into 520. Well, you got to break through 500. You didn't get 520, though. The best you got was about 512.5. What was the other one? Failure below 470, weakness. The setup, 470 weakness, the setup, and increased risk of retracement to 460. Did you get 470? Let's see. You didn't get it. Well, you got it right at the bell, but then it ended up moving up. So it didn't really hold. It did fail 470 initially. It popped back down to 454. So you would have had to do that on a 15-minute basis. That would have been a tough trade there. I wouldn't have taken that one, quite frankly. So the morning note, this one not that great. Let's go on to the next story. Unity reported earnings this morning. See how they're doing. Oh my God, why does everything look like this today? Pop up, tank back down 1.4. Here's how they did. Stronger than expected Q2 guide despite a mixed Q1 result. Q2 revenue guidance came in at 550 to 565 million. That was well above the 507 2/3 expected by the street. Strategic growth revenue. I don't know what that means. It's expected to grow $455 to $465 million this year. That would be up 29 to 32%, with adjusted EBITDA guidance coming at 130 to 135 million. Q1 revenue did rise a healthy 16.8%. Up to 508.2 million. That beats estimates. EPS slightly missing at 23 pennies. The Create Solutions revenue, though, brought in $157 million, and Grow Solutions brought in 352, basically accounting for the bulwark of their top line number there. And it really did show that the ad tech side remains the primary growth engine. Management also highlighted the improving margins as well as the strong monetization tools as well, Joey, as the accelerating game discovery trends. I don't know what any of that means. I don't follow game discovery trends.
Yeah, that's a good. I mean, good games.
Not a thing that I follow.
Yeah, no, they're involved with some games, right? So, the software is used, the platform or whatever is for some games, I believe. Like
I took this a different way.
Cell phone game.
Yeah.
It could be totally a different way than what I'm
game discovery trend. I don't know if you've. Okay, so when I had the free tier of Duo, all the advertisements were by Unity.
Okay.
And some of the advertisements for the games, you could actually play the game in the advertisement.
Yeah.
Is that what they're talking about?
Yeah, maybe. I think so. I mean, the stock hasn't been performing well whatsoever. It's down 48%. Guidance wasn't the best either. You're looking at a 12.1% decline in the next quarter, which isn't good. Surprise of minus 2.13%. So, yeah, I think it was a guy that had a lot to do with it. I just got a...
Oh, this is a test. We were supposed to all get it. Yeah.
Everybody's phone's
here it
going
is,
off.
yeah.
We just got an Amber Alert here. Everybody's phone's going off. So don't worry, no one's snatched up the kids.
No, they said it was going to be a test. I saw it yesterday. This is a test, it says.
Yeah, it's a test. So, I mean, this is just another software name that's down 50%. Suit up, Joe. Yeah, I know this is another name that's down 50%, and I don't think it's going to recover anytime soon, regardless. And if you're going to guide a little bit lower in the street, not like what you got, and you're going to have a 12% decline in EPS. So, yeah, not too good of a look here in Unity.
Datadog holding up better than any name that I've seen today. Still just marginally below VWAP, but definitely still above that 25% boom. It's up 27 3/4. They surged big time in the pre-market after beating Q1 estimates and issuing a stronger than expected Q2 and full year guidance. Adjusted EPS coming in at 60 pennies versus 51. Revenue rising 32% year over year to $1 billion, beating the $960 million expected by the street, with adjusted operating income $223 million and a strong 22% margin. Free cash flow reaching $285. Large customers remain the key driver, though, for Datadog, with clients generating $100,000 or more in annual recurring revenue, rose 21% year over year. So they have about 4,550 those big clients that are spending more than $100K a year recurring. Q2 revenue guidance, they guided 1.07 to 1.08, well above the 994.5 expected by the street, with the full year revenue guidance now 4.3 billion to 4.34 billion, well ahead again of the 4.12 expected by analysts. The implication here, Joey, is that they're being re-rated as a durable, AI-enabled cloud growth leader with improving profitability.
Yeah, I mean, the cloud security is huge for Datadog, and this is where we're seeing a lot of the growth step in. The first quarter growing 32%. That's some big-time numbers. Shares were up 30%, but they're also looking at some full-year guidance that's pretty strong, guys. You're going to see a substantial growth within those metrics as well, too. So 2026 full-year revenue sitting at $4.3 billion, with the estimates around $4.10 billion. So, yeah, I mean, it's some good stuff. A lot of it having to do with the cloud expansion that we're experiencing throughout the hyperscalers. And then sure enough, you have the security. They have the ability to collect a bunch of data and see and look at it all as a whole picture. From what I'm understanding with this specific company, is that they can look at your whole cloud base and see if you're performing where you need to be and up to par in different sectors, and looking at the picture as a whole, if that even makes any form of sense. I was reading up on it a little bit more, but a little bit more difficult to understand. But this cybersecurity, I'm not surprised by it whatsoever, and a big time recovery from Datadog. 30% is quite a bit, and I'm not surprised that we're starting to see that come back in a little bit here.
All right, we'll just do this one super quick. Fortinet, great report for them. Where are they up? They're up 18 3/4. They beat expectations both on earnings and revenue, as enterprise cybersecurity spending remains resilient, even in the face of Anthropic. EPS adjusted, that is, came in at 82 pennies, well ahead of 61. That was the expected by the street, with revenue rising nicely to 1.85 billion and beating estimates by 7 whole percentage points. The company has now beaten EPS and revenue for 4 consecutive quarters. That kind of reinforces the execution strength in a very, very competitive cybersecurity market. They also highlighted improving earnings estimate revisions, with attention now shifting to full year guidance as well as industry demand trends. The peer read-through is pretty important here, because Zscaler is set to report next, and the broader cybersecurity sentiment is improving in the group after some area lows. We can just quickly look at the daily over here, Assassino. This is where we were, man. FT&T basically held 75 clean from 75 to the high today. You're up 50% in a few months here. The market implication is investors are rewarding the profitable growth and the operational consistency, as the cybersecurity spending remains one of the stronger enterprise software themes. We saw a lot of destruction in the SaaS, Mageddon, blah, blah, blah. FTNT, PANW, CARWD, ZS, they're all big on the day. There are no red names on my cybersecurity watch list. 2 o'clock, but we're not going to send over to the big boys quite yet, because we got to send them to Adaro.
Yeah, we'll send her. Oh, there, go over to Adaro.
Sorry about that, guys. Earlier today, we know that we had a spike in oil, drop in the market, as we had reports that the U.S. was preparing to resume its Operation Freedom. Now we're hearing reports that they are not going to be resuming Operation Freedom. In fact, saying that earlier reports are incorrect. So more back and forth here in the Middle East. USO dropping here, and Nasdaq reviving itself a little bit. Back to you, and I guess back to the guys in the afternoon show.
We're back. What's that from again? I'm trying to. Is that Poltergeist? Isn't they're back? They're here. They're back. Well, either way, we're back at the 2 o'clock. I don't know why I'm doing like some kind of doom and gloom. I swear it was Poltergeist. I don't know. Will everyone matriculate in? No, it's they're here, right? And then the ghosts are they're here. What up, everybody? And the market's going absolutely. Well, let's just say nuts. We had such a crazy update yesterday. We're having another volatile day today where everything was chilling out until the USO decided to go absolutely, ham is one way to put it. I don't know how else you would say it. But things took a decided right turn in the markets. And, it's one of those things where, we can be cruising along and it can be, you could be trading like normal, and then all of a sudden, like one news headline hits, or something hits the wire, and then everything changes. Ultimately, you've got to be able to react to it. It's good for opportunities, no questions asked. But it's something important we want to talk about here, because I can't tell you, everybody, just how many times. Like, I've watched traders with genuinely great setups blow their accounts anyway. And every single time it comes down to the same mistake. They knew what to buy, they knew when to buy it, but they had no idea how much to risk. So one bad trade wipes out like 3 good ones. They sized up to make it back, and then it gets worse. The setup was never the problem. The risk was the problem. And nobody ever taught them the rule that prevents it. Professional traders use a risk rule that is completely non-negotiable. Doesn't matter how perfect the setup looks. If the rule says no, they don't trade. Sean's going to show you that it's the one thing standing between a good trader and a blown account.
Great, thank you so much, Neil. Yeah, let's break this down exactly as you just explained it. All right, you're hot fire. You're putting up some good trades. Discipline, discipline, discipline. $200 every single trade. You can see you're buying, you're selling, you're buying, you're selling. But then this happens. That one revenge trade that Neil just explained. Maybe you used too many shares. Maybe you weren't focused. Who knows the reason? We're going to go over some of those. But this one revenge trade, all of a sudden, oh no, wipes out your whole week's worth of trading. Well, guess what? This is very, very simple. We can figure it out. It's not your strategy that's wrong. You have 5 wins and 1 loss. That part's perfect. The problem is your position sizing. So let's go talk about that one rule. Doesn't matter what your account size is. All that matters is you have your 1% rule. The key right here, scalability. As you start to improve, you don't need to change this. Whether or not you have a retail account, over here $5,000, a small size, a professional maybe retail account, $25,000, or you're over here, you're trading on a prop floor, or you have a bigger account, $100,000. The math is pretty simple. What we do here is, it's 1%, it's $50. This allows you to begin your trading journey. It allows you to learn the strategies that you're looking for. Then your account grows. You get more confident. Maybe you deposit a little bit more, or maybe you've grown this. It's the same 1%. It's $250 worth of risk. This is the standard benchmark that a lot of us are looking at, 25,000. We don't change our strategies, we just change our risk. Then all of a sudden, we get bigger, we get more confident. Our strategies are also improving as we go along this line. But we just keep the same amount of risk. Now, that's the thing about trading. You always want to start to up your risk a little bit. But if you stick to the 1% rule, you can't go wrong. And this is sometimes what winds up happening. If you break the rule, then you can ruin your full week, month, year of trading. You get upset. Here's a trader right here. FOMO, fear, impatience, overtrading, and doubt. Those are going to go through your head every single time. But that's fine. We can have those all as traders. What we're actually looking for is the mechanic side of things. What is the setup looking like? What's the confirmation looking like? If all of those things line up, then we go in the middle, we trust our process. And if we use the same process with the 1% rule, then what we do is we remove that left side. We remove the emotion from your trade. And all of a sudden, things start to clear up. And this is the thing right here. The edge also, something that I've realized in my trading, something that you will realize in yours as well. If you are position size appropriate, then all of a sudden the mechanics, the setup starts to matter. And then you are trading, and didn't used to do this, you're now trading the chart, not your P&L. Because your position size accordingly, because you've made those steps, you can again then trust the process. And this is the best part right here. This 10-second execution. This is how long it should take you. Once you get to those steps, all you really need to do before you click buy or sell, identify your stop price. Calculate the dollar risk, which is your entry minus your stop. And here's the formula right here. Your account times the 1% divided by your entry minus your stop. That's it. It's very simple. Look at this right in the bold at the bottom. One rule, every trade, no exceptions. If you follow this in your own accounts, you should be able to successfully scale up. It's one rule. It's the 1% rule. Apply it today.
The best thing is you can apply it to every single style of trading. You're risking 10 pennies on a dollar stock, 1%, calculate the risk. You're risking $1 on a Tesla trade, 1%, calculate the risk. And that way you can transfer strategy from one to the other. One rule, no exceptions. That's what it's all about, everybody. So I hope you are paying attention very, very closely, because that's an important lesson. Thank you, Sean, for that as well. And look, if we're talking about the one rule, I was mentioning here today, like when we were talking about IPOs a little bit.
I see what.
And I was sort of mentioning, you know what, if you're going to try to get better or prepare yourself for things, like you want to take fills, you want to be active. I admitted I wasn't a gigantic fan of the Hawk IPO today. I'm being real. I didn't love it. It's in the right sector. It wasn't a lot of volume, but I was determined, hey, you know what? I'm going to take fills on this. I am going to trade this because I want to make sure that we're sharpening the skills. And ultimately, like, it was a choppy. Anyone that watched this thing, you saw, Sharif probably mentioned that it was not that appealing. It was a bit of a choppy mess. Like, there was an open, it tried to break 34, it couldn't. It dipped back in, you caught some buyers off of the lows, it tried to get back up above 34, it failed. Then it quickly tried to support that 33 level, did not, got jumped out, took half out, then got the rest out when it broke that low. And I wanted to get a feel for the slippage on this, which is important. So a lot of times it's like, yeah, I could have punched out manually before it broke, but I wanted to get a feel for the slippage in that particular case. Now I'm in a trade in it, which is very different from the opening rush. But this is one of the things we talk about too. Like, you don't want to become stagnant. You want to make sure that you're not just active, but trying to hone your skills and your strategies. I don't want SpaceX to come out and then I haven't traded any IPOs in a while. I was talking about that at noon. So it's right now it's the only thing I'm in, because it just happened to do a normal traditional VWAP trade after the fact and then sort of plowed into the high there. So I'm just holding this one. If it loses VWAP, I'll probably get out of it. Well, I mean, probably get out. I am getting out of it if it loses VWAP, not probably getting it out if it loses the volume weighted average price. You went to, you don't usually go to... I
went to Sev.
7.
Shout out to Winnipeg.
7.
Shout out to Winnipeg.
The 7.
There. The Sev.
I haven't.
It's cold out. Yeah.
I went for a walk. I cut my walk in half because I'm like, I can't do this.
I better get into the right.
It's cold, bro.
It's getting cold, and it looks like it's getting sick, wicked, and nasty out there. It's pretty.
What?
Sick, wicked, and nasty.
It's getting worse.
It's getting colder, but it's also looking a little dark.
You know what?
It could be raining, but we played last night.
Pushed back our.
Good.
We were supposed. I thought we were starting
tonight?
next week. For baseball. I thought we had a game on Monday and been pushed back to the following Monday, which doesn't make any sense to me because that's the holiday Monday. Usually.
We have. Yeah.
Do you guys play? Usually the holidays leagues don't play. So it's like a long weekend here in Canada. So the first game of the year, I guarantee you I'm going to get a bunch of people saying they can't make the game because they're going away for a long weekend or they're going to.
Most of them will know. Yeah, it depends if they did it last year.
But it's the
if
first.
You get a lot of new kids, maybe, but.
I don't know. Well, one of the cool things, because I was looking at our roster, the the guy I coached with last year.
Yeah, how many girls?
His son's playing, there's two, because his,
nice. Okay,
his daughter's on the team.
Yeah.
His son's playing rep this year. So I knew he was probably not going to come back, but he's in with the convener.
But
he's
he
really
is.
good friends. No. So I guarantee you, he asked for his daughter to be on my team.
Oh, yeah.
Because Erin and her are friends.
Yeah, like I purposely drafted another female for Gia on the team as well.
It just makes it easier.
Out.
Actually, I didn't
test
double
my
check.
ear
I
if you
think
can.
it's only two.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyways, the market's
There we go.
trying to bounce, but not really doing much.
Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed that little segment there. That was fun. We plan to do
That was good.
more of that. And yeah, just I think that's, we do talk about the rules, and you got to have rules and just generally in life. And what the hell? I should have talk about a rule. I should be reloading Amazon right here. This is a trade that we made just off VWAP, and oh boy, did we cash in. Well, I have a very, very small piece left because I was going to try to reload this at the VWAP again. So we hit Amazon. This is the thing. Like sometimes you got to have, and here's another rule, have the ability to change your mind, right? If the market changes, change up your direction. And I was just, the Nasdaq was sort of Metro booming early and then fell back down in. And right here, we just went short back in Amazon, weaker than the market. Love Amazon. I want to buy some Amazon, but right in there, holding off VWAP, downside boom, right into 271.20s. So that was a great look there. That was about $2.50 to the downside. Now my next reload was 273.50, so it was right here. I'm going to stay there, try one more time, see if it does come back in there. Use probably 1 unit instead of 2 or so, and then we're gonna get on that. So that's the kind of stuff we're looking for. And if we take away, let me just show you one thing here. If we take away part fills and everything, so we'll get rid of all these executions here. I'm just going to show you why again that I like this trade. See, here's VWAP, hold, right? So this one, we kind of have a VWAP trade there. We had it right there again. So that next time, we just tried it again. So if we go over there, we put these back on. And I know I have way too many fills. I wish I could hide most of them. But right into there, you'll see where that short happened. So it's right there, right? So right exactly at the spot that we sort of pegged for that to go through. So that's that trade there on Amazon. We don't have anything else. We lost our way on Apple as well early. Still was fine. I almost use this as an example just for my own trading. Like don't let, 1 or 2 or 3, good fills right in here, upside, get blown up by, bad proper missizing right there. Because, if we go long and it doesn't go up and you have 500 shares here, but 5,000 shares here, then you're definitely red today, even though you've only made really one wrong call. So that's part of it. And now we just get ready to go. I mean, we can go over some earnings that are going to be here today. I see you have IBIT up, so it looks like Bitcoin's at that $80,000 mark.
Well, it's
Broadcom's tanking?
simultaneously at 80,000 and at VWAP-ish. So here's, the chart's up. There you go. You guys are looking at my chart now. So it hit VWAP at about 10.15. It's now just put in a bit of a topping tail there. I guess technically it would be better if it was doing this move and was at 79.9. But, it's adjacent to the 80,000 level, and you got a bit of a VWAP press. So I just want to look for the short continuation into VWAP. I was actually in, I was about to say Hawk, but it's not Hawk. Stop in here first. I was actually in Battle thinking that would go along with USO. If USO makes a nice break here, I want to take another shot at this. Just felt like this was breaking the flag. Like, look at the volume step in. It was probably right to get out. Probably shouldn't have held anything for the breaking. I don't know. That was silly. But now that you're getting a bit of a bounce here in USO, like if we bounce and head higher, I want to look for that possible re-break on BATL. Certainly that'll put shorts back in play. That's one of the reasons why I'm looking at IBIT here. So also let us know what you guys are watching. After the bell, we're going to stick around after the bell for...
Are we? Adair asked me and I said no, but I don't know. Are we?
Well, there's a few names.
I just want to get the names up here. I just want to cover a few things. So I just looked through the chat. You guys are welcome for that lesson. I do think we should post it on X. Ramin is running Instagram. So if you do have Instagram and things like that, all of the lessons that we do are up there. But I'll post this to X and maybe we can get that up as well. To New York set. I mean, there's so many nice things here. And I think now we're just trying to find a format that works for everybody. and we can do this all tomorrow, every day if we can find stuff. There we go. So this is another one from 2 New York Times. We've seen you all there. He admits he breaks these rules sometimes. So do I. I think we all do it. So you got to be careful with that. So that's another very, very nice talk there as well. And then people talking about they follow price action and all this kind of stuff. Here's another one. We just put this out a couple weeks ago. I think it was our VWAP one.
Yep.
There we go. So Del Monte Vantage there, talking about how it's one of your favorites. You watch the video and the VWAP bounce, and you really like that. And you could see all my trades pretty much are VWAP based anyway. So the comments in the chat are great, and I just want to let you know that like Neil and myself and Brendan and the whole team, we're checking out those comments, and that's why we're bringing this stuff to you. We're trying to get that.
It's also stuff
sort of that next level, because not only are we showing you trades, it's like we want to show you what creates those trades and what gives you that opportunity to hopefully level your game up. Because we would love to see in the chat like, boom, new record for myself, or we got something yesterday where someone had super chat. I think it was $50. It was a nice amount. It was just like, or maybe it was even this morning. They had like one of their best months or one of their best trades in the last little bit, and a lot of that had derived from stuff they heard on the show. So whether or not it be Joe, Sharif, Adara, Neil, myself, without a plan, and it's like, what's the Maple Leafs plan going to be over here? Are we going to trade?
Well,
Austin
you don't
Matthews?
have to have a plan. Well, you have the number one pick. It makes plan making a little bit easier.
Yeah.
Because I don't know, in hockey you don't screw up. You draft the guy at the top. The real question becomes, what do you do with the rest of the team? Can you? I would like to think you convince Matthews to just play with him. It just sounds like the.
Yeah, I think Matthews will do that. I think Austin, he has 2 more years in his contract, and he has to wait to see. But he's 30 years old. He's been here a decade. A decade's a long time.
Wow.
For professional athletes.
Now I'm old, because it doesn't feel like it's been 10
I know. So 10 years, 2 playoff round wins. Oh boy. Okay, so we'll move on that. If I start talking about the Maple Leafs, I'm gonna get emotional.
That's so bad.
So let's not do that. It's 2, and it's funny too because we have 2 playoff wins, but we made the playoffs for 9 straight years, and we only have 2 rounds where we were.
It's a lot better when you don't say it out loud.
Too late. Okay, what else are we doing here?
You know what? I'm also a Bills fan, so we can.
Okay, Adara's not here. Yeah, so you're talking about a Broadcom?
The Broadcom super chat.
Yeah, let's find out if there's some information on this.
If we could, we throw it up there. Thank you, Andre. Broadcom here with a big spike down. So I'm plugged in.
I don't see anything.
Oh, never mind. It just keeps on booting me out. Anyways. So I'm just going to reconnect. I didn't hear anything because I wasn't plugged in, but I don't.
There's nothing on the wire for it.
I don't see anything on the wire. It's worth keeping in mind there is some just pure volatility going on, but you would imagine there would have been something.
Oh, people saying that there's so Del Monte is in there, and we'll get it through to everybody. Maybe we can. Well, you have TweetDeck, don't you? Is there anything posting on that? But anyways, apparently OpenAI, it's just financing deal with OpenAI hit some sort of a rough patch there. So, it could be another play here. I mean, if we're talking about financing, okay, well, the heck? I mean, Oracle, I didn't even realize Oracle was at $192. And not only did I not realize Oracle was at $192, it was also at $200 earlier today. So Oracle is on quite the come up here from those lows of 140 there. And again, runs a good company. Obviously, we've talked about their snag. Adair's brought that to us many different times about how all this is going to be funded and, raising stuff through the debt market and so on and so forth. But that 140, a company that's been around 50 years, Oracle, that's probably wrong, maybe 35 years, definitely reinventing themselves here in the data center. So we'll see what they wind up doing. But that snag, I don't think, if there is truth to that story, can't really be great news here for Oracle either. So we'll wait to see if that pullback continues to make moves to the downside. And then I think that major spike where we got that Amazon bid, there was something here about USO. So there was some sort of an actionable trade there at about 130 where we spiked all the way to the high side and then just came down. All of this retracement back makes me think that there is probably a resolve near, honestly, for oil. I don't know. I feel like a lot of these bump ups and then they kind of get sold off again. There's a bump up, there's a sell off, trending higher, there it is. There's different moves here that I don't know. I hope there's some sort of a resolution to this whole strait and Iran. But are they ever going to say that they're not going to have a nuclear weapon? if that's the only way out, then I'm not too sure.
It's hard to be super, super optimistic when you see days like today where it just felt like it was all systems go. But when the market's at highs, we get a little bit complacent. I have to point this out because we were just talking about VWAP. See, VWAP sometimes is nice and orderly. We come into VWAP, test it, hold it, test it, higher, low with the wick, hold it again, and then break out. And you got like 10 minutes down there. And then other times you get to VWAP and it runs away like it's, touching a hot stove or something. That just happened on Hawk. I was meaning to get back in after it bounced, but the bounce back up was like a 40-penny bounce almost instantly. But it's an IPO, so it's a bit different. So if I don't get into this, it's because it doesn't do something a little more calm and consolidated. But for now, it's really just IBIT and seeing someone saying Apple's spiking. Gorev is saying Apple is spiking.
So I just heard the news. So you might not be plugged in. It's not
still no.
It's not that dramatic. It was just Apple. They're working on. It's something about connecting to airports for. The cameras in the airports and then giving information to Siri. So I'm going to have to, again, look for that story. But there was something there and you can see the market doesn't care that much about it. I think it was just probably something to do with travel planning and Siri's, they're going to announce a new Siri here. So I think it was just that the Siri assistant will be able to track flights.
Oh, okay.
So that's what I heard in my ear. And again, like we can look it all up.
Apple enters full-scale testing phase for iPods.
AirPods.
With cameras.
Yeah.
Part of it.
So I think it's just, trying to get that all figured out. And I don't know what that's about. But, whenever you're hearing things like that, Apple is obviously service revenue, not focused, but they, they have high margins on that. So anything that could get people to either, buy these AirPods with the cameras on them and then maybe subscribe to some sort of a, an advanced Siri or some sort of a model that, gives them that translation or whatever it is. I mean, once you spend the $300 on the AirPods or whatever it is, maybe it's not, maybe they shouldn't charge a service fee, but you never know what they're working on. So there's that spike up in Apple. You see a big volume and then right back down when everybody, this is the thing about algos, right? They hear the word Apple and something positive and it just goes whoosh all the way to the upside. And they're like, what? AirPods, cameras, airports? Right back down again. So that's part of it right there. So just be careful. And by the way, your boy got Olivia Rodrigo tickets. So we were over 20,000 in line, but you know what I just kept on doing? Kept on, refreshing, get that slider going, started refreshing more and more tickets. So we're kind of like side stage, so it's not the greatest, but in the building for the family as well.
People see that number and give up. So if you don't, you have a better chance. That's the thing.
Yeah. Well, it was when I logged in, there was no seats left. It was completely sold out. It was just just kept on refreshing it, and then eventually maybe. They're like they're like $4. You saw they're $350 or $330 a ticket. So I think maybe some people they get that far and then
they're like, I don't want.
Maybe they dash it. And these weren't even the greatest. Like this is just what it is. So and it's funny as I was talking with the wife and she said, well, it's in October. So now we got it. Now you have to wait 5 months.
Oh man! For some reason, I didn't even hear you say when it was. I just assumed it was.
Yeah, and that's like kind of like the start of the tour there. So. Yeah. All right.
EPs.
Yeah, he's already put a nice post up there.
Yeah, there you go. Thanks, Andrew, Ramin, and Fabian. Best lessons when Neil and Sean inject their view 2x. And appreciate the super chat.
I don't want to, Fabian is amazing, but Ramin is the one that sort of builds these and gives us the ideas for all of that. So we give a big shout out to Ramin as well. And people asking that, they're saying, what the hell? There's all this talk about these lessons and he missed it. That's the best thing about YouTube, man. Just see that little slide bar at the bottom. Just push it a little bit. This way, actually, now that I'm watching, and you can go back to 2 p.m. and it's almost immediately at 2:03 or something.
Watch it on your
is where we started it.
Just don't do it while you're driving, unless
Yeah, I'm really stoked.
Full automation, you can probably pull that off, but
I am so stoked for my daughter. Thank you, One Gold.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That's right. Oh, and then my wife also, man, she never misses except for when she said yes. The when they did that phone test.
Oh, yeah.
She goes, all right, so now everybody at school is going to get doxxed because you're not allowed to bring your phones into your classroom in the school that we're in. I don't know if it's because we have different school boards. So when that alarm went off, I guarantee you that both my kids either had their phone in their pocket or in their bag, And I bet you right now that phone may be in the hands of the principal because that alarm's going to keep going until you clear it.
You got to clear it. That's the thing. Like, you can't just sit there and be like,
It's like I feel like that's so.
On me.
It's funny because Marissa just said as soon as that happened, I wasn't even there. She goes, and now we see who brought their phones in their bags and pockets at school.
Yeah.
And that just came out of nowhere. I was preparing the lesson there, and that came through. So just a funny little tidbit there. We did have You guys in the States probably have the same thing.
Yeah, it's a test of the, was it a test of the emergency?
It's a national emergency alert system, yeah. So if there's bad weather or like God forbid, like a kidnapping or something like that,
like Amber Alert.
Yeah, that's what it's called, Amber Alerts, yeah. So it's the national warning system. I assume that there's something similar in the United States, but
yeah, I would imagine.
Anyways.
Gotta have something similar.
All right.
All right, what was... Do we have I don't know if we have Steve today, but we'll find out if he's going to be coming through.
Is it the Tile Man today?
Someone might be in the calendar. It is Thursday. There's been many times today that I've forgotten what day it is because for whatever reason I think it's the middle of the week.
I mean, Thursday's kind of like, you kind of over that hump day.
I thought it was Wednesday a couple of times, and then totally forgot that we have Ninja Parkour.
If today is May the 7th, Steve Tileman is in the calendar.
It is May the 7th.
We will see then.
Hey, it's my dad's birthday in a week.
2:45. Oh, nice, the 14th.
Yeah, he's the 14th, which is it's always fun. It's always sometimes it lines up with Mother's Day, which is always the best. It's like you got both. We're gonna see him this weekend because it's Mother's Day on Sunday. So everybody out there, if you have forgotten, there's your reminder a couple of days in advance. You know what to do. If you make the day special.
Mother's Day, yeah.
Like
you should be
I'm just
thinking about it.
People forget all the time.
Yeah, that's true.
Hey, Pops Mafia has a birthday on the 14th. Hey, happy early birthday, Pops Mafia.
May the 14th be with you.
Exactly. S&DK's down what percent? 8%.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time.
1,300. That's still 30% from the recent earnings dip. What's going on with ARM? I got to double check ARM.
Oh, I didn't get filled at 200 yet.
Nope. It's ARM still has some room. Down
210.
10% today on ARM, right? So they've been taking the profit, but it hasn't made a fresh low. No 210 break. So if you've been waiting for a stink buy in ARM, checks watch. We're still waiting for that one to lose it altogether. Well, that's a good thing. You don't want it to drop too far, but would like to get the shares back in. It's all well and good. I say this all the time. You can see it seems smart if you trim. I took 10% off at 238, but it is completely meaningless if it's back above 238 before I get those shares back. Leg day for ARM.
It's a leg day.
But why is that? But leg day is a good thing. Build that strong base.
Yeah, but it's not focusing on the arms. So I mean, that's why it's down 10%. I don't know. Shout out to Darwin over there.
Every day is leg day.
Just trying to check out. Did you find out who's reporting it or not? Because
it was Iran. It was I looked. Iran stood out. CoreWeave?
What?
CoreWeave and Iran. There's a couple of others.
Please tell me they're 405.
CoreWeave at 405, Iran at 4, SoundHound at 405, OpenDoor at 405, Coinbase at 410, Rocket Lab at 405, Trade Desk at 4.
Okay.
Affirm as well is going to be one. So there's a lot of maybe not Nasdaq and ES moving names. You're not going to find a lot of these things that will affect the market, but there's some movers out there. Trade Desk, we get so many questions about where the bottom is on this stock. It's like at least once a week, someone's like, what do you think about Trade Desk? Trade Desk good for long? Is this the bottom on Trade Desk? Somebody's consolidating down here. Somebody's accumulating shares at the 50-period moving average, but it's also doing nothing off of that, and I guess we get to find out. I'd rather be late and not have to worry about some kind of a long where you're holding it to the all-time low or the 52-week low, but you're getting something on a bit of a better upswing. Yeah, really nothing happening on it lately, unfortunately. Rocket Lab isn't doing well today. Well, I don't think a lot of things are doing well today. That was a pretty big right turn that we took in the market. And, for anything that was already doing well, some stocks were going up and then did a right turn. If you lost the bid right away, it's hard to have anything but nastiness, right? Because you could be Apple or Nvidia, where at least you were having a good day when things got ham. But if you were a stock was having a bad day going into the turn that we looked at, there's no way it was going to end all that well for you. And one of the reasons why I'm trying to, I should have just gone to BM&R instead of IBIT. I'm now realizing that because I'm just sitting here as it's trying to roll over. Sitting, no break just yet. I think this is probably worth an ad.
Here comes 80,000, right? So
it gets the 80,000. The problem is it's at the 80,000 level, so it's got that little bit of a barrier. It's almost like I want it to break down lower and then add into LOD. And then Hawk is really slowed down. The problem with IPOs is they'll do an absolute ton of volume early, and then the volume just starts to taper off. Maybe there'll be volume tomorrow, and then that's it. This wasn't even that big of an IPO. We get a much bigger one next week. Next week, Thursday.
I don't like, that's a couple now fails in a row. I mean, you said there was one that you made when I wasn't here that didn't really work out.
No, the one. No,
that one did
It
work
was
out.
huge, but that was the one that opened at like 11:05, and I wasn't at the desk. I thought I was really slick. I'm like, I'll just get up, I'll go to the bathroom, I'll come back, whatever, grab lunch, come back, and it was already done. I just missed the opportunity. This one wasn't so great, but I was determined to just take fails. That's why I'm a little bit more in and out of it instead of just like one in, hold, one out. And I even said that was the plan of action. I just wanted to get a feel for it, get back in the swing of things, see what the slippage is like, see if I can do like the false break and then try to get back in, because that might be part of the plan for SpaceX. Because I really do think SpaceX might try to run the bid early, stop people out that just try to take the opening print. And if it does that move, I want to get a feel for like, yeah, okay, well, does it look good to get back in? Where am I going to stop it out? Like that kind of a thing.
Okay, yeah, nothing wrong with that. So here's a possible trade set up right now. I mean, Boeing, at around 11 o'clock, there was obviously some sort of a story there with...
Ortberg's flying off to China with Trump, reportedly.
Okay, well, shout out to Kelly. I get not a ticket for Adara on that flight, I don't think, maybe, over there. Yeah, Kelly Ortberg over there. Yeah, I know. What's up with that? What kind of a... Come on, Kelly. But anyways, yeah, just Boeing right now, looking like downside for me right now. It's too bad that we're like not up here again, like we were at about 230. It's 230 now. At about 200. The time is 230. The price I'm looking at here is 232. So yeah, it's like just back in here. This was about 10 minutes ago, we were at a nice level. So let's keep Boeing on the radar a little bit here. You know, underneath VWAP, turning down 50, 25. Turned down 200 right now, looking to break underneath 230 is Boeing. So yeah, if this is a story, just quickly, actually I got to fix, as I'm going to throw it to Neil in a minute, I got to fix this chart because I don't need to see all these gaps. But 230, there is a level, so that's 230 right here. So man, it's not, I guess that's 228. Yeah, it's not as great. Like I'd rather this have been gapped a little there lower so we can try to fill something. But all right, so we're watching out for 230 break or a 232-ish short that we can maybe bounce off of there for Boeing. And I will look at ARM, but we're going to go over to Neil.
We're going to talk about some updates that we're seeing out of Origenics, ticker OGN on the NYSE American. The company's activated its phase 2A clinical trial in Australia with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002, an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury, an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Origenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, and resolving liabilities, also restoring exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution, which, with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. Remember, OGEN over on the NYSE American. Shout out to them. The market's really trying to make a bit of a bounce here. Oh, this stock it goes and it won't break. All right, I just have to... Every single time, like it's going to break out the high. It's going to break out the high. It doesn't want to break out the high. I've already scalped. I want to reload this if I can get it off VWAP. I'm just going to sit there. The last time it was so quick off the volume weighted average price that I really just think I have to sit there and kind of get scooped up and then reload. If it breaks 34.5, I'll probably look to get out in front of 35, but it's kind of coiling like it wants to. Let's go back up to the desk with Adara.
Keep an eye here on PEW. Not a ton of volume on this, about 500,000 shares traded on the day, but it did get a bit of a spike here as CTV reports that the U.S. Postal Service is considering allowing the shipment of handguns through the mail. Back to you.
Pew, pew, pew.
Okay.
We actually used to have we had a graphic, a sniper graphic, way back in the day. Like it was really old. Yeah, there was one. It wasn't very often used.
Just heard like Supreme Leader Omani has full. Madeira will get it. It's something about nothing. Foreign minister spokesperson is speaking right now. So Adira will get some of that. I don't know. I'm hearing it in my ear, something. Iran's supreme. Yeah, okay, so she's on top of these comments, so we're going to get that in just a couple seconds. We'll get that going, but, we could check out on USO. I'm trying to look for a trade, and every time I look for something keeps coming up. So, all right, we'll just leave it. We'll leave the news with Adair. If something winds up spiking, then we'll address it more, and if there's anything important, we'll do that. Okay, so ARM. Yeah, I think this is a setup. Someone in the chat was wondering about how ARM's looking right now. Yeah, it's looking not great, I feel like, especially if you are long right now. I actually like the way this short is building out here. So it bounced off of, we haven't seen the 200 period since 11 o'clock right there. And then we tried to test it right now. The 200 period is something that I like to use for momentum change or shift change or anything like that. Trend change is, I guess, the word I'm looking for. So right into there, we just bounced, what a nice move, from 210 all the way back to 214 and then straight back to 212 again. So that's going to be something to look at. I'd like to use this area as my stop if we could. So 214. So we talked about how to properly maybe size up or down or whatever on the stops. And, the 1% rule, we're not going to discuss how much, money are in the accounts over here. But, this trade for me right now, I'm not going to use any kind of a 1% rule on this one. If this comes up, I have where the stop is right now. I can clearly see, the net of that we have today. And I'm not going to risk more than 25%. I kind of like to use when I'm looking at trades like this, try to figure out, percentage of the day net, because there's nothing really going on. This is something that we're looking for right now. ARM down 10%, so you're going to have to short it on the way back up. You can't hit the bid right now. You're going to have to wait for it to sort of have a bounce. So what about 213.50? Give it a buck up to 214.50. So I'm going to look for that. So if this comes up back up to 213.50, I'm going to put my order in right now. I'm going to assume that it's not SSR. 213. Let's go to 213.
I think it is.
SSR, sorry, I meant hard to borrow.
Oh.
It is going to be SSR, yeah. And then I'll just go, I'll put an order at 213.25. I'll put another one at 213.75. And then that way, our magical price will be 50s or so. And then if we do wind up getting stopped out near the top side of this trade, then we'll do that around this 214.65 area or so. So we'll look to see if we can risk about a buck into this trade to try to make hopefully a bit more than that, right? So no fill coming yet. Our first fill will go there. And then let's say it runs that level and just breaks it a little bit. It'll just get us back into this consolidation. And then if it wants to take that out, then we've definitely broken trend. We've definitely broken some area that I thought could be resistance. So we'll eat that trade there at some point. So yeah, looking for some ARM, and if that comes in, that will come in there. So thanks to TX Jet Fan for asking that in the chat, and I just went over that for you there. So if there's any other trades, Neil and I can do this with anything. So let us know what levels you're looking for.
Absolutely. Hey, U was working up. Unity and UiPath. It's hilarious because back to back, someone mentioned Path and then Unity as well. Looks like we're taken down. I said I'd wait for us to come down a little bit and show some signs of weakness. There was, I didn't hear anything, but there was just a bit of a spike on USO here. Like that, nothing crazy, but enough to make it look like we were, catching that bid and breaking back out a little bit. Another tick off VWAP here. So waited for a little bit of selling off the volume weighted average price to add into that IBIT. But yeah, let us know what symbols you're watching. Again, USO is trying to move, but it wasn't a huge one. Someone had mentioned Unity in the chat. Why do I not have it in my dropdown? That was weird. Okay, make me type the NY. That's fine. I have no problem doing that. Why Unity? Yuck Unity. Gives up the whole move. Ooh, that's going to be a nasty looking candle.
Unity.
No, that candle on the daily chart. Well, that doesn't look very good. It's the kind of candle that makes you think, oh, that's got to be some bad dark pool. That can't possibly have done this. 27 to 31 to 27 is one heck of a topping tail candle on the daily chart, rejecting a lot of big levels. Yikes! That's a bearish looking candle.
I feel like I want to go short.
But it's a daily chart, so it's not over yet. But it's looking like it's going to be a nasty one there for Unity. I don't necessarily see an obvious trade unless, you know what? Putting in a topping tail right here for a reverse on Unity. I'm kind of already in a short on Bitcoin, or IBIT, Bitcoin, same thing. But that does look pretty solid as a setup. Unity, I'm assuming we have free locates on.
Okay, good.
And this actually isn't bad. Topping tail, bit of a trend reverse as well. You get the futures coming around a bit. Yeah, we found something. The risk is to about 24.45 to 50, so you know exactly where your out's going to be. Then you have to factor one thing that you should mention, and we're talking about the whole risk thing. Like if your stop's at 46, let's just say, are you getting 47 on the way out, or are you getting 50 on the way out? That's part of your risk. Unity, you're probably getting slipped 1 or 2 cents. So if you say 45, you're not getting, the worst you're getting is 50, right? So if you get a 25 short, you're risking about 25 cents if your stop's at 45, 46. That's important because when I said I was taking fills on Hawk, getting a feel for what the slippage is on stocks where you aren't going to be as certain is part of the game. Because you can't manage risk on SpaceX. Let's imagine SpaceX opens at $100. I don't know. Maybe I'm just going to say 100 because that's a nice round.
Yeah, who knows?
And let's just say you're like, I'm going to stop out if it gets underneath $100. Do I reasonably think I'm getting 99.80 or 99.50? That's a very big difference. And that is a factor into how many shares you want to have if it breaks that level. Just saying. Because I've been shocked. Thankfully, the last time we got a shock like that on an IPO was one that we weren't in love with and was already taking, not nearly max size. But it was still a bit of a shock, the slippage. And I don't remember which one, but it was like 2 or 3 IPOs ago. I don't know if you remember. It was one with really annoying slippage.
I know what it was.
It felt like, you think you're going to get slipped 25 cents and it was slipped maybe 60.
It was a drone one.
It was. You're right. It was the drone one.
Yeah, not like Endeavor, but it's some sort of a name like that. Shoot. Anyways, yeah, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what it is. Okay, so I forget what it was. No, Apex, Figma. No, not Figma. Definitely not Figma. It was just not too long ago. There was some sort of an air defense or something. One that came out. Swarmer would have been nice. It was not Swarmer. Yeah, okay. So we looked at Boeing. It could be a trade there as well. Tesla's falling pretty nicely. I mean, we talked about that. I'm still looking up there in case someone gets it. Upside, I can just look back. I know it was one of the biggest losses. No, it was like a month ago. Off the IPO.
You sure it wasn't 2 months ago?
Could have been 2 months ago. I would just say it wasn't KTOS.
I think it was March. I feel like it was March.
March, April, yeah, March, must have been March. Okay, so anyways, Tesla, I want to play off this low, so I'm actually going to try it at 403.50s. So if it comes back in here, let's take a fill. We'll start with a small one first of all, if ARM comes back up, we'll take that as well. That's trying to make a move higher. The thing about ARM is it could always make that move higher, so let's wait with it and see what it does. My first fill, I just put it in right now, is going to be 404, sorry. Make sure I put the right price. Yeah, 404. And then I'm going to try 403.60 and just see if it holds. Now, normally, I wouldn't be trying to, hit the bottom and say okay, there we go. We got the bottom right back upside. But I just think that even if you sort of zoom back out a little bit here, these highs are fine to me. That's 402. So again, and just looking at how many shares we have, I think it's just worth a shot at that level. So I'm going to give it breaking 403. So if we do break 403, then we can wind up getting out of that one. We still do have $1.70 in the money on our trade here with Amazon. And so now I'm seeing this coming back in a little bit. So I'm going to take a little bit more off right now on Amazon. So there it goes. We just break through 272. So that's a good trade. We don't have we have almost a smaller amount left on than what we obviously had before, as this one looks like it wants to continue to go a little bit higher or lower, Amazon. So we're going to wait for that low one more time, but there's a good, decent cover, and we just missed it. By just missed it, we were waiting for up here. So I don't know. We missed it by a lot, I guess, when you're looking at it that way. So we'll still wait and hold out hope that maybe Amazon continues to fall down. We do have a bid right there. I'm going to put one there at now. 271.50. We'll put another bid there, see if we can get that. Let's just go check on what ARM is doing, because what we're sitting there with an offer on ARM. Obviously not getting anything yet. Just in case you're joining me now, 213.25 is where we're going to sit right here, right around. Yeah, but you know what? Now that seems like it's almost, if we break it and get into here, maybe there's a problem. But I'm still going to look for that trade. on ARM, see if we can grab that. So, yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. A couple decent ideas. There it is, man. Our first trade idea right now of the afternoon, basically. I shouldn't spin the money thing. I don't know if it's going to be money or not, but we are in a trade now. And it's Tesla, and it's right there. So now we're long on Tesla. We just got 10s. We can throw out a little bit at 50 if we want, even levels. But there it is, man. I told you where our stop and go area is on this name. We'll just see if we're lucky enough to get something like that right now with ARM. So, with Tesla. All right, huge move down. So we're now long, and let's go find out what's going on. Yeah, Dara has something maybe on this?
There could be more, and if there is more, I'll keep you guys posted. For now, though, I am hearing that there are explosion sounds, several explosion sounds, being heard around Bandar Abbas in southern Iran, as being reported by Iranian news. So explosions in Iran. We did have some comments coming through from the spokesperson of Iran, but nothing like massive or worth mentioning here. Back to you.
Dara?
And this might be the end of this trade, right? I mean, this is exactly what you're not trying to hear. Well, first, I'm not trying to hear explosions, but also not trying to hear this kind of stuff when you're stuck in a trade, right? So I'm going to give it down to 402.50 right now. And again, we don't, we're properly sized. It's not going to be the end of the world here or anything like that. But there's the trade. And sometimes you only get the fills when the fills are there. And this is part of the risk. Okay, I might just, I'm going to take a piece out here on a little bit of a bump higher there just because of what we were just talking about. Perfect. So I just want to say that, remember, most of my trades that are the best ones, obviously, start from a base. This one is literally catching a falling knife into the lows of the day here. So yeah, man, we're going to have to sort of grit our teeth and bear it for an expression here because I'm at 7. What? Oh my God, I'm at 76, not 75 there. Okay, well, here we go. We're flat on Tesla. Look, if we want to get out of it, we can. Let's just wind up seeing what happens there. A little bit of a shock downside on a scare, obviously, of that bomb or explosions, I guess. I shouldn't say bomb, I don't know. But some explosions being heard there. Hopefully everyone's safe.
One could make assumptions, and that would be a fair one. That's
yep. And by the way, so we get that trade right now. So we'll put a little bit of money in our pocket and wait for a much bigger move. We still have 3/4 of this trade. But there, look what just happened right there, man. That was a good one. That's 274 down to 271.40 as we go VWAP hunting on Amazon right there. Not Goodwill Hunting, although it's a very, very good movie, Goodwill Hunting there. But we take that right back into those lows. Decent opportunity there. And now Tesla all of a sudden is 40 cents in the money, or it was as it gets back to 404. Let's wait and see if we can get back into this area. 404.50 for me here on Tesla or bust. So we'll put in one little quick offer at 404, the next one at 404.50, and we'll go from there. All right, we don't have to go hunting for our next guest because we heard that he's here, and we've told him many times, Steve. Okay, he remembers now at least. How's it going?
Okay.
At least, I think last time you told us that you're not a huge Yankee fan. You just like the hat.
I like the hat. I guess I like rage baiting a little bit, guys.
Okay.
Sorry to do it to you, but
okay, no problem.
You know what? Well played, Steve.
Yeah, good. Well done.
Usually I'll take a peek because I can see the PC that has Zoom on.
Like our green room.
Before the guest comes on, I have a straight line of sight from where I'm sitting on the desk, but no word of a lie. Like Brendan and a couple of guys are having a conversation, blocking it. So that was complete and utter shock that you were going to do that to us. So despite the fact that obviously you're wearing the enemy's cap there, welcome. You're a friend of the show, Steve Talmadge from Trade the Pool. First off, enjoying the all-time highs?
I mean, who isn't, right? It's a blast. I guess of maybe value investors who don't have enough semiconductors. But besides that, I'm having a good time. How about you guys?
Yeah.
Well, these are the markets that everyone. It's great because we get volatility to trade, and then on top of that, you get to look at your account. Well, I mean, your long-term, your personal accounts, usually doing just fine, unless for whatever reason you happen to be all short. But look, there's a lot of volatilities. We're into earnings season. I just want to start off with: is there anything that's really piquing your interest? That stands out for you as a trade, because I would love to simply ask you about the semis, but if you want to start somewhere else, let us know, because a lot of people are going to be asking about semis.
Well, I mean, where should we start? Just talking about earnings plays coming up, I'm going to be covering Rocket Lab tonight, and that one's looking really interesting with this tight flag that it's trying to hold key levels for me. So you see that little daily trigger at 77.81 is really playing tough, trying to hold the line in this tough tape today. I'd say it's pretty tough tape overall. I'm really looking for an area to hold here, maybe a small dip into the 72, but I think this name has potential to go much higher. And I think it'll be a good kind of barometer for how hungry the market is for new, risky, risk-on, high beta trades in this kind of tape. So that's probably the first one that comes to mind. But yeah, we can take this wherever you want to go.
Oh, Rocket Lab makes a ton of sense. Well, I think that fits right in the whole, and we get this question a lot, the dip buy. Trade Desk is reporting tonight, and we get so many questions. It's like, where's the low on this stock? And one of the things that we usually say is, well, if you can find things that have a channel up structure, and you get a bit of a pullback, buying the dip can just be a little bit easier to stomach than trying to pick the absolute bottoms. And along that vein, there is one particular name which comes up more than others, and I was saying we're going to talk about the chips. There's no chance we're going to avoid the memory chips. So SanDisk. SanDisk just reported. We were sitting here when it hit $1,000 on the bid, right? It sounds like it's a buy. It went to 14, well, actually, check that. It went to 1,500. I almost messed that up. It went to 1,500, and now we are getting a pullback. Now, you can ignore the 50-period moving average on the daily. That's going to be absolutely no help if we're looking for a bit of a dip. It's been parabolic. Is it so far that these types of things are hands-off on the way back in, or do you still like the uptrend in the memory chip names?
Well, I think that these names are going to run longer than just about anybody will expect. I was saying that, 100% ago too. I think they still have room. So what I'm looking for is essentially looking for historical analogs of parabolic movers and just how far they were stretched over their key moving averages, these 50 moving averages, these 200 moving averages. And that is going to help gauge when I think it's time to call the top, to say the music's stopping and take a stab short. An example of that would be like silver, for example. Silver did a very nice parabolic move and it got that clean blow off. And as you can see, it's just hanging out ever since. So that's the kind of real move that we're looking for this kind of capitulation, break of the parabolic trend. I'm just not seeing it yet on SanDisk. If you look back at, one historical analog that stood out was QCOM a very long time ago in the .com bubble, and it ran, what's SanDisk at, 4,000%? I think it was significantly higher than that and was significantly more stretched from its moving averages. So SanDisk here, don't get me wrong, it is still sitting about 60% over the 50, but for me, that doesn't justify shorting a parabolic move, and I'm still buying dips if they present themselves. So I think, Sean, you said you were in at 1,000. I was right there with you, brother. And then it reclaimed 1,100. I sold some, but then it reclaimed it again. I bought some more. So I'm sitting at one share left here, but it's feeling good.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. Yeah, and that was part of it. Joe and I were going back and forth that one day, and it's like, you know what, with SanDisk earnings, excuse me, down there near that $1,000 mark, maybe it does have a room to run. And then 40% later, we wonder why we didn't put more money in, of course. Another mover tonight reports. All right, it's CoreWeave. And this name, Steve, it's easy to look back and be like, why didn't we get it in down here? It was just, lots of bids happening, lots of support coming through, right? Good volume profile down here as well with some of these candles. But, here's a day where you're down 7%, possibly traders may be a little nervous. We did hear some deal just recently, Broadcom having a problem maybe with some financing for the data centers. So down comes CoreWeave just a little bit right here. But you like CoreWeave, you like Nebius, you like any of these plays right now. People just maybe trying to make a little play here against some sort of an earnings call. It looks like the implied move's like 12, 13% here for CoreWeave. So any thoughts about some of these guys here?
Oh, I got some thoughts. I'm so glad you're bringing this up. So this is my most interesting sector in the market for me. Excuse the chicken scratch on this chart, but it's well worn because this is a big mover that I've been waiting for. And Sean, like you were saying, why didn't I buy down here? I even had a level drawn out. I didn't pull the trigger. But my system is about taking the easy trade, and this is kind of stuck in the mud down here. Now we have broken this trend line. We've gotten our little A, B, C correction going. I think this is a beautiful flag in a great space that's just starting to heat up. So I love CoreWeave. I think them and, specifically NBIS here is leading the pack. These are old old crayons that are about to hit there. So I love seeing this, and I think that it's going to provide the juice for the rest of the sector, assuming that CoreWeave and also IREN report well tonight. So if that is the case, I'm going to stick with my picks here. I'm in APLD from about $30, $29.50. This one on the monthly, guys, I'm really excited about because this is like the most explosive type of long-term cup and handle that I'm licking my chops over here, hoping that this fuse can be set on these earnings tonight.
I wanted to, looking over at your charts, obviously there's tons of lines on there and tons of different indicators. And you had mentioned, looking for the easy trade, looking for, it was a little muddy down there on CoreWeave and everything like that. If for maybe newer traders, obviously, I saw you did have some volume profile on there and you had, different moving averages and whatnot. If we could just simplify, like if I told you, you're looking to make a swing trade like in that APLD or something like that, and there was one or two indicators or something that is like your number one sort of go-to, this is what I'm planting my flag on. Is there one? Is it a combination of both? What is there that you could say, this is making me push that buy button or sell button? What is it that gets Steve going on one of those charts?
Well, there's a couple ways I want to take this. I'll start with the fundamentals, what I think is most essential on my chart. And I use these on a daily chart, a monthly chart, a 1-minute chart, a 5-second chart. I'll use all the same indicators. So let me get to a clean chart here. Let me take my drawings off. So what we see are a few moving averages. I consider this one indicator because it's a package deal for me and I use them together. They're always, I'm always looking for gauging the strength based on its price's response to each moving average. What I mean by that is I have my short-term moving averages. This blue is a 9 EMA, and then I have the yellow 21 EMA. These are my short-term trend following ones. So usually for my system, I'm looking for an extended basing period. Then I'm looking to get involved after we see the change in character. So for example, this breakout here over the 50-day moving average gets me involved. Ideally, it pulls back to the 9 or the 21. This was such a strong trend, it held the 5, that little thin one. But in general, 9 EMA, 21 EMA, those are my top two. And then for a little bit of a longer term support, I always have my 50 SMA, that's the blue one here, and then the 200 SMA. So these are going to help me gauge the trend on a little bit of a longer term. For example, I might be in a little 1 to 3 week swing trade here off of this type move, this break of the 50. But as soon as we lose these short-term ones, I can't really, apologies for that, I can't really enter this again until it comes back and tests these longer-term ones. So the moving averages for me, that's number one. The second thing I'll say is you mentioned it, the volume profile. I need my volume profile and my volume, and I consider that one indicator as well, just because they're telling me volume on each candle, so on the time axis, as well as at each level on a price axis. And so this gives me a lot of confidence when I see a setup like this, where the point of control is this dotted line. That's where the majority of shares have been traded. So if we test this once, twice, 3 times, and now 4 times we push through it, that makes me feel pretty confident that we are done trading at this level and we are trying to mark up. So I think those are kind of my go-to indicators, and that's a little example on APLD here.
I mean, that's that's perfect. That's exactly the kind of stuff that we're looking for, because often it's traders just get caught in their either emotions or something, and they look for reasons to get in instead of like actually sticking with a plan. And we had a little bit of a lesson earlier about that, to make sure that you don't blow up your accounts on trades where you don't really have that sort of conviction. So thanks for going over some of that. But yeah, as a market move here, you can see with the Nasdaq right now, we just put a little bit of a note up there, and Adair's been talking about different explosions happening back and forth right now. How do you trade? Like, there goes the Nasdaq down, a bunch of wick bottoms as people trying to figure it out, kind of just goes right back into support, now popping back once again, back up to the upside. But how do you deal with some of this noise? Like, we're always plugged in because, we're live here on the show, and, we hear something and we immediately go, oh my God, we got to go over to USO and we got to look to see what's going on with oil here. And, is there a major move? Like, what sort of the technicals looking like? What are the macro? What's happening over in Iran? What is the president saying? So on and so forth. I think we asked you this before, but it's kind of hard to ignore it, but I think it's almost the right thing to do is to ignore it and make sure that the setup is there technically, and then go to the macro side of it and say, hey, does the short make sense right now based on sort of the news? Have you been scalping in and out on anything that you're hearing, when it crosses the wires at all?
Yeah, so it's really tough right now. And if anybody's a newer trader, this is not the easiest environment to trade
Right.
it. We call them tape bombs, where you just get a massive candle in one direction or the other based on a tweet usually, or a headline from maybe halfway around the world. And what we see is, like you said, a lot of noise. And so what I have to do is I have to stick to my system, stick to my indicators, and keep on trusting the process. And I will add just a little caveat though. So technical analysis is great because it looks backwards and then it projects forwards based on the data set that we have available. The only thing that messes that up is new data in real time, right? So while I am always willing to say, hey, macro events can break TA, what I've noticed on the whole way up of this most hated rally ever is that when we seem to be at a breaking point, when we seem to be ready to drop a big level and really flush, we are seeing absolute flurries of bullish or dovish tweets. So I will just say, be careful about these breakdowns and be more willing to look for a fake breakdown, a failed auction below on news. And I do play those, but I don't panic sell because of news. I just try to hedge when things are a little bit too crazy so I can monetize those and not get rid of the things that I think are going to end up higher.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, because this is something you've seen. If you've been around in the markets, you've seen it a lot. The timing of a particular headline from a company, right when it's at a key inflection point. The timing of when a short selling report gets dropped. If you don't think that they don't understand the technicals in that moment, you're crazy. And I'm just going to throw it out there. Heck, the timing of the announcement of like Intel, at a historical low, right? Like, these little things, they're absolutely true, but it's such a great point. You have to sort of stick to your plan. We just hit the power hour, and we're going to get into that. I have to ask you this question, and I only thought of it because you brought up APLD. Okay, that monthly chart looks absolutely fantastic. Like, that is one heck of a breakout off of some monster levels on APLD. I'm going to submit to you another chart, and I'm just going to leave it here. Two people on this desk might happen to like this one, and I want to hear your thoughts, because the monthly chart on ARM, I don't know, does that not look a little bit similar while everyone's humming and hawing about how far it is down today? Thoughts on this, just from a technical perspective?
Absolutely. So this, this is perfect. So I just get to toot my own horn here. ARM is probably my best trade of the year so far, up there at least. We got in at 160 with a little bit of leverage, and it really worked out for us. And the gist was, this is a long-term base. And sorry, this is a little silly, but we have an inside joke. Sometimes you just got to wait for the stock to tell you what it's doing. Sometimes it needs to spell it out for you. So me and my friends were joking, saying, is it going to spell ARM? And then it completed this W and just took off through our point of control. I think you're right. I think this one has legs. I think people are a little nervous about the earnings report reaction. But this is an absolute powerhouse of a chart. And what I will say here is that these fibs, that there's my third indicator, if I have to add one. These fibs are helping me a lot with this, because we have the range here, this big range, and now it's coming up and just butting its head against this 1.72 fib. And I have this one in yellow because this is often where a range breakout can stall. If it's going to stall, it sweeps stops up to this and then tends to fade. So I'm just sitting here watching price action under this very key pivot. When we go into the daily here, it's a little sloppy, but in general, we're holding over all major moving averages. We know they're a great company. We know that there's so many reasons to be long ARM. And also, if you just look back and compare, we can add SMH to this. And you can see this still has catching up to do. SMH is screaming out of its base. It's doubled since its base, basically. We're still hanging out. So I love the trade, and I think it's still got room. I'm still holding shares.
Love to hear it. And sometimes I'll ask you the question, we'll put you on the spot. Other times I have a decent idea of what you're going to say, but it's something we've been talking about. They just reported, so of course it's pertinent. Getting a lot of positive love in the chat here, Steve. And remember, everybody, Steve, friend of the show at Trade the Pull. We always try to have him on when we can. But let everyone know where they can find you next, Steve, because we want to make sure the viewers can reach you.
Awesome. Thanks so much. So you can find me on Twitter at Steve Tileman, SteveTeilmann, 2 N's there. And in my Twitter bio, you can find my completely free Discord. We got a lot of amazing traders in there. Every time I go on here, you guys rush the gates and Discord tells me, hey, too many people. So if you don't get in, shoot me a DM on Twitter. I promise we'll get you in. So that's where you can find me personally. In terms of Trade the Pool, I'm on every day now, and we're doing these great earnings streams. They're so much fun. And I'd love to see some of you guys in there after hours. So I'm going to be starting 30 minutes before the end of the market so we can prep it, go over these presentations on all of these earnings reports. Today it's going to be Coinbase is a big watch for me, and as well as Rocket Lab, like we talked about, and CoreWeave, of course. So if any of those interest you, or you just want to come on in and hang out after the market and decompress, that's your spot. You can find us at Trade the Pool on our YouTube channel.
We love him so much, we let him come on when he's wearing a Yankee hat. That should tell you all you need to know, everybody, because around here we're Blue Jays fans. It has to be said. I'm gonna leave it on that, Steve.
Hey, there's the 3-strike rule. No, he's got one more strike.
Yeah.
You know, one more.
We'll get you. Look, and by the way, if you're ever up here and we take you to a Blue Jays game and they happen to be playing the Yankees, you're not wearing that hat. I'm just letting you know.
Neil will buy it of his own pocket to buy you a Blue Jays hat.
Oh, 100%. I will get you a Blue Jays cap and you can wear it. Steve, thank you so much for coming on. Best of luck in your trading, and
thank you, Steve.
We'll see you next week.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, and if
the Yankees are playing really well. I can cop to that. I wasn't going to say that while Steve was still here, because I don't want to have.
We just got swept yesterday by Tampa Bay. So.
Tampa's playing.
Yeah, they're playing well. Of course.
They're playing pretty well, but like the Jays are playing like. They're playing like ass. I was going to come up with a nicer thing to say, but you know what? Sometimes the thing that you're thinking is the right one. Can't score and to save their life. Just quickly before, I want to thank the trader who was mentioning like that trend break on Unity. It broke trend. It got to basically the support level where the trend started, and then started to base out a little bit. So I'm out of that. IBIT we also got some out. Then it actually came into VWAP, did a wick shimmy at the volume weighted average price, didn't break out prior resistance there, so added back in, still sitting in this one to hold on to the short. It's past 3 o'clock, so we're into the power hour now. Oh, I gotta shout this out. I don't think I've ever seen Rapunzel shouting out Cito Gaston, the greatest manager in Blue Jays history. 2 World Series championships, and he was a heck of a ball player in his own day. He actually started an all-star game for the National League. He was on San Diego, and next to Willie Mays. I think he was in left, and like Willie Mays was in center, and then Hank Aaron. Cito Gaston. He was also a heck of a ball player, and all class, man. Everybody, like, there's very few like managers or coaches that are just zero controversy. Everybody is a fan of them, and no one ever has a bad word to say. Cito was one of those for the Jays. Probably the only manager that pretty much nobody criticized.
Yeah, he was supposed to be a player's manager, right? So he just kind of did whatever everybody wanted him to do. So shout out there. Sometimes that's all you need to do, right there. Yeah, talk about being in. Well, I mean, those teams were stacked. Paul Molitor, like Dave Winfield, like everybody was there. Roberto Alomar, a whole bunch of great players there. And of course, who wins the MVP? Pat Borders. So, okay, so just quickly, talk about caught in a little bit of a malaise here. We went up and down with Tesla before eventually getting stopped out there at a 402.50 break. Now I'm just trying to get back. Well, I am back into the short right now. I'm just going to try to play it off the 50-period moving average here, which is 405. So if we break back above that, which it looks like it's trying to do right now, we just heard more rumors of not rumors, but I guess reports of explosions and all this kind of stuff. So just trying to give it a little bit of a time, as Steve, put there as well. Getting in and out based on like all of this sort of back and forth. News headlines and whatnot is just so dangerous, because all of a sudden, you make your real trades based on technicals, and all of a sudden, next thing you know, you get that FOMO like, oh, there's something going on, and you got to get in. So you don't. But I'm going to hold this. I feel fine with this kind of a trade right into there against that level. It looks like Tesla trying to play the momentum to the downside. Would like it to dip back into the 404, into this 25 period, because I have some outs there. And if we can do some outs right there, I'd like to get out of about 40. Okay, there it is. I'm going to say hopefully be out of about 40% once it comes back in there. That was a 35 fill we just took there. And I do have another fill at 10s. Might be a little low, but just 10 more cents and we get this. And then we can come back in and get that fill. And it would be small, right? It's only 30 cents right now, but our stop is not very high. We're risking 50 cents. So if we can get out of like 20% of this right now, I think that would be worth it. And then we'll hold out for that dip down, and maybe we get it, maybe we don't. But we just need one little spike down here in Tesla. Oh, shoot. To get that out. I'll put a little bit here, maybe at 20s. We keep on bouncing off these levels. I'm at 20 now, and I'm at 10. Let's see if we can go. There it is. Okay, well, I think we just got to 20 there. So now we'll wait to see if we get to 10, and then hopefully I'll fall down, and I don't have any more bids after that. So, looking to get a breakthrough into this level 403.60s. So I'm going to put a bid right there as we see it. Hopefully coming back in right now is Tesla. So that's going to be a trade for me. I wanted to talk about that real quick. And then we have another one right here. Sound the alarms, because we did get out some more. Maybe I shouldn't do that as we talk about some bombings or explosions, but there it comes right back in again. We took a few more fills as we were there with Steve on Amazon because it did fall back in. So that gave me some kind of confidence here about what we're doing with Tesla, because we do have a little bit of a downside push there. So that's what we're doing right now. ARM didn't come in. I canceled that whole idea now, because now we're just simply too far for me to trust that level. I'm not going to go short here at 213 and go all the way up to 215 with it. So downside push. I think right now any kind of a bump up looks like it's being sold off on ARM, so you might have just got one right there. Pretty fun how he said that it went ARM and almost completed that. That would have been cool.
That was kind of
but yeah, there it is right now. It looks like we might have found a bottom around that 210 area for ARM holdings. And just as we said, like Tesla, you got to get those fills, man. So we actually took 2 fills down there, as you heard me say. So it looks like we may get stopped out of this for that 50 cents. And if we don't like it, we can get out right now for 10 cents. But yeah, right now we're going to hold out for Tesla as it looks like it wants to get back up to the upside. I was just, for some reason, got excited about that short just a little bit, looking like it was trying to go short. We did try to pick the bottom there, and we basically did, but we got stopped out at the very bottom. So that's part of sizing and everything. So all right, so that's what we're doing right now.
I just want to remind everybody, because we got all those good comments about the lesson here, that posted the lessons. You can find it if you're in the chat. First of all, if you're not in the chat, just get in the chat. Hit the subscribe button. Subs only chat. Great community. Joe's in there talking to Hangry Wife. Hopefully they're having a good conversation. I haven't read it. But Selena better take care. Okay. Maybe I shouldn't read it. No, but it'll be posted here, so you can always just click the link and then be able to see all of our lessons, including any new ones that come up, everybody. And we were talking about sticking to technicals. We talked about the VWAP one. So with all of this crazy back and forth, and maybe it's not that crazy, like if IBIT breaks contain over the volume weighted average price, I'm out and looking for something else. But for now, it's holding VWAP, so hopefully that technical can just be the basis of the trade while we wait around for potentially like the next thing to react to. The fact that USO went green today is probably a bit of a shock for a lot of people, but it's now not really doing much of anything. So it's back into like normal afternoon trading per se. Let's go back up to Adair at the desk. She's got something.
We had those comments, of course, from President Trump in the Truth Social post saying that if we don't get a deal by July 4th, they're going to be much higher tariffs. But I want to talk about SJM. This came out well. We had Steve Talman on, but there is a report that they're talking to JP Morgan. I guess looks like they might be considering potential acquisitions. So again, strategic changes here on watch, such as asset sales or acquisition on watch here for SJM, according to Axios, as they reportedly meet with JP Morgan. Back to you.
Going to get involved. There's some good possible deal news going on right there. We just had Steve on, but we want to make sure that you recognize that volatility does create movement. And for sophisticated traders such as Steve, movement creates, of course, opportunity. Beta Pro by Global X offers Canada's first and longest running suite of levered and inverse levered ETFs built for sophisticated traders using the bull and 3 times bear ETFs tied to the Nasdaq 100 indexes. They are designed for daily tactical trades, providing amplified daily exposure and giving trader tools to engage in both upward momentum and market pullbacks. These strategies are currency hedged, seeking to offset U.S. dollar exposure back to the Canadian dollar. For those navigating short-term market moves up or down, Beta Pro offers the flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that looks like for you, your individual strategy, objectives, and of course, risk profile. Trade tactically, learn more at betapro.ca. A. So this ran 405 as we were doing that, so we had to get stopped out there. So we do have to slap a fail on Tesla experiment down here. Went long and went short, and the short, at the end of the day, winds up getting us, as it does make a move, straight back to the upside. So there goes Tesla right there, upside. So we can have a quick look at the market maybe, but I don't know. I know it's power hour, but it doesn't necessarily mean that anything's actually going on there right now. We did talk about Boeing potentially getting into some levels. It looks like it does want to hold that 230 area, so a decent spot there maybe for Boeing. And if ARM winds up coming in, we can still trade that as well. Another good day.
We got Rich. Rich, another good day. Thanks again. Thank you for the super chat, Rich.
Like those good days.
Appreciate you. And make sure you, when you have a good day, bank it. And if you celebrate that good day, make sure you get home safely. And I'm only saying it in this manner because that Sober stock is moving today.
Right.
So that's my segue to bring up Sober. If I remember, because I'm pretty sure this is the company that does the
breathalyzer.
The breathalyzers, right? So that's the reason I did that weird segue. But what kills me about this, and I'm thinking about how to not miss something like this again, because it's not just setting an alert. You have to see a stock break $1, and then now it's on your radar, right? So Sober broke $1. I guess that'd be, that would have been like yesterday, right about after the open. Pulls back, holds 107, or 2 days ago. Sorry, then yesterday on light volume, so that's the day one, whatever the news must have been. Then on the light volume pullback, holds exactly $1. So holds the dollar level, gaps higher, just sort of like a classic breakout there. Once you hold the buck, take the break. This has got, it's got a little bit of room to go. There's some bag holders from 2 to 250. But worth keeping an eye on. And the next time you see, the dollar level, some of it's psychological, but then there's the whole, remember, these companies are all trying to hold above the dollar level once they've crept underneath it because they want to maintain compliance. So there tends to be some buy support in there when it happens, and then you get people taking advantage of that in front, and then sort of a cascading effect and like a self-fulfilling prophecy can end up happening. But wanted to point that one out because it's not the first time we've seen that with the dollar level. Beyond Meat did that. Obviously, it ended up back underneath the dollar eventually, but still pretty good for a while on Beyond Meat when it was able to do it. For now, there's still nothing crazy happening. I've gotten a couple of legs out in front of 43.3. So I'm going for the reloads when it wicks to 45.5 and then trying to get back in underneath VWAP, which is about 45 here on IBIT. But part of the issue
I just took IBIT short too.
It's holding VWAP, but it's like we're holding under VWAP, but we're holding over 80,000. It's almost like you have these weird two things going back and forth. It's a VWAP trade, which is exactly what I think at this time of day, if nothing's happening, then shorting VWAP on a downtrend makes sense. But we need to break 80,000. Because I think if it takes 80,000, it's like, okay, chance to flush into the lows would make a lot of sense here. But we are slightly above it on Bitcoin is what I'm going to say. Let's just have a look at some of the other names that are running. I know there's, after the bell, there's the Iran Army. That will be excited. I believe 405 for Iran. Something's at 4 o'clock, but struggling to remember. It's not Open Door. It's not Iran. CoreWeave is also after 4, but I don't think it's right at 4 o'clock. But those are all right away. Iran with a pullback, but this has been a good running stock. Higher lows. It's doing not a crazy move coming into the earnings. Like it's not doing 10% 4 days in a row and closing at the highs. The fact that you're getting the pullback day gives it some constructive levels to try to hold on to. The data center and power names and all of that ecosystem has been fantastic. It's the right space to be in. So a lot's going to be riding at stake for them. Okay, we just had a little bit of volume come in. Downside, not that much, a little bit there.
Yeah, I'm still trying to. I mean, the only thing is funny. I wasn't even. You realize you're into IBIT, but I like that trade too. That was the only. I just went through. Okay, here we go. I just went through a huge scanner trying to find some opportunities. And we still have our Amazon. Yeah, it was the only one that hit, and I was just like, I'm taking it. And then you mentioned you had it there, so that looks like it'll be a good trade. We'll get out some for the first time down here, hopefully at 35, and then we just missed it.
It did fill.
Yeah, I know, but I wasn't on there. So nice fill on 35. Just went down to 34. That could be a trade for sure. So we're already in that one. So it's a good pick up there. as well. Netflix 88.20. I mean, we might get a break of the day here on NFLX. So potential break lower on Netflix 88.20 right there. You know, could come in. Who knows? We'll see if it does hit 88.15. It looks like there would be the day's low for Netflix, and just had to move up to VWAP and back in. So yeah, as Neil said, looking for something that's going to hit into the after hours as the market comes into the close here. All right, so Palantir, you know, had a good morning, and I don't know, probably, again, not super positive on it. I was going to say probably should have got out, but not really. I mean, let's just wait to see what winds up happening. There we go. We get their 35 as it's continuously going lower now. We'll see about Palantir. Potentially get a bump here in the name. Setting up great, but, you know, would like to see this back to the 200. I just don't want to short near the lows. We already made that sort of move right there with IBIT. We'll see if that continues to work out, which it's doing. Tesla, we lost our way a little bit there. We didn't wind up, like, we followed rules. Like, we didn't wind up getting crushed, but we did lose. So we should have probably waited again. We tried the 50 period there. It didn't work. So when you look back, you say maybe you should have waited there, but you're still very far away. At least I see some meta maybe happening right now. So there's meta 650 now breaking back down below. Ooh, I wish I would have saw this maybe. So this is what I tried to basically do on Tesla, but right here or ARM, you know, you have that 200 period moving average there. It's bounced off of it a little bit. You hadn't seen it since the morning time. So that would be something, again, if we could have had that just a couple minutes ago at 616.70, maybe we get it again if it bumps up about $1. So that would be something that we're going to look for right there. 616.75, maybe we could wind up getting there as well. But I only have one fill on IBIT. I'm going to put another bid there at 32. Just take another bid out. And then if we can, you know, bounce, because we just bounced off the 200. So that's something that we like to use there. So that would be an out, and then back here at 20 would be another one.
That's also exactly 80,000. We just bounced exactly, almost exactly off 80,000. We're at 80,018 bucks. $18 here. So like that's why it makes sense. Like if you're not taking something out in these 30s on IBIT, that's the 80,000 bounce for sure. And hey, Big Rudy Smasher, we appreciate you. Whoops.
Always.
It worked. There it goes. Thank you for the super chat. Big Rudy Smasher made $4 today. Here's your cut, guys. Thanks. You know what? Whether that's half, true or not,
we'll take half.
Or whether it's true or not, or whether it's a joke, doesn't really matter. We appreciate you. And the only thing that matters, and this is one of the reasons why I think the lesson was so important today. You can apply risk parameters and trading styles for all different types of trading accounts, for all different, whether you're starting out, whether you've been trading for a long time. It's the system and it's the manner in which you manage risk. All of that matters. So we appreciate you, and thank you so much for the super chat. That's what it's all about there, for sure. I looked up at the chat and saw two things I didn't want to. SMR and sub 10 in question 4.
It's not though, it's 12.
No, it was, I wonder if SMR will go sub 10 after earnings.
Find out soon.
The bad thing is that is a real possibility if you're in SMR. Very real possibility. It's already been beneath 10. It was underneath 10 like a week and a half ago. Okay, not a week and a half. Like less than a month ago. There. Now I'm actually being realistic. It was less than a month ago. It was underneath $10. So that's not some magical number. It was holding for a long time, but it's already broken. The good thing is fundamentals in some ways don't matter as much here. They're not making it's not like they have a bunch of money. It's not like revenues are real. Like it's so early in the game that it gets a little bit of credit for not having to blow out incredibly optimistic numbers. So that's the good side of it. But remember, this is a company that is in the very early stages that could be worth zero. I don't think so. I still own some. Thankfully got most of it out at the highs, but still holding on to about a third of it and looking for a place to add. And I have not found a place to add to it yet because it just hasn't looked good enough. And maybe after these earnings, it'll provide us with that opportunity. But if you don't think it can be underneath $10, you haven't been paying attention to this stock. It really could. You know, this could be a hat size in a month from now, right?
Yeah, I mean, earnings aren't even, like, we know that there's going to be no earnings.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They don't have earnings.
Right, let's hear what, what they talk about.
Can they sound good?
On those earnings, that's for sure.
Will.
So we'll see. Yeah, I think they'll be okay. These guys know what to say to get the stock moving. So we'll wait, see if there's any new deals that have signed up with them or what that demand looks like on that side of things. But here we go, man. Darren puts this out every day. Go to Trader TV Research immediately to find to find this exact infographic, and I'm sure she's going to be working on the implied moves as well.
Boom.
It's already out?
Yeah, just go lower on that thread.
Okay, so...
The thread then.
Oh, the actual thread? Yeah. I can't, because once I click on it, it does this. That's okay. Anyways, I'll find it in a minute. Is this it right here? No, that's bank, how the banks fared. Everything. Oh my God, this is why you guys need to go over here. I mean, these are all today. Like, this is 2 hours ago.
Get that work.
2 hours ago, 2 hours ago. And here's what we go with. This is tomorrow. One more up, you mean? Anyways, it's right here. No, this is... Oh my God! I should just stayed where I was. Here
This
it
is
is.
like the Russell Brand gag.
What was that?
He's
looking
on,
for something.
So he's on Pierce, and then he does this thing. I think it was a gag. He's pretending like he's like, oh, there's this important Bible quote that, whatever sustains me, and I think is, and he's sitting there, and if I could just find it, and then
I don't.
I know where, and he keeps on going, and it's 100%. He was a
right.
Of course, it was a gag.
Yeah. Russell Brand is no longer a name that I support for various reasons.
I'm not gonna get into
the things that guy has said is mind blowing. No, I don't. Okay, so here we go, man. These are the implied moves. So shout out to Adara. I'm actually gonna put this in right now in the chat so everybody can realize the power of this post. So you guys can go have a look at it. And we're gonna be here after hours and going over most of these things. Where we won't be staying till 4:30 for a firm, but we have DraftKings, we have Cloudflare, NewScale. So these are the names that most of you are talking about right now. NewScale. Then we have Coinbase. So NewScale is SMR. That's funny because everyone, we always are calling it SMR. We never ever call it NewScale. So there's Coinbase there as well. They're coming out at 410. We'll see what they have to say. I think that could be a downside move there on Coinbase. I mean, we saw some of the fintech names like PayPal and whatnot sort of go by the way of the dodo bird, and we'll see what winds up happening there with Coinbase. There's Block. I mean, talking about PayPal and some of the fintech names. We had Upstart. Wasn't Upstart today? Or this morning or last night or something, yeah. So Upstart down today off their report as well, now down 1%. That was yesterday. Big gap down from 32 down to 28 on Upstart. MP Materials, we know they just talked about what luck they had investing in NVIDIA. We'll see what's going on with MP Materials. Right, SoundHound recently had been on a breakout that many of you guys had sort of indicated to us as well. We can check out the SoundHound chart there, now up to 936 there. EWJ, man, you shouldn't stop talking about Open Door and talk more about HUD 8 because that was a great call. Now you're up 11% for Open Door right there. Here's CoreWeave. Didn't even realize this was the symbol. That actually looks pretty cool. So CoreWeave 11.5%. Again, Steve sort of indicated some of the names that he liked, and CoreWeave was on his book there as well. Rocket Lab, I mean, wow. Okay, and then, Expedia. Pour the trade desk. We'll have to wait. Mercado Libre there, the Amazon of South America, so to speak. They're coming out with 6%, and then of course more power names there. IREN, yeah. We don't trade some of those names.
Oh, speaking of splits, Carvana is doing a split
again.
Yeah, it's a 5.
They're already down to $100 or something, weren't they? Or 190?
Oh, they're back up to 3 something. CVN. I'm saying it out loud so I don't mistype it.
No, maybe they didn't split yet.
Almost 400.
Okay, so they didn't.
Yeah, they're doing.
They announced a split. Okay,
they announced a split. Not yet.
That's not new news.
It was this morning.
What?
They announced this morning.
I thought Carvana announced a split a hell of a long time ago.
And it's weird because it wasn't even on their investor relations page, which really upset me. They didn't even put it on investor relations. I had to find it on Google. I don't like that. Don't do that, Carvana. Put everything on one page.
Carvana, stop upsetting Adara. That is not okay.
Yeah.
Figure it out. Put it on your page.
I thought they announced.
Just take it from Ryan Cohen.
I thought
it's on the website
already.
Yes.
It's on the website. Everything's on the website.
That is the only acceptable use of on the website now. If you have a company announcement, why is it not on the website? Thank you, Neil. Thank you, Ryan Cohen, but only for that.
I don't know. It's probably not that great a meme, but it was just a weird interview. And I found out why
Ryan Cohen?
I found out. I read it. I actually was able to read today why he had his account suspended from eBay. So apparently he was using eBay posts to promote the takeover.
But how are you going to use an eBay post to do that? eBay, like he was selling things and then putting.
I can't think of any other way.
I don't know enough about
like, because think about it, like what? So basically, like so he's sitting there like selling some things in his account, or maybe like trying to like buy some, and then posting posting all kinds.
Doesn't Ryan Cohen have a lot of money or anything at this point? Like, what is he doing, sort of going back and forth? I guess
he's good.
People want to get. People always want more money. I guess that's part of the.
He
problem.
stands to make, and I'm just only saying this because it's factual.
Right.
He stands to make the bulk of his bonus, or the full amount of that. I think it's $350 million. Derek can fact check me. I thought it was about $350 million, something like that, but it's crazy. His big bonus for Ryan Cohen, but the maximum amount is if the market cap of GME gets to, I think it's something along the lines of like, it's significantly higher than now, at least 10x. However, if you were to combine GameStop and eBay, he'd have to bring the combined to just barely 2x, and then he would get the full bonus. I'm not saying that to say that that's his only motivation. No, I don't know him, whatever. But I mean, it's not nothing out there. Anyways, just now, okay. So we're doing this battle between 80,000, like back and forth. So it just ticked like it was breaking, and then came back above. So it took a little bit more out. There's nothing really else happening. So you guys let us know what you're watching here. Obviously, the man wants to get paid too. But I have some serious doubts about that deal and whether it would actually get done. You know, it's the simple math of it and how much dilution would have to take place. That being said, if there's a legitimate turnaround plan and some synergies that he believes in, they've said that they are going to consider the offer. eBay has already come out and said that. So you got to take that at face value. GameStop's back at the 50-period moving average. I didn't even realize it was all the way down here. And this had been a stock which would have been consolidating. I don't wonder, would it be doing better without this, is my first thought. Because it was on a bit of a run on its own. And all of a sudden, all of that got turned around after the earnings and this eBay announcement. Bit of a bounce the last couple of days when everything was bouncing, but right back in to some support here for GameStop. Like, I don't wonder if it was pulling back because of this. If eBay rejects it, is that not just a buy signal on GameStop? Like it was for, like, did we not treat this like Netflix and the WBD thing? Like it trends down after they announce this thing, and then when they're out from under it, Netflix pops from $80 to $100, or actually went to like 108 actually. So pretty good. Maybe we get that with GameStop.
Yeah, we did.
Oh, we did get that. We did get this super chat from Big.
Okay.
We have another super chat.
Yeah, I mean, the TQQ is what it is. I mean, you're obviously talking about the Qs there tomorrow. We just went through some of those earnings plays. It didn't look like huge names.
There's nothing moving
on there
tomorrow. I would care more about, like, the semis are going to matter. You see the destruction that we had in the turnaround you had in things like SanDisk today and Micron. Like that's where we're sitting on those tomorrow. We're sitting on AMD tomorrow. We're sitting on ARM and NVIDIA. Like those are going to be the ones that stand out because it looks like a bit of a reversal top, like technically. But we've seen that before, and then the dip buyers, are right there in the morning. I don't know, but it'll be about the chips tomorrow.
That's too bad. We had that. We had that Tesla trade there, and we got out of it. But yeah, thanks guys for that one. As people talking about it right now. So here's the TQs. You want to ask a little bit about that? So, you're holding this. So we haven't seen. This is the 200 period moving average right now. This is a 5-minute chart. There's been 1, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days coming back in here into May 4th, where we were underneath it for a minute. So right now, I think it's going to be interesting to see if we can close below this $70.50 mark. So if we can make a little bit more downside rate into here and kind of break a little bit of a trend, then I could see something here for the TQs, maybe a push back down in again for that play, and then we get back into 69.50 or so. If you're going to look at like sort of a daily chart for it, I mean, you've already gone, yeah, that's right. They split and have to go, because they have to get more options and everything like that, because again, it's a levered product. So you're right there on the daily chart, right at your 200 period. Now, I don't really use that because of it's the Qs, but if we're gonna look at the Qs, let me just have a quick little see what the actual Nasdaq itself is doing. We already went through it. I just re-looked over it. There's really nothing on the earnings report tonight that will affect the Nasdaq wholeheartedly. It's still going to be an NVIDIA and Apple, Microsoft story there tomorrow as well. But if I'm looking at the Nasdaq, they had a brand new all-time high there this morning, and since then we've really just been fading all afternoon, and we don't necessarily have any dramatic news right now to create this kind of a push. Now it's only down 0.3. Yesterday we were up 2%, things like that. So the market does have the capabilities to just continue to fly, but. I would be leaning towards the short. It was we just talked about this with Steve, it was such an epic April that, maybe May's been a little euphoric to start with. I could see some pullbacks until NVIDIA earnings or until we do get like another little bit of a spike higher there. Here we go. Cheese of questionable origin. We do have a lot of talk about cheese on the show quite often. So Ryan promoting on eBay is like, I guess, is that SMCI or SCDI, hanging cheese dispensers for sale signs on the bathroom wall where the towel dispenser used to be. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. They're always trying to promote your own businesses and things like that. Is the cheese dispenser business not going that well anymore? I mean, I thought, I'm still in at founder pricing over here. So I'm hoping that, we can get in on this cheese dispenser business right there. But yeah,
fundraising?
Yeah, the cheese dispenser's doing another round of fundraising. No, just talking about Ryan Cohen there. Yeah, so, we can look at eBay real quick. Thanks for the super chat there. I was surprised to begin with, like how well eBay was doing anyways when that story came up. And then we do get that big spike through, talk of potentially having options on this and, some more insider stuff. We came in this morning and Brendan said, they're investigating that oil trade again. I was like, what oil trade? And it was the one that was made, a couple months ago when the Iran conflicts first started. And it's just kind of like, sometimes you wonder, you saw eBay going 1, 2, 3, 4, like some nice little upticks there. And then all of a sudden, Ryan Cohen announces what he does, goes up to 114 and then fades right back out again. But they did have
earnings. What it is? I'm telling you, I've been convinced this for a while. So when they talked about the premium, and because I always do this when they announce like a potential offer. So they started accumulating their position after February 4th. They had to disclose that.
Who's they?
Yeah. That's Cohen and GM.
Okay.
So anytime this happens with an acquirer, like by the time they announce they want to do a takeout, of course they've already been building a position in it. Now let's be real. Nobody accumulates 5% or 10% in a stock without some big shots. Like, what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, people know where this order flow is going, and there's always people in the know. And then you look back at it after the fact, and you mean to tell me nobody's taking advantage of that? On that, like eBay was just sort of randomly, like look at the stock before, right? This is the fourth. I'm going to assume this must have been earnings. Like look at the spike down on volume, doing nothing sideways, spike down on volume, and then all of a sudden it just catches a bid. It was looking like it was be a trend breakdown, lose a 50, lose a 200, and all of a sudden it's just catching a bid, and catching a bid, and catching a bid, and then looking incredibly strong. I get it, the market's been up. But every now and then, if you hear that there's a rumor and then you see a stock do a reversal like that, sometimes where there's smoke, there's fire.
Yes.
It's all I'll say. But you need those two things. Like, was the rumor even out there? I don't recall ever hearing any rumors about this. But I've heard people suggest that there were rumors about Cohen saying we're going to make some kind of an acquisition. And if you knew that, and you were looking around at names that seemed logical, and you saw that one of them was seemingly had a bid on it, there's worse ideas than taking a shot, right? Because it's tell me somebody didn't know. Of course somebody knew. Like you can't hide taking a 5 or 10% stake. People are aware of that when it's happening, and that's just part of the market, whether we like it or not.
Okay, so finally, some in my eye there. We'll take a quick, it might be very, very quick, man. This just came right into the 200 period again. Thought there was a chance. You do have your 50 period moving average for Tesla. I mean, cannot believe that we took ourselves out basically at the bottom there. Wow, 402.50. Not, looking back, could have done better on that one. Like, wow, now we're up $4, almost in a straight line right now for Tesla. Like, I don't know. This seems to be going off right now, and there goes the market right back there to the upside as well. So I'm only going to give this one to 407. I mean, we keep on taking like that 75, 50 cent hit or so on Tesla. So they're not huge, but you know, you take 2 75-cent hits and all of a sudden it's $1.50, right? So, yeah, not feeling that great about it. I thought it could stop there, and I wanted to give it to 407 anyway, so we'll just add a small piece here at 75s, give us a little bit of a better average price, but it looks like Tesla, and we did have some great, people were saying, wow, that was a great call at the bottom. Yeah, but you know, we did step out of that one. So now we're going to have to wait to see if there is a little bit of a pullback here as the market, I guess, shrugging off those sirens and everything that the market heard. And just goes back to, you know, no FOMO and not getting involved too much in some of these names. We're out of half only of our IBIT, and we did real good down there at the 200 period moving average. We still got to watch out for VWAP and a possible break there as the market seems to want to get back to the upside now. So we'll see if that continues to work out.
Too late for it's not too late for a reload.
No, it's still 338. I mean,
12 minutes.
Hoping that the market will give up a little bit here, but who knows? We just talked about the cues for tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday, so you never know what's going to happen on Friday. We did get a super chat about CoreWeave there. I don't, you know,
I didn't see it.
it was just like, where's CoreWeave going to go after hours? Like, to try to figure that out, like, I'll give you an example yesterday with ARM, right? So yesterday, ARM went to 270 after hours, right?
It first went down and then up.
Yeah. We were live there. Yeah. So it went kind of up, down, and then whipped up there right into those levels. And then I stopped the clock at 5 o'clock here. 4:30. I don't think our data really goes too far past 4:30 anyway. So there it comes back in, and then all of a sudden, you know, the conference call happens, and they start looking at a little bit of margins. And this is 7 o'clock this morning, but next thing you know, we're down to 220, and you know that sort of crystal ball that we're all hoping to have wouldn't have given you this trade or probably that trade. So this is part of the problem of predicting what's going to happen in the marketplace, right? And so all I can sort of tell you is that those, we already put it in the chat there, Adara's notes out with the implied moves. Try to do your best guess, basically, in where you think it's going to go. But for me on CoreWeave, I like the business. I don't think that, you know, these hyperscalers are definitely not stop spending. So, you know, CoreWeave does have an opportunity to continue to move to the upside. Recent investments with NVIDIA as well should create some sort of a floor for them. So we'll see. You know, nice bounce up there for CoreWeave, holding the 200 period moving average, just like ARM. I think it's a buy if we can get anywhere near, like I asked Steve, and he was like, oh man, remember that was like, it was so choppy down here and so on and so forth, similar to that ARM trade, and then the expansion. It hasn't been able to break 145. So any kind of a pull down for ARM, I think in about for CoreWeave, in this $100 mark, I think would be a buy. So you'd only need about, you know, 20% off that. So we'll see. I know it's going to move.
It could do that, and then maybe catch that bid in the aftermarket. Right?
Yep.
We've seen that story before. Like, it'll fall enough that you get the shot off that technical level in the aftermarket. Now, I wouldn't necessarily endorse people just sitting on the bid there, but you can do a heck of a lot worse. That seems a little bit extreme. I feel like if it went 10% to 11% down more than the expected move, that's a better bounce. I just realized we didn't do the early look, even though it's 341, but there's probably would have made note of it if there was more out there. Like Ford, 2 million, that's a kind of a nothing burger to the buy side. HPQ, 1.6 sell. KMI, 900,000 to the sell side. I mean, there's really nothing in here, which is not surprising. There's no expected index or crazy index actions tonight that we should be looking out for. Maybe we see some semis pop up. We have seen that in the past. But for now, yeah, there's one more. We didn't get to VWAP there on IBID. So we're back close to the volume weighted average price. What if maybe like 83?
We'll VWAP for you.
Yeah, maybe like 83s. We'll try to get back in here because we're holding it, pop back up, and it's still underneath VWAP doing the curl. So one last reload before the imbalances. Keep the stop at the same spot. We have Toby, I think, at least I just quickly saw with the super chat, so we'll throw it up and see if I'm right. Yeah, Toby. Is Palantir a good buy across the 140 today? No one ever includes time frame. You holding it forever? Sure. All right. Good. If you like a company and you're holding it forever and it's on any kind of a reasonable dip, there's never really a bad time to buy if your time frame is forever. Personally, I've been waiting for one thing to happen on Palantir. Like, I like trend lines, and if you're going to tell me that this has the most obvious trend line from the highs of all time, it holds that on the daily and breaks out the 150, I think I love that setup because you get a stock which has had momentum in the past, and you're just waiting until, like right now, it's not in favor. The IGV is not in favor. They're all relatively weak, and it's getting categorized there too. So you just wait for it to break that trend, and then that gives you something to work off of. And if it holds the trend for longer and keeps on going down, then it just means when it breaks the trend, you're getting a better price at that trend break. So that's what I've been waiting for here on Palantir. I haven't really done much of anything with this. Actually, that's not true. Because on earnings day, grabbed one long off 135 on earnings day, and that was about it. Didn't trade it yesterday. Putting in higher lows, that's pretty good here. So it's still holding that 135 zone. Look at that. It actually held exactly 135 here. That's pretty good. 135 to 140. So that still looks like a pretty solid level to work off of. But thanks for appreciate the super chat. Remember, like we're not here to give financial advice. We're here to talk about our trades, be engaged in the market, do some technical analysis, which is no problem. We can always look at just about anything. Every now and then, you might ask a question, and it's like, let's be real, I haven't looked at this stock. I have no idea who this company is. And then other times, hey, Palantir, there's something we have been looking at. There is something that I'm looking for, at least personally for myself. I haven't really done anything with it yet because, as I said, it hasn't broken the trend line, and that's the rule I'd need to see. And the other thing I should mention is, if I zoom in enough, you can see the teal line. It breaking the trend right now would be it retaking the 50-period moving average on the daily, and that's the SMA, so the 50-period SMA there as well. Y Diaz in the chat, is Lulu still a thing in Canada? I don't know. I'm not. Yeah, like Shree's probably a really good person to ask for that. Like, I can't say whether I've seen more or less or have an idea how popular it is here. I'm a workout at home guy, so I'm not even in. Like, I don't go to a public gym. I've always had, just rock my home gym. So I can't tell you. What I can tell you is, regardless of how it's doing or whether it's still a thing in Canada, the stock is not a thing for anybody right now. Right? Like, it's just. There's no bottom in sight. I suppose if you're trying to be real about it, you could go up and pull out like a really long time frame here, like go to like 3 months as far as you can and try to find something. I suppose there's a level at 115, but you know what? There's also a pretty important level at 78. And that would have required to drop 40%. So you know what? Lululemon 40% down from here, that is a monster level at $75 to $78. It's in a ridiculous downward trend. There's really nothing nice I can say about that stock, even if you like the company.
There, Lululemon. I still own a few shares of that. We talked about owning that a little bit. I'm probably wearing their socks or something today. I own a bit of it, so I like it. I think it's pretty comfortable. Lululemon. All right, so we'll have to take a little bit of profit on this one. We're trying to have few bigger hands full of diamonds than we had with the last couple trades on Tesla there. We gave it almost ran 407, like it basically came right into there. So really lucky not to get stopped out right there. That is for sure. But with only 10, now it's only 4 minutes left before these imbalances. You got to try to clear some out. Now, I'm hoping that it can push into this I'm bidding 405.50. You know what? Just because of this, I'm going to go a little bit. I'm still going to stay there at 405.50, but if I can put something around 75s as well, we will take that. This is that break right there, 405.50, and then into 405. It's just like sitting here waiting for those imbalances to come out. If they rip the other way, then we are DOA on this trade. So hopefully we get a breakthrough 406. It doesn't really look like that wants to happen, but if it does, I think we can get something a little lower than that, as traders may sell if it does break through 406. Possibility there. I really don't know. I'm trying to get out of IBIT as well. I have basically pretty much the full load there at 37s if it does come in. So now we're just moments away from hopefully getting that fill on IBIT. And, if it happens, it happens. We'll take that fill for sure. And then, just debating, so we will make back something here for sure if it comes through on Tesla. It's just, I could punch out right now and take this 25 cents. That's kind of questionable if I do that, I feel like. So maybe let's just wait a little bit on that kind of a trade and see if it does maybe continue to work out for us down where we need to. So here it comes. holding. All right, I'll put a bid out there. I'll buy some 96s. Hopefully this will come back in. We still have like 80% basically. Okay, there it is. Oh, we missed it. We're bidding 76s, remember, there on Tesla. So a nice move down would be nice here for TSLA and give us that fill that we are looking at right now. Shout out to my friend Phil. And I don't know if he can help me here, but we need that. So 405.75, try to get that with only 2 minutes to go. Hey, maybe it's bank error in our favor, and this thing does tank on the number. But I'm going to take a little bit more out, not resting on the fact that we got to get lucky here with an imbalanced number. But the market's already figuring out the imbalances right now, so I don't know. I'm not in love with this anymore.
Yeah, 90 seconds to go, everybody, until we get the imbalances, and then of course we'll take you into the earnings. I canceled that offer for the reload.
I took another fill there.
Already 350. So I'm break even stop on the last of this IBID, and then we'll see if it comes out of sell and balance, maybe that'll work for us. But still, with a minute to go, that's plenty of time. What am I talking about? We don't need to rush into these. We got time. There was a bit of a spike here in BE. Look, I'm not going to show you. There's not going to be many good-looking charts today that we can show you, but Bloom has been an absolute rocket. We're still looking at Lulu. That's the literal opposite of Bloom energy, but a healthy pullback for them. Like, there's so many stocks which are parabolic, which are giving you these like pullback vibes, and you got to look for sometimes continuation of trend. But this one is bouncing. I wonder if somebody knows something on this. I'm going to leave it. There's no imbalances to look at here. So this one just kind of popped up right before the imbalances. So maybe there will be something out of nowhere. Yeah, I don't see it on here. SMR, 400,000. Uber, 400,000. Those are all pretty small. IonQ, 300,000. But on a lark, I'll have Bloom up just because it happened to make that spike. And then if I see a big buy imbalance, there might be something. More than likely, there's absolutely nothing going on for Bloom Energy. But just a few seconds, then we'll get the imbalances taking the last 10 minutes of the session before we get some pretty important earnings like CoreWeave. So Intel's a buy, 2 million. Nvidia's a buy,
Tesla's
2 million.
a buy. They're all freaking buy.
Amazon's a buy, 800,000. Yeah, obviously this is a buy. I'm not even whatever IBIT's doing, who cares? I'm just going to punch out of it. So mostly buys. SMCI is a sell for whatever that's worth. 700,000 shares. Snapchat, 700,000 shares sell. We got Walmart's a buy. Tesla's a buy, 700,000. Joby's in there, Lucid as well. But mostly buy imbalances. Nvidia, likely the biggest one. And Intel, 2 million. Where's Intel going to close? Above 110. Hey, it held that level.
Oh, good.
Yeah, so Intel, again, not the best day in the world. You know what? Intel never broke the morning range lows. So no matter how bad you can call this move on Intel or pullback on Intel, didn't trade Intel today. Whatever. You don't have to trade it. It's just kind of realizing now that's a bit weird. We're looking at Intel. I guess once you miss the 110 long there, wasn't thinking long in the afternoon, I suppose. I guess that would be the reason. But no, that's a good hold. It means the uptrend is kind of weirdly intact on the stock. Not weirdly intact, but like a lot of things that are parabolic pulled back a heck of a lot further than Intel did, only down 2 points. So some relative strength, I would say, even though you're down 2%. Like, look at how some of these other names have fared today. How many 8% and 10% dip days do we have on these parabolic stocks? A little surprised it held up so well here on Intel.
Yeah, look, fighting the trend has never been a good thing, but it doesn't work out this time. Sometimes we've been sitting here and the market has gone our way, but as you look on here, everything is a buy in this space. So on the tech space anyways, buy all the way down. And then there was even Amazon's a bid there. There's Tesla with a bid. So maybe if this stays here and it becomes 355, these could flip around, but I am bidding a little bit here at 35s. There it is. Okay, now it's starting to come back in, so maybe we wind up getting it. There it is. Nice little move down there. We just got a 405.50. So Tesla is going to pair off. There it is. So I don't even, no, it's still there. So someone just sold down Tesla there. So I don't know what happened there. So we actually, that was kind of lucky right now as we go to the downside. I hear Adara with her little fun little thing there. So let's go over and see what Adara's got. She sounds excited.
I'm not excited, guys. I'm just like, oh my gosh, more news. To make it clear, the reason I specify that is because there's more explosions being heard in Iran. Apparently, these are due to air defenses being tested, but either way here, spiking USO explosion sounds in Iran. Back to you.
So maybe that's helping
Yeah,
out this trade here a little bit. Who knows? We might as well just get out of our Amazon. We were just kind of just chilling out here with Amazon all day. Just a very, very small piece. We'll push bid enter, see if we get out there at 46. Join that huge line up there on Amazon. You know what? We didn't get it. I'm just going to buy 54s. Oh, well, that goes, there it is. We get it. So a little bit of an out there on Amazon, and just have a quick look. That's a good level for me on Amazon. This is one of the best levels we've been able to get. There's the short off VWAP. You know, trying to do those trades more and more and more. Hopefully they make some sense to you. They make some sense to me. Now almost $1 in as, you know, we realize that. But that was a good trade. And, you know, we just sitting here because it's the 50-period moving average, we do get that spike down on some of that news that Adair was mentioning. So maybe now with only a couple minutes left, we will get a 405 fill. And then even lower if this market does turn itself around. With still 7 minutes left, still some opportunities to get this stock moving around. That is Tesla. What's up, Adair?
More news, guys, so be aware of the source here, because this is coming from Iran. But Iran is accusing the U.S. military of attacking an Iranian oil tanker. So that's another thing to keep an eye on here with oil. Again, Iran's military accusing U.S.'s military of attacking an Iranian oil tanker. Make of it what you will until we have more details, but back to you.
That makes sense. I mean, if this is what, I mean, someone's got to attack it, right? I mean, who else is going to do that?
Well,
maybe Israel. I don't know who's involved.
There's only two options there. I was going to say, like, yeah, there's only two options. It's the U.S. if it did happen. But
who knows?
This is so much par for the course. Really, all that's ended up happening in USO today is we trended all day long into the high, and no matter how much worse it got, there was no take out of the top. So we basically came right back in, just as almost like yesterday. All day trend, got to the top, and then held the top. So I guess I marked this off for a reason. 136 to 138. Neil, what was the reason? Oh, that's why. Okay, yeah, look, it's actually a resistance zone here on USO. So I'd be a little worried if we punch through this resistance zone, like 136 to 130. If they take out the top of that, I think it could get a little bit nasty for us here. But for now, it's like, okay, we're still holding the bottom end of the range, and we have that wipeout top that we can, I don't want to ignore it, but you know, until we actually start filling that gap in, there's at least a bit of a ceiling here on oil futures. And when one of these stories is able to bust us through that, then we can worry about it.
Well, Tesla bid got bigger there. So I just realized like my stop order didn't even trigger there. I don't know. I tried to refresh my blotter. There's potential I'm out of this, but there it goes all the way up to 409 right now on Teslas. There's that order gets a little bit bigger, and there goes Tesla all the way up to 409 at VWAP right now. I'm going to try a little bit of a short here into that one. Again, we are like, this was an out, so we still do have 25%. We'll add a little bit back into it, but there goes Tesla. And I just want to show you that this is what can happen. Like, where's the imbalance here on Tesla? Right there. So the bid was only, now I can't even see it. If I click on it, it'll help. So right there, it was 700,000 or something, and then it did not. Like generally at 355, you could get it the other way around where it will flip over. And this one didn't do that. If anything, it looks like it might have grown just a little bit bigger there. So we might have to wait a couple more seconds to see what winds up happening with this resolve. But right now, Tesla, huge move up. I just think it can fall back down.
I heard you, bro.
Right there. 407 is where we should have triggered out. But again, we don't have a whole heck of a lot of shares here, so we'll just wait to see what winds up happening with Tesla. Hopefully it does wind up pulling back. I just feel very lucky that we were able to get that one filled on there. At imagine we just took a 405.50 not too long ago there on Tesla. So yeah, pretty lucky to get that fill. Now we'll wait to see what happens here right at the end of the day, as it looks like it is ripping back to the north side on Tesla. What a move. Congratulations to anybody who was long over there. I mean, I can't believe this has just had an $8 move in the last hour.
That's
for
the power
Tesla.
of imbalances,
So,
man.
wow, big move. No, but even just in the last hour. Yeah, but that's the power of imbalances, that's for sure. There it goes upside now, 410 and change. Right now, that's like Brampton, go up to 410.
Yeah.
So right there.
You know what's interesting about all buying in the last 10
back.
minutes is sometimes important to consider, because companies that do buybacks cannot buy back stock in the final 10 minutes of the market.
Yep.
So when
that's a good point.
It's like it's buying that you consider better. I'm already looking at. I have IREN up because that's one of the first one that came up there. I guess I could have put it back to Tesla, but ultimately when you see that, like that's the first thing I think about. Hey, somebody really likes it, and it can't just be Tesla buying Tesla. It's the same thing when we look at like Apple, and you get those crazy bids at the end of the day, or sometimes lack thereof. But as we mentioned, it's all about the earnings in a couple of minutes. We'll probably flip over. It's only 2 minutes left. We'll flip over with like a minute to go or so, and send you to the desk. We're going to have CoreWeave. We're going to have IREN. Who am I already forgetting? Someone else that's Open Door.
Open Door, yep.
As you said before, like Eric Jackson, Hut 8 was so impressive, and yet Open Door is somehow still a thing. Although Hut 8 going to be down today because, quite frankly, everything was down today. But it was 30% at one point yesterday. Hut was up, and like everything else, it just kind of languished. It's the kind of market it's been. So about 90 seconds to go, everybody. We'll be sticking around, turning around. We got Brendo and Adair, you can see, getting locked and loaded and ready. We are expecting some movers.
Soundhound could be a good one.
I was going to say CoreWeave I thought would be the biggest in terms of interest for everybody. That would just be my guess. But I don't have any dogs in the fight tonight.
No, like I like CoreWeave. I'm not in CoreWeave. I think
I'm in anything.
I think there's a good possibility for CoreWeave to have a good number there as well. So yeah, there goes.
My brother owns Rocket Lab.
Okay.
I guess I care.
Where did Amazon wind up? 271 there to the downside for Amazon. Apple, 287, a little bit of a take there as well. And then the monster that just ripped up to the upside there, Tesla, just boom. I don't know. We tried to short it there to get at VWAP, and then it just kept on going. But yeah, wow, there it goes. And again, just to show you guys, like Tesla, well, now it's probably not there anyways. But Tesla just ripped up there. Wow, it almost made it like its whole day's move right there in the last couple of minutes. So good outs, but at the end of the day, yeah, just kept on ripping there up to 411 and change. So bye-bye Tesla with now only 30 seconds to go. Yeah, we'll flip around. Brendan and Adair will take us in. So let's throw it over there and we'll get prepared because they come out right at 4 o'clock today. So thanks for now, but we're here till 4. I don't know when, but a couple earnings coming through, so get ready. Here we go.
Yeah, going to be an interesting one. Welcome in as we are less than a minute here away from what's going to be a red close. Less than a minute, less than 10 seconds ago here. As the Nasdaq, the S&P, and the Dow all about to end the day in negative territory. That's okay. It's been an okay week and an okay month, I guess, if you want to say that. You keep your eye out for a few that are due out here at 4 o'clock, but I know there's a lot to get to here tonight. You want to just highlight some of them here?
Yeah, why not? I mean, the expected moves are a little bit more all over the place than yesterday, where yesterday, if you recall, pretty much all of the expected moves were greater than 10%. So this time we've got some that are kind of all over the place here. Smallest expected move that I'm seeing here is Gilead within 4, almost 5% expected move. TTD, the largest, supposed to be right at 4 here. I'm not seeing it yet. 15.5% expected move. So TTD, probably the first big one we're going to be watching here, Brendan. But IREN, one of your picks of the year, also coming out at 4. Along with Mercado Libre, Expedia, and Gilead at 405, you're going to get Rocket Lab, CoreWeave, Open Door, SoundHound, Red Cat, MP Materials, and Block at 410. You get Coinbase and Monster Energy at 415. You get NewScale, and you get Cloudflare, and you get DraftKings, and then at 430, you get Affirm, but Affirm often comes earlier. I'm going to keep an eye out for these earnings, Brendan, but again, TTD, IREN, apparently TTD's out, so I'm going to look for that.
Yeah, there it goes, downside. Yeah, downside in a big way here for the trade desk. Remember, this is the digital advertising space. I'll zoom out here a little bit so we can get a take on this. Down to $20 after going out just above 24. Not seeing anything yet on TTD, but it is definitely out here bouncing off 21 as we sit here right now. Just keeping an eye out for IREN. Doesn't look like IREN is out, or maybe they don't care, but yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so TTD, marginal improvement here on a year-over-year basis for revenue, $689 million versus $616 million last year. Revenue growth only 12% year-over-year compared to 25% year-over-year growth last year, so much slower growth here. Net income declining on a year-over-year basis to $40 million. Net income margin, Brendan, a measly 6%. Lower than last year's 8%, and GAAP diluted earnings per share 8 cents, below last year's 10 cents. This is not a great look here. There's a lot of year-over-year declines for TTD. What were those numbers? But again, revenue growth year-over-year, pretty much everything else declined on a year-over-year basis. I've seen Gilead is out. Not a massive one here, but they did have a double beat. There was another one we were going to ask about, and that was IREN. I'll see if they are here. Iron Energy, IREN. I'm not even seeing those numbers yet. But again, guys, TTD looks like here. I don't actually know these compared to estimates, but it's going to be a miss for EPS now and a beat on sales. Again, sales growth year over year. Everything else did decline. I didn't even know Airbnb was coming out here, but there's
a nice pop here for Airbnb back above the highs. I only see a Q2 guide, so this
the numbers.
Okay, so the numbers did come out here, but Q2 guide $3.5 billion to $3.6 billion. Estimate was 3.4, so above. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, big pop here. Revenue $2.7 billion, beating estimates of $2.62 billion. They did miss here in EPS, 26 cents versus 29 expected. Gross booking value, nice little beat here, $29.2 billion versus $27.8 billion expected. So mixed report here for Airbnb, but as Brendan mentioned, pretty decent guidance.
Yeah, about to go red here, guys, for Airbnb.
That just did what SoundHound did, which was a big time pop to the upside and then a complete reversal. Sound got to $10 now at $9.25. Airbnb as well. The Wick shimmy, $150 now down to $140. It just feels like this is the earnings season that we're in. Forget about the first move. You just cannot get caught with it. The only time the first move is good is when it's bad. And that's what the trade desk is right now. It just hit $20. So the bad news is trade desk is still the trade desk and things are still going poorly for them. The good news, if we're looking for a silver lining, is if you really zoom out to like a 3-month chart, which you really got to zoom out for this one, there's actually support from 2020 here. So you've got a post-COVID consolidation on the trade desk at 20. If it can't hold here, I don't know where it can hold. And it literally is breaking the 20 as we speak. So I don't know what's up with this stock. We've been getting so many questions about the trade desk and is it bottoming? Wake me up when it can hold the 50-period moving average on the daily. And you know what? You sleep less when you have a kid. If I have to wait till then I'm probably sleeping pretty well.
That is Corsair.
Okay.
$8 right here. Nice RSR as well on the daily.
Muted. You're muted.
Okay, yeah, sorry, my bad. Corsair is what I want to talk about there. $8, a nice little move there. If you go over to the daily, it's unmuted now.
You got it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Hi, Ramin.
Hey, Ramin. Always great to have Ramin on there. It was just muted there as we set everything up. But no, Corsair, good numbers there. Revenue 354 versus 352. Net income higher as well. Gross profit higher. Operating income higher. So just an $8 take there for Corsair. Not trying to break through that 750 on the daily. So I like that name, Corsair. Went a little undercover. Hey, man, it was just 450 a couple months ago. Now up to $8. Got to like that one, Corsair.
Block has reported.
The market doesn't care, Brendan. I said to Brendan, there's Block earnings. He said, does anyone care? And I said, maybe, and the market doesn't care. And also, they're doing that fun thing where you have to press like 50 links to actually get to their numbers.
What did it do, though?
So there we go, only 2 links. And the page isn't found. So allegedly the numbers are out, but thank you very much to Jack Dorsey.
They were so good, the page broke.
Yeah, literally, I can't access it. Sorry, guys.
Expedia downside right now looks like on revenue is actually not that bad. 3.43 billion versus 3.35 billion. EPS $1.96 versus $1.96 versus $1.38.
What's the problem?
So a huge beat. Gross bookings $35.5 billion.
Who wants to buy travel?
And 34.7. Looks like a beat right across the board. But yeah, first initial price action though downside.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Oil prices just spiked at the end of the day there. There was talk of explosions, and we got a war going on. Then you got this, probably a nothing burger hantavirus thing. I'm sure it is. Well, I hope it is. But like, it's probably just a sentiment thing. Like, this is not a space which is going to be immune to issues right now. And I think that can provide opportunities. Like, if you think that we want to care about the fundamentals a little bit more, this is at the 50 and the 200. It's in a decent upward trend. But I can't say I'm surprised to see Expedia have a negative reaction to even positive numbers just because of the space.
No, I mean, yeah, I think it's the cost of everything that's going way up. I mean, it's just the price of oil and everything is creating people to get a little more nervous about their Expedia travel experiences. I've actually used Expedia.
You just traveled.
Yeah, no, everything was fine, but I don't know. I do know that prices obviously should be going to the upside. It's Expedia. The problem here is the revenue outlook slightly underneath what they were looking for Expedia. So a great quarter, but looking forward, not so good. Adair, you got a little bit of a look on your face there.
Yeah, because I was looking at Open Door's numbers.
Open Door, okay.
Sorry, Eric Jackson and Kaznajadian, if you're watching, but these numbers are not good. Revenue here, $720 million. That is a decline year over year from $1.153 billion for the prior year quarter. Gross profit declined year over year. Gross margin oddly improved year over year, 10% from 8.6% last year. Net loss widened year over year. Homes sold declined year over year. Homes purchased declined. Homes in inventory massively declined. Inventory at year-end period declined by more than half. Homes under contract to purchase actually did improve, so that's maybe good here. Either way, not a great look for Open Door. Their open house, as Kaznajadian likes to call it. We'll talk about Lyft and we'll talk about Rocket Lab before I send you back to the guys. Lyft here. Active rider growth, 17% year over year. Gross bookings up 19% year over year to $4.9 billion. Revenue up 14% year over year to $1.7 billion. Net income, $14.2 million, like 7x what it was last year. It's a massive improvement here.
Huge number.
Adjusted EBITDA here up 25% year over year. Hopefully, David Risher and co. did not have an extra zero slip into their margin guidance like they did that one time, and we should be all good there for LYFT. If you call that.
I like how they actually highlighted in this report rides were down slightly, 236.9 million versus 242. And they actually blamed winter storms for taking 3 million rides off of what would have been
so funny.
Their total. I'm not sure how they got to 3 million number, but it actually says winter storms shaved 3 million rides off of it.
So not as weird as Amazon blaming the Olympics for poor guidance, but companies like to blame weird things on other things. I have Rocket Lab too, which I guess I can get into quickly. But that's really funny with that winter storm, specifically 3 million rides. Record quarterly revenue for Rocket Lab up 63.5% year over year to $200.3 million. Record GAAP gross margin 38.2%. Record backlog. I'm saying record a lot here, guys, for this report. Up 20% sequentially to $2.2 billion. Anytime they flag something sequentially, I always wonder how much it's up year over year. But either way here, record liquidity, apparently record new launches, and just record after record here for Rocket Lab. They're guiding Q2 2026 revenue between 225 and 240 million. GAAP gross margins guiding between 33% and 35%. Non-GAAP gross margin guiding between 38 and 40%.
I see red dots here for CoreWeave, although we are higher right now. CoreWeave is higher. Adjusted operating income, though, 21 million versus 24.6 million. Adjusted net income, 589 million versus 446 million. Those are negatives. Negative 589 million versus negative 446 million. So everything else though was a beat. Revenue was a beat. Adjusted EBITDA a beat. Adjusted EBITDA margin 56%, topping estimates as well on a beat. Just those two sticking points. It's higher.
Well, this is a stock which, you know what? I know it's down. It's going to be down obviously on the day because of what happened to the overall market, but it's not a perfect report, and they're still managing to buy it, which is not what you would expect in this earnings cycle. So at least this is looking like it wants to hold on to the trend. Not everything is having that same fate today, obviously, but it looks pretty solid in terms of reaction here. Again, just because it's down 5 points, remember it was down significantly more than this. We'll want to see how they react to the call. The overall sentiment, of course, with the AI play tomorrow is going to be a bit of a thing, because the early move is never gospel. As I say that, you're already starting to come back to where we were when we started. I believe we have, is Coinbase?
I'm waiting.
That's out already?
Okay. Well, I don't.
Moving,
I saw a few people.
sure.
I mean, it's moving. I just saw one of my charts, Coinbase starting to move to the downside. I don't see the numbers. My guess is maybe someone fat-fingered, or it's just the numbers are matriculating. But Coinbase shot up a little bit. Now we're heading back to the lows. It's now red. We're down at $188 here. Looks like maybe somebody on Coin.
I mean, I'm seeing
good to go.
something on
You have it?
Coinbase.
Yes.
Yeah, she has it. Okay.
I pulled a Ryan Cohen. I just checked the website on Coinbase because I said if I can't find it and people are reacting, it's got to be on the website. So derivatives trading volume here up 169% year over year. I apologize because I'm still leafing through this. So let's just look at revenue for Coinbase and pray that they do this in a normal way. And it's really weird.
Yuck.
So apparently they get derivatives trading volume, weirdly what they're emphasizing here, that's up again. Apparently 169% year over year. Do you have revenue? Okay, here we go. Weirdly in the middle of the report, 1.4 billion in revenue. I believe that's below what we were expecting. Transaction revenue, $756 million. Subscriptions and services revenue, $584 million. These are both roughly in line with what we did last quarter, I believe. Net losses here, $394 million. They lost money, Brendan. Adjusted EBITDA, $303 million. Cash equivalents, $10.2 billion. So I guess Ryan Cohen was right. Sometimes you just got to check the website because that was the only reason I found this report. And they said they beat all their estimates, according to them on this little page. But I mean, take that how you will for COIN.
That's 20% down quarter over quarter.
Yeah, it's bad.
That's not, I mean,
the stock's not even moving.
It's not moving on that. But I guess that's a good look. The reaction's not even that bad because it's actually trying to come back up here. But that's over 20% quarter over quarter declines on those revenues. So it's not what you would consider to be good. I would suppose you could juxtapose that with Bitcoin holding on to that 80,000 area today and catching a recent bid, right? So like
I thought Coinbase would be bad, but
I don't think the numbers were that good. But it's not really moving.
It's
so
They weren't.
I guess that's good.
Even XYZ here up 10%. Closes around $70, block. Now up to $78.50. Revenues missed, but EPS better, 85 versus 68. We like that one. GAAP EPS not making any money, minus 52 cents. The guide looks like it's what's kicking it out right now, as we just saw PayPal miss pretty decently there. We'll wait to see. PayPal, remember, was up and then they started speaking.
Yeah.
So we'll wait to see what that quarter brings for Block. But a nice little battle back there today. We worried about Upstart on the fintech side of things. We were worried about PayPal. Looks like Block right here. A nice little move back up. And hey, taking out some key levels, man. This was a $50 stock back in March. You're looking at $78 today.
Lots of people still drinking energy drinks apparently here because Monster Energy was just a monster as well.
Yeah.
You have those? Yeah.
I have the numbers.
Yeah.
I don't drink Monster anymore. We're off that. But net sales here up 27% year over year to $2.35 billion. Operating income here up by 28.1%. They did have a double beat here, guys, for Monster Energy. Let me pull this up here, MNST, so I can get you guys the actual double beat numbers here. But yeah, EPS here, 58 cents versus 53 expected sales, 2.354 billion versus 2.159 billion expected. Nice double beat for Monsters. They're chugging those energy drinks here. And CELH this morning also like massive 135% year-over-year revenue growth. So they like energy drinks, Brendan.
Even I was at the store across the street here today.
Nice.
It seems like there's more and more shelf space being taken up by energy drinks.
And so many more flavors and brands, and I'm like, I've never heard of
I was just trying to find a water, and I was like, can I just find a water?
Yeah.
Not allowed water anymore? No, it's crazy. The space is still doing quite well. I was just going through some of the details on Rocket Lab, and I mean, this is a great report. It's not doing a heck of a lot, but this is a great report. I mean, smaller loss, EPS beat. It was still a loss, but beat. Signed 31 new contracts. I mean, there's nothing in here that's negative at all.
I mean, the guide's better revenue, 235 versus 205. Margins, okay, it's gross margins, 39 versus 41. Could be creating something here for RKLB.
Seeing a lot of that. I
mean, costs of everything's
are going up,
right?
Margins are getting squeezed a little bit. That doesn't seem like it's that bad. I think we should look at it the other way. It's anybody whose margins aren't getting a little bit of compression. We should give them an extra point, but I don't think you hold it too much against when you have a little bit of margin compression. By the way, MP Materials also out today. Already out this evening. They beat. The revenue beat is a good 17%, 90 versus 76, so pretty good for them. It's only getting back to where it was this morning because it was already down, but a nice little 4 or 5% bounce off of the lows here. EPS was basically a small beat there, but beat top and bottom for MP Materials, looking pretty solid. Nothing too crazy out of them. I believe we also have a firm out, though.
Well, we just have also Net, Cloudflare out, and getting a lot lower right now. There goes Cloudflare. I don't have the numbers, but down into... You can see the chart here, down into 230. Close at Cloudflare around 260. They've had a huge move on the daily chart, so Cloudflare for right now up to 260, back into 230, giving it back. Adara has those.
Yeah, I've got a whole bunch, guys. So we'll start here with DraftKings because they're up here for me currently. You've got monthly active unique payers declining by 4% year over year. Average revenue per monthly unique payer here up 21% year over year. Fiscal 26 guidance they're maintaining. Where is your revenue? Revenue here, $1.646 billion. That's up 17% year over year. Apparently primarily driven by efficient customer acquisition, even though, again, their customers were down. So I don't really get that. But let's take a look here at Cloudflare. As Sean mentioned, this is up 34% year over year for revenue. GAAP losses here for operations, $62 million. RPO year over year growth here, 34%. Let me see here. GAAP profit here. We've got a 71.2% gross margin. Yes, I kind of mixed here. Some losses, some profits here. Let's talk about Affirm, though, as well here, because they did have a beat here, double beat, 30 cents per share versus 19 expected. Sales, 1.04 billion versus just under 1 billion expected. They raised their fiscal 26 guidance here to 4.175 billion to 4.2 billion. Second quarter in a row that they've raised guidance, and it's still above estimates. They also raised their Q4 sales guidance because they weirdly provided Q4 sales guidance last quarter. That's also above estimates. So good look here across the board for Affirm.
Interesting. We're right back into that kind of no man's land here. I mean, this chart looking more and more positive for Affirm.
We can hold.
This one's looking good. Yeah, it's on this number. You're breaking that 200 period on the daily. I'm liking this on Affirm, man. Over 30% year over year growth in revenue. You'll take that. I mean, the concern would be, okay, well, what happens if there's always like which way does it go if the economy contracts, right? Are more people using buy now, pay later, or is it more default? And which issue do you have to deal with? Ignore that. The technicals are saying this one actually looks good today. So despite all the problems that we're seeing, I mean, Cloudflare not looking good, Trade Desk, there are some nice kernels out here. 8%. This looks like a breakout potential follow through tomorrow. So going into the end of the week, watch out for those big optionable levels like the 75 zone for sure. But we finally have a good looking one after hours here.
No, I was going to say DraftKings actually not too bad either. We went over that a little bit there. The net income actually turns profit now, 21 million versus minus 34 million last year. So that's a good little take there on DraftKings. Also, their prediction market. Here we go, DraftKings prediction market, $100 million annualized revenue in the first 2 months live. So they're doing it right now. CEO Robin says they intend to establish a leadership position in sports predictions before year end. Look, I think that's so key because they can't accept bets. In California and Texas, there's a few different things as well. And the problem is that the United States government takes taxes on all these bets and all these winnings and so on and so forth. They don't do that on the prediction market. So I actually think DraftKings does have a few tailwinds there. Like all you need is the government to come out and say, Kalshi, anybody that takes money out of Kalshi is taxed, so on and so forth. We're going to treat it like it's a gambling and we'll deal with it then. So we'll see what winds up happening with all that. DraftKings for now holding a bid at $25.
I'm rubbing my hands because if you go back to the August high and then put in the lower high at the beginning of the year and then where we are right now, you take out this top here at about $27, and that would be a monster trend break here for the last couple of quarters of DraftKings. So that's a good one. I'm glad we're seeing something other than Affirm, but that's a good call out. I think these are two fun ones for tomorrow and going forward, and then hope and pray for the Trade Desk.
I was just hearing Coinbase downside again, but it looks like it's bouncing actually off 182. But KLAC, I'm not familiar with that. KLAC is what? KLA Corporation?
Yeah.
10-for-1 stock split. So this thing's $1,800, so it's going to be 180.
I see the price.
So for KLA, it's moving up on that, but I mean, not a lot of liquidity for KLAC. Anything more you wanted to hit?
No, I was going to say here, I don't know if we mentioned SMR here, revenue down massively year over year. Brendan, this is crazy, $600,000 in revenue this year. Last year, it was $13.4 million. And I don't really have words for that. But apparently they're saying prior year included license revenue that this year didn't. Still massive year over year decline. Net loss here. 46.7 million. Yeah, guys, I mean, thank you so much for being here with us for a pretty exciting earnings evening. And definitely always remember to join us as well on X at TTV Research for all of these earnings reminders. And I'll have lots of infographics for you for these earnings names tomorrow.
This chart looks terrible, but we're right back to the bottom.
Which one?
Yeah.
There's nothing good to say.
No.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you can't have $600,000 in revenue and be some sort of $1 billion company. So we'll just wait to see where they wind up going.
You know what the good news is, Sean?
I think
it's not like you can get much. Your revenue can't go down very much.
Well,
I mean, it can, because it can go to zero.
Yeah.
But it can't get that much worse. But all you got to do is earn the
people wanted $10, and right now it's $11.50.
Well, that's the thing. We got a question about could it see $10? The answer is very reasonable that you could be looking at $10 at some time in the near future on SMR. And if that's a level, fantastic.
A couple interesting trades to be tomorrow will be CoreWeave, as it's kind of hovering back and forth between positive and negative. So I think we'll see what winds up happening on the earnings call tomorrow for CoreWeave. I do like what we were talking about with DraftKings there, and then SMR. Maybe let's play with a little bit of a lower price stock and see what winds up happening tomorrow with NewScale.
I agree on those, and then I'd add Affirm because I like that their quarter looked good. And at least it's a bit of a breakout there as well for Affirm. But yeah, those are the ones that stand out. For me. Coinbase, I'm kind of like ho-hum on that one. I don't think it's downside over on Coinbase. I don't know how interesting that name's going to look to me. You felt like and someone mentioned in the chat, was a really good point. They already took the beating on the Robinhood earnings. So for them to be down again kind of sucks even more at this point.
All right.
I don't actually see IREN.
I don't see IREN either.
I never saw them.
Oh, yeah, good point.
You weren't even expecting Airbnb.
They were scheduled for 4 o'clock, so I will keep watching. But I have not seen any details on that. If they have come across anywhere else, somebody please let us know. Otherwise, I think that was basically the batch for tonight.
What a batch it was, Brendan.
MCHP.
I never heard of that one.
Microchip?
It's a microchip company, but it's up at least. So 110 coming into play. 1.31 billion versus 1.26 billion. Net income 116.4 million. Guided 1.4 to 1.47. So positive here for MCHP as well.
Yeah, I mean, another date name that was $60 in April. Now it's $101 today. Actually, just got up to 109 right there as well. CoreWeave 128. So that should be a good one tomorrow.
Okay, well, let's wrap it up at that. I mean, there's not too much, unless you had some.
No, I was just
else?
waving. I've been excited.
Yeah.
It's been a big night, Brendan.
Let's look out for IREN. Maybe they'll pull a SMCI and report at 450 or
451 on the dot.
And we'll get it tomorrow morning in that case. I don't know what Fabian is doing with that.
Oh,
but
that's really tricky.
anyways, he'll
what are you looking
magically make the things around us disappear. But hope everyone had a fantastic trading day. It's Friday tomorrow.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah.
Enjoy your Thursday evening. Okay. Come back, join us at 8 a.m., won't you?
Got some chess and hockey.
Have a good night.
See ya.
You guys.
Have a good night.